Chapter 1. Who was that author? Lopian pondered how the other party had acquired his phone number. Perhaps the first 999 votes were cast by me. Keep it up, don't stop updating. Yet Lopian merely responded with polite indifference, as the writing was lamentably poor. After an indeterminate period of slumber, a chilling gust roused him from his reverie. In his modest, single abode devoid of windows, how could there be wind? As he opened his eyes, the scene before him instantly dispelled any remnants of sleep. This, a pale blue mist enveloped him, visibility reduced to a mere 10 meters. The sky above was either shrouded in dense clouds or obscured by the fog in any case. The sun was nowhere to be seen, nor was the energy-saving bulb that should have illuminated the surroundings. The sensation against his back was clearly not that of a bed covered in blankets. The damp and needle-like pain indicated he was lying upon the earth. Moreover, Lopian jolted upright, incredulously surveying his surroundings. Gravestones of various shapes stood haphazardly around him, enclosed by a dilapidated fence that surrounded the cemetery. The dark ground was overrun with weeds and nameless little flowers, which had already withered, while the grass lay parched. The trees encircling the graveyard merely cast shadows in the dense fog, and peculiar bird calls pierced the eerie silence. "Where's this?" Lopian leapt to his feet in terror. Another strange gust swept through, failing to disperse the fog, but plunging him into a profound chill that permeated both body and soul. Could it be that he had successfully achieved lucid dreaming? This was Lopian's first instinct. Yet, even in a lucid dream, the clarity should not be so vivid, should it? Every sense, sight, hearing, and touch was alarmingly sharp, rendering it hard to believe this was merely a dream. Suddenly, Lopian thought of it. This abandoned graveyard, the decaying earth, and the persistent mist. Was it not precisely the scene where the Necromancer and his skeletons traversed in the first chapter? Had he crossed over simply for casting a recommendation vote? Lopian swallowed hard. He should not have indulged in such chaotic web literature. After all, the author's works had a notorious trait. The protagonists often fared poorly, with their girlfriends meeting untimely ends. Why did he not cast his vote for those more favorable works? And why had he allowed himself to sleep? A series of self-reproachful inquiries led Lopian to slap his own face. 1. For regretting his foolishness. 2. To ascertain whether this was indeed a dream. But he remained unawakened. Instead, the sharp sound of his own slap triggered a cacophony of bird calls from the mist. The raucous noise rent the air, thick with decay, incessantly irritating Lopian's ears, compelling him to cease his actions in fright. With a crossing over now a reality, could a resurrection be far behind? He fearfully scanned the graveyard, where the myriad gravestones lay in a state of disrepair, cloaked in moss. Clearly, this was a cemetery long forsaken, where the deceased had been forgotten. Lopian gradually became convinced that this was not a dream. In novels, protagonists who had crossed over immediately grasped a breath of death, utilizing this essence to embark upon their despised journey as necromancers. Was he destined to tread the same path as that fictional character? The narratives offered no detailed exposition on the nature of this deathly essence, and he certainly did not wish to engage with a multitude of corpses daily. Regardless, whether he had crossed over or was merely a subject of experimentation, it was prudent to vacate this bizarre locale post-haste. Lopian tiptoed toward the dilapidated gate of the cemetery, fearful of making even the slightest sound that might disturb some malevolent entity. The cemetery's gates were rusted iron bars, still bound by a lock that tightly secured the two doors together. Damn it, was he trapped here? He glanced around at the surrounding fence. Despite the graveyard's long abandonment, there was no apparent gap for him to escape. Why had such a meticulously maintained graveyard been constructed? Were they afraid of grave robbers? Lopian abandoned the thought of smashing the lock to escape. If he failed to break it, the resounding noise could awaken the dead or alert some lurking entity in the mist, sealing his fate. Within the graveyard stood a small wooden cabin, presumably the residence of the gravekeeper. Perhaps there lay a key, or at the very least, some clothing. Cautiously, Lopian approached the cabin, relieved to find the door ajar. In this silent atmosphere, the creaking of the door might well send him into a state of panic. Upon entering the cabin, he discovered a wooden bed and a cluttered table. The room was draped in cobwebs, and a few mice and cockroaches scurried into corners and under the blankets, startled by his presence. He had no intention of wearing any clothes found here. Lopian turned his gaze to the table, where a few wooden bowls and spoons lay alongside some tattered scrolls and letters. In the corner stood a dried ink bottle, containing the desiccated remains of a spider. Steeling himself against his fear, Lopian approached, determined to uncover the nature of this place and a means of escape. Most of the letters and scrolls were illegible, but one yellowed sheet bore densely written black ink, and unlike the others, it was composed in the universal language of Earth. Upon obtaining the breath of death, the designated target spirit must possess a relatively complete skeletal structure, ideally with preserved blood vessels. After infusing the breath of death into the target spirit, one must immediately establish the target spirit's behavior and objectives. It is recommended to initially employ behavior follow, setting the behavior objective as the necromancer themselves. However, the text was largely illegible due to fading ink, rendering much of it unreadable. The basic magical units of necromantic spells are divided into two types, linear and curved, corresponding to the activation and closure of corpse particle activities. Different symbols formed by various lines and curves correspond to different levels of activity and direction, with specific rules as follows. Below lay a series of simple diagrams, depicting so-called corpse activity methods, which did not appear too complex. Lopian gently flipped the page, careful not to damage the precious notes. Indeed, the reverse side, shielded from sunlight and oxidation, retained much clearer text. The back was densely filled with writing in the world language, likely the author's notes, including completed spell content and various behavioral logics set for corpses. It also outlined the foundational logic of necromantic spells, suggesting that with slight alterations, one could design more behaviors for corpses. So, the operational mechanics of necromantic spells were surprisingly straightforward. As long as one mastered the breath of death, even a programmer could manage it. However, he was more intrigued by the subsequent section discussing the author's research on resurrecting corpses. Skeleton warriors. Activate ordinary corpses and equip them with weapons. The minimum requirement for this type of minion is a mostly intact skeletal structure, with no significant damage to the skull. The critical weakness of skeleton warriors lies in their heads. It is advisable to equip them with helmets. Skeleton archers. Requires female corpses, removing the third rib and utilizing the second, crossed out, and fourth magical modifications to create bone bows. However, Amos bones are somewhat delicate. I must find a way to enhance the magic further. The core processing system for this type of minion resides in the bone bow. Should the bow shatter, so too will it. Skeleton mages. God knows how clever I must be to conceive this type of minion. I knew other magic would function similarly to necromantic spells, simply programming elements. However, complete corpses like Xiao Hui are hard to come by. This type of minion requires that the corpse retains intact muscle and brain to preserve its muscle memory for casting spells in life. Then, by replicating this muscle memory within the skeleton, one can achieve great success. Beast skeletons. To be honest, these creatures are rather dull. Up to now, I have yet to encounter a dragon skeleton suitable for resurrection. Those cats and dogs are bothersome, lacking combat prowess and causing trouble. This type is of little use. Remember, do not resurrect animals again. Sewn puppets. The inspiration for this may have come from the dark arts. Those foolish animal corpses can indeed be stitched together with human remains. Aside from being somewhat grotesque, they're surprisingly effective. One day I might consider. Lopian noted that this part had been crossed out by the author. Of course, my proudest creation remains the Death Knight. However, finding suitable corpses is quite the challenge. They must have been powerful in life and not deceased long. Unfortunately, such ghastly beings still retain fragments of their former thoughts. I need to find a way to control their minds. Alas, had I known that crossing over would grant me such wretched abilities, I would have studied politics instead of psychology. As Robia observed the scene before him, a sudden clarity washed over him. Was this not reminiscent of the loyal minions of the Necromancer and his skeletal companions from the novels? though the depictions of necromantic spells within those tales lacked such intricate detail. Everything he witnessed seemed to unfold precisely as described in the narrative. Moreover, the names inscribed in the notes mirrored those of the protagonist's loyal servants from the story. This realization confirmed it beyond doubt. He had truly traversed into another realm, all because he had cast a recommendation for that thoroughly wretched novel. Recalling the bizarre text message he had received from the author just before sleep, Robia could scarcely believe it. How could someone reduced to writing web fiction possess such extraordinary powers? Despairing, Robia gazed out at the overcast sky, pondering whether the author of that novel was gazing back at him through the layers of mist. Sigh, he murmured, lowering his head to meticulously peruse the piece of paper once more, committing its contents to memory. Yet, who was the author of these notes? It was evident from the paper's dilapidated state and the content itself that these notes were not intended for him. Nevertheless, having stumbled upon them, they were now his. With great caution, Robia clutched the fragile sheet in his hands, realizing he had no suitable place to store it on his person. More critically, he had not, like the protagonist of the novel, grasped the concept of breath of death. Had he? Unconsciously, Robia inhaled deeply, only to be met with the foul stench of decaying wood and dust. Thus, he stepped outside the small wooden cabin, bare as he was. Influenced by the notes he had read, he found himself gazing at the gravestones with diminished trepidation. If he truly possessed the mastery of necromancy, these could very well be his devoted servants. He recalled that the most formidable death knight under the protagonist's command had been resurrected in the very graveyard he now found himself in. Perhaps lingering amidst these tombs would allow him to comprehend the breath of death. Yet, even as this thought crossed his mind, Robia dared not create any disturbances. He treaded lightly, meticulously avoiding every brittle twig and refraining from crushing any withered leaves beneath his feet. Here lies Linda's daughter, Emily, grave of Moor, who guarded the town of withered wood for eternity. Resting place of old Clara, grave of Selcorn, you have tread upon me. Grave of Bolvik, the loyal sentinel of the town, guardian of the people, hero who perished alongside the robbers. Robia scrutinized the inscriptions on the gravestones, which recounted, to varying degrees, the lives of those interred here. He discerned that this place was likely not far from that town of withered wood, where he might procure some garments. However, he could not recall much about the town of withered wood. Perhaps it was simply the first settlement visited by the protagonist in the novel. Grave of Bill, inscribe these words upon my tombstone. Smoking is hazardous to health. Here rests Lord of Snowmelt City, patriarch of the Grey's family, commander of the Round Table Knights, and chief strategist of the Black Flag Brotherhood, Deathlight Grey. So many souls were interred in this pit, Robia mused. Brave Ine's grave, hero of the town of Withered Wood, and also the source of syphilis. Grave of Sarah White, our esteemed town mayor's daughter. As Robia wandered, he found no sign of the knight Eves Konghammer, who had been resurrected by the protagonist. Was it possible that his life did not mirror that of the protagonist? He was uncertain whether to feel elated or anxious. At that moment, Robia noticed a corner of the graveyard where a row of cross-shaped gravestones stood in meticulous order, sharply contrasting with the surrounding chaos of haphazardly placed monuments. As he approached, a series of faint blue magical beams connected his body to the row of graves, seemingly like chains of destiny drawing him closer. Could this ethereal blue magical energy be the breath of death? Robia gazed in astonishment at the incredible sight before him, feeling that even in a dream, he could not have conjured such a scenario. Suddenly, he recalled the notes from the cabin. Should he channel this breath of death into these corpses? Robia shook his head. He ought to ascertain the identities of these corpses first to understand why they were uniquely linked to this magic. Damn, this is genuinely authentic magic. Yet before he could scrutinize the inscriptions on the gravestones, a surge of potent magical energy flowed through the faint blue connection, flooding Robia's mind with memories. Fear. This was his immediate reaction to the surge of recollection. A dilapidated town, shrouded in thick mist, the yellowed oil lamps failing to pierce the gloom. Fully armed sentinels patrolled the streets, wielding their lanterns with caution. Even in the absence of any visible threat, they remained vigilant, weapons drawn, as if a terrifying enemy might leap forth from the mist at any moment. Bowen, one of the blazes is up with this wretched weather. It's been days, and this fog shows no signs of lifting. I've never encountered anything so bizarre. One of them whispered to his companion. Who knows? And moreover, many people have gone missing recently. The mayor is at his wit's end. I hear he has already dispatched someone to seek the Lord's assistance, whispered the soldier known as Bowen. Captain Raphael, let us return. There is nothing to see here. Our patrol is utterly meaningless. Fear gripped one of the soldiers. Let us circle once more, should something happen, and we find ourselves lying in camp. It would be disastrous. Captain Raphael reassured his men as he led the way. It will soon clear. I estimate the fog will dissipate shortly. Suddenly, Bowen spotted a dark figure lurking in the mist not far away. Captain, there is someone? Who is it? Tension mounted among the men, their hands slick with sweat around their swords. It's me, the night watchman Karen. As the figure approached, it revealed a voice familiar to all. Captain Raphael exhaled in relief. Karen, where are you headed? The town is not safe these days. However, the shadow suddenly cried out, What is that? Then the figure, which had been drawing closer, vanished as if it were merely a figment of their collective imagination. Karen, Captain Raphael's anxiety resurfaced, but there was no reply. A profound sense of unease coursed through him, causing his body to tremble. Run, quickly, he shouted to his comrades, who, being mere militia with no combat experience, were immediately spurred to flee in terror. At this point, the memory faded, and Robia felt as if he had lived through it himself. Cold sweat streaming down his bare body, he suddenly perceived the surrounding fog as profoundly terrifying, as if something lay hidden within it, waiting for prey. That moment, he felt that resurrecting the corpses from the nearby graves would grant him a semblance of safety. Infused with the breath of death, he focused his mind to control the faint blue magical energy. Surprisingly succeeding, mastering magic wasn't so difficult. It merely required understanding the logic behind it, inscribing the symbols accordingly, and executing the spell. Furthermore, the events he had just witnessed diverged significantly from the narrative in the novels he had read. Given that the author of the notes was likely the original protagonist, it was evident that his life's path was starkly different from that of the protagonist. The breath of death immediately permeated the dark soil. Reaching the deeply buried corpses, a wondrous sensation coursed through Robia. As he established a connection with the first corpse, a colossal vortex seemed to draw the moisture and strength from his body, leaving him parched in an instant. Upon connecting with the second corpse, he felt as though he were dehydrating, his strength waning, collapsing onto the ground, coughing incessantly. When the third corpse connected, he felt akin to being drained in a sage-like state, his body trembling uncontrollably from head to toe. The fourth corpse brought an acute sense of emptiness and torment, his entire being feeling as if it had been wrung dry, spasming in agony. As the corpse established a connection through the magical beam, Robia's head grew heavy, and he lost consciousness. Time passed. Robia felt as though he had slept for a century, yet his eyelids remained heavy, refusing to open. It felt as if he had experienced an exceedingly vivid dream, convincing him that he could simply lie down and wait for the storm of anger in his boss's phone call to pass. However, the sensation of writhing maggots on his back and the rancid stench in the air jolted him into the realization that everything he had endured was indeed real, not a mere dream. Summoning his strength, he stood up without opening his eyes. The wriggling creatures on the ground made his back itch with an unsettling, chilling sensation. He was not dreaming. He was still lying in that graveyard, unable to afford the luxury of sleep. No, there were others nearby. Robia's heart raced as he jolted awake, his eyelids heavy, yet he forced them open. Despite having braced himself, the sight of a decaying corpse, covered in mud and emanating a foul odor, nearly caused him to faint. He remained frozen for what felt like an eternity, long enough for goosebumps to rise on his skin, before taking a deep breath to regain his composure. Looking down at the ground, he noticed a steaming puddle that starkly contrasted with the cold air surrounding him. Thank goodness he wasn't wearing pants. Summoning his courage, Robia approached the unmoving corpses that he soon discovered that aside from the blue flames flickering in their eye sockets, the bodies emitted a faint blue magical glow, clearly indicating they were the servants he had resurrected with necromancy. Fortunately, he had programmed them to follow him during resurrection. Otherwise, these unsupervised corpses might have posed an unpredictable threat to his unconscious self. Robia attempted to wield his breath of death, only to find it utterly depleted. Yet he sensed that it was slowly regenerating, much like magical energy, even as the corpses continued to draw upon it, creating a sense of depletion that it seemed that resurrecting skeleton warriors had already exceeded his current limits. However, after an hour of standing still with the corpses, Robia gradually began to accept their presence. They were entirely obedient to him, his only guardians and support in this strange world, despite their former lives as mere militia, unlike the protagonist who had encountered a death knight upon arrival. Upon this realization, Robia noted that the figures were unarmed and their tattered rags offered little in terms of protection, as expected. When he inspected the graves from which they had emerged, he found each grave contained a rusted, broken sword. Clearly, these had been their weapons in life, buried alongside them after death. However, given their state of decay, it seemed only a year had passed since their demise. How could the swords have deteriorated so significantly? Robia glanced at the notes and, following the symbols inscribed within, used his remaining breath of death to equip himself with one of the weapons. Although it felt fragile, holding a weapon provided him with a modicum of reassurance. Robia discovered that as long as he remained still or minimized movement, the recovery rate of his breath of death increased slightly. Thus, he stood half-naked in the graveyard for another hour, believing he had accumulated enough energy before examining his followers further. From the fragmented memories he had experienced during their connection, it was clear he had been a militia member from the town of Drywood, tasked with ensuring the town's safety. That town had suddenly been enveloped in a shroud of fog, leading to a series of mysterious disappearances that it seemed these souls had perished on that fateful night remembered in his mind. However, judging by their state of decay, a significant amount of time must have elapsed since then. Yet, the fog surrounding him remained unchanged, as dense as it had been in their memories. Thus, the town of Drywood and its vicinity had been shrouded in this mist for quite some time. This implied that the enemies responsible for their demise still roamed nearby. The thought left Robia breathless. Although the skeleton warriors provided him with some sense of security, they had been slain in life. What protection could they offer him in death? Nevertheless, his immediate priority was to escape the graveyard, as there was little left to explore, and he dared not expend more of his breath of death to resurrect another corpse, as that would likely lead to his own demise. Cautiously, Robia took a few steps toward the exit, and indeed, the corpses began to follow him, albeit slowly. However, their evident lack of intelligence caused several of them to stumble over one another, nearly tripping each other. Can the protagonist truly survive relying on such foolish creatures? Robia furrowed his brow. There's no way I could rely on this clumsy lot to keep me alive. Yet, it was their foolish antics that diminished his fear of them. Robia scrutinized the notes once more, issuing an attack command to one of the skeleton warriors, targeting the iron lock before him. He could no longer worry about the noise potentially attracting unwanted attention. He simply had to escape this graveyard. Then, he watched as the designated skeleton warrior stumbled toward the iron gate. Upon reaching the attack range, its stiff arm suddenly rose high, and the sword fell with a thud. The clang of iron echoed through the silent graveyard, startling birds into flight, their cries and fluttering wings filling the air. The iron lock shattered and fell to the ground, and the skeleton warrior's sword broke in two, the front half clattering to the earth. Whatever the case, at least I can finally get out of here. Robia shook his head, vigilant as he scanned his surroundings, seemingly reassured that no monstrous entities had yet emerged. After issuing a follow command to the skeletal warrior once more, Robia cautiously departed the cemetery, accompanied by his bone-clad companion down a path, strewn with fallen leaves and overgrown with weeds, stretched from the cemetery gate into the depths of the mist, leading Robia to speculate that it might indeed lead to the town of Deadwood. Although, according to the skeletal warrior's fragmented memories, that location was likely to be fraught with peril. Yet, judging by the state of decay evident in their remains, it had been several months since their demise. Perhaps the creature that had slain them had since vacated the area? Furthermore, in any case, he ought to find some attire to don, Scurrying about in this eerie fog without clothing was decidedly unsettling. Since you are my first servants summoned from this world through necromancy, you ought to possess special names. Ropia mused as he walked, pausing to wait for the slow-moving skeletal warrior. He dared not stray too far from himself. The protagonists of the novels often bestowed names upon their minions quite casually. Besides the prominent corpses that retained their original names, they would typically opt for monikers like Little Red, Little Beauty, Fortunate, Lucky, or Oscar. However, Ropia felt he should thoughtfully consider what to name his skeletal warrior. Although a few names had surfaced in the fragments of memory, he couldn't distinctly identify which belonged to whom. Thus, he resolved to name them according to his own preferences. Utilizing the breath of death, Ropia discerned the differences among the skeletal warriors. Each skeleton exhibited varying degrees of completeness. For instance, one lacked finger bones on its left hand, while another bore a crack in its pelvis. Having distinguished them, Ropia decided to name them Gofrey, Baldwin, Baryon, Bohemond, and Raymond. Anyone opposed? Raise your hand, he silently inquired. Yet the skeletal warriors showed no objection to being named after renowned leaders of the crusade. Well then, my skeletons, the respite is over. We shall march onward to your homeland. Ropia's mind was bustling with thoughts, yet he dared not voice a single word, fearful of shattering the unsettling tranquility that enveloped them. Ropia felt cold sweat trickling down his spine. Though he was unaware of how the warriors had met their end, their memories were haunted by that fateful night, and they had witnessed the shadow of the night watchman. Kalin vanished before their eyes, making it difficult for Ropia to believe that this mist was safe. He turned and quickened his pace, feeling that the silence of the town was unnaturally eerie. The absence of shoes rendered his footsteps almost soundless upon the firm ground. Ropia jogged onward, hoping to catch sight of even a single living soul. This place felt like an entirely different world compared to the novels. Where exactly had he arrived? Although the protagonist, Kalin, had also traversed a fog-laden landscape. It was within a forest that was already dense with mist. Yet here he found himself in a densely populated town, still shrouded in fog, the eeriness of which was palpable that it was supposed to be a medieval fantasy novel. Yet he felt as though he had stumbled into a realm akin to Cthulhu. Ropia reached the edge of a bridge, but the river below was dry, revealing only a parched riverbed. Continuing forward, he spotted a massive shadow of a structure ahead. Judging by its outline and towering spires, it could only be a church. Perhaps all the town survivors had sought refuge there, the divine power serving as their last bastion of hope. As Ropia approached, he confirmed his suspicion. The building's thick stone walls, pristine white facade, semicircular windows, and arched doorways were all firmly shut. It was a Romanesque church. Surrounding the church was a grassy area enclosed by an iron fence. Much like the cemetery, yet the church's fence appeared remarkably new, devoid of even a speck of dust, a stark contrast to the rusting and dilapidated appearance of the cemetery. Moreover, the two iron gates at the church's entrance stood ajar, allowing Ropia to easily slip through. The surrounding lawn was overrun with weeds, and the grass grew unevenly, evidently neglected for quite some time. Upon reaching the church's entrance, Ropia found himself unable to push open the towering wooden doors. He decided to circle the church, hoping to glean insight into what lay within and whether any living souls still resided there. However, every window remained tightly shut, and despite his circuitous exploration, he found no vulnerabilities. Could it be that this place was truly a ghost town? Ropia retreated to the courtyard and gazed up at the church's bell tower. Though the thick fog obscured his vision, he could still make out the faint outlines of windows, all of which remained closed. Suddenly, just as Ropia resolved to leave the church, a resounding tolling of bells rang out overhead. Just as he had heard from the outside, the deep, thunderous, rhythmic chimes emanated from the tower above, reverberating through the air. Since the sound originated from within, there must be something alive inside. However, he remained too apprehensive to breach the doors himself. The tolling bells, which had once instilled a flicker of hope, now only served to amplify his unease in a dead town. Such a cacophony only heightened Ropia's fear, prompting him to decide to vacate the church. He should have brought the skeletons with him. Encountering even a single living being would surely be more reassuring than his current solitude. Ropia hastily fled the church, The bell's echoes lingering in the air, he resolved to retrace his steps. After all, he had found clothing, and perhaps he ought not to venture further into Deadwood. He could hardly comprehend what foolish courage had driven him to explore such a strange place alone. The bells ceased, yet Ropia did not halt his flight. He pondered that perhaps he should refrain from summoning the skeletons, as their clumsy movements could easily attract unwanted attention. Moreover, he had yet to master the intricacies of necromancy, making it challenging to command them effectively. Even simple tasks like breaking a lock or traversing terrain posed numerous complications. Should danger arise, their fragile, bony shields would be of little help. He should truly dedicate himself to studying the notes. The contents on a single page were more than enough for him to digest. However, lost in his thoughts, he encountered no immediate threats. The town of Deadwood seemed genuinely devoid of life, aside from its eerie atmosphere. No monstrous creatures emerged. He returned to the skeletal warriors, and even after such a brief separation, Ropia found himself strangely fond of the corpses now. Long time no see. Ropia waved, greeting them in his mind. Though he soon felt rather foolish for his actions, since he had resolved not to return to Deadwood. Where should he go next? He recalled the protagonist's journey in the novel, yet the author's haphazard writing style, with its erratic updates, left the plot disjointed and difficult to remember. He could not recall the story's beginning at all. Nonetheless, with nothing pressing to occupy his time, and feeling neither cold nor hungry, he decided to delve into the notes, aiming to make his skeletal companions less rigid in their behavior. After issuing the command for them to guard, he settled on the cold grass, meticulously examining the myriad symbols and texts inscribed in the notes. In truth, the operational logic of necromancy was quite simple. For instance, the combination of two straight lines signified the command to raise an arm. However, to replicate the author's ability to weave countless simple actions into a cohesive spell pattern, achieving commands like follow proved to be a formidable challenge. Not to mention that the current follow command did not enable the skeletons to effectively gauge their surroundings, resulting in frequent collisions that a sudden thought struck Ropia. If he could instruct the skeletons to assess their surroundings and halt their movements when within a certain distance of one another, they could wait 3 seconds before reinitiating the follow command. This would surely resolve the collision issue. Without delay, Ropia began to test this idea, simultaneously studying the fundamental magical symbols while issuing new commands to his skeletons. Once the skeletons had activated the new behavioral magic, Ropia eagerly set about testing his inaugural necromantic spell. He stood and began to move aside, observing whether the skeletons would adhere to his envisioned plan. Yet, to his dismay, no matter how he shifted, the skeletons remained frozen in place, looking rather foolish. Ropia checked his breath of death. There was undoubtedly enough energy remaining. It then dawned on him that, according to his magical logic, these simple beings had detected the presence of nearby skeletons and thus ceased their movements. When they prepared to move again, they sensed their companions nearby and continued to remain motionless. Thus, it appeared that there was no response. How infuriating! The necromantic spells truly are a source of vexation. With a heavy heart, Ropia rescinded the previous command, and as expected, the skeleton immediately scampered over with eagerness. Godfrey collided with Baudouin, tumbling to the ground before rising once more. A simple command to follow could not be executed, and how could he find himself so utterly inept? Ropia wore a frown as he gazed at the notes, musing about the identity of the author. A figure of considerable prowess, who could conceive such things. The very first plan he devised only served to highlight his own foolishness. Ropia returned the skeletons to a guard state. The notes contained a total of 4 types of actions: attack, follow, guard, and alert, along with various individual magical commands such as crawl, spell, mimic, equip, spin, flourish, jump, and laugh. Ropia pondered what it would look like for these skeletons to laugh, but he had no desire to witness it. He was also uncertain about the distinctions between guard and alert. Yet after issuing the guard spell, the skeleton promptly grasped its weapon, its eyes glowing with blue flames, vigilantly scanning the surroundings. This led Ropia to conclude that this must be the intended function. He settled down once more to study the notes. Had he applied such diligence during his high school and university years, he certainly would not be earning a meager monthly wage just above 100. Unfortunately, half of the page was illegible, leaving only a single page of useful content. From the last fragment of information, it became apparent that the author had likely penned numerous pages, but he could not fathom why this particular one had been left behind in the small cabin of the graveyard. Perhaps he should return to inspect it further. Just as Robia was lost in thought, the most robust of the skeletons, Bohemond, suddenly brandished his one-handed sword, letting out a peculiar goo-goo sound. What is the meaning of this? Robia noticed that the other 4 skeleton warriors had turned to face the direction that Bohemond was looking. Out of the mist, a small, gaunt figure appeared, crawling on all 4s, judging by its height and outline. It resembled a wild boar. Having grown up in the city, Robia had never encountered such a scene. Even in the countryside, one would seldom encounter a wild boar. Yet this boar approached with grace, not charging directly at him. Given the clumsy demeanor of the skeletons, he feared his demise was imminent. Heaven knows he would meet his end at the hands of Pig. Had he known, he would have preferred to hide in that desolate town, where dying at the hands of some monstrosity might have afforded him a modicum of dignity. However, as the wild boar drew nearer, Robia's eyes widened in horror. Numb with fright, he even forgot to command his skeletons, nearly losing his grip on the shovel in his hands. Indeed, it was a wild boar, yet its entire body was rotting, covered in putrid flesh and desiccated black blood. Its eyes were nowhere to be found, leaving behind 2 empty sockets that fixated on him. Action, attack, target, the wild boar before him. Robia swallowed hard. This decaying creature was far more terrifying than the skeleton surrounding him. He had no confidence in facing such a monster directly. His only hope lay in the skeletons delaying its advance, allowing him a slim chance of escape. Perhaps the entire town had fallen victim to this dreadful beast. Yet, to his astonishment, after he issued the attack spell, the previously awkward Bohemond, who stumbled as he walked, suddenly transformed into an agile swordsman, swiftly assuming a combat stance. Bohemond stood between the creature and Robia, while Godfrey and Baudouin flanked him on either side. Valerian and Raymond approached the boar from the wings, wielding their broken swords. Were these the same skeleton warriors who had previously collided with one another? Robia wore a perplexed expression. The only explanation was that the designer of this necromantic spell had long ago established a comprehensive attack strategy and behavior for the skeletons. Clearly, the issue of clashing while following orders was a significant challenge. Otherwise, the creator would not have overlooked it. The dead boar finally halted, yet even Robia understood that this was merely the precursor to its charge. He quickly positioned himself behind Bohemond. Now, he felt a surge of confidence in his ability to vanquish the monster. Indeed, he soon realized that Valerian and Raymond were beginning to reveal their foolishness. Lacking knowledge of the lower-level magical symbol for the attack action, Robia was unaware of the logical framework governing this attack spell. However, he observed that Valerian and Raymond moved straight ahead until they detected the boar's position, at which point they abruptly turned to face it. The 2 skeleton warriors mechanically raised their weapons and advanced towards the wild boar. It ignored them entirely and charged directly at Robia. "Did I provoke you?" Robia exclaimed in shock. With so many perilous skeletons around, how could it choose to attack a mere delicate young man? Valerian and Raymond missed their targets entirely as the grotesque boar surged forward like a black arrow, aiming straight for Bohemond and Robia, behind him, that speed. The clumsy Bohemond was destined for a noble sacrifice. It remained uncertain whether Bohemond could pierce the monster with his sword before meeting his end, ensuring that his effort in bringing him a sword was not in vain. If Bohemond could strike the creature, then Godfrey and Baudouin would certainly be able to finish it off with their shovels. If Bohemond failed to land a hit, he might at least slow the creature's charge, granting Robia a fleeting opportunity to escape. As Robia calculated his options, he slowly retreated, his newfound confidence swiftly evaporating. The clumsy demeanor of Valerian and Raymond made it clear that these skeletons could not be relied upon. The moment the shadow was about to collide with Bohemond's awkward form, Robia was rendered speechless. Bohemond deftly sidestepped, allowing the decaying boar to charge straight toward him. After evading, Bohemond mechanically swung his sword, but the boar had already evaded his attack range. The skeleton was thus left behind by the rotting beast, which now charged unimpeded towards the stunned Robia. Bohemon's agility was far from that of a typical skeleton. "Are you all mocking me?" Robia thought, attempting to turn or dodge, only to find that his legs would not budge. Leaving him helplessly watching as the half-meter-tall, decaying boar barreled toward him. 0.4 meters, 0.3 meters, it was over. He had truly brought about his own demise. 2 meters. Robia rolled to the side, the boar's sharp tusks grazing past him, tearing a gash in the robe he had just borrowed. For someone who had spent most of his life lying on a bed or at a desk, possessing such reflexes was sheer luck. Seizing the moment before the boar could fully halt, Robia hurried to the side of the skeletons. He noticed that the creature seemed only to target him, paying no heed to the other skeletons. Perhaps if he served as bait, there was still a chance for the skeleton warriors to eliminate this monster. Sure enough, as the wild boar turned back to face Robia, it readied itself to charge once more. Valerian and Raymond staggered over. Robia positioned himself in line, placed between the boar and himself. At the forefront stood Godfrey with his shovel, followed by Valerian and Raymond with their broken swords, and behind them, Bohemond equipped with an iron sword. The final line of defense was Baudouin, similarly wielding a shovel. Fortunately, the boar did not launch an immediate attack, allowing him the time to arrange his formation. Even after positioning his skeletons, the boar remained stationary, as if frozen in place. Robia found himself at an impasse, unable to move or remain still. "Hey, are you still there? We can begin," Robia cautiously called out to the boar a few meters away. "Care for a speed booster?" Seemingly incensed by the mention of a speed booster, the previously motionless boar suddenly charged at him, moving twice as fast as before. In a panic, Robia simultaneously issued the command to attack and began to retreat. Indeed, the boar's ire was solely directed at him. Godfrey missed entirely on his first strike, and Valerian's broken sword merely grazed the beast. However, Raymond finally succeeded in striking the boar, though his sword shattered into fragments upon impact. Robia's greatest hope, Bohemond, did not disappoint. The iron sword struck true, embedding itself into the head of the speeding boar. Yet, despite the blow, the creature continued its charge, albeit at a reduced speed. Bohemond, gripping his sword tightly, was even propelled backward, crashing to the ground, his bones scattering. Finally, Baudouin swung his shovel, successfully striking the boar's 2 front legs. The creature suddenly lost its balance, tumbling forward and sliding to a halt right before Robia. As the boar prepared to rise, Robia shouted, eyes tightly shut, plunging the shovel down with all his might. It felt as though the shovel had brutally embedded itself into the body of the wild boar. For Robia, who had never before taken the life of an animal, the sensation of the blade penetrating flesh was astonishingly intense. The dull shovel, which was hardly sharp to begin with, failed to pierce the boar's body on the first strike. Without hesitation, Robia yanked the shovel free and brought it crashing down once more. After what felt like an eternity, he finally opened his trembling eyes. The once lively body of the wild boar lay beneath him, now rotting and exuding a foul stench. Yet despite the numerous wounds inflicted upon it, there was not a trace of blood to be found. Robia staggered back a few steps, reassured that the grotesque creature had indeed breathed its last, remaining utterly still. Even the thought of crushing an ant filled him with profound guilt, and now he stood before the very wild boar he had slain with his own hands. What manner of monster is this? Robia mused, observing that there were no traces of magical essence akin to the deathly breath of the deceased, nor did it appear to be under the dominion of magic, like a skeleton. Yet, it was unmistakably not a living wild boar. Before Robia could collect his thoughts to examine the creature further, the air above the surrounding woods erupted with the cacophony of startled birds. Though hidden from view, their distress was palpable, and whatever had frightened them was rapidly approaching in a flurry. Robia issued a command to follow and sprinted towards the town of Drywood. Though the eerie little town sent chills down his spine, human instinct ingrained a sense of safety in a house brings comfort. And no matter the circumstances, Drywood offered more security than the desolate wilderness. As the buildings of the town reappeared before him, Robia was too preoccupied to consider whether any living residents might discover his skeletal form. He dashed straight towards the town's center. The desolate streets were veiled in thick fog, although many houses glowed with light. Only the sound of Ropia's hurried footsteps echoed in the silence. He remained uncertain whether the creature that had startled the birds was in pursuit, but he felt compelled to reach a relatively secure location before pausing. Of course, given the town's current state, absolute safety was a mere illusion. Arriving at the church, Ropia suddenly came to a halt. This church tolled its bells at regular intervals, indicating that at least one living soul resided within its walls. Perhaps that individual was responsible for tidying the streets, lighting the lanterns, and ringing the bells. Turning back, Ropia noticed that the path he had traversed was now swallowed by the fog. He resolved to enter the church. Regardless of how many people might be inside or whether communication was possible, he needed to ascertain the truth. He assessed his skeletal companions. Godfrey, Baldwin, and Barian were unscathed, while Raymond's weapon lay shattered. The most severely damaged was Bohemond, whose entire right arm was crushed, and his iron sword had been left behind on the battlefield. Perhaps it was wiser to equip his companions before exploring the church. Fragmented memories suggested that one among them had expressed a desire to return to camp out of fear, indicating that Drywood was likely intended as a garrison for the militia. There should be an abundance of weapons and supplies available. Resolute in his decision, Ropia cast one last glance at the church. Though it likely harbored survivors, a sense of safety was conspicuously absent. Cautiously, he wandered through the town until he finally discovered what appeared to be a military encampment. Surrounded by sturdy fences, the area was nonetheless devoid of any inhabitants. Nearby stood a 4-story building, its height appearing unusual for a medieval setting, shrouded in fog and obscured from clarity upon entering the encampment. Ropia's spirits lifted. Indeed, many well-preserved weapons were displayed on the racks within. He promptly discarded the shovel and tried several one-handed swords, selecting the lightest for his grasp. A rogue wielding a sword feels emboldened enough to defecate wherever he pleases. Ropia's confidence surged, even igniting a reckless desire to confront the wild boar once more. From the earlier battle, it became apparent that these clumsy skeletal warriors struggled to strike foes that moved with even a modicum of swiftness or intelligence. Thus, equipping them with shields to form a skeletal wall seemed a prudent strategy. Regrettably, Ropia discovered that no shields were available in the encampment, forcing him to abandon the defensive approach and arm Godfrey, Baldwin, Barian, and Raymond with two-handed swords. Given their slow attack speed, it was essential to maximize damage upon contact. However, Bohemond, with only his left arm remaining, was relegated to wielding a one-handed sword, just as Ropia intended to scour the barracks for armor. The sound of the church bells resonated once more. My warriors, the horn of war has sounded. Unknown foes lie ahead. If we cannot secure victory, we shall drink together in hell. Ropia gripped his sword tightly, the tolling of the bells echoing in his ears, as a gentle breeze caressed his hair through the dense fog. He lifted his gaze toward the church. Am I being a bit too dramatic? Ropia glanced back at his silent skeletal warriors. Is that so? Good. The 23 years have come to pass. It is time. Ropia smirked, casting a disdainful glance at his companions. The air momentarily thickened before he shook his head to dispel the goosebumps that had arisen. He kicked open the half-ajar door of the church's perimeter wall and strode boldly toward the tightly shut entrance of the church, armed with weapons and allies, rendering the booming bells less intimidating. However, as he approached, Ropia's confidence began to wane. Initially, he had intended to kick the wooden door open, yet upon reaching it, he hesitated and gently knocked instead. Hello? Bonjour, Zidelis VG, Sawadika, Kanikawa. Greetings? Ali Hasiu? No response. Yet the door surprisingly yielded to his push. As he opened it, the tolling ceased, and the creaking of the massive wooden door reverberated throughout the vast emptiness of the church. Indeed, there was not a soul in sight. The interior was lined with 7 or 8 rows of long benches on either side, while directly opposite the door stood a half-height altar, behind which loomed a large mural of a griffin-headed figure. Time had weathered the image, leaving many parts damaged, in stark contrast to the orderly streets outside. The interior of the church appeared chaotic. Although the benches and altar were draped in white cloth, the overall disarray was overwhelming. Candelabras lay toppled, shattered candles and remnants of walls scattered about alongside pieces of broken glass. As Ropia traversed the aisle paved with red carpet, he noticed a book resting upon the altar. To his astonishment, the text on the title page appeared to be a form of ancient script he had studied in elementary school, Chinese characters. Fortunately, during his school years, he had been a diligent student, and he could still recognize a few characters. Yet among the 4 characters on the title page, he could only decipher and, while the dense array of characters within caused him considerable distress. If the inhabitants of this world communicated in Chinese, at least there would be no barrier to understanding. Although his proficiency in Chinese did not rival that of the universal language, his familiarity with it from childhood and the presence of many who communicated in Chinese around him offered a glimmer of hope. Initially apprehensive about potential misunderstandings due to language barriers, he felt a renewed sense of possibility if they could indeed communicate in Chinese. The pressing concern now was to locate the bell ringer atop the bell tower. Entering through the door behind the altar, Ropia found himself in a courtyard overgrown with weeds, seemingly neglected for ages. Did the bell ringers sweep the streets daily, yet disregard their own living quarters? Ropia felt a twinge of confusion and unease. On one side of the courtyard lay a long corridor, at the end of which was the residence of the church and the staircase leading upward. However, upon glancing up, the bell tower loomed dark and foreboding, devoid of any signs of life within. "Hello," Ropia inquired in his halting Chinese, but silence met his call. He hefted his sword in his right hand and glanced back at his motionless companions. Godfrey, as a guardian of the Holy Sepulchre, a hero of the Crusades, a king of Jerusalem, you should lead the way, basking in the respect and adoration of the people. Although words alone bore little weight, Ropia resolved to issue commands to his skeletal companions while simultaneously casting necromantic spells, alleviating his sense of solitude. As anticipated, the valiant skeleton swordsman Godfrey stepped forward, sword in hand, unflinchingly leading the way up the staircase. Once in the cramped space, the clumsiness of the skeletons became increasingly apparent. They often collided with the walls, and navigating the twists and turns of the staircase posed a challenge for Ropia. At nearly every turn, he found himself issuing step-by-step commands to ensure the skeletons kept pace with him. Fortunately, the bell tower was not excessively high. After roughly an hour, Ropia finally led his skeletal swordsman to the summit. During this time, the clock tower above chimed once more. Yet there was still no response to Ropia's calls. He soon realized that the place was indeed deserted. So what on earth is striking the bell at regular intervals? Ropia began to feel a prickling sensation at the back of his neck, as if some malevolent presence lurked in the shadows of the room, watching him. Just as this thought crossed his mind, Ropia suddenly discerned a sound emanating from within the room. It seemed to be. Following the sound, Ropia cautiously approached, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead, his right hand clutching the sword, trembling uncontrollably. How infuriating! Indeed, the very scenario he dreaded the most was unfolding before him. Several mechanical gears were turning rhythmically, producing a faint grinding noise that he recalled that this novel was set in an alternate medieval period. How could such intricate machinery possibly exist? It was utterly inconsistent with the world depicted in the story. Suddenly, Ropia lifted his gaze and was taken aback to discover that the ceiling was adorned with an array of gears and chains. All functioning in perfect harmony. It was as if he were ensconced within a colossal steam-powered machine. Could it be that upon his arrival in this realm, it had progressed from the medieval era to the steam age? No wonder this small town was so expansive, with streetlights illuminating the roads, and the absence of visible filth and muck. Yet, based on the fragmented memories of the deceased and the weapons used at the camp, they still wielded cold steel like swords and knives. How peculiar! However, if the bell's toll was indeed regulated by machinery, what powered these mechanisms? Contemplating this, Ropia began to scrutinize the attic. Could it be powered by solar energy? Surely it cannot be a perpetual motion machine. Sigh, why did I even bring you up here? You've been no help at all, and soon I'll have to expend time and effort escorting you back down. The mere thought of having to descend the stairs step by step with them made Ropia's head throb. Perhaps he should delve into the underlying principles of necromancy, designing more complex movements for these skeletal warriors. Otherwise, it would be a hassle even to walk, let alone engage in combat. Lost in thought, he continued to search for the source of power for the gears and chains. The attic was not large. Though cluttered with an assortment of wooden planks, Robia easily followed the direction of the gears and chains on the ceiling and walls to locate their source. All the chains converged onto two metallic bars that moved rhythmically back and forth. At the far end of the metal bars was a cylindrical box, covered with a layer of black cloth. Clearly, the entire clock tower's power originated from whatever lay within this box. Robia took a deep breath, and, as he lifted the black cloth, a faint glow illuminated the dim room, appearing remarkably bright, that a small orb radiating a soft blue magical light lay quietly within a transparent glass container, its glow pulsating gently, as if the magical orb were breathing. Should he remove it? Would that provoke some dreadful commotion? Robia hesitated, gazing at the magical orb. After a brief pause, he resolved to examine this extraordinary trinket more closely. After all, what sort of person devoid of a spirit of exploration would venture into this church, dare to resurrect skeletons, and sift through the vast sea of books to find that wretched web novel? He removed the glass cover. The blue magical orb emitted a chilling aura, akin to opening a refrigerator door. Robia leaned in, observing intently. This object resembled a luminous, oversized glass marble, as if just retrieved from the fridge. However, its flickering light made Robia suspect that it might be nearing the end of its energy. No, wait. Robia noticed that the orb's light flickering rhythmically began to synchronize with his own breathing. It dimmed when he exhaled and brightened as he inhaled. Fascinating. Robia leaned even closer, holding his breath. Indeed, the orb remained steadfastly illuminated. Yet, how could it have reacted to his touch when he first uncovered the black cloth? Just as Robia was about to run out of breath, the orb suddenly dimmed again. Robia exhaled, "Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear, it stinks." To his astonishment, the orb emitted a terrified scream, and in Esperanto, no less, sending Robia stumbling backward, hastily seeking refuge behind his guard. "What are you?" Robia gripped his sword tightly. Though this was the first sentient entity he had encountered in this world, who could fathom what this orb truly was? "What do you mean? What are you?" The orb spoke in a feminine voice. Robia stared at the azure entity in trepidation, pondering if it was indeed responsible for the demise of the entire Kumu town's residents. Ruling over this place, yes, if confirming his suspicions, the orb's glow intensified, illuminating the entire dim attic in the radiant blue light. A humanoid figure gradually materialized. This was no ordinary being. Robia felt a wave of misfortune wash over him. Why had he ever provoked such a creature? Yet, as the light faded, Robia's eyes widened in disbelief. For the figure revealed itself to be none other than Lilia, the girl he had secretly admired at his workplace. Lilia, however, despite the resemblance, she appeared completely naked, radiating a ghostly blue light. "Lilia, I detest that name. But is this foul-smelling creature truly my new master?" The voice was unmistakably that of his dream girl. Yet, Robia was certain that this was not the aloof goddess from his company. "Who on earth are you?" To his surprise, she wore a look of confusion. "Didn't you purchase me from Mage Allen?" The girl, glowing with a blue hue, curiously glanced around. "Where is Mage Allen? Who are you really?" Robia, feeling increasingly anxious, hid behind his guard, partly out of fear of an unexpected attack, and partly due to the sight of his goddess in such a vulnerable state, which left him flustered. "Have you seen Mage Allen?" she countered, her expression innocent and harmless. "What Mage Allen? Could it be that this being's master was the same Mage Allen who had slaughtered the townsfolk and seized control of this place? I recall Mage Allen instructing me to remain here, to maintain this cold contraption's operation, and then he left. I have awaited his return for quite some time. Oh, who are you?" Robia pressed the question further. "Me? I senti it obvious? Are you truly so dim-witted as to not recognize a fairy?" She pouted at Robia, clearly displeased with his earlier reference to her as a thing that a fairy. Robia felt utterly dumbfounded. He was certain there were no such beings in the novel. "You must be a clueless muggle," the fairy exclaimed, her surprise evident. "And no wonder you call me Lilia. Such an unpleasant name." "Muggle?" Robia questioned whether he was indeed a non-magical muggle. "Oh no, as you can see, I am a necromancer." With Lilia's likeness before him, Robia began to believe she might not be a particularly dangerous entity after all, that I knew it. "You freed me from that prison, which means you saved me. Thus, you shall be my new master." The fairy gazed around, a hint of sadness crossing her features as she murmured, "After all, Mage Allen no longer wants me. Wait, can you tell me? Miss Fairy, why do you take on Lilia's form?" Robia felt a pang of sympathy for her appearance, yet remained hidden behind his guard. "Lilia, but aren't you a mage? How could you not know this?" The fairy looked at Robia with curiosity. "We fairies do not have a fixed appearance. When others gaze upon us, they see the image they long for most deeply. A man sees his beloved, while a woman sees the man she yearns for. You aren't a deceitful muggle, are you?" "Oh, I apologize. My magical knowledge is entirely self-taught. And no one has ever taught me such things." Robia remained skeptical, but began to lower his guard. "So why were you imprisoned here?" In Robia's mind, fairies were those elegant, ageless beings that lived in the forests, proud and untamed. "Are you truly not a muggle?" The fairy's skepticism deepened. Robia was at a loss as to where he had erred. "Do you not understand the purpose of our kind?" "The fairies?" The fairy gradually approached Robia, her scent mirroring that of the perfume favored by Lilia. "I sincerely apologize. I truly did not know. Yet I am indeed a mage, a necromancer." For reasons unknown, Robia began to worry whether this fairy might abandon him. Was he under some form of mental control? He repeatedly reassured himself, "This is not Lilia. This is not Lilia. Ah, how did I end up with such a foolish master?" The fairy, indignant, began to stomp her foot. Yes, stomp her foot. Robia believed such antics were reserved for the dim-witted heroines of romance dramas. "You do realize that magic requires elements, correct?" The fairy regarded Robia with impatience. Oh, of course. He thought of the breath of death he employed for his necromantic spells, which must be the element she referred to. However, elements are exceedingly rare in nature. Thus, mages always carry materials with them, enabling them to cast spells when the need arises. The fairy squatted down before him, revealing no intent to attack, indicating that she posed no threat, but was earnestly explaining things to him. Yet there is another method: to forge a bond with a fairy companion and harness the magical energy inherent in them to cast spells. My previous master, Mage Allen, journeyed with me in many adventures. Alongside him and two other fairy companions, we traversed mountains and valleys, vanquishing countless wicked mages and brigands. The fairy seemed lost in pleasant memories. Those were truly joyous times. Robia dared not interrupt, patiently awaiting the fairy's reminiscence to conclude. Unfortunately, he grew old and soon found even walking a struggle. However, the fairy did not linger long on that note, her expression turning sorrowful once more. In the end, we arrived here together, but by then, Alan had grown so old that he could no longer wield magic, thus losing his means of sustenance. That I could sense his hunger, and I understood he asked me to remain here and work to fill his belly. Robia had discerned the truth. It was that Mage Allen who had sold this fairy, and so I remained here, confined within that seal, laboring tirelessly, believing that one day, once Mage Allen had eaten his fill, he would return to rescue me. The fairy's voice dwindled to a whisper. Robia was at a loss for what to do. After all, this fairy bore the visage of Lilia. Even though he knew in his heart that this was not the true Lilia, he was nonetheless overwhelmed, his mind a blank, his tongue rendered clumsy. "Well, in any case, you are my new master now." But the fairy suddenly lifted her head, revealing a radiant smile that, of course, she made no effort to wipe away the traces of tears on her face. Wow. Wait a moment. Robia felt a surge of excitement that a fairy, one who resembled his goddess, was to accompany him. Who could possibly refuse such a fate? "What is it, master? By the way, how should I address you?" Previously, Mage Allen preferred we call him father, but I always found that rather odd. The fairy beamed, her little fangs identical to Lilia's. "Hold on. Let me gather my thoughts." Robia was not speaking of his intellect. "I have just arrived in this world and am unfamiliar with my surroundings. Then I can be your guide." "Master," the fairy exclaimed joyfully, "I know everything about this world. Everything. You may inquire about anything you do not understand." Robia found this to be quite a valuable trait. "Then you may call me Mr. Robia." He had intended to suggest dear. "Very well, Mr. Robia. Now, you should give me a name. I do not wish to be called Lilia." The fairy appeared timid, as though she were a child tentatively voicing a small objection to her parents. Fearing reproach. "Oh, of course, you may choose your own name." Ropia agreed that calling her Lilia would be inappropriate. Otherwise, he might truly fall for this fairy. He needed a different name to remind himself that this was not Earth. And she was not Lilia. Choose my own. The fairy seemed as though she had received astonishing news, her expression one of sheer delight. Mr. Ropia, are you saying that you intend to let me name myself? Those big, watery eyes gazed at him in disbelief. I cannot be dreaming, can I? It was evident that this fairy was on the verge of tears from her overwhelming emotions. Certainly, that is your right. Ropia felt somewhat uncomfortable, his face betraying a hint of embarrassment. What? Did Mage Allen not allow you to choose your own name? My right? The fairy trembled all over. Ropia hastily averted his gaze, but his head could not help but glance back. So how do you intend for me to address you? My fairy companion. I would like to be called Suehua. The fairy gazed at Ropia with hopeful anticipation. Is that all right, Mr. Ropia? Is it? Ropia wiped the sweat from his forehead. How about a different name? Something less cumbersome. Then how about Lucy? Ropia felt the sweat trickling down. Refusing her seemed akin to stripping her of the right he had just granted. But that name is just as awkward as Tsua. Then what about Angel? Please, Mr. Ropia, I truly adore this name. The fairy's eyes sparkled with longing. Why? Ropia nodded, unable to bear the thought of rejecting her again. Of course, you may be called Angel, miss. Wow, that's wonderful. The fairy cheered once more. The great mage Karen's has a fairy named Angel by his side, and she is the envy of every fairy. Karen's, that name sounded familiar. Oh, yes, the protagonist of the novel he had been reading was indeed named Karen's. Karen's, could you tell me more about him? Ropia, caught up in excitement, stepped beyond the protection of the skeletons. Perhaps meeting this Karen's would unveil the truth of his transmigration, and perhaps he would discover a way back to Earth. Oh, of course, but the fairy Angel's face contorted with concern as she spoke softly. Can we perhaps eat something first? Angel has been working within that seal for a very long time, nearly a decade, and I yearn for human food. Nearly a decade? Ropia was taken aback. That Mage Allen must have long since passed away. Well, to put it gently, Angel, this small town may have encountered some issues, and it is likely very different from over a decade ago. Food may be quite hard to find here. Ropia had not had a drop to drink since arriving and was indeed feeling hungry. However, we can venture out to see if we might uncover something to eat. After all, he recalled that some buildings still had lights on. Perhaps there would be food to be found. More importantly, he could not bear to witness the fairy before him in distress. Had he truly been enchanted? Perhaps this was not a fairy at all, but a succubus. How could it be? Mr. Ropia, do you not trust Angel? To his astonishment, she responded to the question in his mind. Wait, how did you? Ropia took a couple of steps back, regarding the fairy with skepticism. My apologies, Mr. Ropia. While we are not permitted to read our master's thoughts, I was merely curious if you were a muggle. I should not have questioned you. Like a little girl who had erred, Angel hurriedly apologized, her fear making her eyes glisten with tears. Then do not do that again. Ropia was thoroughly unnerved. The thought of having one's mind read was a fear shared by many. He even questioned whether his hasty trust in this strange being stemmed from his thoughts being tampered with. However, what did it matter? After all, he now had a talking companion. But, Angel, if you were coming with me, could you perhaps find some clothing to wear? Although Ropia did not consider himself a paragon of virtue, having Angel remain unclothed would make it quite difficult to walk beside her. Suddenly, Angel's face flushed with embarrassment, and she awkwardly reminded Ropia, Mr. Ropia, it is this way. What you see is the form of the person you miss the most. The visage of Lilia you long to see is likely without clothing. This is not Angel's fault. Ropia glanced around at the mechanical walls, feeling a tinge of embarrassment. Could you perhaps take on a different appearance? Angel's eyes displayed a hint of disdain. Mr. Ropia, your hypocrisy is quite evident. It is your own eyes and mine that cannot help themselves. Though she said this, a pale blue light flickered, and she transformed into a more spherical shape. Perhaps that Mage Allen truly regarded you as a daughter, initially. Lobia believed that the wizard Allen's peculiar preference for having the elves refer to him as father was merely a quirk. However, upon reflection, it dawned on him that perhaps in Allen's eyes, these elves bore the likeness of a long-lost daughter he yearned for. No wonder Alan forbids Angel from assuming human form in the presence of muggles. It appears your human thoughts are rather sordid, remarked the small, spherical elf, hovering in midair and emanating a soft azure glow. Though her expression was obscured, her tone unmistakably conveyed disdain. Aside from serving as a guide, do you possess other capabilities? Lobia attempted to shift the conversation, seeking distraction from the discomfort of his own body. Did Angel not mention earlier that she could provide magical elements to Mr. Lobia? Despite her transformation into a small orb, Angel's voice remained unmistakably Lilith's. Any element at all? Lobia mused, realizing that he would no longer need to fret over the insufficiency of the breath of death within him. Mr. Lobia, are you truly a wizard? Angel's coloration indicates that she belongs to the Ice Water Elemental clan. The blue orb darted around Lobia, circling his form a few times. Within Mr. Lobia resides only a foul, putrid elemental essence. No wonder your breath is so malodorous. Lobia seized the darting blue orb. Be gentle. Mr. Lobia, please, I'm sorry. The orb immediately emitted a whimper. Oh, my apologies. I didn't mean to. Lobia quickly released his grip, realizing that Angel was not the glass marble she had appeared to be earlier, but rather a delicate, translucent entity capable of flight. This recognition sparked an urge within him to squeeze her. However, Mr. Lobia, despite your foolishness, you are indeed a good person. Angel twirled in the AI. And oh human has ever apologized to me. Lobia, intrigued, inquired, if elves are so powerful, why are they subjugated by humans? Although Angel did not elaborate, Lobia sensed that the status of elves among humans was rather low, akin to that of mere tools. Where is the strength in Angel? Her voice dropped to a whisper that a simple glass dome can imprison me. Well, at least now you are free. Lobia felt that his body was nearly recovered and straightened his posture. Let us go. It's time to find something to eat. That would be splendid. Angel has been famished for ages. The elf joyfully spiraled in the air. However, you must wait. I need to take the fellow down. Which may take some time. Lobia suddenly recalled this vexing matter. The elf bobbed slightly, as if nodding. Thank goodness, Lobia thought. At least in this world, a nod signifies yes and a shake signifies no. Although he had not found any living beings, he had still made some discoveries. Not only had he encountered a delightful elf that stirred his inner feelings, but he had also uncovered this world's mechanical manufacturing prowess, far surpassing that of the medieval era. Yet, had he known this beforehand, he would not have brought the soldier along. Why does Mr. Lobia care so much about these worthless beings with a combat power of merely 20? The elf flitted around Lobia, reveling in her newfound freedom after being imprisoned for over a decade. Combat power? Lobia was taken aback by the concept. Could the elves truly gauge the combat strength of others? Aha! For instance, Mr. Lobia's combat power is 5. But it is continuously diminishing. Angel stated, I guess it because I'm using the breath of death. Lobia pondered, wait, my combat power is that low? No, I believe I could easily slay a skeleton. Angel cannot ascertain how combat power is measured. But Mr. Lobia truly only has a combat power of 5, which, however, exceeds Angel's combat strength. The elf flitted about, illuminating the surroundings for Lobia. What is Miss Angel's combat power? Lobia inquired with curiosity. Why does Mr. Lobia insist on knowing? Will it embarrass you? The elf's tone dripped with scorn. Oh, my combat power is less than that of one who cannot even displace a glass dome. It seems this so-called combat power system is rather unreliable. Suddenly, Lobia strained to think. This elf appears to serve no purpose other than incessantly mocking and taunting me. She is truly a burden. How should I bind this little elf and roast her for a meal? No. Please, Mr. Lobia, you can command Angel to do anything, but do not eat her. It will hurt. As anticipated, the moment he contemplated such thoughts, Angel began to wail. You are still reading my thoughts. Lobia grasped the elf firmly. I sincerely apologize, Mr. Lobia. This is the first time Angel has encountered a wizard devoid of mental defenses. She cannot help herself, the elf lamented. Then either teach me how to defend my mind, or I will roast you. Lobia realized that the elf was indeed soft to the touch, providing a peculiar sense of relief. Angel cannot teach that either, she stammered, her words becoming muddled as Lobia tightened his grip. "Duddo, I am so sorry. Mr. Lobia, I vow never to swear by the name of the elven goddess again." Lobia released the elf. "Then, if that is the case, would it be possible for me to read your thoughts? That way, it would be fair. Since this elf could access his thoughts, if he could also access hers, he could gain a quicker understanding of this world while ensuring he would not be manipulated by her. But that is an innate ability of Angel. It cannot be imparted to Mr. Lobia." The elf perched on Lobia's shoulder. Moreover, if Angel were to read Mr. Lobia's thoughts, he would also be able to see it. Lobia was puzzled. "What do you mean?" The elf leaped onto Lobia's face, landing atop the head of the struggling bohemian. Would Mr. Lobia allow Angel to read his thoughts just for a demonstration? Very well. Lobia concentrated on not thinking of anything embarrassing. Yet, the more he tried to suppress such thoughts, the more vividly he recalled Angel's smooth appearance, and the more he attempted to control his mind, the more detailed the thoughts became. Suddenly, Lobia perceived a faint blue beam connecting him to Angel. It was nearly imperceptible unless one focused intently. Could this be the very connection Angel spoke of? It seemed that the elf had not deceived him after all, or perhaps this beam was the means by which she sought to ensnare him. What must Mr. Lobia do to believe in Angel? The elf, reading Lobia's thoughts, asked with a hint of grievance. Angel promises that even if she were to access Mr. Lobia's memories, she would seek his consent beforehand. Sighing, Lobia thought, what secrets could he possibly hide in this world where he stood naked and exposed? "Ah, Mr. Lobia hails from another world?" The elf exclaimed in surprise. "Yes, I just arrived from another world today," Lobia replied, casting the elf a sidelong glance. Was Mr. Lobia's previous world beautiful? The blue beam between Lobia and the elf flickered, suggesting that she had ceased to read his thoughts. "That we can discuss that later. We should hasten downwards. I am feeling rather thirsty," Lobia stated, though he was not particularly hungry, merely parched. Moreover, he had a multitude of questions awaiting Angel's answers. Leaving no time for her to indulge in idle curiosity about Earth. "Oh, very well," the elf replied, somewhat crestfallen. It took Lobia approximately an hour and a half to finally bring the soldier down. He was genuinely parched now. Although he suspected that the town of Withered would likely harbor no living souls, he might still find some food. "Why is there such dense fog?" The elf's pale blue glow instantly vanished into the mist. "Have you not been here for over a decade? Are you unaware of what has transpired?" Initially, Lobia had forgotten his perilous situation upon meeting Angel, but stepping outside the church, he immediately sensed the lurking dangers within the fog. "I do not know." Angel was confined there, merely releasing the elements within her daily to replenish the magical runes left by Wizard Allen. Angel alighted on Lobia's shoulder, wary of straying too far. "Magical runes?" Lobia mused, recalling that he had indeed noticed the elf, but had overlooked the magical runes. Indeed, Mr. Lobia, in this world, there exists a form of magic that leaves behind a rune, as long as sufficient elements are provided. That rune can function indefinitely. Angel recognized that Lobia was a wizard who had recently arrived from another realm, seemingly oblivious to the intricacies of this world. Is the element of the elves truly infinite? That cannot be right, Lobia mused as he strolled alongside Angel toward the camp. He recalled having seen a taller structure nearby when he was at the camp, feeling something was amiss. Now, it appeared he had misjudged the technological advancement of this world. Of course, that's not the case. Angel initially seemed poised to deceive him. "I cannot lie to you, Mr. Lobia. We elves are formed from a natural amalgamation of many elements, and while the elements within us are vast, they are in fact finite." Lobia, however, dismissed this concern, viewing Angel primarily as his guide and companion. "So, after working here for 10 years, haven't you been nearly drained?" "Angel," the elf stammered suddenly. "No, I still have." The elf twirled around Lobia's neck, causing flashes of blue light to dance before his eyes. "Rest assured, I will not imprison you again or abandon you. Angel is very, very tired." "Thank you, Mr. Lobia." The elf settled on Lobia's right shoulder. By the way, are you immortal?" Lobia suddenly pondered, considering that this elf had been with Mage Allen many years ago, who he presumed had since passed away, yet Angel still thrived. "Not exactly. Without elemental sustenance, I would soon fade as well," Angel replied. Upon hearing this, Lobia felt a surge of anxiety, a fear of losing this unfamiliar elf. Was it because she could take on the appearance of Lilia, or was it simply that she was the only being he could converse with in this world? Where can I provide you with elemental sustenance? You can't just disappear. You still need to guide me, Lobia urged, urgency lacing his tone. Anywhere with ice water elements can replenish me, like this mist. Cough, cough, cough. This is not mist. It is not pure mist, cough, cough. The elf suddenly began to cough. Such filthy fog. The elf began to tremble violently on his shoulder, prompting Lobia to gently cradle her in his hands. Angel, are you all right? Can fog truly be filthy? Lobia was perplexed, yet the elf appeared suddenly fragile, quivering in his grasp. I'm fine, cough, cough. It's just that there are many tiny particles in this fog. Dirty, dirty particles. Mr. Lobia, you should run. These particles could be lethal. Particles in the fog. Could it be pollution? Had they truly entered an industrial age? Had residents fled due to severe contamination? Was the wild boar he encountered earlier a mutant created by pollution? Holding Angel, Lobia dashed toward the vicinity of the camp, paying no mind to the skeleton warriors colliding behind him and tumbling to the ground. Upon reaching the camp's vicinity, he was astonished to discover that the four-story building had vanished. Was it merely an illusion? After circling around, he found no trace of any structure. The sense of dread washed over him. This was no mere environmental pollution. Reluctantly, he re-entered the camp and pushed open a barracks door. The skeleton warriors staggered in after him, quickly shutting the door behind them. This appeared to be a storeroom, and like the streets outside, it was remarkably tidy, as though someone had recently organized it. All the crates were neatly stacked in the corners, devoid of any dust. Lobia placed the elf in his left palm, hoping to find something to replenish Angel's elements. She had suddenly ceased trembling, now lying still in his hand. Surely she and T succumbed after inhaling a bit of smog. He had been breathing it in for over 20 years and was still intact. Yet the crates were filled with pristine armor and weapons. Had it been a few hours prior, Lobia would have been thrilled, but now he needed water, specifically elemental water. Angel, wake up! You're not going to just die on me, are you? Lobia gently patted the elf. I'm not asleep, she exclaimed, suddenly taking flight. It's just so comfortable lying in Mr. Lobia's hand. I've never experienced anything like it. You scared me. Lobia exhaled in relief, perplexed as to why he cared so much for this elf. Mr. Lobia is such a kind human. Were all the humans in your previous world as benevolent as you? That would truly be a paradise for elves. May I accompany Mr. Lobia back to see it? Just for a glance? The elf resumed her lively demeanor. It seemed that the years had not drained her completely. Alas, I do not even know if I can return, let alone that kindness holds no value there. Lobia replied, watching as the elf flitted back to his shoulder. But what was that about? You suddenly started coughing. The fog is so filthy. I can hardly breathe deeply, the elf exclaimed, bouncing on his shoulder. Lobia patted Angel gently. Just wait a moment. We'll leave here swiftly and see if we can find you some elemental sustenance. Though he had not found food or water, the armor was indeed a significant find. The crates were filled with new chainmail emblazoned with a red tree emblem on a white background, perhaps the insignia of Witheredwood Town. However, these armors could only be donned by him, the Necromancer. Initially, Lobia intended to wear one himself, but the armor was far too heavy. He would struggle to walk in it. Thus, he sought a way to dress the skeletons in it, providing at least some protection for their frail, exposed bones. Angel, do you understand necromancy? He recalled Angel mentioning the protagonist of a novel, Karen's, and expressing envy for the elf accompanying him. Perhaps this world no longer despised necromancy. I know nothing about it. Aren't you the necromancer? Why ask me? The elf shook her body. It appears I must undertake this unpleasant task myself. Lobia sighed. Although they had spent hours together, fighting, climbing stairs, and running, the thought of fitting armor onto these skeletons was quite unbearable. Why could he not be an elven mage instead, surrounded by naked female elves? Yet, according to Angel, when females saw them, they appeared male, leaving him to ponder Angel's true gender. Angel, are you a male elf or a female elf? Elves do not possess a distinction of gender. We are all composed of elements. The only difference is that some are formed from fire elements while others are made of ice-water elements. Angel explained, an oak gender means you are female in my eyes, Lobia stated. Since you are female, Your movements must be more delicate than mine. Could you do me a favor? Whatever Mr. Lobia requires, just command me. The elf seemed to genuinely regard herself as his servant. Could you assist me in donning this armor onto them? Lobia felt a twinge of embarrassment. The task was indeed quite as a reward. You may request a wish from me, and I shall do my utmost to fulfill it. That is splendid. If Mr. Lobia knew how other mages treated elves, you would surely regret this decision today. The elf cheered. It appeared that elves were indeed viewed as mere tools for extracting elements by human mages. However, Angel will need to transform into a human form to dress them that permissible. Mr. Lobia? She inquired. A human form, akin to the naked Lilia. How could he possibly refuse? Of course, please do so. Miss Angel. He reminded himself that the elf before him was not Lilia. He must restrain himself. Thus, he chose to sit down and close his eyes to regain some of his deathly breath. He had to admit that maintaining the skeleton warriors required nearly all of his energy, compelling him to rest frequently to recover. All done. After a while, Angel joyfully tapped Lobia. These fellows smelled dreadful, just like Mr. Lobia's mouth. Lobia opened his eyes, yet his gaze could not remain on the armored skeletons. Another flash of Snow White was far too distracting. Angel, do you find a human form more comfortable? Or is it better as you were before? Definitely the human form. We refer to the previous state as the little elf, which is how we appear when newly born. However, that form feels as if covered in slime. Utterly uncomfortable, Angel sat before Lobia in her naked form. Control your gaze. As Lobia contemplated, he found it exceedingly challenging to endure his human form. Now, do share your wishes, since Angel cherished this state. He had no choice but to strive to divert his attention. But Angel must speak up first. On Lilia's face, a playful smile emerged, one that Lilia had never shown him before. The first request is that Mr. Lobia may only have Angel as his spirit, forever and ever. Even if one day Angel were to perish, Mr. Lobia must not have another spirit. Furthermore, Mr. Lobia must never part with Angel. Lobia was taken aback by this spirit's initial demand. He gazed at the girl before him and suddenly recalled a peculiar trait of the novel's author. Whichever woman the male protagonist favored invariably met with misfortune. Had he truly developed feelings for this spirit? She was not Lilia. She was not Lilia. She was not Lilia. Is that acceptable? Angel's face reflected a hint of fear, as if she perceived her request to be somewhat excessive. After all, a spirit's assistance to a mage was immensely significant. Of course it is. Lobia had never considered that he would pursue any particular school of magic. Could the breath of death also coalesce into a spirit? Moreover, you spirits are immortal. How could you possibly die before me? Really? Angel gazed at Lobia in disbelief. That's wonderful. Angel adores Mr. Lobia. Lobia stifled the urge to embrace Angel. What other wishes do you have? The second wish is from Mr. Lobia to tell me about the world where you lived before. It must be fascinating that if possible, Mr. Lobia must take me to see it. Angel's eyes sparkled with longing. Wow, another world that doesn't count as a wish. It's something I'd already promised you, Lobia chuckled. Leaning slightly forward, Mr. Lobia is truly the best and most remarkable mage I have ever encountered. Angel then dashed forward to embrace Lobia. Wow, she smells delightful. Are all girls this soft? Lobia felt like a snowman on the verge of melting in warmth, yet also like ice cream about to freeze solid in a freezer. Ahem, Angel. All right, please continue with your wishes. Lobia, whether due to remarkable self-restraint or fear, refrained from any untoward actions. After all, this soft entity was not human. Then Angel's second wish is for Mr. Lobia to take her to eat lots and lots of delicious food. Previously, Mage Allen never allowed us to eat human food, claiming it was junk and would cause diarrhea. But Angel clearly has no stomach. I'm starving and can't find anything to eat. Lobia mused. Certainly, but first, Angel must lead me to find something to eat. I'm quite unfamiliar with this place. No money, and yet no stomach. How do spirits consume food? Absolutely. I know that in the eastern kingdom of Shan, there are countless delicacies, such as charcoal-grilled grasshoppers, braised maggots, and steamed centipedes. At this point, Angel couldn't help but drool. Yet Lobia felt a wave of nausea wash over him, lamenting how truly unique this spirit was. The kingdom of Shan. He couldn't recall this country being mentioned in the novel. Had he truly traversed into the realm of necromancers and their skeletons? It seemed increasingly divergent from the story he had read. Angel's third wish is for Mr. Lobia to allow her to think it over before telling him. The spirit pondered for a moment, seemingly unable to conjure any more wishes that, of course, you may express them whenever you think of them. Lobia gently patted Angel's shoulder. Wow, ahem. However, we must hurry to leave this place. Do you know of any nearby villages or towns? Lobia shifted his gaze back. Absolutely. Angel replied confidently. Angel will lead the way. Let's go. After saying this, Angel transformed back into her small spirit form, allowing her to fly and thus move at a quicker pace. Lobia breathed a sigh of relief. He had nearly lost control. Thankfully, Angel transformed into a small spirit just in time, enabling him to shift his focus to the skeleton that he couldn't help but admire this little spirit for enduring the foul stench of the skeleton while perfectly donning the militia armor of Witheredwood Town. If she were to wear boots and a helmet, concealing the odor, no one would ever suspect the skeleton's true nature. He wondered if that Karen's had similarly resolved to hide his skeleton. Angel prepared to set off. Lobia searched around, confirming that there were no boots or similar items in the warehouse. His paramount objective now was to locate water and food, thus enhancing his chances of surviving in this bizarre world. Is Mr. Lobia about to embark on an adventure? Where do you intend to go? Angel remained perched on Lobia's shoulder. Aren't you supposed to be my guide? Do you recall where the nearest village is from this Witheredwood town? Ah, the spirit seemed to be reminiscing. Having been confined here for over a decade, even a spirit might struggle to remember events from so long ago. Thus, Lobia patiently awaited her recollection while restoring some of the breath of death. After they departed, who knew what strange entities they might encounter? He would have to rely solely on himself to confront them. Follow Angel. Mr. Lobia. The spirit flew out from Lobia's shoulder and paused by the door. There's a village nearby. It was the last stop before following Mage Allen here. Back then, Samira transformed into human form in that village and accidentally caught the eye of a child whose mother had succumbed to an illness. The child, consumed by longing, mistook Samira for his mother and clung to her tightly. Lobia approached the door and pushed it open. Is Samira another spirit of Mage Allen? Indeed, Samira is a leaf spirit. Known for her gentle speech, Angel seemed quite apprehensive of the fog outside, returning to perch on Lobia's shoulder as soon as she flew out. However, Mage Allen did not favor Samira at all, for she was always disobedient. And what about that spirit you like called Angel, who is accompanied by Karen's? What kind of mage is he? Lobia inquired as he walked. Which direction are we heading? That Angel is also a water-ice spirit. I heard she was born from the same river as I am, only that I dwell upstream, while she resides downstream. Otherwise, perhaps I would be the one following the mighty mage Karen's. Lilia's sweet voice emanated from the blue orb upon his shoulder, always leaving Lobia somewhat unsettled. That Karen's a powerful mage. Lobia was eager to learn more about Karen's, for it was precisely because he had read a novel centered around this very character that he had inexplicably traversed into this terrifying world. Mage Karen's is also a necromancer, just like Mr. Lobia. However, he is accompanied not by a foul-smelling skeleton, but by thousands of valiant, handsome, and fearless soldiers. He leads this formidable army, vanquishing countless villains. Angel's tone brimmed with admiration for the great mage Karen's. For some reason, this irked Lobia. Yet if Angel's words held truth, then Karen's was indeed surrounded by a formidable force. If he could locate this powerful mage, the protagonist of the novel, perhaps he might uncover more truths and increase his chances of finding a way back to Earth. We should head north, Angel suggested. Which way is north? Lobia looked around, surrounded by a gray haze, rendering it impossible to discern direction by the sun's position. The spirit fell silent for a moment. Why don't we buy some food in the town? In this town, there likely isn't anywhere to purchase food. Lobia shook his head. The town was too peculiar, and he was reluctant to risk exploring other buildings. Reflecting on this, he glanced around, realizing he no longer saw the towering structure he had first encountered upon arriving at the camp. Never mind. Let's first leave this Witheredwood town and see if we can escape this fog. Lobia chose a direction opposite to the one he had come from, although he had not encountered it directly. The presence of a ghostly entity lurking nearby had left him feeling uneasy that it is advisable to steer clear of that direction. Accompanied by the skeletal warrior and the sprite upon his shoulder, Robia dashed out from the desolate wood town. Yet this end remained shrouded in mist, surrounded by the ominous silhouettes of the forest. Treading carefully along the leaf-strewn path beneath his feet, Robia gradually slowed his pace. Even the sprite, Angel, was affected by the tense atmosphere, silently perching on Robia's left shoulder. The only sound to break the silence was the clanking of the skeletal warrior's armor. Once he reached a secure location, he vowed to thoroughly investigate how to enhance the intelligence of these skeletons. This thought crossed his mind. Robia was suddenly struck by an idea. He had been pondering how to make their actions more rational and diverse, needing to anticipate every possible scenario to pre-design their movements. For instance, when an enemy swung a sword from above, the skeletal warriors ought to learn to dodge or parry. However, this method proved to be woefully inefficient, and the spells required were overly complex in the novels he had read. The protagonist, Karen's, compensated for the stiffness and sluggishness of the skeletons with sheer numbers. Why not adopt a different approach? He could devise a necromantic spell that would allow the skeletons to learn and mimic his actions, rather than presetting their responses. Over time, these skeletal warriors, while still inferior to humans, would inevitably come closer to human-like reflexes and movements. The mere thought of this filled Robia with an eagerness to experiment. Yet, the current environment was fraught with peril. He needed to find a safe haven first. What has transpired here? Angel inquired softly, seemingly suffocated by the oppressive silence that in just a decade. How could everything have changed so drastically? I have no idea, Robia replied. I've only been here for less than 10 hours. Who knows how much time has truly passed? If an author fond of padding their word count were to recount my misadventures over these few hours, they could easily fill several chapters. Robia shrugged habitually, nearly dislodging the sprite from his shoulder. She exclaimed, quickly returning to his shoulder. What author? Padding word count. What is Mr. Robia talking about? Nothing of consequence. However, Angel, having been confined in that dome without any sunlight. How do you know you have been there for over a decade? Robia remarked, realizing that having someone to converse with alleviated his fear. Because I have been using energy to maintain a clock. That iron contraption chimes every half hour, so of course, I'm aware of the passage of time. Mr. Robia is truly rather slow-witted. Are all kind-hearted humans such fools? Robia almost forgot that Angel had been maintaining the clock's function. Wonderful, we are finally about to escape. Angel suddenly squealed with delight, exuberantly taking flight from Robia's shoulder. How do you know? Robia asked, peering ahead, where the mist still enveloped everything. The icy water elements in the air ahead have diminished. Surely this filthy fog is about to dissipate. The sprite twirled in the air before darting ahead, vanishing into the mist. Angel, Robia called out, hastening his pace, even colliding with the skeletal warrior and tumbling to the ground. Regardless, they would rise and follow. Indeed, the light ahead grew brighter, and the fog began to thin. He was finally about to escape this accursed mist. Robia quickened his pace, leaving the skeletal warrior far behind. What awaited him outside? What manner of fantastical world lay beyond? Was it a dark, frigid medieval realm, or a steam age of cultural renaissance oppressed by capitalism? Anxiety, curiosity, and the fear of the mist urged Robia to run without pause. Even as his lungs felt on the verge of bursting, he dared not stop, yearning to break free for just a second longer to glimpse the world beyond. The fog receded. Robia collapsed to the ground, his legs weak and his head spinning. In the final moments of his blurred vision, he beheld a vibrant expanse of greenery, lush grass beneath him. Suddenly, Robia awakened from his cramped little room. It had all been merely a dream. Yet it felt so vividly real. He was drenched in sweat, gasping for breath. An overwhelming sense of loss washed over him, as if he truly wished to remain within the confines of that dream. He had not departed from Earth. Everything remained unchanged. In a few hours, he would don his cheap suit, heft that burdensome briefcase, and cram in the 8 o'clock subway to work. The world of his dreams held loyal, yet dull skeletal warriors, terrifying wild boars, and that ever-present mist. And there was also the sprite named Angel, who bore a striking resemblance to the goddess Lilith. How unoriginal of him to dream such a thing. Angel, what a rather mundane name. Chuckling at his self-deprecation, he glanced at his phone to check the time, hoping to find a moment to fall back into slumber and return to that dream. This time, he would disregard all notions of morality and thoroughly ravage that Lilith. No, Angel. He touched his phone, the glaring screen light causing his pupils to constrict. Even more terrifying was the discovery that the time displayed on his phone read 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Although his small room lacked windows, the pitch blackness outside did not resemble the afternoon at all. Could it be a solar eclipse? Yet that would imply he had overslept and was late. This month's perfect attendance was gone. He hurriedly opened the company group chat, only to find that the manager had not issued any warnings or notifications. Could it be that his phone was malfunctioning? Upon checking the time again, it had already reached 6 o'clock. What on earth was happening? There was only one possibility. Robia gazed into the inky darkness surrounding him, a wave of dread surging within. Could it be that his months of practicing dream control had finally succeeded? But that would mean he was currently trapped within a dream, rendering the town of Wood, the sprite, and the skeletons real. Mr. Robia, a voice, hauntingly familiar, gently called to him. Lilith? No, Angel. Robia sat up in bed, but the voice grew increasingly urgent. Mr. Robia, wake up. As he slowly opened his heavy eyelids, his heart skipped a beat. The girl's dark eyes were filled with urgency, her fair complexion displaying a fleeting hint of worry, her soft pink lips persistently calling his name. It was hard to believe that this beautiful goddess was real, while that cold, cramped, and dark room was merely a dream. Angel. Robia could not help but gaze down in astonishment, noticing that the girl wore a pale blue gown, reminiscent of how he had first seen Lilith, adorned as a goddess. That Mr. Robia, you are finally awake. Angel was terrified. Upon speaking, Robia immediately recognized this was the sprite Angel, not the goddess Lilith who had never once acknowledged him. This meant he had truly crossed into the world of the book. Suddenly, Angel extended her delicate hand to his lips, the smooth, silky touch accompanied by a faint fragrance. Before Robia could react, a cool drop of water fell from her slender fingertip. Though flavorless, it quenched his parched throat, which had long ached for relief. 0.1 drop, 0.2 drops, 0.3 drops. Robia greedily savored the droplets from Angel's fingertip, only to realize that her once pristine visage was paling and her body began to tremble slightly. He quickly halted, staring at the visibly weakening Angel. What is this? Elenfa told Angel that if a human faints, they can splash water on their face. But here, there is no water, so Angel had to use the ice water elements from within her body. Only then did Robia realize his face was damp. Had this sprite been exhausting her own essence to awaken him? Angel had mentioned that when a sprite's elemental energy was depleted, they would cease to exist. She had already been tirelessly working in Woodtown for over a decade, which was a considerable drain. Coupled with the effort to awaken him, she had sacrificed a significant amount of her ice water elements, causing her body to suddenly falter. Enough, Angel, you must rest. I will take you to find a water source. Robia, suppressing his thirst, stood up and supported the feeble sprite before him. You should revert to your sprite form. That should require less energy. My human form makes Angel feel more comfortable, she replied, her head drooping, her voice growing ever quieter. Very well. With a heavy heart, Robia had no choice but to carry the weighty Angel. At that moment, he could scarcely ponder why the same sprite could possess such varying masses under different conditions. Surrounding him was a lush expanse of grass, though it was evident that it had begun to wither, perhaps a harbinger of the impending autumn, or perhaps influenced by the mist that loomed behind him. Yet, given the verdant landscape stretching infinitely before him, there must surely be a source of water nearby. The sprite's head drooped against his shoulder, and her breaths became increasingly weak and uneven. Angel, please wake up. Although he was uncertain whether sprites and humans shared the same nature, he felt it prudent to prevent her from slipping into slumber. Angel is so tired. Angel wishes to rest. Robia, cough, cough. Dear Mr. Robia, let Angel sleep for a while. Her voice, barely a whisper, was almost inaudible as she leaned close to Robia's ear. For the first time, Robia felt a profound concern for another's life. He could not afford to waste the little strength he had left, and he began to run with all his might. Angel, You are my guide. If you fall asleep, I shall surely lose my way. Angel is deceiving Mr. Robia. Angel does not know the way. Mr. Robia, please, do not abandon Angel. I would never. I promised you. Robia could not fathom why he was so unwilling to witness this sprite, whom he barely knew. Fade away, or as Angel would say, dissipate. Father has already abandoned Angel. Mr. Robia must not. Robia felt his legs weaken once more, realizing that Angel's mention of father referred to the mage Alan, who must have been the one to whom the sprites referred in such a manner. We are almost there. Almost there. Angel, can you sense which direction is rich with ice elementals? Robia was compelled to slow his pace, halting to catch his breath, unwilling to let Angel fall from his grasp. There is no water source. Angel knew this beforehand. Her voice faded into silence. There is. There must be. Robia contemplated turning back to Witheredwood Town, which, despite its eerie demeanor, surely contained water. However, as he pivoted, he noticed a wisp of smoke rising on the horizon to his left. There were people. It had to be. He cautiously adjusted his grip on Angel's legs to ensure she would not tumble. With determined strides, Robia moved towards the left, cursing himself for not having trained harder. For if he had, he would not feel so feeble at this moment. Angel! 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 Robia chanted, unsure of what he was saying, but hoping that the sound of her beloved name would rouse her from her stupor. He disregarded his stumbling form. Unconcerned if anyone might witness the skeleton and recoil in fear, he recalled the curse. The necromancer and the author of his skeletons must surely be a wretched, solitary soul. For why else would every heroine in his narratives meet such tragic fates? He did not dislike Angel. Robia attempted to shout to the heavens, wishing fervently that this vile curse would not befall her. Yet he found himself utterly drained. His legs buckled, and he fell to the grass with Angel cradled in his arms. The sprite lay motionless. Her breathing ceased. Robia propped her up and began to crawl forward. Perhaps if he rested for a moment, he might regain enough strength to lift her once more. Perhaps he could study necromancy to see if he could enlist an unyielding skeleton to carry Angel. Yet he had no time to spare. Not a second. Angel had no time. His robe scraped against the grass, the thin fabric tearing in several places. The sharp blades of grass pierced Robia's skin, but he pressed on. Never in his life had he felt such an urgent need to advance, nor had he ever loathed the prospect of lying down as he did now. But Angel remained silent. Water. Robia glimpsed a stream and the village encircling it. The smoke he had seen from several kilometers away was indeed rising from this very settlement. Yet upon closer inspection, he realized it was not smoke, but rather dark, ashen plumes reminiscent of a fire. Exhausted, Robia could not concern himself with the village's plight. The stream was his only hope for saving Angel. Though he had known the sprite for merely a few hours, he could not bear to witness her demise. Perhaps it was because she bore a striking resemblance to the goddess of his dreams, perhaps because she had attempted to save him, or perhaps because he simply craved companionship. Gritting his teeth, Robia inhaled deeply and, using his last vestiges of strength, dragged Angel to the edge of the stream. The village was alive with commotion. The air was filled with cries and shouts, interspersed with the clamor of metal clashing, indicating that war seemed to be unfolding within its borders. Why did trouble follow him like a shadow? Robia lamented his own cowardice, thinking that had he not run in a panic, collapsing at the edge of the mist, Angel would not have exhausted so much energy to rescue him. What was he to do now? Robia gently laid Angel beside the flowing stream, allowing her delicate skin to soak in the cool water. He could not resist bending down himself, drinking deeply of the untainted water, which turned out to be remarkably sweet. Cough, cough. Suddenly, Angel began to cough. Robia's heart raced as he focused on her, noticing the gentle blue magical elements flowing from the stream into her body. This blue magic was distinct from the breath of death. The latter bore a faint green tinge amidst its pale blue hue. But this magic, like the azure glow emitted by Angel, was pure blue. This must be the ice element. Instinctively, he grew wary, concerned that someone from the village might discover him, that he was utterly spent, lacking the strength to flee or resist. So he lay low, trying to avoid detection. Angel had yet to awaken. But it was clear her condition was improving. Robia exhaled in relief. Gathering energy to observe the village and its surroundings, this settlement seemed to rest at the edge of the plain he had traversed. Beyond it lay a range of rolling hills, their yellow leaves betraying the season of autumn. Perhaps due to its proximity to the mountains, many of the village's structures were wooden. The rising flames and the crackling of burning wood in the distance left Robia with no desire to appreciate the unseen natural beauty of this world. The stream meandered down from the mountains, forming an L shape that encircled the village. Just as he lay there, fatigued yet restless, the water upstream began to turn crimson, that a potent stench of death permeated the waters. As blood gradually seeped into the stream, spreading wider and thicker, a few corpses floated downstream, their dismembered limbs a grotesque sight. Robia had never witnessed such a gruesome scene. The memory of having just drunk from this stream made him retch uncontrollably. Yet he glanced back at Angel, torn between the impulse to pull her up. Angel, he gently tapped her, and to his astonishment, her complexion had returned to normal. Mr. Robia, may Angel sleep a little longer, for this is one of Angel's wishes. To his delight, Angel responded drowsily. Robia quickly lifted her from the water. Wake up, Angel. It is dangerous here. And no sooner had he spoken than he noticed a group of people appearing on a wooden bridge connecting the village to the opposite bank of the river. Robia hurriedly crouched low, praying they would not spot him. To the forefront rode a figure clad in black, mounted on a jet-black steed. Behind him followed armed men wielding swords and axes, and behind them was a cart laden with goods. Trailed by 7 or 8 women, their hands bound by ropes as they struggled desperately. The last of the group consisted of an equal number of heavily armed individuals, barking orders at the women ahead. Were they bandits? Robia speculated, though he felt no surge of heroism, nor did he possess the strength or courage to confront them. All he desired was to survive long enough to meet that Kalins and find a way back to Earth. He had no intention of saving this world, of course, with the exception of the pitiable little sprite, Angel. Fortunately, the group failed to notice the 7 beings lying by the stream. Once they had moved on, Robia straightened up and gently patted Angel's beautiful face. Just a day prior, he had never dared to dream of being this close to the visage of a goddess. Mr. Robia, you promised to grant Angel's wishes. This is the 4th wish. Angel rubbed her eyes, appearing quite reluctant to awaken. The 4th one? Robia pondered for a moment. Oh dear. Let us hurry and see if there's anything to eat. Upon hearing this, Angel abruptly opened her eyes. Then that wish doesn't count. Doesn't count. Although Robia was aware that the group should have moved on, he still refrained from speaking too loudly. And you've made a mistake. That should be the 3rd wish. The first is that I will never abandon you or seek another fairy. The 2nd wish is to take you to enjoy some delicious food. When faced with Lilia, Robia had never felt so at ease and relaxed. He always had a sense of trepidation about saying the wrong word. Yet with Angel, he spoke as if conversing with his own sister. The 3rd wish is to wake Mr. Robia up quickly. Angel rubbed her eyes and wiped her mouth. Where can we find something tasty? Robia looked at the drool. Perhaps that was the reason he felt so comfortable around Angel. Can you walk now? His legs felt sore, compounded by the emotional performance he had just put on, resulting in numerous abrasions on his body, and he was in no mood to move. Therefore, he hoped Angel would claim her body was still weak and that they needed to rest for a while. Let us go. But Angel sprang up, her lively demeanor completely at odds with the near-death experience from moments before. Why couldn't he be like the fairies? Suddenly, it struck him that fairies were composed of elements. And by replenishing those elements, they could restore themselves. So, what if he absorbed the essence of death from the river? With that thought, he immediately set to work, attempting to channel the essence of death within him to see if he could absorb the elemental energy from the river. However, he dared not look at the dismembered limbs in the water and instead closed his eyes to feel. What is this? Only then did Angel notice the blood-stained river and the floating corpses. Did Mr. Robia kill all of these? Were they all bad people? Robia did not respond. He lacked the energy to do so, just as he was managing the minuscule essence of death within him. He felt a powerful draw emanating from the nearby skeletons, especially from Bohemond. Then, the essence of death within him began to flow uncontrollably towards the skeleton. Meanwhile, the essence of death in the river was rapidly absorbed into him, filling the void created by the skeleton's absorption. Though his eyes were tightly shut, Ropia found that the figure of the soldier clearly emerged in his mind. The other 4 skeletons were less distinct. But the transformation occurring in Bohemond, who had lost an arm, was visibly remarkable. The essence of death that had been absorbed by Bohemond continued to gather at the site of his severed right arm. As countless particles began to coalesce, the bones of Bohemond's right arm seemed to regenerate at an astonishing rate, reconstructing themselves from the scattered remnants. Ropia opened his eyes in astonishment, glancing over at the prostrate soldier, and discovered that what had once been a damaged skeleton now appeared whole. The bluish-green essence of death shimmered within those bones. To his delight, Bohemond, who had previously lost an arm in battle with the dead skin boar, had now fully regrown it. So, the essence of death could autonomously repair the bodies of his skeletal minions. Perhaps it was due to the scarcity of essence within him that he had been unable to mend his skeletons before. However, the abundance of deathly essence from the corpses in the river replenished his own meager reserves. Ropia's heart surged with excitement. If he possessed enough essence of death, did that mean his skeletons would never perish? Suddenly, he felt emboldened to pursue that gang of brigands, but he lacked the strength. Despite the thrilling discovery that the essence of death could restore his skeletal warriors, it seemed of little assistance to his own fatigued state. "Mr. Ropia, what has happened here?" Angel covered her nose, as the blood flowing downstream had completely stained the creek before them a deep crimson. "I don't know. When I arrived, it appeared that some battle had taken place in this village. I'm currently assessing the situation here." Ropia feigned to gaze around. "Then why don't we just go in?" Angel, however, seemed unfazed, standing upright and looking around. "This seems to be the village Angel mentioned earlier. It doesn't appear to have changed much. Yes, this must be called Hamu Village. What a coincidence." Ropia patted his leg. Although it still ached, he could manage a couple of steps now. Angel, perceptive to Ropia's discomfort, approached to support him. "Why is Mr. Ropia so clumsy?" Angel only slept for a little while, and Mr. Ropia is already unable to walk. Ropia shot her a glance, knowing she was not a goddess. Yet, the close concern of a fairy who looked just like the goddess stirred something within him. He was simply curious as to why the angel in his eyes was now clothed. The soldier also rose to follow him. That he decided to enter the village from the bridge downstream to assess the situation. Believing that there should be no threats remaining, with Angel's assistance, Ropia limped along. Before they could glimpse the village's scene, a far stronger essence of death rushed toward them. Angel immediately covered her nose. What has happened inside? It smells so bad that Angel can hardly keep her eyes open. When they finally circled around to the bridge, they beheld the grim sight of Hamu Village. The village was indeed littered with corpses. Many mangled bodies lay strewn about. Broken short swords, axes, and hoes were scattered across the ground, remnants of the villagers' final resistance. Numerous buildings had been reduced to charred remnants, with embers still crackling atop the damaged wooden structures. Some elderly individuals and children crouched beside the corpses, weeping in anguish, yet clearly attempting to stifle their cries, fearing that their sobs might provoke the recently departed assailants once more. That it seems that a massacre truly took place here. Ropia dared not look at the dismembered limbs, nor could he entertain the thought that his arrival might have precipitated such a horrific slaughter in this village. Indeed, their presence startled the grieving survivors anew. Many gazed in astonishment at Angel, then at the corpses before them, and back at Angel, their faces betraying disbelief. Some, upon seeing the skeletons behind Ropia, were so terrified that they could scarcely utter a sound. Their bodies trembling uncontrollably. It appears, in their eyes, you resemble their deceased loved ones. The fear of the skeletons was to be expected, but the way they looked at Angel was a mixture of terror and incredulous joy. A fairy, only a frail, tear-streaked elder, after confirming the lifeless man in his arms, pointed a trembling finger at Angel. "It is a fairy. Can they truly recognize her?" Ropia was taken aback, but then recalled that while fairies resembled those they longed for, they emanated a faint magical glow, which even an outsider like him could discern. Thus, the inhabitants of this world should be well acquainted with such distinctions. What astonished him further was that this elder spoke in the universal tongue of Earth, marking the first human utterance he had encountered in this realm. That it truly is a fairy. The elder's eyes suddenly filled with despair as he looked down at the lifeless child. Let me die in your stead. He clung to the last vestiges of hope, yearning for the figure before him to be his child. Angel tilted her head, gazing intently at the elder. Child, you are still alive? Another elderly woman, upon spotting Angel, rushed forward in excitement, yearning to embrace her. Perhaps you should transform into your smaller fairy form to avoid unnecessary trouble. Ropia cautioned Angel. The survivors. Angel likely appeared as the likeness of their recently lost kin. Moreover, not everyone would possess the clarity of recognition that the elder had, nor would all be willing to accept that their beloved was among the fallen. Very well, Angel replied, somewhat disheartened. After ensuring Ropia could stand on his own, she transformed into her petite, pale, blue fairy form. The elderly woman, who had been limping and tear-stained, was horrified to witness her child vanish into thin air. Overwhelmed by profound sorrow, her eyes were fixated solely on the child. It was only then that she glimpsed the gaunt figure of Robia, a terrifying skeleton standing nearby. This sight startled the old man, causing his pupils to widen in shock. His body froze, and he collapsed to the ground, dead from sheer fright. Mr. Robia has claimed his first victim in this world, remarked the sprite hovering nearby, with a knowing tone. Robia could hardly believe that his reckless actions had so hastily led to the demise of an elderly woman. The one he had thought of vanished, leaving only a peculiar young skeleton behind, which undoubtedly instilled immense terror in the survivor who had just endured a massacre. Even the old man, who had initially retained a semblance of clarity, trembled in fear. Angel feels that the scent of this old man is oddly familiar, the sprite said, fluttering in front of the elderly figure, her magical radiance illuminating his terrified visage. Have we met before? Angel inquired softly. Robia stood rooted to the spot, limping forward. Did you not come to this Blackwood village over a decade ago? This old gentleman was likely here at that time. His peripheral vision remained fixed on the motionless old woman. A powerful wave of guilt and remorse engulfing him. An elderly lady who had just lost her kin to robbers had now been frightened to death by his very presence. Upon hearing this, the old man's voice trembled with fear, yet he stuttered, No, it was not over a decade ago, but more than 60 years ago the wizard came here with 3 sprites. 60 years ago. Robia was taken aback, while Angel's face lit up with realization. Oh, yes, you're the little boy whose mother died then, and now you've lost your son. What a pitiful fate. Robia seized the sprite. Did you not say it was over a decade ago? Angel must have misspoken. Mr. Robia is hurting Angel. The sprite struggled in Robia's grasp, her soft form writhing. Robia was not truly angered by Angel's misstatement, for the passage of 60 years or 10 made little difference to him. Nevertheless, Angel's words unsettled him deeply, especially in light of the elderly man who had just lost his son. He could not bear the thought of causing yet another death in front of him. Who were those people just now? Robia released Angel and turned to the elderly man. They are soldiers of the Saru territory, led by the Lord of Su. The old man replied, his gaze drifting back to the lifeless figure of the man he had been holding. Sinking into an abyss of sorrow, they were not mere robbers, yet these nobles were hardly distinguishable from them. Robia mused, sighing helplessly. He was impotent to confront this lord, and it was hardly appropriate to ask the old man for food at such a moment. Wizard, could you possibly avenge my nephew and save the people of our village? Please, I implore you, though we have been robbed of everything, we are willing to offer our very bodies to you. Wizard, the old man suddenly raised his head, looking at Robia as if clinging to the last thread of hope. It turned out that the deceased was not even his son. Angel certainly had a way with words. What would I do with your bodies? Robia asked, regarding the old man before him, completely disinterested in such peculiarities. Perhaps it was due to having just caused a death that he was at a loss on how to refuse the expectant gazes surrounding him, who seemed to regard him as their savior. Please, wizard, with the old man's urging, the remaining survivors, aged, frail, and infirm, fell to their knees, beseeching Robia. Fear not, benevolent Mr. Robia shall surely aid you in avenging your plight. Angel suddenly resumed her human form, drawing the collective gaze of the crowd upon her. However, they soon realized she was merely a sprite, not a lost loved one, yet their eyes sparkled with a hint of excitement. Robia looked at Angel, who, in that moment, reminded him of the unclothed Lilia. He quickly bent down, pretending to assist the elderly man. Everyone can see, Mr. Robia is a kind and powerful necromancer, even if you do not offer your bodies. He will undoubtedly vanquish the Saru territory. Angel spread her arms wide, as if bestowing blessings upon the crowd like a celestial being. How had he not recognized Angel's defiance earlier? Robia suddenly comprehended why that mage, Alan, had abandoned this sprite in the desolate town of Deadwood. However, it seemed that the people of this world were at least amenable to a necromancer. Their notion of offering bodies was evidently something else altogether. "Thank you, wizard." The surviving old, weak, and infirm expressed their heartfelt gratitude towards Robia. If he had any flaws, it was his inability to refuse. Robia felt as though Angel might indeed bring about his demise. He glared at her in frustration, but she immediately transformed back in her sprite form, soaring just out of his reach. Go for it. "Mr. Robia, IXXXX." Robia stifled a curse. He was acutely aware of his limitations. Maintaining a skeletal warrior was merely sustaining the balance of death's breath within him. He could not possibly summon even one more skeleton. Given his current grasp of necromancy, effective combat was out of the question. The earlier victory over that bizarre wild boar had been sheer luck, as it had been rather dim-witted, charging straight at him. Now, facing over a dozen fully armed human soldiers was nothing short of a fantastical reverie. Yet, how could he bring himself to refuse these strangers? Robia glanced at the old woman he had inadvertently terrified to death, then up at the fluttering sprite, and finally surveyed the beseeching faces surrounding him. Gritting his teeth, he asked, "Do you have any food?" The crowd's faces fell, sorrow etched upon them. "Wizard, all we had was taken from us. In recent years, the ghost fog forest has again become shrouded in mist, prompting many lords to summon the youth to explore it, yet many who entered have never returned. This has resulted in poor harvests in recent years," said a middle-aged man who had lost both legs. Perhaps his disability was the reason he had survived. "However, if the wizard intervenes, we are willing to pledge 3/4 of what we recover to you, my lord." The middle-aged man appeared more composed than the frail elderly around him, showing less fear of the skeleton lurking not far behind Robia. In truth, with so few of them left, survival through the winter seemed unlikely without food. But Robia was indeed inclined to slay the bandits, albeit feeling utterly powerless. "Wizard, we do not seek vengeance against the Saru territory. We only wish to reclaim our food and save our kin." The old man, having just been assisted to his feet, immediately knelt again. "Please, speak with them. You are a noble wizard. They will surely listen to you." Robia cast one last glance at the scene, then gritted his teeth. Perhaps they would indeed grant him some consideration due to his status as a wizard. "Very well, if that is the case. Angel, let us go and reclaim their food." Even if they were unsuccessful, he could not bear to face this place again. Angel knew it. "Mr. Robia is the kindest." The sprite twirled joyfully in the air. Let this be Angel's fourth wish. After departing from the harrowing Blackwood village, Robia felt an unexpected sense of relief wash over him. The hopeful gazes and the scattered corpses had been suffocating. "Let us hasten, Mr. Robia." Angel chirped happily as she flitted around him. That moment, Robia longed to seize the sprite and demand she revert to her human form for a proper reckoning. Yet he found it impossible to abandon her. He had saved her life twice. He owed her nothing, yet he had also promised not to forsake her. What if she was not merely a sprite, but a beguiling demon? However, the old man's words confirmed Angel's nature. She was indeed a sprite, and the villagers bore no fear of her. Could it be that the entire village was a figment conjured by Angel to deceive him? Such a mind-reading creature could easily sway one's thoughts, especially when she could assume Lilia's appearance. She must possess the power to manipulate minds. Robia was engulfed in an internal struggle and reflection. This world was undeniably peculiar, and he needed to find that Karun swiftly. Yet he noticed that despite his profound inner conflict, the sprite Angel continued to dance around him in joy, seemingly delighted by his promise to assist the villagers. Thus, she had indeed kept her word and refrained from probing his thoughts. One must adhere to the agreement and not abandon her. Furthermore, one must fulfill her fourth wish by reclaiming the grain plundered from Haimu village. However, if the villagers' claims about the grain shortage in Salu's territory hold true, how could they so easily relinquish the food they have seized? One can only hope that one's identity as a mage will confer some privilege and status in this world. Come on. Mr. Robia, you're moving so slowly that those people will escape soon. Angel suddenly darted back to Robia's side. Are you hungry, Mr. Robia? Indeed. Hunger gnawed at Robia, who was oblivious to how long he'd been here. Angel, as my sprite, you must adhere to a few rules. Robia opened his left hand, and Angel instinctively flew into his palm. What delightful softness would the sprite's gentle touch bring? I promise to comply. Angel assured. First, do not engage with others without my permission. Second, do not revert to your natural form without my consent. Robia gently caressed the small, blue-glowing creature resting in his palm. Did Angel do something to upset Mr. Robia? Despite being a mere ball of fluff, Angel gazed up at Robia with evident trepidation. Then I won't rush you anymore. Robia continued to stroke Angel, desiring not to impose such restrictions, yet the trouble Angel had caused him earlier had already given him a headache. If he were to confront that lord, and Angel were to intervene again, oh. Robia suddenly pondered. Angel, do you think your abilities could entice that lord to willingly relinquish the goods and people he has taken? The little sprite shook her body. Angel is a sprite. I cannot cast spells out of course. You need not cast any spells, but can't you control thoughts? Then you could simply control that group of people. Robia gently patted the sprite, unable to resist the charm she exuded. But I can't, Angel replied, looking quite put out. What use are you then? Robia thought that Mr. Robia reluctant to take action. Angel inquired. It seemed the sprite truly relied on reading thoughts to grasp the intentions of others. Robia chuckled ruefully. It wasn't that he hesitated, but rather that he lacked the courage. He was acutely aware of his own limitations and how he could possibly contend with such a large group of soldiers. Robia shook his head. I just caused the demise of an innocent old lady. I need to fast for several months and don't wish to take another life. Fast? Angel asked curiously. I asked that a kind of magic for Mr. Robia's original world. To fast means I need to eat well for a few meals before I can kill again. Robia pinched Angel, finding the sprite utterly adorable, wondering if he could take her back to Earth to raise. Angel also longs to eat. Robia's pace gradually slowed, though he wished not to alert Angel to this, nor even himself. He merely looked up to shift his focus. Angel, I've been in this world for at least 12 hours. Yet why does it still appear to be midday? Well, Mr. Robia must have arrived at midnight. What is so strange about that? Angel replied that, you can't even distinguish between 10 years and 60. Why am I even asking you this? Robia dismissed the notion of whether Angel truly couldn't tell or was merely deceiving him. I can tell the difference. A year has 12 months, a month has 30 days, a day has 10 hours. An hour has 100 minutes, and a minute has 100 seconds, Angel declared with confidence. Robia's mind struggled to comprehend. He almost believed Angel was utterly ignorant of basic knowledge. Yet the sprite continued. Aside from these 360 days, there are still sans colatides. And every fourth year has 6 sans colatides. Wait. Robia suddenly realized that Angel did not seem to be displaying ignorance. This calendar and division of time felt so familiar. So Angel knows everything. She has just been trapped in that seal, unable to recall clearly. Angel emitted a proud sound. Robia endeavored to dig through his memories, pondering why sans colatides sounded so familiar, as if he had encountered it not long ago. The Republican calendar? Is the time here based on the French Republican calendar? Robia's confusion cleared, as he recalled the calendar that Angel had just mentioned, which indeed calculated time according to the French Republican calendar. What is the Republican calendar? Angel inquired, intrigued. What is that? Oh, it's nothing. Robia found it difficult to explain to Angel that it's a long story. And if I don't starve to death today, I'll have the chance to tell you about it later. Didn't those humans say that the human lord has food? Why aren't we hurrying to catch up instead of slowing down? To Robia's surprise, Angel had picked up on his subconscious retreat. I'm currently battered and bruised, dizzy from hunger, and in a state of fasting. You cannot control their minds. How can we compel them to return the grain and women? Truly, that lord must be so impoverished that he cannot afford to feed himself, yet he abducts so many women. Then Mr. Robia can teach me how to control their minds. Angel's tone brimmed with eagerness. Mind control is something that must be cultivated from a young age, Robia reflected. Let me explain to you how to utilize media and public opinion for mind control. However, Angel, do you have any other forms? It feels rather strange conversing with a ball. Angel promptly replied, I can revert to my original form, but then Mr. Robia's body temperature will rise again. That is there a compromise, a form you would prefer that wouldn't cause trouble? Robia felt his cheeks flush. No matter how he phrased it, it still felt embarrassing. Then can Mr. Robia allow Angel to read his thoughts for a moment? If Mr. Robia thinks of one shape, Angel can maintain that form, and others will perceive it as such. However, this will continuously consume Angel's essence. You wish to abandon Angel, causing her to dissipate quickly. Robia shook his head vigorously. That of course not. Yet he still did not want Angel to read his thoughts. Then I believe Mr. Robia is merely diverting my attention. Your pace is slowing. Angel pinpointed the truth. Of course not. I merely think that since you dislike your sprite form, you shouldn't have to remain in it. As for the consumption of essence, I can have Bashamond carry a bucket of water for you. Robia exclaimed before suddenly turning around. Oh no, those ruffians are still in the village, attempting to issue commands through necromancy. He discovered he could not locate a target. Although he walked slowly, he had already exceeded his perceptual range. There's no choice. We must return to summon the skeletons. Robia felt a surge of delight. It appeared his subconscious understood him. Reluctantly, Robia limped back towards Haimu village, yet he never anticipated that upon his return, he would be met with scenes of horror. The few survivors now lay amidst pools of blood. The elderly man, who had once encountered Angel, lay with his abdomen slashed open, lifeless atop his nephew's corpse. The relatively composed, disabled young man had been decapitated, his head rolling aside, the calmness replaced by an expression of eternal terror. The remaining individuals met the same grim fate, all perishing within the already tragic village. The only entities standing in the village were his skeletal warriors, their swords dripping with blood. What has happened here? Robia stared at the corpses strewn across the ground and the vacant-eyed skeletons. Previously, he had managed to focus on the few survivors, avoiding direct confrontation with the blood-soaked bodies. But now, only shattered remnants remained. And Robia could no longer suppress his urge to vomit. He had never witnessed a slaughterhouse, let alone a scene filled with human corpses. Why did Mr. Robia order their deaths? Was it to hoard the food for himself? Angel gazed at the retching Robia with confusion. But wasn't he, Mr. Robia, too hungry to move? Why would he throw up? At this moment, Robia found himself utterly devoid of energy to engage with the fairy. He had previously believed himself to possess a formidable mental fortitude, remaining unfazed upon witnessing the floating corpses in the river and the severed limbs scattered throughout the village. However, what truly repulsed him was the sight of the frail and vulnerable individuals, whom even the bandit lord had deemed unworthy of slaughter, now lying slain beneath the blade of his own servant. There were no others around, and the swords of the skeletons were all drenched in blood. With little sustenance in his stomach, he now expelled its contents entirely, unable to suppress the dry heaves that ensued. The overpowering scent of blood assaulted his senses, compelling him to hastily flee the village. Already fatigued, he stumbled and fell by the riverbank, where the stream had washed away most of the remnants and blood, leaving only a few severed arms and heads ensnared by the weeds at the water's edge. Angel followed closely behind, adhering to their agreement by remaining in her fairy form, hovering anxiously beside Robia. Mr. Robia, what is the matter? She inquired, her tone laden with concern. Perhaps it was hunger, or fear, or perhaps sheer disgust. Robia's body trembled uncontrollably. He had once yearned countless times for a journey across worlds, fantasizing about conquering foreign realms and reaching the pinnacle of his existence, that he had relished the thought of warfare. Envisioning a day when he could lead armies into battle, fighting valiantly against foes, he admired the gallant knights charging forth on horseback, the thunderous roar of cannons, and the sun's golden rays illuminating a battlefield strewn with corpses. Yet he had never anticipated that the mere presence of blood-soaked air, devoid of the gruesome and revolting severed limbs, would be so unbearable. Death and war were far from romantic. Angel remained quietly by Robia's side until night fell. Trembling, he managed to rise from the ground, too fearful to glance back. "Let us depart." "Angel." His voice was barely a whisper, weakened by his frailty. "Where shall we go, Mr. Robia?" Angel's spirits lifted at the sight of Robia finally standing. This fairy seemed entirely unaffected by the horrors of the village. Robia inhaled deeply and issued the command for the skeletons to follow. He pondered long and hard whether he should continue to lead these skeletal warriors, monsters that had slain innocent villagers. Yet, the parchment had warned him. Upon the first resurrection of the skeletons, he must immediately command them to follow, lest they become uncontrollable and descend into madness. It was his prior oversight that had left them here, spiraling beyond his control, leading to this tragedy. Thus, he recognized himself as the true culprit, the inept necromancer, as the skeletons stumbled out from the village. Robia suddenly felt grateful for Angel's company. Although her emotional experiences differed from those of humans, she at least represented a being with independent thought, rather than a corpse animated by magic. Independent thought? Robia gazed at the skeletons, recalling his earlier musings about allowing them to mimic his actions, gradually evolving into more refined and intelligent beings. But now was not the time. He longed only to escape this place. Let us proceed to the Sarlu territory. Though darkness had fallen, he was in no mood to linger any longer in this slaughterhouse. Perhaps the events of today would haunt him for a lifetime, instilling an inescapable guilt. How wonderful! Mr. Robia is truly kind. Angel's joyful flight seemed to mock him. He had directly and indirectly caused the deaths of the villagers, and he was determined to fulfill the promise he had made to them. Although he had yet to master his powers, he believed that the might of necromancy would never cower before a mere lord. He cautiously reiterated the follow command, leading Angel onward in pursuit of the Sarla Lord. Initially, when he was in the desolate town, Robia had felt as though the world had progressed into an age of steam. However, both the recent experiences in Haimu village and the feudal system made him realize that this world still languished in a medieval epoch. This era might be profoundly dark, yet the unpolluted sky still revealed a luminous moon. Even as night enveloped the land, they could barely continue onward, but of course, Angel's faint luminescence shone brightly in the surrounding darkness. Hunger and fatigue hindered their pace, and Robia found his vision blurring. Yet, having left Haimu village, his feelings of guilt and self-reproach began to ease slightly. He desperately wished to slay the Sarlu Lord, the architect of the village's massacre. To assuage his guilt, the skeletons continued to stagger along, their armor marred by numerous scratches. Nevertheless, Robia's weakened body did not allow him to travel swiftly, preventing them from falling behind. Once he found sustenance, his primary objective would be to delve deeper into necromantic magic, to ensure the skeletons could fight effectively. Only then could he confront the Sarla Lord. "Angel, tell me about the great mage Karen's," Robia requested, feeling his consciousness fading. "Please return to your true form." Angel appeared overjoyed, as if bestowed with a divine blessing, and transformed back into her human shape. In Robia's eyes, she now resembled Lilia, albeit dressed in a respectable fast food establishment's uniform. He recalled the moment he had visited that place, astonished to discover Lilia working there part-time, rendering him speechless and causing him to flee in embarrassment. Yet now, envisioning Angel in such attire perhaps stemmed from a longing for the establishment's fried chicken strips and fries. We know not Karen's true age. We only know that when we came into existence, he was already renowned across the land, leading a righteous army in opposition to the Dark Church, shortly after Angel joined Master Allen. Karen's inexplicably chose to retreat, vanishing from the public eye along with his entire army. Once transformed into her human form, Angel rushed to support Robia. He remembered reading in a novel that this world was dominated by a powerful church, which monopolized the most noble magic of the holy light, permitting other mages to study only elemental magic. Furthermore, the church regarded many forms of magic as heretical, ruthlessly suppressing and executing those who practiced these evil arts. Naturally, the protagonist of the tale, skilled in necromancy, was deemed intolerable by the church, forcing him onto a path of opposition. Although he couldn't ascertain how long Angel had been with Master Allen, it had to have been over 60 years ago. suggesting that he now resided at least 60 years beyond the event of the novel. Robia began to worry whether he would ever encounter Karens. Did that great mage Karens simply vanish? They ambled along a main road, and Robia believed that even if they could not reach Sarla territory, traveling by road at night would be significantly safer. Afterward, there were no more reports of Karens. Angel replied, Mr. Robia seems quite intrigued by him. I guess it, because you are both necromancers? Angel shook her head, as if the thread of information had been severed. Do you possess any knowledge of necromancy? Robia suddenly inquired, his curiosity piqued. Angel only knows that it is a forbidden art. Master Allen despises necromancy and blood magic, stating that only wicked individuals employ them. Yet, Angel perceives that Mr. Robia is not an evil person. Angel shook her head once more. Hearing this, Robia's feelings of guilt intensified. Then tell me about Master Allen, he urged. Engaging in conversation was vital. Had he not rescued Angel in the desolate town, he might have succumbed to madness amidst the fog. Yet, had he not done so, he would not have been responsible for the deaths of so many. Angel began to recount her previous master. Master Allen is a tragically afflicted man. He lost his daughter at a young age. Wait, lost his daughter at a young age? Indeed. Conversing with Angel had sharpened his awareness. Oh, it was Master Allen's daughter who fell ill as a child at that time. He was merely an apprentice mage at the academy, and all his funds were devoted to his studies. Leaving him unable to afford treatment for his daughter, he sought aid from the local church, but the priest claimed that each person's fate was the will of the divine. Refusing to offer assistance without charge, Master Allen could only watch helplessly as his daughter languished for 6 months, ultimately dying before his eyes. As Angel spoke, her expression grew somber, and Ropia realized that the elf was indeed capable of feeling emotions. With a sorrowful countenance, Angel recounted, Before my daughter drew her last breath, those tiny hands clutched tightly to Mage Allen, expressing her desire to know what a swan pie looked like. Mage Allen held her hands firmly, reassuring her with a false promise that he would bring her one upon her recovery, along with lemon cake, pine nut sturgeon, and pigeon pea. To this point, Angel's cheeks glistened with tears. Did Mage Allen truly say all of this? Ropia asked, gently patting Angel's shoulder. Previously, he had harbored doubts regarding Mage Allen's moral compass, but now seemed evident that the mage genuinely regarded these elves as a substitute for his deceased daughter. Wiping away her tears, Angel forced a smile, although her eyes still shimmered with sorrow. Mage Allen opened his mind to us, permitting us to freely access his thoughts that I gleaned these memories while he was lost in reverie, unaware of my presence. Ropia, however, felt no inclination to reveal his own thoughts, as the unsavory ideas that often crossed his mind were not fit for Angel's ears. With a cautious glance, he noted the absence of magical connections between himself and Angel, which suggested that elves adhered more strictly to rules than humans. Sighing, Angel fell back in her reverie of Mage Allen, lamenting, in the end, Mage Allen's daughter never got to see the swan pie. She succumbed to her agony. Ropia was touched by her grief, feeling sorrow for Mage Allen, but he also found himself hungry at the mention of such delectable treats. Mage Allen's wife believed that his financial recklessness was the cause of their daughter's demise. Consequently, she left him for a butcher in the village. Seeing Ropia's downcast expression, Angel continued with the tale of Mage Allen. After burying his daughter, Mage Allen devoted himself to mastering the arts of wood and water magic, both of which are renowned for their healing properties. He aspired to learn such magic to aid those unfortunate souls like his daughter. Eventually, Mage Allen embarked on a journey across various lands, offering assistance to people, often without charge. It was during this time that he purchased me from the elf market, and I began a wondrous yet perilous adventure with him, akin to the one I now share with you. Mr. Ropia. Until Mage Allen acquired a few more elves, Angel added, pouting in a display of jealousy. The elf market? Ropia was astonished. He recalled that no mention of such a place existed in the novels. Is that why you won't allow me to have other elves? Ropia suddenly comprehended. Angel doesn't care. After all, Mr. Ropia has already promised. Angel exclaimed, her eyes wide with concern that he might renege on his word. Rest assured, I shall not, Ropia replied, having never believed he would learn elemental magic. Angel had mentioned that only elements could form elves, which meant there would be no death breath elf. Thus, elves held little utility for him. Mr. Ropia, look, there's light ahead. Initially, Ropia felt the atmosphere was somewhat intimate, as if they were making vows akin to lovers, but Angel suddenly pointed ahead, exclaiming in excitement. Ropia turned his gaze to see a faint glow on the horizon. As they approached, it became evident that a house lay ahead. Upon spotting the sign at the entrance, the din of merriment echoed from within. TSN, but we have no money, Baron Jackrog Sorrow frowned, noting the unusual whinnying of the horses in the stable. What is going on? Why are the horses making such a racket? Baron Jackrog commanded his subordinates. Drew, go investigate that is someone attempting to steal the horses. Suddenly, the inn's wooden door was forcefully kicked open, revealing an individual clad in a tattered cloak, their face obscured by a hood. The Baroness soldiers immediately placed their hands on their swords, clearly on high alert. Noticing the pale blue water element elf hovering beside the figure, Baron Jackrog recognized the intruder's identity, a wandering mage. It's quite rare to encounter one in these times. However, what followed left even this notoriously predatory lord wide-eyed. Accompanying the wandering mage were armored soldiers that, no, they were not soldiers. Everyone could see that above the necks of these figures were decayed, blackened skulls. Flickering with ghostly blue flames, and a putrid stench rapidly filled the inn's hall, the Necromancer. Baron Jackrog was taken aback. He anticipated encountering such a malevolent sorcerer in this place. His retinue comprised mere commoners, with him being the only one possessing martial prowess as a fire element warrior. A wave of panic spread among everyone in the hall. Yes, among all, including the Necromancer. Ropia, he was unaware of the other's thoughts, but his heart raced in his throat. He had not expected to find himself surrounded by a dozen fully armed soldiers. His reckless intrusion might very well lead to his demise. Yet there was no choice but to maintain his facade. He staggered towards the innkeeper. The thin, middle-aged man trembled, his body quivering as he faced those skeletons. What he beheld was far more terrifying than the eerie mage or the rotting skeletons. His gaze lingered on the emblematic armor of the skeletons. Having operated this in for many years, he finally confirmed that the emblem indeed belonged to Witheredwood Town. The thought rendered him incapable of steadying his cup. Just as the Necromancer stood before him, the innkeeper could not discern the visitor's face. His voice, though youthful, was thick with trepidation. Food, lodging now, mage. You may eat as you please, but I must apologize. All the rooms are fully occupied today. He stuttered, fearing to contemplate the connection between this Necromancer and the town of Witheredwood. Yet the inn had already been seized by the Sorrow Lord's group, and he could not afford to anger these noblemen. Ropia glanced back at the wary crowd, and to his horror, he recognized them as the very perpetrators of the massacre at Blackwood Village. Those from Sorrow's domain. I truly am courting disaster, he thought. Yet he was unaware that his sudden turn to face the Sorrow group startled them greatly. Especially Baron Jackrog, who had now discerned the skeletal figures trailing the Necromancer, their armor emblazoned with the crest of Witheredwood Town. Quickly, inform the innkeeper that we must depart at once. The Baron inhaled deeply. If this Necromancer were indeed the source of the malevolent fog in the forest, they would stand no chance of resistance. Ropia watched as a soldier approached him, trembling, his heart pounding uncontrollably. He was prepared to issue commands for an attack at any moment. However, the soldier did not dare to meet his gaze, instead relaying. The Baron has instructed that we must return to the territory immediately. We shall not stay the night. He then hurriedly returned to the Baron's side, nearly breaking into a run. Ropia was taken aback by the Necromancer's imposing presence. Perhaps it would have been simpler to demand they return the food instead. He pondered this, yet now he dared not make a move, fearful of inciting anger or suspicion. Then, mage, shall you ascend to the upper floor? I shall have someone bring you food shortly. The innkeeper cast a resentful glance at the soldiers from Sorrow's domain, who were preparing to flee, leaving him behind. First floor, Ropia replied gloomily. He understood how foolish the skeleton warriors were. Should they ascend, their true nature would be revealed at that moment. The Sorrow group swiftly rose to their feet, maintaining a semblance of composure, but it was evident they were eager to escape that a few rushed to the stable. where the horses continued to whinny incessantly as they scolded and attempted to soothe them. Ropia grew curious about the women they had taken. Had they already met with misfortune? That seemed implausible. They had gone to great lengths to abduct those women. Surely they did not intend to kill them outside. However, he could not afford to dwell on such thoughts, for if his stomach growled, his mysterious and terrifying facade would be shattered. Mage, this way. The innkeeper glanced at the corner, where a small boy stood frozen in fear, and led Ropia to a room that I will bring you food shortly. The room was devoid of any superfluous furnishings, lacking even a bed. Only 7 or 8 blankets lay side by side on the floor. It seemed that the living conditions in this world were rather dismal. With no alternatives, Robia had to accept that lying on the ground here was far safer than sleeping in any house in Witherwood Town. At last, he could indulge in a moment of genuine rest. However, since the innkeeper was scheduled to bring food shortly, he could not recline indiscriminately, and thus opted to sit on the floor, allowing himself to regain a semblance of vitality. The sprite, Angel, flitted around Robia, exuding an air of tedium. Before long, the innkeeper arrived with a bowl of porridge and a piece of dark bread. "All right, Angel, you may revert to your true form now." Robia glanced skeptically at the food on the ground, doubting whether it was truly fit for human consumption. Immediately, Angel transformed back into her original form, exclaiming, "Ah, I could hardly breathe. You hadn't spoken for over a decade, had you?" Robia noted that the sprite had adhered to the rules, having been utterly silent until now. Yet, as he looked over, he found that Angel had assumed the unclad appearance of Lilia. Goodness, this was bound to lead to trouble tonight. "Angel, you've been able to sing freely for the past decade." Angel pouted, clearly displeased that Robia had restricted her from speaking in front of others. "Wait, Angel." Robia hunched over. Though the sight of the bare Lilia before him was somewhat overwhelming, his mind repeatedly reminded him, "This is a sprite. This is a sprite." To others, she might even be perceived as male. He hadn't yet feasted to his heart's content. How could he entertain such thoughts? "Earlier, you mentioned you could fix your appearance. Now, hurry and try to read my thoughts." Could it be that Mr. Robia is thinking of that particular Lilia? Angel remarked with a look of disdain. "Your temperature is rising rather quickly." "Quickly now." Robia, feeling that a bolder individual might have already begun engaging in morally questionable acts, declared, "I permit you to read my thoughts this time." Robia closed his eyes, striving to forget the vision of Lilia and conjuring an image of a beautiful woman he frequently encountered. So this is how Mr. Robia perceives Angel. Angel's tone dripped with scorn, clearly having tapped into Robia's thoughts. Forget it, forget it, forget it. The vision of Lilia lingered stubbornly in his mind, making it difficult to recall what the original Lilia truly looked like. Could Mr. Robia hasten his thoughts? Angel is feeling rather hungry. Robia, eager to comply, found the memory of Lilia slipping away as her attire faded from his imagination. Knowing that a sprite was reading his thoughts only compounded his inability to concentrate. Angel, wait a moment. I shall step outside for a while." Robia surrendered to the struggle, and Angel promptly severed the mental connection. "All right then," Angel pouted. "Can Angel eat now?" "Go ahead and eat," Robia urged, rushing outside, "but save some for me." Angel seized the piece of dark bread, inhaling deeply the scent of the grains. Having not savored human cuisine for over a decade, she devoured the entire piece with great fervor, then set her sights on the bowl of vegetable porridge. Glancing toward the entrance and noting that Mr. Robia had yet to return, she lifted the bowl and drank it dry. The familiar flavor. Just as Angel set down the bowl with a look of satisfaction, Robia finally pushed the door open. Observing Robia's fatigued demeanor, Angel inquired with concern, "What troubles you, Mr. Robia? Are you unwell?" Robia glanced at Angel, but did not respond. "All right, you may read my thoughts now. This moment." It was effortless for Robia to envision a normal Lilia, clad in a delicate blue gown. Yet, that attire might not be deemed suitable in this world. Thus, he began to imagine Lilia dressed in a medieval maid's outfit, though that too seemed inappropriate. Why has Mr. Robia's mental strength suddenly surged? Angel questioned, puzzled. Ultimately, Robia decided to envision the goddess Lilia in a striking knight's armor, her light blonde hair cascading over the exquisite metalwork. Her tall figure perfectly fitted within the suit. As he contemplated this, Robia felt a stirring within him. Enough? Angel exclaimed suddenly. I adore this form. Mr. Robia is truly magnificent. Robia opened his eyes to find the goddess from his thoughts standing before him, her faint blue aura lending her an air of purity and nobility. Wow. Robia had not anticipated that Lilia, clad in armor, would exude such captivating grace. However, Angel had warned that this form would quickly deplete elemental energy, and he realized he must always have a bucket of water prepared for her. If the elements are sufficient, can you maintain this form indefinitely? Apologies, Mr. Robia, but that is not possible. I can only sustain it for an hour at most. Angel replied, appearing somewhat embarrassed. Very well. How long will you need to rest? Robia became engrossed once more, though this time devoid of any inappropriate impulses. The mere sight of Lilia in this guise was simply too striking. I will need to revert to my original form or sprite form to rest for 1 or 2 hours, and after that, I will need to reread Mr. Robia's thoughts to redefine Angel's appearance. Enough, enough. Robia was thoroughly satisfied. This meant he could have Angel change her appearance daily, and his curiosity about the magic of this world only deepened. Where's my food? Have you devoured it all? Robia's stomach growled audibly. His hunger had intensified with the exertion of the day, and he felt as if his teeth might start chattering. Quickly, you can now speak with humans. Go and ask the innkeeper to bring me some more food. Really? That would be splendid. Angel's lively demeanor seemed somewhat at odds with her nightly appearance. After Angel departed, Robia hastily donned his hood once more, for he must maintain his enigmatic, high-status persona. Before long, Angel returned, each hand clutching a piece of bread, a morsel still in her mouth, accompanied by the innkeeper who bore more. The innkeeper displayed no surprise, indicating that they were all aware of the sprite's abilities. He set down the food and quickly turned to flee. It appeared that Robia need not pay at all. Robia regarded the dark bread before him, uncertain whether it was edible, yet Angel relished it with great enthusiasm. However, sprites had inherently unique tastes that he recalled Angel's second wish, which mentioned those revolting foods. Yet hunger compelled him, and he placed the bread in his mouth, but a slight tang of bitterness, accompanied by an unpalatable dryness and an assortment of peculiar bits mingled within. Surely, he wouldn't have to rely on such fare for sustenance in the future. After an unpalatable dinner, Robia began to feel somewhat better. If only he could manage a good night's sleep. The future held much promise. After issuing protective commands to the skeleton, he prepared to lie down. But just as he settled, Angel, having consumed 3 pieces of bread, suddenly sprawled out before him, wearing a mischievous grin. What is the matter? Robia felt a bit awkward, having never been so close to Lilia before. Even knowing that the being before him was not the goddess, he still found it somewhat disconcerting. Can Angel transform into her sprite form and sleep on Mr. Robia's hand? Angel asked, beaming at him, recalling how comfortable it had been to rest there during the day. Robia had not anticipated such a request from Angel. He indeed wished to hold her close while they slept. What if I accidentally crushed you while asleep? Angel is not afraid. Without waiting for Robia's consent, she instantly reverted to her sprite form. If Mr. Robia happens to oversleep tomorrow and forgets to replenish Angel's elemental energy, it could spell disaster. So, can I rest in this form? Very well, very well. Robia sighed in resignation, extending his left hand for Angel to recline upon. One could not deny that after a harrowing day, Robia had slept soundly the previous night. It was not until the sun was nearly setting once more that he finally opened his heavy eyes. The twilight glow streamed through the window, and he marveled at how long he had slumbered. He surveyed his surroundings. Angel was nowhere to be found, while the skeleton stood loyally by his side. Bohemond, wielding a sword in one hand, stood at the entrance, flanked by 4 skeletal warriors, each brandishing a massive sword. The evening had descended, and it seemed he would have to spend another night here. At that moment, Angel flew in through the window, exclaiming, Mr. Robia, you are finally awake. Perhaps it's because I haven't adjusted to the time difference yet. After all, this is only my 2nd day in this world. Robia reflected, feeling somewhat overwhelmed by the myriad of events he had experienced in just a single day. This is quite peculiar. There wasn't a soul in sight when I awoke this morning. Angel remarked as she perched on Robia's shoulder. Can I transform now? I really enjoyed my appearance from yesterday. Very well, Robia replied, taken aback that even the innkeeper had fled at the sight of the necromancer. Was the necromancer truly so fearsome? After Angel transformed into the guise of a female knight, she joyfully bounced around the room if there's no help for it. We shall continue to stay here tonight, since we are leaving tomorrow. Robia said, gazing at the sunset. By the way, Angel, didn't you mention that you could perceive battle power? Did you happen to notice the battle power of those individuals in the hall last night? Unbeknownst to him, Robia had already begun to regard this newly acquainted elf as a companion. Of course, Angel remembers. My memory is exceptional, the elf declared proudly. Most of them had battle powers ranging from 80 to 100, with one being a magic warrior boasting a power of 126. Robia recalled the magic warrior mentioned in novels, who, like a mage, fought using elemental magic, albeit with an emphasis on enhancing their own abilities. However, he was astonished to learn that even ordinary soldiers possessed a battle power of 100, while the skeletons only had a mere 20, and he himself was in the single digits. It seemed he would need to intensify the training of the skeletal warriors. Robia had little desire to consume the stale black bread again, feeling that borrowing without permission contradicted his principles as a law-abiding citizen. Thus, he resolved not to eat that evening. Angel, why don't you go find something to eat? And see if you can locate a water source to replenish yourself? Sure thing. Upon hearing this command, Angel beamed with delight and eagerly pushed the door open to venture outside. Heaven only knows if this elf would devour the entire inn. Robia retrieved the notes he had found in the graveyard the previous day, delving into the underlying logic of necromantic spells, hoping to realize his vision of gradually enhancing the intelligence of the skeletal warriors. As night fell and the inn staff remained absent, even the candles went unlit. Robia reluctantly set aside his notes and lay down early. After over an hour of study, he felt a headache creeping in, realizing that the creation of necromantic spells was no simple matter. Yet a nascent concept of magic had begun to form in his mind. If it proved reliable, he could forge a legion of formidable skeletal warriors. Angel transformed into her diminutive fairy form, resting in the palm of Robia's hand. Thus, the second day passed in a haze, but fortunately, Robia awoke early on the third day. Last night, he had dreamt of returning to his parents' home, only to find the familiar abode utterly empty, devoid of any presence. Even upon waking, he felt a profound sense of unease and loss. The reason he was able to rise so early today was partly due to having slept nearly the entire previous day, his weary body having nearly recovered. Moreover, he had experienced a more complete logical deduction of the previous day's magic in his dreams, and as the dawn broke, he was eager to test his hypothesis. Angel, too, had awakened and seemed to have developed a fondness for her nightly guise. Robia regretted not having eaten. Aside from that dreadful piece of black bread from 2 nights ago, he had gone 3 days without food. Hunger was gradually overshadowing the excitement of discovering his newfound strength. Mr. Robia, can I transform now? Angel appeared somewhat addicted to the notion. Is it the same form as before? However, I cannot guarantee an ample water supply for you right now. Robia replied, glancing around at the barren trees, with no signs of rivers nearby. Well then, Angel said, sounding dejected, by the way, didn't you say you could sense where water sources are? Robia suddenly recalled, when they had escaped the mist. Angel had used her ability to determine that they were nearing the end of it. Indeed. Can you check if there are any rivers nearby? Robia inquired urgently. Within my sensing range, it appears there are none. It is autumn now, and many streams have dried up, Angel replied, shaking her head. Not only could he find no food, but he also lacked even a drop of water to drink. Robia felt his plight was dire. Once a mere office worker, why had he chosen to delve into obscure and poorly written novels, transforming himself into a despised, feared individual who couldn't even quench his thirst or fill his belly? It was all the fault of that wretched author. He pondered what was wrong with him. You truly chose the worst time to get lost. Before he could finish his complaints, a voice emerged from the woods. Robia turned to see 3 muscular men, wielding single-handed axes and bare-chested, approaching him with sinister grins. One of the brutes warned his companion. We are the ones who are lost. Silence. Robia had forgotten to don his hood. However, the skeleton remained at his side, and these men showed no signs of fear of the necromancer's apprentice. "This will be fun," one of them remarked, their excitement palpable. Oh, you see the elf beside him. "If we capture that thing, we can do whatever we want." "Foolish humans," Robia attempted to intimidate them with his words. "Enough chatter. You're just a worthless weakling with a battle power of 10. They interrupted him immediately. "What? How could they perceive this battle power?" With no other options, and knowing they would not let him escape, he resolved to fight back. It was truly vexing. Could he not enjoy a single peaceful day, like the previous one spent sleeping? "Angel, what is their battle power?" Although Robia felt this battle power concept was somewhat unreliable, it wouldn't hurt to gain some understanding. One has a battle power of 300, while the other two possess powers of 80. Angel assessed. "It is a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Robia. I will cherish the memories of you." Robia looked at Angel. "They're here to capture you. Perhaps I should leave you behind." Angel was just joking with Mr. Robia. "You would never abandon me, and I would never forsake you," Angel declared as she fluttered back to Robia's shoulder. "I am sorry, but I must sacrifice you for my chance to escape," Robia thought regretfully as he gazed at the bewildered skeletons. With a foe boasting a battle power of 300, he had no chance of winning and could only flee. The skeletons received the command to protect, immediately recognizing the danger and drawing their swords against the three nonchalant men. Why had these ruffians appeared here, and how could they discern battle power? Robia suddenly looked to the sky. Could it be that every move he made was under the watchful eye of that author? Had his earlier complaints prompted the author to introduce these antagonists to confront him? "I'll deal with these skeletons. You two go capture that little brat and the elf," the leader commanded, evidently the one with a battle power of 300. Robia hastily retreated while ordering Godfrey and Baldwin, the two skeletons, to intercept the men. Just as Robia prepared to turn and flee, he discovered a fourth person had inexplicably appeared behind him. "Brother, I just checked. Those soldiers are not here to capture us," the newcomer stated, having been sent to scout the situation at the slate, and "I fear they are here to seize this little fellow," the leader chuckled. Looking at Robia, if we weren't also being hunted, we could capture this kid and claim a reward." It was over. He couldn't even escape. Was it time for the protagonist's aura to activate? Would he suddenly awaken some hidden power? Surely, reinforcements would arrive. It seems I am not the protagonist of this narrative. As Robia gazed upon the fearsome countenances of the four adversaries, he could hardly fathom his own misfortune. The newcomer possesses a combat power of 77. "We are doomed, Mr. Robia," Angel whispered ominously. "Regardless, I shall fight. Perhaps after my demise, I will be transported back to Earth," Robia reassured himself. "You, who have previously slain several innocents, today is your day of reckoning. Eliminate these foes," Robia proclaimed theatrically, simultaneously unleashing an offensive spell aimed at one of the burly men with a combat power of 80. Yet, before he could initiate his attack, the leading giant bellowed, "Seeking death, are you?" With a swift motion, the giant whirled his axe and lunged forward, reaching Bohemond in an instant. The axe descended with lethal force, cleaving Bohemond in twain as if he were mere clay. Robia immediately sensed the severance of his connection with Bohemond. Was it truly over in an instant? Robia was astounded by the fragility of his skeletal warrior, rendered utterly impotent before the opposition. It appeared that combat power was indeed a significant metric. Robia felt a grim certainty of his impending doom. That moment, Godfrey had already charged toward the target, mechanically swinging his two-handed sword, but the opponent effortlessly dodged, retaliating with a swift strike that severed Godfrey's left arm. Now bereft of a limb, Godfrey could no longer wield his weapon, and the sword clattered to the ground. Robia found himself nostalgically yearning for the foolish wild boar of yore. Suddenly, he felt the breath of death within him flow toward Godfrey. Initially, he anticipated a miracle, only to recall that this was merely due to the surplus of the breath of death within him, which was automatically utilized to mend Godfrey's wounds. Yet, what good would that do? Drawing his sword, Robia declared, "Angel, you should flee while you have a chance. Find a more reliable master next time. I shall not abandon you, Mr. Robia. Once you have departed this world, I will self-destruct immediately." The little sprite, whom he had known for merely 3 days, uttered with a tone of fearless resolve. "However, could you allow me to transform once more, Mr. Robia?" Just as Robia was about to nod in agreement, another giant, dispatched to eliminate him, did not stand idly by to witness Robia and Angel's tragic performance. Instead, he swung his axe menacingly toward Robia. "You are hardly villainous," Robia cried, rolling to the ground just in time to narrowly evade the blow. He hastily commanded the nearest Barian to assault this foe. However, before Barian could advance, the leading giant cleaved the skeletal warrior in half with a single stroke. "Author, I was wrong," although Robia recognized his imminent demise. A flicker of hope lingered in his heart. Surely, the author would not permit him to perish in such an arbitrary manner after going to such lengths to bring him here. As the giant prepared to strike Robia once more, he felt his end was nigh, and he could only pray that this might serve as a means to return to Earth. Suddenly, a whoosh pierced the air as a green arrow soared from the distance, embedding itself in the back of the giant's head before Robia could process it. Before anyone could react, a second arrow followed, striking the chest of the man behind Robia, sending his 100-plus-pound body flying to the ground. "Ah, I knew I would not perish so easily," Robia mused, though he remained uncertain of the archer's identity. At least for the moment, he was not under attack. He quickly took refuge behind a tree. Even if his assailant meant him no harm, it was wiser to err on the side of caution. The leading giant finally came to his senses, turning to shout toward the direction from whence the arrows had come. "Roddle, I know it's you. Come out. Galwin, it has been far too long. The organization has sought your head for years without success, yet here you stand before me." Robia still could not discern the figure's appearance, though the voice reverberated throughout the forest. "Roddle, you are the true traitor of the kingdom. The Lord invested immense effort in raising you, pouring forth his heart and soul, and yet you betray him thus." The giant named Galwin seemed equally oblivious to Roddle's whereabouts, merely berating the air. Seizing the opportunity, Robia summoned Baldwin and Raymond to his side, while Godfrey and Barian slowly began to recover. No one paid him any mind. The two surviving giants remained vigilant, their gazes locked on the direction of the arrows, that I merely discerned the vile nature of these nobles, who use notions of territory and kingdom as pretexts to manipulate the masses, all for their own selfish gain. "Galwin, have you not been educated by the organization?" Robia could hardly discern from whence the voice emanated. "Spare me your drivel. My current state is neither human nor ghost. Perpetually hunted, and it is all the fault of that damned Night Order," Galwin roared. "Roddle, you are not a fool. Do you truly believe that the Sienese and the Imperialists can unite? Be they Sienese, Imperialists, Russians, or Jalinians, we share a singular enemy, the oppressive nobles of our nations and sycophants like you, and you shall pay for your betrayal." The archer, Roddle, suddenly erupted with fury. "You will witness the day when all unite to overthrow the Empire's tyranny." Another whoosh echoed as an arrow flew past Robia. Aimed at Galwin's back, Robia's face paled. How had Roddle managed to position himself behind him? Even Galwin seemed unaware, but as the arrow drew perilously close, he finally sensed the danger and nimbly evaded the lethal strike. A second arrow then shot forth from Galwin's left, yet the archer's voice rang out from the opposite side. "Galwin, remember this. United people are never defeated." Robia observed the seemingly invincible Galwin, combat power of 300, rendered utterly defenseless as arrows rained down upon him from all directions, leaving him increasingly desperate. The other man abandoned Galwin, fleeing into the distance. Roddle appeared disinterested in him, concentrating his efforts on the formidable Galwin. "Roddle." The beleaguered Galwin crouched behind a rock, his gaze fixated on the other 3 directions. "Roddle, you know you cannot kill me. Rather than waste time here, let us retreat and meet again on the battlefield." Though Robia was oblivious to the essence of their exchange, he hesitated to depart, fearing it might provoke the archer into turning his wrath upon him. He remained concealed behind the tree, awaiting the conclusion of the skirmish, praying for mercy from the surviving combatant. "Galwin, I may not be able to slay you, but I can convey a warning on behalf of the organization. Should you continue to assist your master in his nefarious deeds, you may not live to see his demise." With those words, The forest fell silent once more, save for the arrows lodged in the bodies of the two slain. It was as if Roddle had never been present. Robia was astounded that Galwin had managed to survive, which signified his own continued peril. Peeking out, he noticed Galwin was also preoccupied with ensuring Roddle had departed, cautiously observing his surroundings from behind the stone. Suddenly, Galwin's gaze shifted toward Robia, hiding behind the tree. Yet there was no murderous intent as he had anticipated. Robia seemed merely an inconsequential bystander. Galwin cast him a fleeting glance before pursuing his fleeing subordinate. Had he inexplicably survived once more? It was not until Galwin's form vanished into the woods that Robia summoned the courage to rise. Mr. Robia, your display just now was truly valiant at this juncture. Robia discerned that Angel was mocking him. After all, even now, his legs trembled uncontrollably. It was his first encounter so close to death. Having grown up in a lawful society, his previous brushes with danger had been limited to the peculiar wild boar of the day before and the reckless leap from a building that had resulted in his hospitalization during his quest for a crossing. How foolish he had been, believing that after crossing over, he would lead a life of unbridled joy. Angel, have they departed? Robia inquired, steadying himself against the tree, his legs still quaking. How could Angel possibly know? The sprite floated above, the very least. Angel has not seen anyone nearby. Had that giant truly spared him? Robia remained uncertain as he surveyed his remaining companions. Bohemond had been effortlessly dispatched by Galwin and was beyond saving. However, Godfrey, despite losing an arm, had fully recovered, and Barian, too, was rapidly mending under the breath of death's restorative power. Why had Barian not perished? Robia found himself in a state of confusion. Yet, as he gazed upon the two lifeless bodies surrounding him and glanced in the direction where Gorwin had departed, a sudden and exhilarating thought struck him. He recalled a note he had perused, which mentioned that the revival of formidable death knights required the remains of powerful warriors who had recently succumbed to death. He pondered whether these two fit that description of strength. Regardless, he concluded that he must act swiftly. If Gorwin returned with his fleeing subordinates, it would spell disaster for him. Thus, he resolved to proceed with haste. The combat prowess of the two corpses was 80 and 77, respectively. The demise of Bohemond, coupled with the surplus of deathly essence he had acquired after augmenting his own strength, was nearly sufficient to sustain both bodies. He hurriedly cast a resurrection spell on the corpse with a combat power of 80, unlike his previous attempt at resurrection, where he had relied solely on a sudden connection. He had now begun to grasp the nuances of necromancy and could directly target an entity for revival. The azure essence of death immediately established a connection between Robia and the corpse, and a torrent of fragmented memories surged into Robia's consciousness from the lifeless body. He envisioned a modest wedding scene set upon a vast meadow. Surrounded by jubilant villagers, they engaged in cheerful conversation. Yet Robia could discern nothing clearly, for the owner of this memory was fixated solely on the bride amidst the crowd at Robia's eyes. She appeared to be an ordinary girl. Her sunny smile was charming, yet her beauty was unremarkable. Clad in a simple gray gown, crowned with a wreath of daisies and willow branches, her captivating eyes mirrored only the man standing before her. However, Robia could not discern the visage of the groom, as if it were obscured by a dream. Forever out of reach, that a priest stood between the girl and her betrothed, murmuring incantations. Yet, Robia noted that both the priestess' words and the surrounding clamor began to fade, as though the very sounds of the world were gradually dissipating. Suddenly, even the figures of the priest and the onlookers grew indistinct. The meadow, the sunlight, the petals, and the lush trees were veiled in a thick filter. The only clarity in his vision was that of the smiling girl, whose gaze radiated joy and happiness. In that moment, the world was reduced to just her. Everything else faded away, leaving only her sunlit smile, stamped indelibly upon the soul of the memory's owner. I do. The girl's affirmation resonated as the final sound of that memory, abruptly severing the flow of recollection. Robia regained his senses, feeling a poignant stir within him, as though he had truly witnessed that scene. Yet, before he could fully savor it, a profound emptiness and fatigue enveloped him, reminiscent of the overwhelming exhaustion he had experienced during his earlier resurrection attempts. Fortunately, he did not lose consciousness this time, allowing him to watch as the massive corpse before him gradually rose to its feet. Having only recently perished, the muscles remained intact, albeit blue flames now flickered within the empty eye sockets. Incinerating the eyeballs completely does so. This is what a death knight looks like. Robia was uncertain. He had never truly seen a death knight before and was unaware of the distinctions between one and a mere skeleton warrior. How grotesque! Angel scoffed. It's hardly better than a mere skeleton. Robia shared her sentiment. Feeling a shiver at the imposing musculature of the corpse, he examined the essence of death within himself, discovering that the revival of this single being had consumed all of his deathly essence. It made sense, given that the combat power of the original warrior was only in the 20s. This creature's prowess would undoubtedly be superior. Angel, what is this fellow's current combat power? Robia mused, hoping it was at least half of what it had been in Life Point 68. Angel's response filled Robia with unexpected delight, and oh wonder the consumption had been so substantial. This single entity's strength surpassed that of Gorfer and his companions combined. Yet this also meant he would require even more essence to sustain this being. As he sat there, he realized that his recovery rate was lagging behind the rate of consumption. Robia felt his body growing increasingly feeble, an intangible force draining his vitality. This was disastrous. Had he exceeded his limits? Reluctantly, he considered the possibility of abandoning the powerful minion he had worked so hard to acquire. Would he have to destroy the remaining 4 swordsmen? He glanced at the 4 skeletons that had accompanied him for 3 days, noting that Barion's form had yet to fully recover due to the depletion of deathly essence. Although these creatures had slain the survivors of Haimu village, it was due to his own missteps, and he could not blame these thoughtless skeletal minions. Just as he grappled with his indecision, a surge of deathly essence emanated from the recently revived minion. Robia stared in astonishment as the giant's body began to decay at a visible rate, its robust muscles disintegrating like ashes scattered by the wind, transforming into particles of blue, deathly essence that swiftly flowed into Robia through their connection. Moments later, the once mighty giant was reduced to a mere remnant of decaying flesh and stark white bones, scarcely distinguishable from the 4 swordsmen who had long since passed. The influx of deathly essence was minimal, yet sufficient to sustain him for a normal hour. What exactly is this essence of death? Robia pondered suddenly. However, this transformation indicated that the towering skeleton before him was still merely a skeleton warrior, not a death knight. Regardless, we must depart swiftly from this place. Angel, he called to the sprite fluttering idly in the air. Lacking water resources, he had no choice but to allow her to revert to her natural form, leaning on her fragile body as they hurried away. Though I am unaware of your true name, based on a memory fragment that resonated most with you, I shall name you. Robia contemplated a fitting designation. Sujamal. No. You lacked any semblance of a literary demeanor in life. He shook his head. Very well. Since you wield an axe, I shall call you Olaf. If you object, make your dissent known. The new skeleton acquiesced to his naming. Not long after Robia's departure, Gorwin returned with his fleeing subordinates, immediately noticing the absence of his fallen comrade's corpse. Enraged, he glared at his men, exclaiming, I spared that necromancer only because I feared you would be pursued by Rodel. I never anticipated that wretch would dare to disturb Rock's remains. I shall hunt him down and rend him limb from limb. Father, shall we now return? To his astonishment, the fleeing one turned out to be Gorwin's son. But he was cut off as an arrow whizzed through the woods at an alarming speed. Fortunately, Gorwin reacted swiftly, pulling his son aside and bellowing in the direction of the approaching arrow. Rodel, are you still lingering here, concealed behind a withered tree? Rodel offered no reply, only casting a cold smile at Gorwin before turning to depart, muttering to himself, Interesting. I had not expected another necromancer to emerge. This matter must be reported upwards. Aimlessly, dragging his weary and famished form, Robia leaned heavily on Angel for support, yet he could not afford a rest. Throughout the hour, he tirelessly trained the 4 swordsmen and Olaf, urging them to enhance their reflexes. This was not merely to bolster their combat prowess, but rather, he needed to strengthen himself within that hour. Otherwise, the consequences of depleting his deathly essence once more could be dire. He gradually comprehended that deathly essence could not only manifest within him, but could also be cultivated from the corpses in the outside world. Now that Barion's body had recovered. After half a day of training, the swordsmen had undergone a qualitative leap in their abilities, managing to follow him for 10 minutes with only minimal mishaps. However, time was fleeting, and his deathly essence was nearing exhaustion. They had left the forest behind and returned to the plains, but continued along the mountain's edge, wary of drawing too close to the main road. Angel, how did Gorwin ascertain the combat power of that giant? Can humans possess such a capability? At that moment, Robia viewed Angel as akin to a fully dressed Lilia, realizing he lacked the energy to contemplate her. The mage Alan once mentioned that there exists a spell within the realm of mental magic that allows for such assessments. Yet Alan himself does not practice it, believing it sufficient to have an elf observe for him without the need to learn it. Angel replied, "Could that muscle-bound giant be a mage or a battle mage?" Yet during their earlier confrontation, the opponent had shown no need to wield magic, easily overpowering him. Had it not been for the sudden emergence of an archer, I would undoubtedly have perished at the hands of those three. This world is perilous. I yearn to return to Earth. Currently, Mr. Lobia's combat power has dwindled to a mere 2. Is he destined to meet his demise? Angelia spoke without restraint, with the remnants of the breath of death within me nearly exhausted. Coupled with my frail state, it is hardly surprising that my combat ability has plummeted to 0. Yet, the way this elf articulates her thoughts can be rather discomforting at times. Nonetheless, Lobia did not feel endangered. After all, when I can no longer hold on, I shall reluctantly sacrifice Olaf. It seems we have circled back here. Angelia suddenly gazed ahead. Lobia followed suit, lifting his gaze to see the mist swirling before them. Ethereal shadows of trees materializing within the fog. Although it was not the direction they had escaped from, it was evident that ahead lay the infamous ghost mist forest spoken of by the villagers. "Let us change our course," Lobia declared, unwilling to re-enter that realm, where visibility barely exceeded 10 meters, instilling a chill of dread within him, particularly due to that creature which startled the birds in a flight and the bizarre disappearing buildings in the abandoned town. Lobia would much rather confront the soldiers at the inn. However, Mr. Lobia's condition no longer permits a return via the original route, Angelia said with concern. Angelia is willing to accompany Mr. Lobia into the foul mist. Lobia chuckled. He was not afraid of inhaling something vile, for the air quality on Earth was far worse than here. It's all right. If need be, I can relinquish control of this skeleton, and my breath of death will suffice. In any case, Lobia was resolute in avoiding the ghost mist forest once more. Very well, Angelia nodded. Angelia, too, finds the newcomer disagreeable. It nearly brought death to Mr. Lobia, a wicked skeleton indeed. Just as they were about to turn away, a woman's voice cried out from the depths of the ghost mist forest. "Help! Ogre, kill this monster! Ogre! No, my magical supplies are nearly depleted. We must leave at once. We will escape shortly, Cohen. You must hold them off while I complete this spell." It sounded as if there were many individuals. Lobia even glimpsed flickers of light within the fog, undoubtedly the glow of magic being cast. Which way should we go? Who knows? Firin is dead, and his elf has exhausted its power. We have no idea where we are. There's light over there. Let us head in that direction. Lobia initially thought this group had finally found an exit and prepared to conceal themselves, only to realize their voices were growing fainter, indicating they had taken a wrong turn. See? We should not venture in there. Though he was unaware of who these individuals were, their dialogue, filled with death and despair, suggested that the foe they faced was far from a mere wild boar. Angelia concurs. A formidable dark magic presence lies ahead, and I wholeheartedly support Mr. Lobia's valiant plan to retreat, Angelia affirmed earnestly. Yet, an unexpected turn of events unfolded as a figure struggled forth from a mist, crying out, "Save me!" It was a woman who immediately spotted Lobia and Angelia as they prepared to retreat. "Mr. Lobia," Angelia urged, "shall we rescue that woman?" Lobia hesitated. The woman had crawled beyond the mist's reach. Perhaps rescuing her posed no significant danger. However, being unable to sustain himself, dragging along a severely injured woman seemed futile. "But let us go," Lobia instructed, allowing Angelia to assist him forward, remaining vigilant for any threats within the mist. The woman, upon seeing the skeleton behind Lobia, initially appeared excited at the prospect of salvation, only for that excitement to swiftly morph into panic when she beheld her own torn legs, rendering her incapable of escape. She could only watch helplessly as the young mage approached her. Accompanied by the skeleton, "I can save you, but you must pay a price," Lobia declared as he approached the woman, cautiously assessing her injuries, which seemed unlikely to pose a threat to him. Meanwhile, the sounds of battle and conversation from the mist had faded away. It appeared that those individuals had thoroughly strayed in the wrong direction, leading the enemy away. "Do not touch my body," the woman exclaimed in terror. Lobia was taken aback. Why did people in this world so readily assume he would covet their bodies? The villagers of Blackwood behaved similarly. And now, this woman as well. "You misunderstand, miss. I merely noticed you carried a satchel. If you have food, I might consider assisting your departure from this place." Lobia hastily clarified, "Of course, I could also wait for you to perish here and then claim it. That way, he could replenish some of his breath of death from her corpse." "Mr. Lobia," Angelia interjected awkwardly, "that is a spellcaster's bag for storing magical materials. It likely contains no food at all. Ahem, but we should help this poor lady. Look at her injuries. She may never cast magic again. A spellcaster who can no longer use magic is utterly useless for the rest of their life. We must assist her," Angelia implored, gazing at Lobia with compassion. Yet, Lobia sensed something amiss. "Fine, let this be my attempt at atonement for prior transgressions. Why are there so many complications today?" Lobia shook his head. This world was exceedingly dangerous. In the past 3 days, he had either been fleeing for his life or entangled in such troublesome affairs. It was a stark contrast to his previous life on Earth, where each day felt like a monotonous loop, marked by the same drudgery from 9 to 9. "Carry her on your back. I should be able to walk on my own," he said. In truth, when Olaf's muscle transformed into breath of death and filled Lobia's being, he had regained the ability to walk normally. He simply enjoyed the sensation of being supported by Lilia. His decision to rescue the woman stemmed not solely from guilt, but also from the hope that after she bled out, he might replenish some breath of death. If there were food involved, it would be a trifecta of benefits. Angelia knew Mr. Lobia was a kind-hearted soul. Angelia promptly moved to assist the injured woman. Lobia cast a glance at her bloodied face, obscuring her features, though her physique was still commendable. Perhaps it would indeed be a fourfold benefit. Ugh, what was he thinking? Lobia shook his head. "Let us hasten our departure." "Esteemed Necromancer, please save my companions." The woman suddenly shifted her tone, pleading, "They remain inside." "Necromancer?" Lobia recalled that he ought to be referred to as a death mage. "I apologize, miss. I truly lack the strength to assist. I do not possess that capability." Lobia spoke honestly. "To be frank, I just escaped from within." However, he soon realized that the woman had already succumbed to unconsciousness. Yes, she dead. Lobia did not anticipate it would happen so swiftly. "This lady still breathes." Angelia's response filled Lobia with both relief and disappointment. He truly did not wish to witness a living person perish before him. Yet, he was in dire need of her breath of death. "Does she have any food on her? Hurry, I am on the verge of starvation." Despite his words, Lobia did not cease his stride. He felt that the farther they were from the ghost mist forest, the safer they would be. "She has a spatial ring on her hand. Perhaps it contains food, but only she can open it." Angelia lifted one of the woman's bloodied hands, revealing a strange-looking ring. A spatial ring? Lobia understood what it entailed from its name, that if she dies, won't the contents be wasted? After all, Mr. Lobia is so kind-hearted. He would never take advantage of someone in distress. Angelia smiled sweetly. Were it not for his hunger, he would surely be parched. Fortunately, they encountered no further incidents along the way, and the continuous expenditure of breath of death to animate the skeletons gave Lobia a sense of growing capability. However, the intense drain was beginning to leave him somewhat listless, his demeanor resembling that of one suffering from malnutrition. "Let's rest for a moment. Why hasn't this woman died yet? If she doesn't perish soon, I fear I shall." Lobia slumped to the ground. They had scarcely traveled a mile, but his breath of death was critically low, necessitating a brief respite to replenish some of what he had lost. "Cough, cough." As soon as Angelia set the unconscious woman down, she began to cough that I suspect she is feigning weakness to take advantage of you. Though slightly disoriented, Luobia began to jest with Angel. It seemed he had no choice but to abandon Olaf, much to his chagrin. Master Lich, the woman appeared to have regained some lucidity, yet she remained too frail to open her eyes. Luobia felt a tumult of conflicting emotions within. He was reluctant to witness a life extinguished before him, yet he yearned for her demise to come swiftly. This is the sustenance you sought. The woman kept her eyes closed, yet a piece of soft, delectable-looking white bread appeared in her hand, instantly stained with blood. Please, I beg you, save me to die. Luobia accepted the bread, tearing off the bloodied portion before devouring it hungrily. How can I save you? One who consumes from another's hand is easily beholden. Please, I do not wish to perish. The woman's tightly shut eyes betrayed a single tear. I ask you, how can I save you? I possess no healing magic. Please, save me. The woman weakly echoed her plea. After consuming a morsel, Luobia felt a semblance of strength return. It must be said, the bread provided by the mage was at least sustenance. If you continue to repeat yourself, there will be no salvation. Please, she persisted. Angel believes she has lost her senses. Mr. Luobia, you must save her, Angel implored. Luobia rolled his eyes at Angel, noticing her drooling excessively. Mr. Luobia is the kindest of all. Angel fixated on the piece of bread he had just torn. Had he not known that Angel desired the bread, he might have suspected her to be a vampire thirsting for blood, but I genuinely do not know how to save her. He had initially resolved to bring her along, not wishing to be an idle observer in the face of death, yet he recognized his inability to save one so gravely injured. Scroll. The woman finally uttered a different phrase. What scroll? Seizing the opportunity, Luobia patted the woman's bloodied face, urging her to either succumb to death so he could absorb her last breath or to swiftly reveal how he might save her. Suddenly, a scroll-like object appeared in her hand. Mr. Luobia, hurry and save her. Angel pressed. Luobia hastily grasped the dark gray scroll. How is this to be used? Upon unfurling it, he discovered it adorned with numerous symbols, all faintly shimmering with a pale blue luminescence, akin to the magical aura surrounding Angel, indicating it was indeed a water element magic scroll. Mr. Luobia, you need only replicate the patterns depicted. This is a magical scroll imbued with water element magic that requires no external energy. Angel's voice grew increasingly urgent, a stark contrast to her earlier stupor. Very well, I shall attempt it. To his astonishment, casting magic proved so simple. Did this mean that with a magic scroll, even an ordinary individual could wield magic? It was no wonder that elemental magic was so widely practiced. Compared to the chaotic, convoluted symbols of necromancy, the symbols for ice and water magic resembled the refined calligraphy of a master. Luobia completed the drawing effortlessly, without the need for establishing a magical target. Suddenly, the scroll erupted with a magnificent glow of water element magic, transforming into countless shimmering particles that felt as frigid as water against his skin. Racing towards the prostrate woman, a soft blue mist enveloped her entirely. While some might find the sight of an ice maiden enchanting, Luobia's mind conjured images of the frostbitten victims from a horror tale. Fortunately, the frost did not linger, swiftly melting and being absorbed into the woman's body. Is that all? Luobia waited, but silence ensued. Mr. Luobia, please do not display such a muggle-like expression. You are a necromancer. Angel had wiped the drool from her lips. By the way, why does she refer to me as Master Lich? She simply misidentified your profession. Angel shrugged. After all, there have only been a dozen or so necromancers in this world, and none have been as disheveled as you. Looking like a vagabond and so feeble. Cough, cough. The woman suddenly began to cough again, but this time with evident strength. It appeared she would not perish after all. He would have to sacrifice Olaf instead. The woman finally managed to sit up, rubbing her head incessantly. Were it not for her blood-soaked form, she would resemble someone who had just awakened. This magic is truly remarkable. Luobia felt himself growing weaker still. Oh! The woman suddenly opened her eyes, realizing she was not alone. I apologize, Master Lich. My head still feels quite heavy. as if no one else had ever felt such disorientation, had it not been for her own dizziness. She would not have required saving to "Oh, you have any more food?" Luobia inquired, hoping sustenance might bolster his strength, allowing him to endure and grow stronger, maintaining the balance of death's breath even without sacrificing Olaf. "Certainly, Master Lich." The woman shook her head and promptly conjured 2 more pieces of bread, handing them all to him. "Your magic scroll is remarkable. It seems you are quite well now," Luobia remarked, passing 1 piece of bread to Angel. "Not quite. While this lady's bleeding has ceased and her wounds have begun to heal, her leg is irreparably damaged, leaving her unable to walk." Angel joyfully accepted the bread, though her mouth could not be silenced. "My leg." The woman seemed to just realize this, staring in horror at her bloodied form. "No, my leg." Luobia was at a loss for words. Who could accept such a sudden disability? Yet, casting a glance at Angel, he said, "Angel, do you recall the rules?" Angel promptly stuffed the bread into her mouth, signaling her silence with a gesture. "So, where should I take you?" Luobia's head began to sway, akin to one intoxicated. He discovered that consuming food did little to alleviate his weakness and suffering. Like a man suffering from excessive depletion, no amount of bread could remedy his condition. The woman attempted to shift her body but found herself utterly powerless. "Do not bother. I have no time to waste here." He needed to sacrifice Olaf before his consciousness faded entirely. Yet the pressing question remained: how to sacrifice a skeletal servant? Luobia realized he faced a significant dilemma. The woman clutched her unresponsive legs tightly, her gaze becoming unfocused, offering no response to Luobia's inquiry. "You wicked magician, release Alona at once." A group suddenly charged in from the direction of the ghostly mist forest. Luobia looked over to see 7 or 8 individuals approaching. 2 young men donned robes, while the rest were a cadre of fully armed soldiers. They appeared rather disheveled, their armor riddled with damage, their bodies bearing numerous wounds, and one soldier even required the support of a comrade. Observing Luobia's dazed state, they turned their attention to the weeping Ilona, prompting a young mage to rush forward with the intent to kick Luobia, due to the follow command he had given to the skeletons. They merely stood by, watching the young man charge forth. "Wait, Malign, this necromancer saved me." Ilona, still choked with sobs, quickly raised her head to halt the advancing youth. However, he could not stop in time, delivering a swift kick that sent Luobia sprawling to the ground. When Luobia regained consciousness, night had fallen, and he found himself sprawled on a patch of green grass, surrounded by a flickering campfire. The wood crackled and burned, exuding a comforting warmth. How many times had he fainted over the past 3 days? A pale blue fairy hovered before his face. "Mr. Luobia has finally awakened. Angel thought you were on the brink of death?" Struggling to sit up, he was astonished to see a multitude of people sprawled around him. It was indeed the same group that had charged at him earlier. Although his mind had been somewhat clouded at the time, he retained a semblance of clarity. For instance, the young mage cradling Ilona in his arms was the very one who had knocked him unconscious. Angel's voice was hushed, careful not to rouse the others. "Where are we?" Luobia surveyed his surroundings, noting that only 4 of his skeleton servants remained, standing idly by. "Where's Raymond?" Ropia found himself utterly unaware of his own existence. "Killed." That fellow didn't have the chance to hold back, and with a single stroke, severed the frail little skeleton's body. Although Angel was referring to someone lying down, she had no hands, and Ropia was oblivious to whom she referred. Skeletons shouldn't be so fragile. Even Barian, who was bisected, managed to regenerate. Where is this? These individuals are companions of Miss Ilona. That mage saved Mr. Ropia when his combat power had plummeted to 1. However, Ropia remained uninformed about who had rescued him. Raymond is not dead. Surely the distance was too great for him to exert control. Ropia rose, resolved to return and find that skeleton, just as one develops a special attachment to their first car. This skeleton was among his initial batch of servants. Though only a brief 3 days had passed, Ropia was reluctant to abandon them. He would even sacrifice the more formidable Olaf rather than lose the remaining 4 swordsmen. Angel witnessed the elemental essence ebbing from that little skeleton's body. It has indeed perished. That fellow later learned it was Mr. Ropia who saved Miss Ilona and proactively buried the unfortunate little skeleton. Angel stated. Damn it. Had he known, he would have disregarded that cursed woman. Ropia glared at the young mage, cradling Alona. Ah, Master Necromancer, you are awake. Just as Ropia directed his furious gaze at that pair of miscreants, another mage on the ground suddenly turned around. Ropia wished to slay this group, but it was evident he would likely be outmatched. The mage's voice roused the others, and they all rubbed their eyes. Sitting up, Master Mage. The young man, still holding Alona, wore a look of regret. I sincerely apologize. I misjudged you. Alona, with tear-stained cheeks, expressed joy upon seeing Ropia awake. Master Necromancer, you saved my life, yet I have treated you this way. I apologize on behalf of Malin. Ropia waved his hand dismissively. None of you saved me. Perhaps due to the absence of a skeletal servant and having dozed for several hours. He now had a surplus of death's breath. Another young mage sheepishly scratched his head. Hee. Master Necromancer exhausted his magical energy to save Alona. It is the least we could do. It wasn't he because he saved anyone that he overextended his magic. Yet Ropia merely smiled and nodded in gratitude, concealing his resentment. Damn it, they kicked him and killed one of his servants. What are you doing in the Ghost Fog Forest? Ropia endeavored to present himself as a seasoned mage, inquiring of the youthful group before him. Given that combat power values fluctuate with current conditions, they could not possibly know their peak strength. Thus, even if they could see his single-digit combat power, they would likely attribute it to their own weakness. However, powerful mages would not have such feeble skeletons in their wake. With a young mage holding Alona, Malin awkwardly began to introduce himself. We heard that the Ghost Fog Forest is both wondrous and perilous. So during the Academy's holiday, we decided to embark on an adventure here with some friends. Malin's voice suddenly dropped. For safety, we even brought a squad of family guards, thinking we were foolproof. Little did we know. The foes within the Ghost Fog Forest were terrifyingly formidable. We suffered heavy casualties without even catching a glimpse of what the enemy looked like. Had it not been for the assistance of the Master Necromancer to Alona, we might have perished from getting lost in there. Thankfully, we located Alona in another direction through magical means and risked our lives to rush over, only to discover we had escaped the Ghost Fog Forest. No need for thanks. Ropia was taken aback by the existence of such magic. If only he could teach it to those on Earth, there would be no fear of children getting lost or straying. I haven't yet inquired about your esteemed titles. Malin's respectful demeanor starkly contrasted with the previous kick he had received. Maximilian Francois-Marie Isido de Ropia Chambanin Fong Aelandeski. Ropia introduced himself without a flicker of emotion. Sir, you hail from a family with a rich history. Malin responded, somewhat awkwardly. Sir Ski, may I boldly ask, I have heard that necromancers are typically gaunt and gray-haired. Why do you appear so vibrant and full of life? Another young man queried, seemingly only recalling the latter part of the name. This fellow's level of sarcasm prompted Ropia to cast a glance at Angel. I mean no malice. I have seen some necromancers at the Academy, but have never interacted with them. I am genuinely excited today. The young man bore no trace of mockery. Moreover, I have never heard that necromancers could also control skeletons. I thought only the legendary Lich could do that. Standing before you is a traverser from Earth. The chosen one, a societal parasite, a beneficiary of fortune, the great necromancer Ropia. Ropia silently proclaimed within, yet merely asked, Your Academy actually has necromancers? He recalled the novel mentioning that due to the Church's suppression of heresy, even magic academies permitted only the teaching of 6 elemental magics. Furthermore, he had no recollection of there being necromancers in the narrative. It seems Sir Ski has been in seclusion for quite some time. After the late Grand Mage Karuns passed away years ago, the headquarters allowed dark magic to spread across various academies. The young mage remarked, Oh, by the way, I forgot to introduce myself to I am an apprentice of the school of mentalism. Mentalism? Ropia suddenly remembered that Angel had previously mentioned a form of mental magic that could reveal others' combat power at that time. He had not paid attention to what this mentalism entailed. Evidently, this world had undergone significant changes from the novel. Additionally, Karuns had died. He maintained a composed facade and merely mused. Did the Church allow this? To his surprise, a hint of disdain crossed the faces of the 3 mages upon hearing this. The Church is far weaker than it once was. Before I was born, Internal strife erupted within the church, with a faction supporting the liberalization of magic clashing with a conservative faction opposing it. The year I was born, although the voices of the reformists diminished. The church could no longer control our academy. Ah, indeed, the age of being naive and gullible toward strangers. Ropia felt a sense of relief upon hearing this news. It seemed he no longer needed to conceal his identity as a necromancer. Sir Ski, I'm truly grateful for your assistance. Noting that Ropia did not respond, Malin continued, If there is anything you require, the Mulser family will do all that is within our power to assist you. Ahem. Our rear family will also do our utmost to help you, Sir Ski. The still frail Ilona vowed earnestly. Truly, they were merely a group of young children, already making grand promises. Ropia did not expect these passionate youths to be of much help. Of course, they could assist with something. There's indeed one matter. One must seize every opportunity. Sir Ski, please speak. Ilona's hands rested on her legs, as if anticipating a miracle that would allow her to feel her legs once more. Could you provide me with some food and clothing? Ropia expressed, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Of course, no problem, Sir Ski, that if you have no other matters, I believe you can accompany us. My father will not treat you poorly, Ilona replied. Oh, by the way, you may call me Ropia, although I may appear quite aged. I am actually of a similar age to you. Ropia suddenly felt that maintaining an air of mystery before this group was unnecessary. Perhaps drawing closer to them would be safer. Moreover, with a mentalism mage present, if he could discern the combat power of Ropia and the skeleton, then his disguise would seem rather absurd. No wonder Sir Ropia is so weak. The mentalism mage named Moon suddenly became rather indiscreet. I am traveling at the behest of my mentor to gain experience, and it is indeed a stroke of fate to encounter you all. Ropia discerned that Moon had indeed been observing him all along. Your mentor must be a formidable necromancer, correct? Upon hearing about Ropia's master, Moon's interest was piqued. May I inquire of you all? I am not well versed in the outside world. Do you know the difference between a lich and a necromancer? Ropia tentatively inquired. A necromancer? They're the stuff of legends. It is said that they can command hundreds, even thousands of skeletons, yet they do not oppose humanity. Rather, they strive to maintain the balance between life and death. At the mention of necromancers, Ilona's eyes sparkled, momentarily forgetting the agony of her lost legs. I have heard that Grand Mage Karen's is a necromancer. There are even rumors that his valiant armies are composed of skeleton warriors he has transformed. It seems that the protagonist of that novel has garnered quite a reputation in this world. However, after becoming the leader of the Academy, Grand Mage Karen ceased to use necromantic magic. Since then, no new necromancers have emerged. The admiration in Ilona's gaze resembled that of fans in the 21st century on Earth, utterly captivated by entertainment. Necromancers, on the other hand, are entirely different. They employ dark magic to commune with the dead and wield only trivial, ineffective spells. Forgive me, I am not. At this point, Ilona suddenly fell silent, and everyone turned their attention to Ropia. Ropia awkwardly smiled and gestured to the skeleton behind him. Fear not. As you can see, I am not a necromancer, and my mentor is also Karen's mentor, and I am merely an apprentice necromancer. I am curious as to why you deem me the necromancer. Do I appear so haggard? Suddenly, all eyes were upon him, causing Ropia to feel somewhat uncomfortable. You are a junior of Grand Mage Karen's? Ilona's eyes widened, but the age difference between you and Grand Mage Karen's is quite significant. We refer to ourselves as the Necros priests. But due to regulations, I cannot divulge too much. He hadn't prepared a story yet. We have a rule. If any disciple is too weak to pass the eternal life trial, they are sent out to wander and hone themselves. Only if we grasp the concept of eternity before facing death can we return. Ropia spun a tale effortlessly. So, even someone as powerful as Grand Mage Karen's could not pass the eternal life trial? Ropia's words struck the group like a bolt from the blue. Does this mean Grand Mage Karen's did not perish, but rather comprehended eternity and returned? Ilona's eyes sparkled once more. I knew such a formidable mage would not simply fade away. That is his secret, Ropia replied with a knowing smile. Now, he had crafted a powerful background for himself, at least sufficient to impress this group, but he had always believed that if one lacked extraordinary abilities, it was best not to act humbly. However, he was oblivious to the peculiar gaze directed at him by the angel behind him. I never imagined necromancers could be so powerful. Even Grand Mage Karen's is not the strongest. To think they can achieve eternal life. But why is Lord Ropia so weak? Moon pointed out this inconsistency. Ropia coughed awkwardly. I made a minor mistake and was punished by my mentor. Stripped of my power, leaving me unable to wield the energy required for necromantic spells. What was the mistake? Alona pressed for details. Well, Ropia pondered, sigh. I might as well share. After all, I've already embarrassed myself. My mentor has a daughter, young and beautiful. Much like Miss Alona, that we fell in love, but alas, the Necros priests have a strict rule against romance among necromancers. Thus, we could only meet secretly beneath a cherry blossom tree on the mountain at 3 in the morning. Unfortunately, the flames of passion could not be concealed, and this affair was ultimately discovered. Reaching my mentor's ears that in his rage and humiliation, he decided that we must undergo the eternal life trial early. Those who succeed may remain, but must never meet again. Those who fail are stripped of their abilities and cast out to wander. Ropia shook his head in lament, as if lost in sorrowful memories. Even if one achieves eternal life, if they cannot reunite, it becomes a torment and a curse until the end of time. Thus, we both willingly chose to come here to hone our skills. Regrettably, she emerged first, and by the time I followed, I could no longer find her. Ropia was deeply melancholic. For so many years, I've heard nothing of her. I'm truly sorry, Lord Ropia. Upon hearing this tale, Ilona tightly embraced Maylene. We would do everything in our power to help you find her. Can you tell us your mentor's daughter's name? If possible, we can assist in the search. Her name is Cecilia. Ropia sighed deeply. I believe, dear Lord Ropia, that one day you will surely find Miss Cecilia. Even Maylene was moved. Pulling Ilona closer, alas, it is getting late. Let us rest. We must return to Windy City tomorrow. The guards suffered heavy losses, and Frank is dead. With my legs in this state, I wonder how my father will punish me. Ilona sighed as well. Very well. But tomorrow during the day, Lord Ropia, you must tell me just how powerful you truly are. Moon was still eager for more, unconcerned with Ropia's tragic love story. Agreed. Ropia nodded, tacitly accepting to stay with this group for the time being. However, just as he lay down, he overheard a guard quietly cautioning Ilona. Miss, do not trust Lord Ropia too readily. It is unwise to bring a stranger back with you. Ropia did not catch Ilona's response, but he knew that their wariness of him had not diminished. Once all sounds faded into silence, Ropia fell into a deep slumber. Yet, it was not long before a bright light stirred him awake. The fairy-like angel was flitting about before him. Ropia sat up and noticed Angel flying outside. He glanced around. Everyone else was once again fast asleep, so he rose to follow her. After distancing themselves from the campfire, Angel finally halted and reverted to her natural form. What is the matter? As soon as Angel transformed into her human shape, Ropia sensed that she was visibly perturbed. Why did you deceive me? Lord Ropia? I believed you were a necromancer from another world. Angel glared at Ropia, her expression one of betrayal. How could that be? I was deceiving them, not you. Ropia hastily explained, treating Angel as if she were a goddess. So, there is no cherry blossom tree, no Necros priests, and no Cecilia? Angel's eyes clearly expressed disbelief. Of course not. If you do not believe me, you can, Ropia contemplated. You can read my thoughts. Reading thoughts does not guarantee that Lord Ropia is not fabricating these ideas to deceive me. I lack that ability. Ropia shook his head, feeling inexplicably anxious about having angered Angel. But clearly, Lord Ropia possesses impressive mental control. Just the other night at the inn, you left for a moment and returned able to command your very soul. Angel crossed her arms defiantly. That is merely a superpower all male beings possess, allowing one to ensure they are unencumbered by thoughts or affections for a brief period. Ropia felt fortunate it was night, as he did not shine like Angel, and no one could see his face reddening. Really? Angel has never heard of such a thing. Lord Ropia, are you lying again? Absolutely not. Angel, you must believe me. I have not uttered a single lie to you. Not one word. Ropia swore. Wait, was it the nightfall and an overflow of hormones that caused him to feel such attachment? Before him stood a mere fairy, yet he felt as though he were conversing with a goddess. Angel. Wait, have you forgotten your identity? How can you suspect me like this? Angel immediately transformed back into her fairy form. All right, Lord Ropia, go to sleep now. Dawn is approaching. Good night. Ropia shot her an exasperated glance. Had he truly been single for so long that he could not control himself around a fairy? Who could resist the allure of a fairy? Lobia lay down once more, in the darkness. Moon suddenly opened his eyes, gently inscribing a symbol in the air, severing the magical connection between himself and Lobia. The following morning, as dawn broke, Lobia was the first to awaken. He felt unusually invigorated, as if he had enjoyed a full day's rest, and he was eager to rise and train the remaining 4 skeletons he had. Alas, only 3 were left now. It must be said, they were exceedingly feeble, easily fell by a mere sword strike. Sir Lobia rises so early. Moon approached from behind. Master Lu once said, the early bird catches the worm. Lobia replied with a smile. So, which worm does Sir Lobia intend to catch? Moon chuckled in response. I am merely the early bird, destined to be the worm. Lobia grimaced, harboring a certain aversion to the so-called spiritual mage, akin to his distaste for Angel's intrusion into his thoughts. Let us prepare to depart, Sir Lobia. We must return to Windridge before nightfall, Moon stated. Regrettably, the carriage is broken, so we must walk back. I hope no troubles arise along the way. He cast a meaningful glance at Lobia, who was currently focused on his skeletons. Will these skeletons attract any troubles? Lobia did not believe that parading a few skeletons through human society was a prudent idea. Angel flitted about nearby, seemingly aimless, but remained silent due to Moon's presence. This is indeed a concern. Although the church's power has waned, its influence among the populace remains formidable. Even necromancers, who revel in manipulating corpses, are scorned by many. Sir Lobia, after all, even the esteemed Master Karens is revered only among us mages. The common folk do not take kindly to a necromancer. Moon mused thoughtfully. Then I shall refrain from accompanying you, lest I bring trouble upon you, Lobia replied. In truth, he had not agreed to follow them the previous night, but his experiences over the past 3 days had led him to conclude that he was not yet equipped for a life of hardship and exposure. He needed to first explore the cities of this world to discern its technological and social milieu. Moreover, from Moon's insinuations, it seemed this world was not as accepting of necromancers as he had previously surmised. Very well, Moon acquiesced. I shall inform the others to reserve some food for you. I am merely being polite. Shouldn't you all be devising ways to assist me? Lobia felt a pang of frustration. My thanks. Why, Sir Lobia? Why the refusal? Sir Lobia may be accustomed to solitary wandering and finds discomfort in our company. Moon speculated, shaking his head in resignation. Where is Sir Lobia now? Ilona attempted to rise, but suddenly remembered her legs were incapacitated. Sir Lobia is training at the foot of that mountain. Moon indicated a short distance away. Very well. In that case, Moon, please deliver this food to Sir Lobia, said Mylan, who was accompanying Ilona, also shaking his head. They understood that Sir Lobia might be concerned about inviting trouble upon them. At that moment, Lobia returned, swaying slightly with his 4 skeletons, all mimicking his movements perfectly. Do you have any bandages or similar items to conceal the scent and appearance of the skeletons? That way, I can enter the city. Lobia approached with a smile, glancing at Moon. Of course. Sir Lobia. Whether it was due to Lobia being Ilona's savior or the revelation that Lobia was a disciple of the great mage Karens, her demeanor towards the necromancer was particularly favorable. Unfortunately, we have lost all our supplies. Ilona, Moon reminded with a troubled expression. Yes. Ilona's face flushed with embarrassment as she looked at Lobia. I apologize, Sir Lobia, for not being able to bring anything from the Ghost Mist Forest. It was only then that Lobia took notice of Ilona's appearance. During the day prior, her face had been smeared with blood, and the dimness of the early morning had obscured her features. Her long, raven hair cascaded over her gray mage's robe, and her light blue eyes fixated on him, framed by a delicate nose and rosy lips that graced her fair cheeks. Had he known, he would have done something yesterday. That it is of no consequence. Miss Ilona, Lobia replied, you and your companions saved my life yesterday. Wait, Sir Lobia, you may feel free to accompany us. Once we reach our family's territory, I shall have them prepare some armor to conceal your servant's identity. Mylan interjected suddenly, completely oblivious to Moon's incessant signaling that, I have indeed stumbled upon a group of fervent young aristocrats. That would be most kind of you. Young Master Mylan, Lobia surmised that this group was certainly composed of noble lineage, and not just of any ordinary status. How could it be a burden? You have saved all our lives, making you a benefactor to both the Mercer and Riel families. Mylan said respectfully, but time is of the essence. Let us eat and prepare for the journey. I have heard that a band of robbers has recently been spotted nearby, making it unsafe. After a simple breakfast, Lobia set off with this group towards Windridge. Truthfully, he felt a sense of unease, uncertain of what the cities of this world would be like, and more worried about whether anyone would discover his true identity. While he could boast with ease among a throng of young mages in the wilderness, in the novels, Karen's was akin to a pariah, reviled and hunted by many. Although he was unaware of how that fictional protagonist garnered the admiration of mages. If even someone like Karen's was not universally accepted, it was wise for him to proceed with caution. Angel perched on his shoulder. Had she not alerted him to Moon's ongoing mental probing, he might have been left stranded in the wilderness out of pride. Yet, he must remain vigilant against Moon. This also implied that there could be other powerful mages capable of easily penetrating his defenses. Thus, he should maintain a safe distance from this group to avoid unnecessary complications that, of course, Lobia understood that his foremost priority was to grow stronger. Regardless of whether Karen still lived, he needed to locate him or his relics to seek a way back to Earth. He missed the comfort of his single bed. Sir Lobia, do you also wield water ice magic? Several soldiers took turns carrying Alona, while Moon and Mylan conversed beside them. Without a doubt, he was cautioning Mylan to remain wary of him. Lobia chose to ignore their whispered confabulations. He could not concern himself with such matters. Setting aside the fact that he was under their roof, he had previously inquired of Angel and learned that Malin's combat prowess was approximately 90. While Moon's hovered around 75, accompanied by several guards boasting combat ratings above 100, he was utterly incapable of confronting them. However, this would likely lead Mylan to grow suspicious of him. I do not. He responded to Alona's question, noting that despite her disability, her combat strength stood at 22, while his was a mere 12. He wished fervently that, like in martial arts novels, combat prowess were directly proportional to age. Then why do you have an ice-water elemental sprite with you? She is my companion and friend, named Angel, Lobia introduced. Recalling how Angel had assisted in rescuing Alona, he wondered how Alona had perceived Angel at that moment. Yet, Lobia discerned that mages could easily identify an elemental, sparing him the trouble of being mistaken for someone else than a friend. Alona seemed taken aback, as if she had just heard earth-shattering news, and even Moon and Mylan paused in their hushed conversation. Astonished, Angel fluttered nervously into the air. Lobia realized he may have misspoken. Are you friends with an elemental? Alona questioned, her disbelief palpable. Is there anything amiss? Lobia mused, having assumed the guise of a Necromancer priest. Is there a particular stigma attached to elementals? Angel, feeling a surge of anxiety, flitted behind Robia. No. Your Excellency, Robia, I merely find such assertions rather peculiar, akin to suggesting that a spirit is merely... Alona struggled to find the most fitting words to articulate this sensation. Suddenly, Robia turned and grasped Angel, yet he merely placed her in his palm, gently caressing her. It is akin to saying, I am friends with this sword. Precisely. Alona nodded in agreement. However, Angel shifted uneasily. Indeed, in the eyes of an average mage, spirits were nothing more than tools formed from elemental energies. Yet Robia continued to tenderly stroke Angel. But Angel is undeniably my friend. She has rescued me on numerous occasions. Nonetheless, the gazes of those around him were tinged with a hint of strangeness. Your Excellency, Robia, there's a saying in the Academy. Spirits will always bewitch the heart. If you do not control them, they will control you. Alona cautioned, still somewhat apprehensive, harboring doubts that Robia might have fallen under the spirit's enchantment. But tell me about your experience. What did you encounter in the misty woods? Robia deftly redirected the conversation As I mentioned to you earlier, Mr. Robia, we initially ventured into the misty woods out of mere curiosity, intending to only explore the outskirts. My father, Wendell Riel, the Lord of Galewind City, was concerned for our safety and even dispatched a guard to protect us. Upon mentioning her father, Robia noticed that Mylan and Moon exchanged wary glances, silently warning him. Yet Alona, much like Mylan before her, remained oblivious, continuing to recount her experiences from the previous day. However, it wasn't long before someone in our party, driven by curiosity, proposed that we venture deeper into the misty woods. That ill-fated suggestion stirred each of us, leading us to make a grave decision, and we boldly entered the misty woods. Alas, we believed our numbers and the presence of a formidable warrior like Captain Frank would guarantee our safety. Little did we know, the misty woods were fraught with peril. Shortly after our entry, we encountered several grotesquely decayed wild boars, their appearance utterly revolting. Robia had encountered such wild boars, albeit only one that nevertheless, we apprentices swiftly dealt with these creatures, emboldening us to press further into the woods. Alona recalled, a deep sense of regret washing over her. Swiftly dealt with, she had nearly perished at the hands of that wild boar that we followed a broad path deeper into the woods, encountering other adventuring parties along the way, deciding to travel together. Our numbers swelled to over 40, emboldening us further, convincing us that the misty woods were not as daunting as they seemed. Aside from the pervasive fog, there appeared to be no real threat. We resolved to investigate the legendary Witheredwood town, eager to uncover what had transpired there. The mention of the fabled Witheredwood town surprised Robia, yet he continued to listen intently as Alona recounted her memories. Upon reaching a cemetery, we discovered signs of recent activity. Several graves had evidently been freshly unearthed. Indeed, it was I who had done so. This revelation filled us with both trepidation and excitement, for it implied that if we could locate the individuals responsible for these disturbances, we would draw closer to the truth behind the misty woods. Regrettably, as we followed the trail, we found ourselves back at the cemetery. At this point, Alona felt a shiver run down her spine. Robia, too, was baffled. He had not circled around at all. Afterward, we could not find our way out. Utterly lost, to make matters worse, it wasn't long before we sensed a formidable creature rapidly approaching us, prompting everyone to prepare for battle. Yet we could not discern its form. It struck from the shadows, each attack claiming or injuring one of us. Alona glanced at her legs, which bore the marks of that creature's savage assault. Eventually, we could only flee, futilely casting spells into the darkness to no avail. As Alona recalled the events, a profound fear lingered in her heart. Robia felt a surge of gratitude for having escaped that fate. What is the story behind Witheredwood Town? Robia was genuinely intrigued by the enigmatic settlement, which appeared pristine yet utterly deserted. Well, Your Excellency Robia, Mylan interjected with an air of authority. According to legend, though we cannot ascertain its truth, the forest was once entirely normal. However, from long ago, every year, a thick fog would descend, lingering for an entire month. This strange phenomenon persisted until after our births, yet few paid it any mind, dismissing it as a mere natural occurrence. But 12 years ago, the fog returned to the forest. And this time, it did not dissipate, exceeding a month and spreading outward. Moon approached, nodding in agreement. Mylan continued. Within the forest lies a small town, Witheredwood Town, which I recall visiting in my youth. It was once a fairly prosperous settlement. Over a decade ago, Robia began to piece together the timeline of known events. 10 years ago, the fog enveloped the entire Witheredwood Town, swiftly expanding until it encompassed the vast area of the misty woods. Since then, no one has seen the townsfolk, nor has anyone been able to locate Witheredwood Town. As time passed, numerous rumors emerged, claiming that the fog had consumed Witheredwood Town and that all its inhabitants had perished. 10 years ago, the fog covered Witheredwood Town. Robia was taken aback, for based on the fragments of memories from his past, the fog should have just recently enveloped the town at the time of his demise. Yet the decay of his remains suggested no more than a year had passed. However, Your Excellency Robia, the insignia upon the armor of your skeleton appears quite familiar. Mylan gazed intently at Robia. Could it be that Mylan recognized the emblem as belonging to Witheredwood Town? Robia pondered, realizing he must acknowledge certain truths. Indeed, when I was transported by my mentor spell, I found myself precisely at the cemetery that Miss Alona just mentioned, where I also reanimated several corpses as my servants. By chance, I reached the Witheredwood town you speak of, where I procured some armor for my skeletons. Robia shrugged, gesturing toward the 3 swordsmen behind him. Just those 3 to your excellency. Robia ventured to Witheredwood town. The others were taken aback, but Moon soon wore a skeptical expression. Indeed, I found the armor of the militia camp there. What was it like inside? Alona inquired eagerly, captivated by the tales of the necromancer. The entirety of Witheredwood town was devoid of inhabitants, not a sound to be heard. Yet the streets were immaculately clean, devoid of any dust. Many buildings still emitted faint glimmers of light, yet no souls were present. Robia spoke truthfully. Even the militia camp was remarkably tidy, with weapons and armor appearing as pristine as new. As he spoke, Robia suddenly realized that his one-handed sword was missing. By the way, where's my sword? Oh, my sincerest apologies. The incident unfolded so suddenly, and we had just narrowly escaped death. Your sword was left behind at the location where we first encountered each other. Though Mylan had conversed at length with Moon, his demeanor toward Robia remained largely unchanged. Rest assured, once we arrive at Galewind City, I shall present you with a brand new sword. Mylan vowed earnestly. Thus, the conversation continued as Robia diligently trained his minions, and soon evening descended. It appears we shall not reach our destination today, miss. Perhaps we should rest for the night at the inn ahead. One of the guards suggested, and Robia recognized him as the one who had previously warned Alona to be cautious of him. Very well, Alona replied, relieved that it was not the inn she had stayed at a couple of days prior. Are you all familiar with the territory of Saru? Robia suddenly inquired. Saru? Oh yes, it is a small domain in the northwest. Why do you ask, your excellency, Robia? Alona responded, Oh, nothing much. I heard that a necromancer has appeared nearby. And I suspect it may be Cecilia. Robia replied. When did you arrive in the Misty Woods, Mr. Robia? Alona asked. 3 days ago. Robia stated, believing that honesty about the timeline was the best policy, lest he inadvertently reveal a flaw. So there are 2 necromancers in this vicinity these past few days? How fascinating. Alona was utterly astonished, exclaiming, Goodness, I had always believed that such mysterious professions had vanished without a trace. Yet here beside me are 2 individuals embodying them. However, my dear Lord Robia, we can explore Sarlu at a later time. The pressing issue at hand is that we need to enter the inn, and it seems rather inconvenient for your skeletal servants to make an appearance. Mayline remarked, Perhaps we should leave them outside, tucked away in a secure location. He suggested, Oh, no need for that. I'm accustomed to the outdoors and can manage sleeping alone. Robia chuckled, resolutely declining, for he had no desire to remain in the company of this group. At least now, with Olaf's combat prowess at a respectable 70, he felt a modicum of safety, unwilling to part with his 4 skeletal servants. This simply cannot be. How could we allow our savior to sleep rough in the wilderness? Alona protested. Indeed, I've heard whispers of a band of robbers in these parts. It is hardly safe. My lord Robia, Maline added enthusiastically, I am aware. Robia indicated towards Olaf behind him. This fellow was once a member of that very band of robbers. I encountered them and dispatched 2 of their number. Very well, Alona conceded, recognizing Robia's firm resolve. Let us leave our provisions for Lord Robia. We shall not require them, and we can reach Xiongfeng City by midday tomorrow. Lord Robia, do not wander too far. We shall set out bright and early. Fortunately, Moon and Mayline did not press the matter further, and after offering Robia a few loaves of bread, they retreated into a nearby inn. Is it truly possible that this is all their provisions? Robia mused, aware that these young individuals were not easily deceived and remained wary of him. Yet, if they had intended to strike, they would have done so long ago. Indicating their uncertainty regarding how to handle him, he had underestimated the situation, failing to recognize that Moon had employed mental magic upon him. Who knows how much he had gleaned? Lord Robia, what shall we do now? Asked Angel, finally breaking her silence after a long day. We cannot continue to follow them. These individuals are of no ordinary standing. Who knows what formidable talents lie within their family? It would be prudent for us to make our escape. Robia replied, taking a bite of the bread in his hand. Angel wishes to transform. The little sprite flitted about excitedly. Robia could vividly envision the image of the female knight, and after securing his consent, Angel soon took on that gallant form. Oh, if only these skeletons could also transform, Robia lamented, gazing at the striking angel before him. Though we shall not accompany them, we must still venture to Xiongfeng City. Once the noble youths had entered the inn, Robia hurriedly led Angel and the skeletal warriors into the nearby woods. Angel, did you arrive in Kumu town over 60 years ago? Robia inquired, discovering that traveling alone was far more comfortable, allowing him to converse freely with Angel. Angel recalls it being over a decade ago. She replied, eagerly consuming the bread Robia had offered, I am deeply grateful to you, Lord Robia. Is it merely a loaf of bread? Surely, that cannot be the extent of it, Robia chuckled. Not at all. I am thankful that you, Lord Robia, treat me kindly despite knowing how this world treats elves. Angel explained, isn't the mage Alan also unkind to you? Robia asked, curious, as he remembered how fondly Angel spoke of the mage. Alan treats us well, but only because we can assume the form of his daughter, Angel replied, her tone tinged with disappointment. I know that Alan merely redirects his affection for his daughter onto us, but he does not genuinely care for us. Robia felt a pang in his heart. Was his kindness towards Angel not influenced by her resemblance to Lilia? Are you aware of the matter concerning the Misty Forest? He asked, attempting to steer the conversation elsewhere. Angel accompanied Mage Alan shortly after her birth. He seemed to have mentioned something about it, but I do not recall, she stated, having finished her bread and eyeing the remnants in Robia's hand with keen interest. Here, Robia offered, oblivious to the glimmer of longing in Angel's gaze, though he noticed the drool trickling from her lips. The mist appears once a year, lingering for a month. However, since the fog emerged over a decade ago, it has refused to dissipate, continually spreading throughout that forest. Could this be linked to my arrival in this world? Miss Alona, Lord Robia has departed, a soldier hurriedly reported upon returning to the inn. See, I knew he was trouble. Now he has fled out of guilt, Moon boasted. Perhaps Lord Robia merely wished to avoid burdening us, Alona countered, shaking her head. Regardless, Lord Robia directly rescued me and indirectly saved each of you. If we encounter him again, we must express our gratitude. Furthermore, we must assist him in locating Miss Cecilia. Surely you cannot believe that ghost story. Moon shot her a skeptical glance that I had hoped he might share some secrets of necromancy. Thankfully, we left behind some residual magic when we saved him. Otherwise, we might have been ensnared in his deception. Ilona, unaware that Robia had not rescued her out of pure benevolence. His mental state had been on the verge of collapse, and he had not wished to sacrifice a single skeleton, settled herself into a deeper slumber. The night deepened. Robia reclined against a tree, allowing Godfrey, Baldwin, Barian, and Olaf to stand guard nearby. Angel reverted to her sprite form, nestled comfortably in the palm of Robia's hand. Good night, Lord Robia. Good night, Robia replied, closing his eyes and contemplating how to conceal the identities of the skeletons. Currently, he could conceive of only two methods. One involved shrouding the skeletons in full armor and helmets, while the other entailed wrapping their exposed parts in bandages or cloth. However, the former was prohibitively expensive, and the latter seemed rather peculiar, resembling mummies on the move. More importantly, these methods would only alter their appearance, failing to mask the foul odor emanating from the skeletons. Not to mention, a more capable mage might see through the ruse. How had Karen's managed it? Robia found it hard to believe that, as Alona claimed, Karen's would abandon necromancy altogether. Has Lord Robia fallen asleep? Angel's voice suddenly interrupted his thoughts. What is it? Robia opened his eyes, noticing how Angel's radiance stood out in the dim light. He had traveled quite a distance, ensuring that Alona and her companions would not seek him out before resting. If Lord Robia wishes to grow stronger, I believe a return to Kumu town would be beneficial. Angel suggested. Why is that? Robia shuddered at the thought of returning to that eerie place. Where I was imprisoned lies a church, Angel replied, directly describing her 60-plus years of experience as imprisonment to the back of that church. There is a basement leading to a graveyard where a powerful knight is interred, she explained. How do you know this? Robia asked, unimpressed by the notion of a powerful knight. when Angel first arrived in Kumu town with Mage Allen. It coincided with that knight's funeral. I recall the locals stating that he was the greatest knight in Kumu town's history. As for his deeds, I am unaware, she recounted. Robia pondered for a moment, but ultimately declined to return. Since he has been dead for over 60 years, he cannot have transformed into a death knight. Perhaps his remains have long since decayed. Moreover, with my current abilities, I doubt I could maintain such a formidable presence. That is not the case. Knights buried in sacred graves are coated with a special substance that prevents decay for many years. However, it seems Lord Robia lacks the prowess to control such power. Angel lamented. Then, one day, that knight shall pledge his loyalty to me, and it shall not be long, Robia declared, squeezing Angel gently. Good night once more, Lord Robia. Good night. The first rays of sunlight pierced through the layers of yellowed leaves, casting a warm glow upon Ropia's cheek. If it were midsummer, spending a night here would surely be quite comfortable. Ropia rubbed his nearly frozen face, wondering where Angel had scampered off to this time. One commendable trait of the skeleton warriors was their unwavering dedication to duty. He checked the breath of death within him. After a day of rigorous training, his accumulation limit had significantly increased. With the prior sacrifice of 2 skeleton warriors, Ropia could now easily sustain 2 more without issue. Hello, Mr. Ropia, you're awake again. Angel, in her humanoid form, bounced back into view. Where did you go? Ropia stood up and, taking out the remaining bread, divided it into 2 portions for Angel. I went to absorb some elemental energy. Now I'm all set to transform. Angel exclaimed, stuffing both pieces of bread in her mouth simultaneously, speaking in a muffled manner before gazing eagerly at Ropia. If I had known it would be this addictive, I wouldn't have let you transform, Ropia remarked, casting her a sidelong glance before closing his eyes to envision the image of the female knight. As soon as Angel completed her transformation, she promptly severed their mental connection, not lingering for even a moment longer to be wide away. Angel, where do you go to absorb elemental energy? Ropia inquired to Othian where Miss Alona is staying. There is plenty of water and an abundance of delicious food there, but I can't take too much. I can only sneak a little bit of the ice-water element, Angel replied happily. Showcasing her armor, Ropia remained silent, having pondered throughout the night without arriving at a suitable method to disguise the skeletons. Let us go. While it's still early, we should set off. He brushed the leaves and dirt off his backside. Are you really not going to join Miss Alona and the others? Angel asked. No, some paths can only be traversed alone, Ropia said, gazing skyward at a 45-degree angle. Angel immediately grew anxious. Mr. Ropia cannot go against Angel's first wish. Ropia lowered his head to look at Angel, who resembled Lilia, and unexpectedly placed his hand on her shoulder. Don't worry, little sister. Your brother will not abandon you. Where's Mr. Ropia's sister? Angel asked. Her expression one of confusion. Forget it. Ropia patted her dreamlike face. Come, let us go. Angel, Mr. Ropia is quite peculiar, Angel remarked as she watched Ropia's retreating figure, glancing nervously around. There's no one here. Can it be that a necromancer can see the souls? Since the resting place was not too far from Windy City, the number of passers-by on the main road had increased. Ropia had no choice but to navigate through the woods with the skeletons. At times, to avoid the pedestrians in the forest, he had to take a considerable detour. Gradually, Ropia could discern the imposing silhouette of Windy City. Concealed behind a slope, Ropia observed the grand city below. The city walls stood 10 meters high and stretched for miles, adorned with many pale yellow banners. However, the guards near Alona did not wear heraldic armor, leaving him uncertain if it was indeed the banner of the Riel family. Due to the elevation of the slope in this forest, Ropia was granted a panoramic view of the entire city. The most prominent features were several towering spires, which eclipsed the bell tower of Witheredwood Town by 7 or 8 times in height. 2 of the towers boasted unique designs, standing not far apart and estimated to reach a staggering 100 meters. Amidst the densely packed houses, numerous dark figures could be faintly seen. Those who inhabited this city. At the very least, gazing upon the scene, It appeared that the technological level of this world was akin to that of Earth during the 11th century, yet whether such a vast city and densely populated society were commonplace in this world remained uncertain. Beneath the towering gate, dozens of fully armed soldiers swayed idly, scrutinizing every passerby. These soldiers were equipped with swords and long axes, devoid of firearms. However, it was clear that entry would not be granted without first addressing the matter of disguising the skeletons. Just as Ropia believed he had deduced the technological level of this world, a large cluster of dark shapes appeared in the distant sky, drifting slowly towards Windy City. Ropia felt a sense of familiarity with the object. As it drew nearer, he could discern its full form, a massive, oval-shaped object with a square cabin suspended beneath it, driven forward by a colossal propeller that spun tirelessly at its rear. Ropia watched as this enormous vessel, measuring 70 to 80 meters in length, gently settled between the two soaring towers, that a dirigible. Ropia was convinced he had not misjudged. It was indeed a grand airship. Precisely as depicted in history books, it seemed that steam technology had not only thrived in the peculiar town of Withered Wood, but had also made significant advancements in this world. Angel, do you have any recollection of this city? Ropia inquired. Of course. Decades ago, we accompanied Mage Allen here, and this was the first city we visited that time. Mage Allen even spent a night with a heavily made-up woman. Angel replied, her tone tinged with nostalgia, but I doubt it was this large back then. After all, decades have passed. The woman for back then is likely now accompanied by her granddaughter. Ropia mused, reflecting on the passage of time. Let us proceed. We must first devise a plan to conceal the skeletons before delving deeper into the city, Ropia concluded. Alas, Angel doesn't want to leave. She's hungry, the fairy pouted. Then you stay here while I search for a nearby village or something to see if I can borrow some supplies. Ropia said, ruffling Angel's hair. But Angel can't stay. Mr. Ropia can't communicate with the people of this world. How could he borrow anything? Angel protested fervently. What do you mean? Ropia thought borrowing didn't require communication. But Angel's words puzzled him. The only reason Mr. Ropia can communicate with the people of this world is that Angel is translating. Angel declared proudly. Otherwise, how would Mr. Ropia's language align with theirs? So our ability to converse stems from you interfering with the thoughts of those around us, transforming the language of this world into something I can comprehend. Ropia realized, understanding why he had assumed the people of this world spoke a universal language. Then you must accompany me, Ropia insisted, pulling Angel along, as having a translator would help avoid unnecessary cultural misunderstandings. I'm so hungry. Angel wants soft bread, Angel said reluctantly, her demands growing bolder by the moment. There are 8 pieces of bread in total. I've eaten 3, so you can have a rest, Ropia replied disdainfully. Besides, you mentioned that elves only eat out of craving, not necessity. Mr. Ropia is indeed full of lies. Angel never said that. If someone were to document my affairs, they would find it in the earlier chapters. Ropia dismissed her, continuing to drag Angel along. Reluctantly, Angel followed Ropia as he searched for a nearby village where they might borrow some supplies. They had previously circumvented this village, having observed its liveliness from a distance. Now, peering from the woods, they noticed a gathering of people at the outskirts. There were numerous gravestones marked with crosses, indicating it was a cemetery. Before the crowd stood a freshly dug grave, where a priest recited solemn words, while a girl clad in black mourning attire wept openly, her face concealed by her hands, before a body draped in white cloth. Noble aristocrat, resting here, valiant and unparalleled, though dead, still lives on. His deeds echoing through the ages, he towered over the world, shaking the heavens, having endured countless trials, mad in life, remarkable in death, recited a scholar-like figure loudly. Following this, the priest began a prayer, and the people commenced the burial of the body. An aristocrat, could it be a formidable knight? Ropia pondered thoughtfully, stroking his chin. Angel, perhaps by not returning to Withered Wood. I might summon a death knight. Slidiao meticulously devised his plan. He contemplated that if his strength was insufficient to sustain a death knight, he might as well compel the knight to take its own life, allowing for a subsequent burial. This thought had occurred to him the previous night, as he pondered how to sacrifice an unnecessary servant. Thus, he patiently awaited the night, knowing that he could only dig graves under the cover of darkness. Therefore, he resolved to train diligently during the day to enhance his own strength and elevate the threshold of the deathly breath within him. Luo Biao found himself in a quandary, uncertain whether to sever the connection immediately or to test the waters. "This old man has been driven to madness by Mr. Luo Biao," Angel suddenly interjected after a prolonged silence. "Mr. Luo Biao has caused another death." "Hey, what does this have to do with me? Besides, he was already dead." Luo Biao retorted, bewildered by the unfolding events. "Then why not assist him? Mr. Luo Biao, consider it Angel's fourth wish." Angel tugged at Luo Biao's hand. Regret washed over Luo Biao for having granted Angel's wishes in the first place. "Wait, your first wish was not to abandon you. The second was to indulge you in delicious food. The third was for me to awaken, and the fourth was to avenge the villagers of Haimu village. That should be it. Then Angel shall forego the third wish." Angel pouted. "Hurry, I implore you, Your Excellency Luo Biao. That giant is devouring my niece. I can hear it. I can hear." The old knight's spirit suddenly knelt. "Fine, let this be my good deed for once." Although Lu Biao was uncertain if this truly constituted a good deed, he resolved to seek out the old knight's niece. He promptly ordered 4 skeletons to conceal themselves around him as he escorted Angel to the manor. It appeared the old knight was indeed the master of this estate, albeit one that no longer belonged to him. The manor was modest, lacking even a fence. Luo Biao approached the entrance of a castle situated at the heart of the estate, where lights still flickered within. Knock, knock, knock. Luo Biao adjusted his demeanor and politely rapped on the door. After a brief moment, he heard the sound of slow footsteps approaching. The door swung open to reveal a short, plump old woman who regarded Angel with a look of bewilderment. "Are you the niece?" Luo Biao inquired, aware that ordinary folk might be taken aback by Angel's natural form. "Apologies, esteemed mage. What brings you here?" The old woman quickly recognized Angel as an elf, noting the faint blue magical glow surrounding her, and thus understood that the ragged youth before her was indeed a mage. "Oh, forgive me. I am merely a passing mage. That I heard a lonely old knight's spirit lamenting in the graveyard outside the village, yearning for a final glimpse of his niece." Luo Biao spoke in the most gentlemanly tone he could muster. "Master?" The old woman's face turned pale with fear, but she swiftly prepared to shut the door. "Begone, you filthy necromancer. If I discover you dare to defile our master's corpse, I shall make you pay. Forgive me, but that is not." Yet the door had already closed, and Luo Biao prepared to knock again. Angel suddenly transformed into her diminutive fairy form, fluttering to Luo Biao's ear. "Your Excellency Luo Biao, there are individuals approaching outside the manor." Luo Biao turned to see several shadowy figures sneaking toward the estate, weapons glinting ominously in the moonlight. Although the identities of the intruders remained unclear, Luo Biao chose to conceal himself behind nearby bushes, simultaneously ordering the nearby skeleton warriors to follow suit, had he stumbled into yet another predicament. Fortunately, the group failed to notice him as they laughed and conversed. Striding boldly toward the castle's entrance, Luo Biao's keen eyes discerned that each of them wielded blades, clearly not mere villagers. The group halted at the foot of the castle, whistling toward the upper levels. Their furtive demeanor certainly raised suspicions. Luo Biao began to waver, contemplating whether to flee and abandon the deranged old knight. After all, that lunatic's frenzied state was of little use now. The door swung open once more, and the old woman, spotting the group, cautiously glanced around before quietly inquiring, "Did you see a necromancer pass by?" "What of it?" asked a handsome young man among the group, his waist adorned with a dagger, though it remained sheathed. Clearly, he was their leader. Luo Biao's curiosity piqued as he sensed an ominous premonition that a mage appeared earlier, uttering strange words and mentioning the master. It seemed he wished to see Miss Catherine. The old woman explained, her vigilance unwavering as she scanned the surroundings. "Come inside quickly. Miss Catherine is upstairs." To the invitation of the stout woman, the group entered the castle. Moments later, a woman's scream pierced the air from above. "Help!" Mr. Luo Biao would not choose to flee, would he? Angel suddenly queried. Angel, what was the combat strength of that group? The leader possesses a strength of 50, while the others hover around 30. Angel replied, Is it truly so low? You wouldn't deceive me, would you? Luo Biao seized Angel, shaking her in agitation. Angel was mistaken. The leader's strength is 80, while the others are around 50. Angel promptly admitted the truth. Luo Biao shook his head in resignation. Alas, these individuals are far too powerful. Our assistance would be futile. Indeed, Mr. Luo Biao, the formidable Olaf now boasts a strength of 75. How can you falter? Luo Biao gripped tighter. Thus, the strongest among them is 80, while I possess only 75. And the rest merely 30. In terms of both quantity and quality, we are outmatched. How can we fight? But skeletons have their own advantages. Angel seemed resolute in her desire to assist, or perhaps even to endanger Luo Biao. Yet Luo Biao fell silent, reflecting. He could not spend his life in flight. What traveler had not grown rapidly amidst the trials of life and death? Moreover, his previous encounter with that entity known as Gorwin had demonstrated that he bore the light of a protagonist, destined to be rescued in critical moments. The four skeletons had gathered nearby, and whether it was the impulse to be a hero or a sudden surge of courage within Luo Biao, he rose, donned his hood, and strode toward the castle's entrance. Bang, bang, bang. He knocked with renewed vigor, the force of his knocks increasing. Ouch! Luo Biao rubbed his hands in discomfort, while the castle had previously been filled with noise. The sound of his knocking rendered it abruptly silent, and one answered the door. Luo Biao glanced up, noticing a figure peering out from the left window. Young master, there are several individuals below. The figure shouted in alarm. It appeared that the dim lighting had prevented them from recognizing that those behind Luo Biao were not human. Yet Luo Biao remained untroubled, having expended too much deathly breath reviving the old knight. He seized this opportunity to rest and recuperate. Help! The girl's cries echoed once more from above. Charge the door! Luo Biao summoned his courage. Naturally, this task fell to Olaf, the most formidable among them. However, Olaf had yet to learn the art of breaching doors. Upon receiving the command for a physical assault, he promptly raised his axe and began to batter the wooden door. Damn it! A furious roar erupted from within the castle. Who goes there? To be frank, while the small castle in this village lacked substantial defenses, it was still unrealistic to expect to break down a wooden door with an axe. Nevertheless, Luo Biao's actions incited the ire of those inside. The door swung open, revealing a group of furious individuals staring at Luo Biao. Who are you? Yet their anger quickly morphed into shock as they realized that, aside from the ragged youth before them, the other four were not alive at all. However, Luo Biao did not afford them the opportunity to retreat. Olaf, positioned closest, immediately launched an attack. After 2 days of training, the skeleton warriors had significantly improved their combat movements and stances. Olaf swung his axe as though he were felling a tree, and the nearest individual, still paralyzed by terror, failed to react in time. The axe sank into flesh, blood spraying forth. Luo Biao was momentarily stunned by the gruesome scene. After all, this was the first living being he had witnessed being slain under his command, a ghost. At last, someone snapped to attention and shouted loudly. The leading youth immediately drew the dagger from his waist and began to retreat towards the castle. Preparing to hide within its walls, Godfrey, Baldwin, and Barian were slightly slower to react, yet they too launched their assault. However, the others had already regained their composure, brandishing their weapons defensively while stepping back. This was the first advantage of the skeletons, the ability to instill fear in humans without a fight, particularly among these ordinary folk who would undoubtedly be petrified at the sight of such terrifying skeletal figures. Godfrey plunged his sword into a human's body, then swiftly withdrew it and shook off his hand. At that moment, Robia, while performing this action, suddenly experienced a cramp, not realizing that the skeletons had learned to mimic this as well. Who on earth are you? The young man abruptly halted, seemingly stabilizing his emotions. Perhaps you should first enlighten me as to who you are. Robia felt the lingering breath of death emanating from the two cadavers. I am Isido Lane of Ryan, son of Baudelaire Lane. I am perplexed as to why this esteemed mage has attacked us without provocation. Although the youth spoke thus, his voice trembled with fear. After all, the other party had inexplicably unleashed a horde of fearsome skeletons. leaving him entirely unaware of their true strength. Acting heroically, responding to cries for help, Robia's level of fear was no less than that of the youth, but the suddenness of the attack had instilled in him a modicum of confidence. "I am Andrew Callens Robia, a high-ranking necromancer." A necromancer? The youth's fear deepened further. Though he was not a mage himself, he had heard of the name Callens and knew of the terrors associated with necromancers. "I believe there has been a misunderstanding. The one who cried for help was my wife, Catherine. We were merely engaged in some playful antics." Robia was relieved that he wore a hood, for otherwise the youth would have seen the discomfort etched on his face. Indeed, he too was uncertain of what had transpired. He had merely heard cries for help and assumed a band of strongmen had invaded the castle with ill intentions towards Miss Catherine. Yet this was not the moment for admitting fault. Robia continued in a low voice, "In that case, where might this Lady Catherine be?" "Esteemed mage, my wife is currently indisposed. It may not be appropriate." The youth glanced at the lifeless body of his companion, who had already drawn his last breath. "Curse it, could it be that I have inadvertently caused harm with good intentions? All of this was Angel's fault. I will not admit to any mistakes. I have no qualms about waiting here for a moment. But if this Lady Catherine cannot come down to confirm, then every one of you here must perish." With that, Robia began to cast a resurrection spell on one of the corpses. Regardless of whether he had made a mistake, he had to intimidate this group before him. Amidst the terrified gazes of the onlookers, their familiar companion struggled to rise. His eyes were replaced by two orbs of blue flame, gazing hauntingly at the crowd. More terrifying still, his muscles suddenly disintegrated into countless blue particles, swiftly entering the body of the necromancer. Their companion was now a mere skeleton before their eyes. "Fight him." Robia had not anticipated that this action would not only fail to intimidate the youth, but would instead send him into a frenzied scream. Oh no! Aside from the noble youth, there were still 7 enemies present, all of whom charged recklessly towards him. Particularly, the recently resurrected skeleton had not yet managed to grasp a weapon before being cleaved through the ribs by his former comrade. Robia issued command for his skeletons to attack freely. Olaf swung an axe, striking an enemy squarely in the forehead, then swiftly severed another's hand that in contrast. The 3 swordsmen found Godfrey's clumsy attack deftly evaded, only to be met with a sword that shattered his arm. Baldwin fared no better, as the noble youth's dagger pierced his eye socket, reducing his entire skeletal structure to dust. The disparity in combat prowess among the skeletons was stark. However, at this moment, the skeleton's second advantage became evident: their remarkable regenerative capabilities. Except for Baldwin, who was utterly obliterated, Godfrey's shattered arm and Baldwin's crushed finger bones, as well as the ribcage of the recently resurrected skeleton, began to visibly mend at an astonishing rate. Their weakness lies in the head. The noble youth shouted angrily to his companions, "Oh, the weakness of my skeletal servants is in their heads." Robia suddenly recalled, as his notes had mentioned this detail. He promptly instructed Olaf to dispatch the remaining foes while directing Godfrey, Baldwin, and the newly resurrected skeleton to distract the noble youth, but he continued to absorb the deathly essence from fresh corpses, and once enough had accumulated, he immediately cast resurrection on another body. Since discovering the skeleton's critical vulnerability, the noble youth had relentlessly attacked their heads, particularly favoring his dagger to pierce their eye sockets. However, the limitation of the dagger became apparent, as it could not slash or block. Under Robia's increasingly adept control, the noble youth managed to eliminate only the recently resurrected skeleton, unable to approach Godfrey and Baldwin. These 2 skeletons wielded their 2-handed swords to prevent the youth from closing in. Meanwhile, behind them, Olaf continued to slaughter the remaining foes. Though he too was struck repeatedly, the steady influx of deathly essence from the corpses allowed Robia to continuously provide Olaf with restorative energy. These infernal creatures cannot be killed. The remaining few descended into despair, too frightened to approach Olaf. Robia intentionally positioned himself to leave a route of escape open for them. "Retreat." The noble youth struck Godfrey's shin, immediately ordering the remaining members to flee. In truth, he need not command. Upon seeing an opportunity for escape, the others had already discarded their weapons and fled the estate. Master Lu once said, "Never corner your enemies." Robia watched with a sense of satisfaction as the fleeing figures vanished. Why does Mr. Robia wish to slay these innocent people and drive away Lady Catherine's husband? Does Mr. Robia intend to usurp Lady Catherine for himself? At that moment, Angel's tone bore a hint of reproach. I say, elf, if you keep this up, I shall crush you. It was you who urged me to help, and now you blame me for the deaths of so many. Robia glared at Angel, who hovered above him, clearly fearful of being caught, flying a tad higher than usual. Yet Robia felt a twinge of emotion. He had not anticipated that taking lives would allow him to advance so swiftly, whether in the mastery of commanding magic, the capacity for absorbing deathly essence, or even the combat skills of the skeletons. There was a discernible increase. The subtle bloodthirst began to awaken within him. Perhaps it was true that only through bloodshed could one attain greatness. He glanced at his reservoir of deathly essence, and in one breath, resurrected all 3 corpses before him. Even while maintaining control over Olaf, Godfrey, Baldwin, and the newly risen skeleton, he still had surplus energy. To achieve such results solely through training would likely take a month. Regrettably, Barian had also perished, leaving only 2 of his original companions. All right, my servants, soldiers. Robia suddenly felt that issuing magical commands with a shout would imbue him with a more commanding presence. Arm yourselves. Let us venture inside to uncover the truth. I hope Miss Catherine has not yet finished dressing. Robia, now genuinely angered, disregarded Angel entirely, for she had contributed nothing but trouble. He led 7 skeletons into the castle. The 4 untrained skeletons stumbled awkwardly up the stairs. Robia, disinterested in slowly issuing the mimic command, simply had them stand guard at the door with their swords drawn, while he, along with Godfrey, Baldwin, and Olaf, rushed into the castle. The old woman was paralyzed with fright. Slumped at the foot of the stairs, Robia had no interest in her and hurried upstairs, eager to rescue someone. There, he found Lady Catherine, properly attired but trembling in a corner, her face bearing signs of a recent beating. What terrified her now were Robia and the skeletons at his side. Robia felt a pang of inexplicable regret, yet he recognized the young woman as the one clad in mourning attire earlier that day. Though now her features appeared even more haggard, he removed his hood and, adopting the most gentlemanly tone, inquired, "Might I ask if you are Miss Catherine, the niece of the knight who was recently interred?" "Yes." The young woman gazed at him with terror. "Your uncle has requested that I bring you to him. He has one last matter to share with you." Robia could not disclose that her uncle was in a state of madness. Rambling incoherently, he could only venture a guess to bring her forth. "Uncle Gerald is still alive." The young maiden felt a flicker of excitement. "I apologize, but he has already passed away. Yes, you can see. I'm a necromancer, and your uncle's spirit has entrusted me with the task of finding you." Robia gestured towards the skeleton behind him. "Fear not, Miss Catherine, we mean you no harm." Yet Catherine's fear remained undiminished. "Did you save me just now, esteemed sorcerer?" "Save?" Robia felt a surge of delight within, realizing he had not made a blunder. "Were those not your husband's associates?" "Ah, no. The fellow whose name I have forgotten. Was he not your husband?" The girl's demeanor softened slightly. "Isido is indeed my betrothed, but his intentions are solely to seize my uncle's estate. I never anticipated such brazen behavior so soon after my uncle's demise. It is no wonder your uncle spoke of a giant that was devouring you." Robia mused, coming to a sudden realization that perhaps the old knight's words were not entirely the ramblings of a madman. "What did my uncle say?" Catherine inquired, perplexed. "Oh, right. Your uncle's spirit is growing increasingly feeble. We must find him at once, though I fear he may struggle to articulate anything coherent," Robia recalled, suddenly aware that the old knight's cognitive faculties were deteriorating. He had come this far. Even if he could not recruit him as a servant, he ought to honor the knight's final wishes. Upon hearing this, Catherine summoned her courage. "Please, take me there." However, her legs had turned to jelly from fear, prompting Robia to grasp her hand and lead her towards the village graveyard. The noble youth and his companions had vanished, at least without alarming the other villagers. Angel continued to soar above, visibly displeased as she observed Robia pulling the young woman along. By the time Robia reached the graveyard, the essence of the old knight's spirit had waned to a critical degree. raising Robia's concerns that he might have lost the ability to speak altogether. "Uncle Gerald," Catherine cried out, her heart torn between terror and excitement, tears streaming down her cheeks. "Catherine, good girl, flies regurgitate apples after consuming mosquitoes." Fortunately, the old knight was still able to utter words, albeit with great difficulty. "Uncle Gerald, I am so frightened," Catherine wept. "Do not abandon me." The good-for-nothing satisfied my wishes. The old knight, however, focused his attention on Robia. "The Holy Spirit consumes apples without suffering from diarrhea. I pledge my loyalty to you." Unlike his previous madness, the old knight now appeared frail, albeit still lucid. Yet at the moment he swore fealty, his spirit began to dissipate like smoke, with only a wisp merging into his own lifeless body. "Uncle Gerald," Catherine cried in despair as she witnessed the spirit vanish completely, her anguish deepening. Robia was equally astonished. Had he just missed the chance to obtain his first Death Knight? Just as he lamented that it would have been better had he acted sooner, the knight's armor emitted a faint clatter. Gradually, Gerald's corpse began to rise, were it not for the two blue flames flickering in his eye sockets. Robia might have thought it was a mere reanimation. "What have you done to my uncle?" Catherine questioned, a mixture of fear and anger in her voice as she confronted Robia. "Catherine," to their astonishment, Gerald spoke. "Uncle Gerald?" Although his voice had altered slightly, Catherine recognized it immediately. Una Isido poison, but it was evident Gerald's speech was still impaired. "Robia, my lord, saved you, I let—" "Una?" Catherine grasped from his fragmented words. "Was it Una's poison that robbed you of your senses?" Yes, Gerald's complexion was fading, and Robia understood he was undergoing the transformation into his Death Knight form. He hastily assessed the death aura within himself, uncertain if he could sustain his surprise. He discovered that the death aura consumed by Gerald was even less than that of Godfrey and his companions, who possessed a mere 30 combat power. He immediately looked up for Angel to inquire about Gerald's combat capabilities, only to find her absent from above. "What should I do, Uncle Gerald?" "I am so afraid." Catherine appeared torn between wanting to embrace Gerald and her trepidation. The blue flames in Gerald's eyes began to dim, leaving only a pair of glowing blue orbs. He gazed down at Catherine, then glanced at Robia, seemingly seeking his approval. Robia nodded. Gerald opened his arms wide. "I will resolve this trouble." Catherine could no longer contain herself and rushed forward to embrace her cold uncle. Fear dissipating from her face, Gerald enveloped his niece in his arms. "The specters you dread are merely beloved kin, yearned for by others." Robia observed this scene with a sense of sentimentality, his heart beginning to long for the parents he had left behind on Earth. He wondered whether he was dead or simply vanished from existence back home. "Thank you," Gerald suddenly addressed Robia. Robia merely smiled, thinking if Catherine were just a bit more enchanting, perhaps she might offer herself in gratitude. As night deepened, Gerald ultimately released Catherine, his icy hand gently caressing her cheek, wiping away her tears. "The Holy Spirit shall protect you." He struggled to articulate each word. "Do not worry, Uncle Gerald." Catherine finally regained her composure, lowering her head to pick up the sword and shield buried alongside Gerald, offering them to him. "Uncle, you left adventures unfinished in life. Now, continue onward." Gerald accepted the knight's sword and kite-shaped shield without uttering a word. Catherine took a deep breath and turned toward Robia, who was lost in nostalgia. "Esteemed sorcerer, please stay in my home for the night." "Very well." Robia eagerly acquiesced, having experienced the discomfort of sleeping in the woods the previous night. Until he drifted off to sleep. Angel did not reappear till dawn, however. The sprite flew to Robia's window, tapping insistently against the glass. Awakened by the noise, Robia, irritated, opened the window. "What is it?" Angel was wrong. The sprite apologized softly. "Well, I forgive you." Robia yawned. Having had a good rest, he had long since cooled his temper. Why should he remain angry with the sprite? "Can Angel eat now?" The sprite entered but kept her distance. Wary of being grabbed again, that I, too, am curious about what breakfast will consist of. Robia stretched. "Where did you disappear till last night?" Angel did not go anywhere. The sprite stammered, and Robia lost interest in pursuing the matter. "Mr. Robia, did you not sleep with Miss Catherine?" The sprite suddenly asked with excitement. "What are you talking about?" Robia shot her a glance that I am grateful to Miss Catherine. I haven't had such a restorative rest in days. Will Mr. Robia stay here forever? The sprite inquired, a hint of unease in her voice. Not at all. I will have Miss Catherine prepare some clothing and adornment for the skeletons, and then we shall set off for Windy City. Splendid, the sprite exclaimed, brimming with enthusiasm. Mr. Robia, are you awake? Catherine's voice resonated from downstairs. Robia hastily exited his room, finding Olaf, Godfrey, and Baldwin dutifully guarding the door. The other 4 skeletons were discreetly positioned in the corners of the first floor to avoid detection. Meanwhile, his first death knight, Gerald, had stood vigil atop the castle throughout the night. Robia pondered how much wisdom and memory a death knight possessed, and what thoughts Gerald might have entertained during the night. I apologize, Lord Robia. Una was the only servant, but she fled last night. I am utterly inept at preparing food, so it may be somewhat unpalatable. Catherine awkwardly indicated the bread and boiled apple soup on the table. Quite delicious. Angel, now restored to her knightly demeanor, promptly devoured the meal, even forgetting Robia's admonition against speaking in the presence of others. Who is this? Catherine inquired, perplexed at the sprite. Angel, Robia introduced, scooping a spoonful of apple soup for himself and finding it pleasantly sweet. Lord Robia, does Uncle Gerald require sustenance? Catherine asked. Can he eat? Robia was uncertain. At least he did not need to eat. What is it? My uncle never tasted the food I prepared in life. I wonder if today he might be able to sample it. I shall give it a try, Robia remarked. Yet he could not guarantee that the Death Knight would be able to execute the act of eating. After all, the Death Knight was fundamentally different from Skeletal Warrior. It possessed independent thought and movement, potentially governed by a magical logic that was entirely distinct from that of its skeletal counterparts. It was impossible for him to issue commands such as mimic to the Death Knight. Indeed, when Gerard was summoned by Robia, he merely sat vacantly at the dining table, unresponsive to Catherine's entreaties. Ultimately, he was but a corpse sustained by magic. Robia could only lament inwardly. Catherine is in danger. Gerard suddenly turned to look at Robia. What? Robia initially suspected the food might be poisoned, as Gerard seemed to be warning him of Catherine's peril. Sigh. Upon hearing Gerard's caution, Catherine let out a sorrowful breath. Ah, yes, that little noble will undoubtedly return to trouble you. Robia came to the realization that Gerard was referring to the danger Catherine faced. What exactly is going on? Allow me to explain. Sir Robia, Catherine seemed to have grown accustomed to the terrifying skeletons in her home. That my uncle, Gerard Gork, is the lord of this village of Gork. In his youth, he was an avid adventurer, often traversing the world with his retinue. Hence, he entrusted the management of this estate to his brother, who is my father. Catherine began recounting the past. This village falls under the jurisdiction of the Ryan territory, and my uncle is a vassal of Baron Bottle Ryan. The Lord of Ryan 2 years ago, while my uncle was away, Baron Bottle's son, Isidore, suddenly came to our door, demanding that I marry him, or else he would raise the village's taxes that my father, knowing my reluctance, politely declined. However, upon hearing the news, the villagers beseeched my father to acquiesce, as my parents had previously consented to this union. Under pressure, my father reluctantly agreed, but continually postponed the wedding under various pretexts. In truth, he hoped that my uncle would return and that circumstances might change. Yet Isidore was dissatisfied. Discovering that my father was deliberately stalling, he arrested and executed my parents under the pretext of treason, and then he attempted to coerce me into marriage. Catherine's expression darkened at the mention of her parents' demise. The villagers incessantly came to the estate, pleading for me to marry Isidore, since my parents had agreed to the arrangement while alive. Ultimately, Isidore came to our home, brandishing the marriage contract my father had been forced to sign, insisting that I must accompany him. Fortunately, my uncle Gerard returned just in time, thwarting Isidore and his henchmen, driving them away. Catherine continued, nonchalantly taking Gerard's cold, somewhat decayed hand. Uncle Gerard sought out Baron Bottle, but the Baron claimed the contract was binding, and he was powerless to intervene. Therefore, my uncle remained at the estate to prevent any further trouble from Isidore. However, not long after, 6 months ago, my uncle began to lose his sanity, often uttering nonsensical phrases. He once even mounted a horse, preparing to battle a windmill. claiming it was a disguised giant. Everyone realized that Uncle Gerard had gone mad. Catherine's countenance dimmed, tinged with regret. Sadly, I only discovered yesterday that our sole servant, Una, had likely been poisoning my uncle's meals, driving him to madness. Had I noticed sooner, I might have been able to prevent all of this. No wonder Ropia had sensed something amiss when he first encountered Gerard's spirit. The old knight had appeared quite deranged. Just a few days ago, while I was distracted, my uncle snuck out at night, seizing a weapon, intending to confront that windmill in a final showdown. Unfortunately, he was struck in the head by the spinning blades, sustaining severe injuries, and ultimately succumbed. After Uncle Gerard's death, we held a funeral yesterday. He had always cherished adventure, so I decided to bury him alongside his beloved armor and weapons. That Catherine's eyes brimmed with tears as she gently caressed the slightly rusted armor adorning Gerard. Uncle Gerard never married and had no children, so before losing his sanity, he composed a will bequeathing this estate to me. We all understand that Isidore's desire to marry me was merely a ploy to gain legal ownership of this estate. Sir Ropia, may I speak? Angel, her mouth full of food, interjected. Absolutely not. Ropia anticipated the nature of her request. Surely, Angel would urge him to eliminate Isidore, but aside from the myriad troubles that would arise from slaying a noble, he recognized that his victory yesterday was solely due to a surprise attack and the enemy's fear. Had that group fought earnestly, he would have stood no chance. Thus, he lacked the capability to assassinate Isidore. Angel truly has something to convey. Angel's large eyes sparkled with desperation. Very well. Ropia, resigned, found himself unable to refuse. Was he truly being manipulated by a fairy? Let us proceed to eliminate Isidore. As expected, Catherine quickly interjected. No, Sir Ropia, the Rhine territory is heavily fortified, and Isidore is exceedingly cunning. Killing him would only bring trouble upon you. Not only would it cause him trouble, but it would also jeopardize the estate. Ropia understood. With such a formidable death knight at your disposal, do you not wish to give it a try, Sir Ropia? Angel pointed to the motionless Gerard seated nearby. Formidable? Ropia suddenly recalled that he had yet to ascertain Gerard's combat prowess. What is his battle power, Angel? Angel's answer left Ropia astounded. Although Gerard consumed less death essence than Geoffrey and the others, how could a Death Knight's combat capability be so low? And 200. Angel continued. This revelation only deepened Ropia's disbelief. What do you mean? He suspected the fairy was attempting to deceive him, leading him into folly. Angel does not know, but the battle power of this Death Knight fluctuates between these two values. At times, it is 1, and at other moments, it reaches 200. Just a moment ago, it even soared to 1,500 for a second. Angel appeared genuinely puzzled, but she did not seem to be lying. This left Ropia in a cold sweat. What exactly had he revived? A battle power of 1,500. What kind of concept was that? Was he to possess the most powerful Death Knight, like Karen's? Do you know anything about Sir Gerard's past exploits? Ropia eagerly inquired of Catherine. Catherine shook her head. I do not know. Uncle Gerard seldom spoke of his adventures. However, his retainer, Pansang, surely knows, for they adventured together for a lifetime. It was only a few years ago that Pansang fell ill and could no longer walk, which is when Uncle Gerard began to venture out alone. Where can I find this Pansang? Ropia felt a surge of excitement. If he could uncover Gerard's past, he might understand the reason behind his fluctuating battle power. He is in the village. I can take you to find him shortly. Catherine replied. What a treasure this is. Ropia's gaze toward Gerard transformed entirely. If I can discover how to maintain Gerard's battle power, then not only will I subdue the Rhine territory, but I shall also lay waste to Windhowl City. By the way, Angel, what is my current battle power, and what are the new 4 skeletal warriors? Ropia inquired. Sir Ropia's battle power is currently 18, while those 4 have around 30, Angel replied proudly. Angel is indeed useful. Humph, Sir Ropia even said I was of no use. Yes, my mistake. Ropia had not anticipated that his battle power had nearly reached 20. The drop in the skeletal warrior's power was a bit concerning, but he had yet to train them. What of Geoffrey and Baldwin, the 2 swordsmen who accompanied me before? And Olaf, the one who nearly killed me? Those 2 have reached a battle power of 40. They have improved remarkably today as for that hulking figure. His battle power is now 89. Angel prays that it appear that combat truly was the most expeditious means of enhancing one's strength. By the way, Catherine, is there any fabric in the estate that could be used to wrap my skeletal warriors and Sir Gerard's body, so as not to frighten others? Ropia suddenly thought of a practical matter. Fabric? I fear we do not possess such a quantity. Catherine's expression reflected her concern. Very well then. Ropia had initially hoped to resolve this issue. However, Uncle Gerard's room contains many suits of armor. Would that suffice? Oh, lead me to see. Lobaya felt as if a ray of hope had pierced through the gloom. If only they had visors and full armor. It would be even better. Catherine glanced at Gerald, seemingly seeking his approval, but Gerald remained entranced by the meal before him. Lobaya harbored concerns that the intelligence and cognitive abilities of the Death Knight might be in a state of decline. Following Catherine, he entered the room that once belonged to Gerald. Despite Gerald's noble status, being merely a lord, his possessions were limited to this somewhat backward village. Thus, the room was quite modest, currently draped entirely in white cloth. This white fabric will suffice for my needs, Lobaya mused. Yet, having armor would be even more advantageous. Catherine opened the wardrobe, revealing a few small chests containing 7 or 8 pieces of chainmail exuding a foul stench of rust. Uncle Gerald was inherently kind-hearted. He spent all his savings to procure these chainmails for the safety of the villagers. His intention was to ensure that when the Baron summoned lords to battle, the villagers following Uncle Gerald would be better protected, Catherine explained, as she retrieved the gray chainmails. However, they are of no use now and may even become a burden, if it would be helpful to your excellency. You may take them all. They do require a thorough cleaning, but alas, I lack the means to repaint them. This is already more than sufficient, Lobaya exclaimed, his smile broadening as he tenderly caressed the chainmails. His admiration for Gerald growing. Such a noble old knight met with such a tragic fate. Let us do this, your excellency Lobaya. I shall first take you to find Pansang, and upon our return, I will assist you in cleaning the armor. Catherine counted the chainmails, totaling 8, just enough for his 7 skeleton warriors. More importantly, in addition to the chainmails, there were also 8 coifs and helmets, though they merely had nasal guards instead of full visors. Wrapping a scarf around them should suffice. Moreover, having recalled the skeletons' vulnerabilities lay in their heads, he believed that wearing helmets would provide better protection. The absence of insignia on the chainmails also meant they would not attract undue attention. Then I extend my gratitude to Miss Catherine. Lobaya nodded in thanks, astounded at how much he had gained from his fervent desire to assist. Oh, by the way, your excellency Lobaya, there are also my uncle's garments from his lifetime. If you do not mind, you may change into them, as they are all clean. Catherine remarked upon noticing Lobaya's robe, which had seen better days and was riddled with holes. That I could not be more grateful. Lobaya had long wished to replace his tattered robe, convinced that it might even be harboring lice. Once Catherine departed, Lobaya prepared to change his attire. Angel, would you mind stepping outside for a moment? He requested the curious Angel. I need to change my clothes. Though she was merely an elf, her appearance as a female knight made him feel awkward about changing in front of her, especially since he was not yet wearing any undergarments. Not to mention, it would be uncomfortable even if the skeletons were watching him change. If Angel is not afraid, what does Mr. Lobaya have to fear? Angel inquired, perplexed. Just step outside. Lobaya shot her an exasperated glance. Only Mr. Lobaya is allowed to look around. Humph. Angel huffed, pushing the door open and exiting. Lobaya ultimately chose a simple robe, as it was more befitting of his identity as a mage. However, upon donning undergarments, he felt significantly more secure. When he descended the stairs, he found Catherine waiting at the castle entrance, the remnants of the previous night's battle having vanished. After all, several bodies had been transformed into skeleton warriors by Lobaya. At that moment, a villager was pleading desperately before Catherine. Miss Catherine, I implore you. Lord Gerald was a kind and upright man. We believe that Miss Catherine must possess such noble lineage. Moreover, marrying the Baron's son would ensure that Miss Catherine need not worry about her sustenance. Your Excellency Lobaya. Upon seeing Lobaya descend, Catherine hastily curtsied. What is the matter? Lobaya inquired, feigning ignorance that it pertains to the earlier mention of Isido threatening that if I refuse to marry him, he shall impose additional taxes on the village. Catherine replied, her expression troubled. Lobiah regarded the pleading old woman before him. You know, in our land, there was a kingdom that intended to impose a bachelor tax, and that kingdom no longer exists. Clearly, the woman did not comprehend the meaning behind his words. Her face a mask of confusion as she looked to Catherine for clarification. This gentleman is a great wandering mage who fortuitously found shelter here last night, Catherine explained, her demeanor towards the villagers lacking the airs of nobility. In truth, she was not of noble birth but had inherited Sir Gerald's estate without his title. I beg your pardon, esteemed mage, the villager said, sensing Lobiah's displeasure and reluctantly departing. Thank you, Your Excellency Lobiah. Although Lobiah had said nothing, his mere presence was enough to intimidate the woman. However, witnessing this interaction, Lobiah understood that the danger Catherine faced, as previously mentioned by Gerald, was indeed pressing, without the deterrence of Lord Gerald's presence. The noble youth would surely return to cause trouble. As a resident of a civilized world, he found it intolerable to witness such oppression. Thus, he was left with two options: to eliminate this nuisance or to evade it. Could you kindly guide me to Lord Gerald's attendance, Miss Catherine? Lobiah adjusted his attire. After all, he had no means of intimidating others back on Earth. His eagerness to assist stemmed from a sense of insecurity, a desire to gain a sense of accomplishment to compensate for that insecurity. Lobiah felt that he was embodying that sentiment at this moment. Fortunately, the village was not large, and leaving the skeletons behind in the castle posed no issue. They should remain within manageable limits. Thus, Lobiah set off with Angel, following Catherine to seek out the knight's attendant. If he could uncover Gerald's adventures, perhaps he would understand the fluctuations in his combat prowess. It is just ahead, Catherine indicated, pointing to a small cottage. Approaching noon, the village bustled with activity, villagers casting curious glances at Lobiah and Catherine, many fixating on the ethereal glow emanating from the elven knight. Angel, Miss Catherine, something is amiss. Before they could reach the indicated house, an elderly woman burst forth in a panic. Recognizing Catherine and rushing over in tears, my pansang is missing. What? Lobiah furrowed his brow. Could this be mere coincidence? What happened? Catherine inquired urgently. He was here this morning. I went to fetch water from the river, and upon my return, he was gone. The old woman cried, growing increasingly distraught. Catherine had mentioned previously that Pansang was bedridden and incapable of walking. How fortuitous that he had vanished today. They followed her into the small wooden house, only to find no trace left behind. He was lying right here this morning, and he asked me to check by the river for some hemp leaves, requesting that I bring him some if I found any. Yet when I returned, he was gone. The old woman collapsed to the ground, weeping profusely. Hemp leaves? Lobiah inquired, puzzled. Oh, Your Excellency Lobiah, it is a type of small herb that, when brewed into a tea, numbs one's sensations. Many, like Pansang, who suffer from pain, find solace in it, Catherine explained, noting that such herbs were common worldwide. How could Lobiah not be aware of this? Ah, if only Uncle Gerald were still here. He could rally the entire village to search for him, Catherine lamented. Though she had inherited the estate, the title of the lord could not be passed down. You could seek out the village chief and see if he can mobilize the villagers to assist in the search. She suggested to the old woman that, oh, yes, the village chief. The woman exclaimed, seemingly remembering something, and hurriedly ran off. It appears we shall not find Pansang today, Catherine said apologetically to Lobiah. With no other options, they had no choice but to return to the estate. Without servants, Miss Catherine had no choice but to clean the chainmails herself. Lobiah, unable to offer any meaningful assistance, occupied himself training his skeleton warriors, especially the 4 newly recruited ones. He found himself devoid of interest in naming them, as they were so weak that they could easily be defeated with minimal oversight. His mind was elsewhere, fixated on the peculiar and mystical disappearance of Pansang, which he was certain was not a mere coincidence. He summoned Gerald forth. Do you remember Pansang? Pansang Gerard turned to gaze outside the castle, precisely in the direction of the Pansang residence. The attendant, he remarked, has vanished. Gone today. Upon hearing Gerard's recollection, Robia felt a surge of excitement. Fate, Gerard shook his head in response. What do you mean? Robia queried, perplexed. However, Gerard offered no further explanation, merely staring vacantly into the distance. After Gerard's resurrection last night, communication had not been so cumbersome. Do you know why your combat strength fluctuates so dramatically? Robia directly inquired of Gerard, the man in question. Yet, Gerard only replied with Pan's saying. Must he truly locate that Pan's saying to uncover the truth? Robia felt a wave of frustration, cursing the author for seemingly toying with him. Danger, Gerard suddenly announced. Robia, too, heard the rhythmic pounding of hooves. Peering out the window, he discovered a battalion of heavily armed cavalry charging from the village. Clad in uniform red crest armor, the leading horseman brandished a flag bearing the same insignia. Behind the cavalry, a dozen infantrymen trailed closely, totaling around 20 in number. Upon reaching the estate, they promptly formed a line. Blocking the sole exit, the young nobleman rode forward. It was none other than Isidore Lane, the one who had fled the previous night. Listen, Necromancer within, release my wife at once, and I shall choose to forgive your transgressions, allowing you to retain a whole corpse. Otherwise, I will make you feel the warmth and light of hellfire, the young man shouted toward the castle. After escaping and reporting to his father, he hastily returned today, eager to slay the necromancer before his father could even notify the church. Having encountered the skeletons yesterday, he believed that if he had been prepared, he could have defeated the necromancer then. The legendary necromancer is nothing but this. Angel, what is the combat strength of these individuals outside? Robia urgently called for the elf. Most are around 90, Angel replied. The Sara soldiers previously encountered had similar strength. Indicating this was the combat capability of fully armed human soldiers. Thus, it suggested that among the skeleton warriors, only Olaf reached a standard level. What shall we do, Your Excellency Robia? Catherine exclaimed in a panic, as no one had anticipated Isidore would return so swiftly. Are there any secret passages within the estate? Robia inquired. Catherine shook her head. Author, I am truly sorry. Robia internally apologized. Outnumbered, we certainly cannot rush out to fight. Robia assessed, yet merely holding the castle was not a viable solution, especially since he could not await any reinforcements. The war horses might intimidate the skeletons for a time, but the enemy will be no easy task. Must he truly perish here, just when he had begun to sense a glimmer of newfound strength? No, he must not lose his momentum. Noting the absence of archers on the opposing side, Robia decided to provoke them into attacking. He donned a hood, concealed the skeleton warriors within the castle, and alone pushed open the door. However, the moment the door creaked ajar, and he beheld the glinting swords and towering cavalry, Robia's legs weakened immediately. Nevertheless, he cleverly leaned against the doorframe, adopting an air of arrogance. Isidore, I am yours, Anne, he proclaimed, reciting a classic line to bolster his courage. Who would have thought I, Isidore Lane, would have the chance to slay a necromancer? Isidore appeared undeterred, merely excited at Robia's emergence. I should never have been seduced by your great-grandmother and ended up in your family's bed. Seeing his first quip fall flat, Robia raised his voice. Let alone your mother, a baroness, yet she reeks like a dead dog. You. At last, Isidore reacted. If it weren't for your mother incessantly praising my prowess over your father's, I wouldn't have even considered her. With this, Robia grew bolder. However, speaking of which, little brat, come here so uncle can check if you might be my... Something fell amiss. How could Mr. Robia speak so crassly? To Robia's surprise, even Angel could no longer tolerate it. Seize this scoundrel, do not kill him. I wish to torment him thoroughly. Isidore had no intention of dragging this out. Fully aware of the opponent's strength, the cavalry remained still, while over a dozen infantrymen raised their pole arms in unison, advancing steadily toward the castle. Robia, of course, could not hastily shut the door. He had to maintain his composure. Thank you, my dear son or great-grandson. I have long sought good remains, and now you present me with so many. As he spoke, he straightened up and retreated, relieved that his loose robe concealed his trembling body like a reclusive man from Earth. He had never faced such a scenario. He ghosted backward, fading behind the castle's grand entrance. Yet the wooden door did not close. It stood wide open, revealing no signs of activity within. Isido immediately sensed an ambush. Change weapons. Prepare for battle. He led the charge, drawing his short sword. What if there was an ambush? Those feeble skeletons would crumble before him. The charade had been played out, and now there was no turning back. Robia positioned Olaf and Godfrey on either side of the door, instructing them on ambush tactics. Catherine, you should hide upstairs. Robia could not fathom how they could escape this dire situation, unaware of how quickly Lane had arrived. Angel must also conceal herself. The elf intended to follow Catherine upstairs. But Robia seized her arm. With a mischievous grin, he declared, "Little Angel cannot flee. We need you now." It was this very fellow who had led him to such a plight. Despite Isido's fierce demeanor, he did not charge in first. Among the soldiers, 7 or 8 dropped their polearms, brandishing short swords and shields, cautiously advancing. Shields, indeed. Robia, lacking any combat experience, felt a tingle of dread. Humans were undoubtedly far more formidable than wild boars. He must not abandon the skeleton's advantage. In the instant the first soldier raised his shield to charge, Baldwin leaped forth. Although Isido continuously reminded his men of the necromancer's presence and the skeleton's lack of combat prowess. The sudden appearance of a skeleton startled him. After all, necromancers were merely the stuff of legend, the last having vanished decades prior. When one is startled, their strength disperses. Olaf swung his axe, striking the soldier's shield, forcing him back 2 steps, though no damage was inflicted. Fortunately, the castle's only entrance was this door. The enemy could not encircle them. Useless, move up. Isido, irritated by his men as cowardice, kicked one of them, though initially frightened. The second soldier quickly charged in behind his shield, and Godfrey failed to inflict any harm. Aim for their heads. That is their weakness. Isido shouted from outside. The other 4 skeletons closed in, wielding their weapons from life, mechanically striking at the soldiers. Although fear flickered in the soldiers' eyes, they soon recognized the skeleton's sluggishness and rigidity, gradually regaining their courage. Angel, prepare to transform. Robia shut his eyes, envisioning the situation, after dispelling his initial fear. The atmosphere grew perilous. The soldiers, while blocking with their shields, began to strike back, their short swords effortlessly severing the skeleton's bones. Just as they reveled in their triumph, a magnificent tiger, radiating a shimmering light, suddenly appeared within the castle. A thunderous roar sent several soldiers retreating in fright. This sudden panic disrupted their shield formation, revealing slight openings. Regrettably, the skeletons, lacking cunning, did not seize the opportunity to attack. "That is an elf, you fools. How could you not recognize that?" Isido found the group of individuals utterly incomprehensible, although the sudden appearance of that entity startled him. The pale blue glow indicated it was merely a sprite, just as Robia lamented the clumsiness of the skeletons. Fate seemed to conspire against him when Gerard suddenly spoke up. Indeed, there was also a death knight with fluctuating combat prowess. Gerard unsheathed the knight's long sword from his waist, wielding a shield in his left hand and the sword in his right, striding confidently toward the grand entrance. What is his current combat power? Robia quietly inquired of the tiger-like angel beside him, initially hoping this would intimidate their adversaries, allowing the skeletons to take advantage of the ensuing chaos. Yet even Olaf failed to seize the opportunity. 12. Angel's response sent a chill down Robia's spine. 200. 2, 15, 55, 2, 1, 105. The tiger continued to articulate human speech incessantly. Well, since the combat power was unreliable, they would have to rely on Gerard's performance. Robia noticed a faint earthy brown glow emanating from Gerard's shield and long sword. So, Gerard is indeed a magical warrior. No wonder he could be resurrected as a death knight. With a swift motion, Gerard's long sword shattered the shields of 3 soldiers, the resounding crash stunning everyone present. What extraordinary combat prowess! Yet, Gerard offered them no time to react, as the sword, infused with earthy magic, sliced through their bodies. Blood splattering in tandem with a magical radiance. 3 streams of death's breath surged relentlessly into Robia's being. That moment, Olaf finally struck a stunned enemy, severing the arm that held the shield with a single axe swing. Robia immediately shifted his attention. He could not bear to witness such dismemberment. If he were to vomit now, it would be utterly humiliating. The remaining 3 foes hastily raised their shields to retreat. Isido also noted that they had an additional member compared to the previous night. However, upon catching sight of the formidable Death Knight, he was gripped by fear, for he recognized that it was none other than the recently deceased Lord Gerard. His father had repeatedly warned him against direct confrontation with Sir Gerard. Thus, he had always endured in silence. But he never anticipated that Robia would resurrect Gerard as a subordinate. This the true terror of necromancers. Gerard raised his shield, and a magical glow upon it suddenly blazed forth as he charged outward. The shields collided, and the 3 soldiers were utterly unable to withstand the force, sent flying through the air. A magical warrior? Much like mages, magical warriors were trained at magic academies, and even rarer than mages themselves. Robia felt a surge of joy. He had not expected Gerard to be so formidable. Charge, despite his growing fear. Isido did not flee again, urging the remaining soldiers wielding polearms to mount an assault. The characteristic of earth magic lies in its defensive capabilities. Noticing her lack of impact, Angel transformed back into her sprite form. Earnestly explaining to Robia, Sir Gerard is clearly an earth-type magical warrior, though his combat power fluctuates continuously. Yet Robia observed that the variations in combat power did not hinder Gerard's effectiveness in battle. Before the polearm-wielding soldiers could draw near, Robia was astonished to witness Gerard's longsword transform into a fiery red glow, the unmistakable hue of fire magic, simultaneously commanding 2 magical elements. Fire, Gerard suddenly exclaimed. Robia instantly comprehended and called out to the upper floors, Catherine, ignite something, anything you can. Just as he required death breath to unleash necromantic spells, elemental magic also demanded corresponding elements. However, with no preparations made beforehand, there was no way to ignite a flame so swiftly. Several polearms had already struck Gerard's shield, and not only Robia, but also Isido noted that the shield still bore the essence of earth magic. So, could Gerard truly wield 2 elements simultaneously? Isido suddenly understood why his father had cautioned him against direct confrontation with Sir Gerard. At that moment, Catherine hurriedly rushed downstairs, flustered. What do you mean by igniting? Robia felt a headache coming on. Quick, fetch a torch, anything that can ignite something, hurry. Gerard seemed to sense the absence of the fire element, and the knight's longsword instantly shifted to a pale green hue. 3 elements? Even Robia, who was not particularly well-versed in the magical rules of this world, was astounded. What kind of magical genius was Gerard, and why had he remained obscured until now, with an abundance of nearby trees? Gerard swiftly swung his longsword to launch a counterattack, unleashing wood-type magic that dispersed in all directions. Countless green blades struck the polearm soldiers. Though they did not kill, they succeeded in toppling the group to the ground. What manner of creature is this? Isido hastily retreated. Cavalry, advance! Cavalry will be easily dealt with. Robia observed that the infantry had been largely neutralized and immediately commanded the skeletons to charge forth, as anticipated. When the skeletons approached, the steeds beneath the cavalrymen became frantic, rearing and whinnying uncontrollably. Even Robia found the courage to step outside, and once the skeletons emerged, they immediately began attacking the fallen soldiers. Olaf delivered a swift axe blow, claiming the life of an enemy. Following him were Godfrey and Baldwin, their 2-handed swords easily piercing through their foes. The remaining 4 skeletons, however, failed to secure any kills. Their movements too slow, granting the remaining enemies a chance to rise again. Yet Gerard's might had already extinguished their fighting spirit. Had it been a fiery magical assault earlier, they would surely have perished right there. Therefore, disregarding Isido's reprimands, they hastily abandoned their weapons and fled in disarray. The cavalrymen, having finally regained control over their rearing steeds, found Gerard advancing step by step toward Isido, T.O. Bully, the vengeful dead. Gerard's blue-glowing gaze fixed unwaveringly upon Isido. You monster! Isido was left only with fear, regretting his failure to await the church's support. The holy light shall avenge me. No, you will pledge your allegiance to me. Perhaps the holy light will extinguish you. Robia suddenly interjected loudly. No, I refuse to become a monster. Isido then realized a fate more terrifying than death. His previously resolute demeanor crumbled instantly. I beg you. Esteemed Necromancer, we bear no grudge against each other. You have already slain so many of my friends and subordinates. Please spare me this once, and the Ryan family shall become your most loyal servants. Death is but a fleeting moment, yet to be resurrected as a skeleton would be an eternal torment. Of course, no one knew what it felt like to become a skeleton. Indeed, we bear no grudge. You might even be my child. How could I possibly kill you? The one with whom you have enmity is this very Sir Gerard before you. You should beseech him for mercy. Robia shrugged. Emboldened by Gerard's presence, his legs no longer trembling, and his speech flowing smoothly. Sir Gerard, I have done nothing. All I did was love Miss Catherine dearly. Everything was orchestrated by my father, poisoning you, murdering your brother. None of it was my doing. Isidore pleaded desperately before the death knight. Oh, now a greater mastermind emerges, Robia thought, feeling a headache coming on. Pardon the spirit's duty. Gerard's long sword shed its magical glow and plunged directly into the terrified Isidore's body. I send you forth. The knight's sword pierced Isidore's abdomen, the noble youth's pupils gradually dilating. Who pleads for mercy while uttering words that would only incite the wrath of their opponent? Robia mused. He then turned toward the cavalry, striving to calm their steeds, which now appeared utterly disheveled, their former might completely dissipated. Return and inform Baron Bottle Ryan that I shall soon bring his son to him. Is Mr. Robia mad? Angel asked anxiously. With Gerard on my side, I am prepared to slaughter the Saru territory. Robia exclaimed proudly, gazing at his death knight. The city of Xiongfeng shall soon become my domain. Ha ha! Never had he imagined that he would transition from a mere bystander to a formidable predator. What a pity that Isidore's combat power is too low. Otherwise, he could have also been turned into a death knight. Robia sighed. Transforming him into a skeleton would leave his father unrecognizable. And why, Lord Robia, you should flee quickly. If the Baron learns you have slain his son, he will not let you off easily. Catherine warned, her expression filled with concern. Fear not. With Sir Gerard's overwhelming strength, I intend to level the Ryan domain and elevate you to the position of its lord. Lopia exhibited no fear. He discovered a locust tree emblem in the embrace of Isidore. Casting a glance at the emblematic armor adorning the lifeless soldier, which undoubtedly bore the mark of the domain of Ryan. Your Excellency Lopia, do not jest. If you were to massacre the domain of Ryan, I fear the city of Xiongfeng would pursue you relentlessly. What a coincidence, for I intend to seize Xiongfeng next. Finally, he could relinquish the days of evasion and flight. Mr. Lopia, shall we seek vengeance against the domain of Saru first? Angel, witnessing Lopia's unwavering confidence, immediately suggested, very well, we shall first deal with the domain of Ryan, then annihilate the domain of Saru, subsequently occupy Xiongfeng, and finally march into the imperial capital and the holy city. Lopia felt assured that with Gerard by his side, everything would unfold effortlessly. But how does Mr. Lopia plan to confront those foes with combat prowess in the hundreds or thousands? Angel, briefly caught up in the excitement, suddenly pondered this dilemma. We must hasten our departure to avoid the arrival of reinforcement from Ryan. Given Isidore's last intentions, it is likely that the church will soon arrive as well. We must escape at once. Lopia, maintaining a composed demeanor, approached Isidore and ultimately relinquished the notion of reviving him. Realizing that such a frail body would be of little use, he recalled Angel mentioning that Isidore's combat strength was merely 50. Even fully equipped, it would hardly improve significantly. Then let us quickly don our armor, Your Excellency Lopia. Noticing Lopia's calmness, Catherine hastily remarked, there is no time for thorough cleaning now. Angel can assist Mr. Lopia by dressing these skeletons. Angel suddenly flitted to Lopia's side, her intentions somewhat dubious. No, that won't be necessary. Undoubtedly, this little sprite sought to acquire more wishes. Yet he had already devised a solution. He directed the skeletons to form a line, placing the armor before them, and they all mimicked Lopia's actions, donning the chainmail. Catherine, can we utilize the white cloth from Sir Gerard's chamber? Lopia ultimately decided to be somewhat shameless. Well, after all, it was meant to cover his uncle's belongings. Fine, it is of no use to me. I can no longer stay in this manner. Just don't follow me, Lopia thought. And where do you intend to go? Uncle Gerard left me a bit of money. I believe I can find a remote and tranquil place to reside. Catherine's response fell short of expectations. Very well, please retrieve some white cloth for us, as long as they could bind the exposed areas of the armor with white cloth. They would appear akin to cloaked figures. After all, the skeletons had no need for rites. Additionally, does Sir Gerard possess a helmet? Lopia inquired, for Gerard's magical blue eyes would be easily discernible. Oh, indeed. Catherine, who had just brought down a pile of white cloth, immediately discarded it and rushed back for Sir Gerard's helmet. Fortunately, it was a full-face helmet capable of concealing Gerard's entire head. Once he grew stronger or the church's influence waned, he would no longer require such concealment. Besides the helmet, Catherine personally outfitted Gerard with leg armor, chain gloves, and other equipment. This may be the last time I don armor for Uncle Gerard. Lopia remained silent, aware that after today, he would likely never see Catherine again. The 7 skeleton warriors were fully clad in chainmail and helmets, their exposed arms and faces wrapped in white cloth. Initially, he anticipated they would resemble Middle Eastern warriors. Instead, they appeared as mummies. So be it. Your Excellency Lopia, please take this food with you, Catherine said, presenting a box filled with vegetables and fruits. No, I appreciate Miss Catherine's kindness, but I fear these would hinder my speed. After hesitating, Lopia concluded that he couldn't expect the skeletons to carry a box. Observing his fully armed mummy soldiers, alongside the Death Knight Gerard, Lopia even felt emboldened to return to Kumu town. But alas, fearing the imminent arrival of Ryan's main forces, they hurriedly gathered their belongings and departed the manor. Ever since Isido had brought his troops here, the villagers had fled or hidden themselves. With the battle subsiding, some had re-emerged onto the streets, even watching from near the manor. The ground was littered with the corpses of soldiers from the domain of Ryan. Lopia had initially considered reviving some of the soldiers, as their combat abilities far surpassed those of the 4 useless ones he had, and he could likely sustain 2 more skeleton warriors. Yet, lacking sufficient armor and time to train new skeletons, he had to reluctantly forego the few corpses in the courtyard. The villagers, seeing the castle still, intended to investigate the situation when the wooden door suddenly swung open. A battalion of soldiers clad in chainmail, fully armed, marched out in formation, their entire bodies swathed in white cloth, with not a sliver of their eyes visible. Upon sighting another troop, the villagers were immediately frightened away once more. Following them was Lopia, cloaked, cautiously surveying the surroundings. Angel fluttered out behind him, perching on his shoulder. Next emerged Catherine, the village girl they had watched grow, now burdened with various packages. Lastly came Gerard, the Death Knight, fully armored from head to toe, the former master of the manor. Well then, Miss Catherine, until we meet again. Upon reaching the village's edge, Lopia inquired about the direction of the domain of Suru, knowing he would part ways with Catherine here. Your Excellency Lopia, please take good care of my uncle. Catherine's eyes glistened with unshed tears, her gaze fixed on the cold, unfeeling Gerard. It is you who should ensure my uncle cares for me. Lopia attempted to lighten the mood with a jest. Farewell, Your Excellency Lopia. Yet, Catherine had no inclination for humor. She understood this farewell could be their last. Goodbye. Uncle Gerard. Gerard's eyes were vacant, merely gazing at Catherine without response. He was ultimately deceased. Catherine comprehended that the uncle who had once cherished her had long since departed. Perhaps he had perished on the day of his untreatable wounds, or perhaps on the day he succumbed to madness. But suddenly, Gerard slowly opened his arms. Farewell, my Catherine. Some individuals you realize you have seen for the last time. Lopia felt a pang of sentimentality, although his acquaintance with Catherine had spanned merely a few hours. The weight of this farewell stirred something within him. Yet he also noted that Catherine had not bid farewell to Angel. It seemed that not only did the elf hold a low status in the eyes of mages, but even ordinary individuals with a modicum of understanding would scarcely regard elves. After all, they were now quite close to the bustling city of Xiongfeng, unlike the remote village of Kimu. Pondering this, he glanced at Angel, fluttering about in the air, seemingly unbothered by the situation, suggesting she had grown accustomed to it. However, he could not view her merely as a tool. After all, she was a sentient being capable of speech, emotions, and resembling a goddess in appearance. Although he had declined the food, Miss Catherine had still bestowed upon them some dinars. This marked Lopia's first encounter with the currency of this world, and he wondered how much these 300 dinars could procure. With the formidable and reliable Gerard by his side, Lopia nearly forgot to train his skeleton warriors until two of them collided with a nearby tree, prompting him to remember. Truth be told, this mummy-like contingent drew as much attention as skeletons would, but at least they wouldn't send people fleeing in terror at first glance. However, entering a heavily guarded city like Xiongfeng might still pose a challenge. Thus, they would first venture to the domain of Saru to see if there were opportunities to fulfill Angel's fourth wish. This world is indeed a vibrant tapestry, rife with peril at every turn. Having been here merely a few days, the excitement rivals a decade of experiences back on Earth. Lopia mused. He had become increasingly adept at controlling his skeleton warriors, particularly Olaf, whom he felt was not far removed from ordinary human soldiers. Although his movements were somewhat sluggish, his strength undoubtedly exceeded that of humans. Godfrey and Baldwin also performed commendably, yet Lopia's lack of combat experience meant that the fighting techniques he had instilled in them were not particularly refined. Nevertheless, the true strength of the magic he had designed lay in their ability to learn from their opponent's combat techniques. And after these recent battles, there had been noticeable improvements. However, the four he had revived only last night left much to be desired. To facilitate control, Lopia decided to name the four of them Gork 1, Gork 2, Gork 3, and Gork 4 to commemorate the events that transpired in Jail Village, as well as to honor Catherine Gawk and Sir Gerald Gawk. It is indeed unfortunate that the knight's squire, Pansan, vanished under mysterious circumstances, leaving me in the dark regarding Sir Gerald's true condition. I have scrutinized my own consumption of death energy, and it remains evident that Sir Gerald's expenditure is still lower than that of any skeleton warrior. It is uncertain whether this means that death knights are inherently less demanding than skeleton warriors, or if Sir Gerald is simply an anomaly. The information at my disposal is still woefully inadequate. Other traversers typically have a system to guide them, or can seize memories through possession, while I remain as uninformed as a novice. My only recourse appears to be locating the protagonist. Karen's, regardless of whether he has met his demise, he should possess some valuable insights. Naturally, my immediate goal is to reach Saru territory. Given Robia's recent commotion, it is likely that every nearby village and town is now aware of the presence of Necromancer in the vicinity. Clearly, this identity is not easily concealed. By evening, I had traversed nearly half the distance. According to the map, I find myself retracing my steps as I am gradually approaching the mists of Ghost Forest. It seems I shall have to spend another night outdoors, Robia mused, glancing at the sky. Angel, you fly high. Could you ascertain how far we are from the main road and whether it is safe to rest here? I believe we should continue onward. There is a small stream ahead, and I find it quite delightful. Angel replied cheerfully as she descended, and why scant wilderness survival knowledge advises against resting by the riverbank. Robia muttered, yet dismissed it, reminding himself that such survival tips pertain to Earth. Then let us set forth. The stream Angel mentioned was indeed nearby. However, it had entered a dry season, resulting in a gentle flow and low water level. As soon as the elf arrived, elemental energies began to replenish her body that I wished to transform, but not into the previous form. I desired to revert to the form before that. Robia had previously thought that the elf's illusions could intimidate foes. Yet this particular elf proved to be of little practical use. Sir Gerald, how many types of elemental magic do you possess? Robia inquired throughout their journey, but for the most part, the Death Knight remained silent. All, came Gerald's complete response this time. All. Robia exclaimed in astonishment, quickly turning to Angel, who was admiring her reflection in the water. Angel, are there many mages or magic warriors who cultivate all elemental magics simultaneously? I have never heard of such a thing. Angel shook her head. Mage Alan does indeed wield both ice and fire magics, yet his primary focus remains on fire elements, using ice magic solely to heal. Goodness, what sort of genius are you, hidden away in such a small place? Is this your special boon? Robia gazed incredulously at Gerald, feeling warmth emanating from the cold corpse. From this day forth, the days of hiding and skirting about would be a thing of the past. Just as Robia, began to envision ascending to the pinnacle of his life. Gawk 3 and Gawk 4 collided in an attempt to evade one another, tumbling into the stream. After issuing commands for them to come ashore, Robia shook his head in exasperation, recalling that he had an entire cadre of such dimwits under his command at him. Our Obia's skeleton has sullied the water. Angel approached with a disgruntled expression, much like our Obia's own mouth. Angel, tell me, since rescuing you from Witheredwood Town, what significant contributions have you made? Does this reflect well on your identity as an elf? While Robia was not truly angry, Angel often managed to irk him. Our Obia cannot wield ice magic. Should he blame Angel for that? Angel huffed, displaying her pride. You claimed you could be a guide. Did you not? Did I not just lead our Obia to this stream? Reaching the stream was for you to replenish your elemental energy. It benefits me not at all, as I am rather famished. Robia regretted not having accepted the food offered by Catherine. With Gerald around, Mr. Robia is becoming increasingly impudent. Angel retorted once more. It is you who have grown increasingly audacious, he replied. That is simply untrue. I was quite bold from the very first day. The following morning, Robia was awakened by the cold. Sleeping by the stream was undoubtedly a poor choice. Not only were there numerous mosquitoes, even in late autumn, but many wild beasts frequented the water's edge at night. The crucial issue was the cold, which rendered Robia's rest utterly inadequate. Consequently, before dawn, Robia forcefully roused the little elf in his hands. Angel, what is my current combat power? Robia speculated that after several days of training in 2 battles, his combat prowess should exceed 30. It is 15. Mr. Robia must be on the verge of starvation. Angel replied gleefully. Can elf flesh be consumed? Robia pondered, envisioning the delightful texture. Absolutely not. Angel's flesh is even more foul than Obia's mouth. Angel exclaimed hurriedly. Gerald suddenly emitted a chilling, raspy laugh. So, can elf flesh be consumed? Sir Gerald? Robia inquired, turning to face him. Cannot, came Gerald's indifferent reply, accompanied by his eerie laughter. See, Mr. Robia does not trust Angel, she commented. What is the current combat power of Olaf and his companions? Robia asked, believing Olaf's strength had likely returned to its former state. The hulking brute who nearly killed you has a rating of 89, while the 2 who have been shadowing you possess 60. How did they level up so swiftly? Angel exclaimed in surprise. The 4 newcomers are around 30, much like Obia, considered inept. Angel, what is your combat power? Robia suppressed the urge to bite her. Let me see. Only 850, she replied. That I believe I must study this mental magic. Your words are becoming increasingly unreliable. Our Obia does not trust Angel anymore. Then do tell your own combat power. Our Obia suspected that an elf who could barely lift a cup would have a power rating in single digits. How could Angel see the value above her head? Doesn't our Obia see the hair on his own head? It turned out that combat power was displayed above one's head. How peculiar! Thus, amidst an unfriendly dialogue with Angel, they reached the outskirts of Saru territory by midday. Soon I shall discover whether my disguise is effective. If discovered, I shall storm in and eliminate that band in Saru territory. Robia thought as he gazed at the wooden huts before him. Recalling that the fighters in Saru territory were not particularly formidable, our Obia is so easily intimidated. How can he possibly storm in? Angel began her mockery anew. Gerald, is there a spell to silence the elf? The Death Knight did not respond. Saru Castle was perched upon a small hill, with sprawling villages and residences below. This moment, it was late autumn, yet there were scant signs of harvest. Previously, in Blackwood Village, it had come to light that many able-bodied youth from neighboring territories had been dispatched to explore the ever-expanding mists of Ghost Forest, resulting in a severe labor shortage. Robia walked along the road leading to the castle. He observed visibly malnourished children and elderly individuals laboring on either side. Some appeared to lie motionless on the ground, resembling dried corpses, though their fates were unknown. Initially, they regarded Robia and his companions with curiosity and caution, but soon returned to their toil. Occasionally, Carts drawn by horses and donkeys laden with corpses would pass by, causing the animals to thrash about in panic, eliciting a chorus of curses from their drivers. Saru Castle had but a single entrance, guarded by two lethargic sentinels who wearily watched the comings and goings of passersby. Yet they could not help but notice the peculiar appearance of Robia and his companions. It was evident that they were not ordinary mercenaries, especially the soldiers wrapped in white cloth, their eyes completely concealed, which warranted their heightened vigilance. Their comrades had returned earlier boasting of having encountered the mastermind behind the mists of Ghost Forest, a powerful and malevolent necromancer, and claimed to have escaped unscathed from their confrontation with him. Initially, they had dismissed these claims, and the Lord had soon silenced the boastful one. However, the bizarre group before them now stirred unease within their hearts, for only the dead could walk without the need for sight. Moreover, the leader was accompanied by a sprite, evidently a magician. "Who goes there?" The guard, somewhat apprehensive, stepped forward to inquire. Robia initially intended to engage in a fierce confrontation, storming into Sorrow Fortress, yet he retained a modicum of rationality. Setting aside the possibility of formidable foes lurking within Sorrow Fortress, even if faced solely with these ordinary Muggle soldiers, what if a stray arrow inadvertently struck him? Regardless of Gerald's prowess, he could hardly withstand an entire army. Thus, Robia prepared himself en route, producing the family crest he had retrieved from the corpse of Isidore Rain, to come on behalf of Baron Bottle Rain, Lord of the Rain Territory, to seek an audience with the esteemed Lord of Such. Upon recognizing him as an envoy, the two guards eased their tension. "Our apologies, my lord. Lord Jackrog has just stepped out and is not currently within the castle. It may be several days before his return." "So his name is Jackrog," Robia mused, wondering if he had gone off to plunder once more. "Allow me to report this, my lord," one guard hastily stated, aware that even in the absence of a lord, they could not afford to be negligent if he truly was an envoy, that if he were a false envoy, they could also summon reinforcements. "There is no need. Since Lord Jackrog is absent, I merely wish to convey a warning. A necromancer has been wreaking havoc in our Rain territory, having slain our young master, and I seek your assistance in apprehending this vile sorcerer. I must also visit other territories, so I shall take my leave." Robia dared not enter, for he was ignorant of the true nature of the two territories and the intricacies of noble etiquette in this world, which could easily lead to his downfall. "Is there truly a necromancer?" The two guards exchanged alarmed glances. The notion was terrifying. Though they were not magicians, they had been indoctrinated since childhood with tales of the dread and might of necromancers. Those malevolent sorcerers wielded the dead as tools, commanding legions of skeletal warriors to ravage the lands of the living, turning valiant warriors into obedient thralls. Should a necromancer appear near Saru territory, they would find themselves in grave peril. "Very well, my lord. We shall relay your message." The guards promptly nodded. It seemed that Robia's chance for vengeance had evaporated, and he resigned himself to depart. That moment. A carriage slowly emerged from the fortress, accompanied by two soldiers and a group of cloaked monks. The vehicle bore several large wooden barrels, and the famished Robia could already detect the aroma of food wafting from within. As the carriage rolled out, villagers from the nearby hamlet, along with numerous vagrants, hurriedly gathered, trailing behind the vehicle towards the outskirts of the village. Noticing Robia's curious expression, one guard proudly explained, "This is the charity of Lord Jackrog. Every day he dispenses his stored provisions to aid the neighboring villages, particularly since the recent raids by the Seine and Lord territories have left many homeless vagrants. Lord Jackrog has generously provided them with sustenance." Oh, Robia feigned interest while secretly contemplating that this Lord Jackrog was likely distributing provisions sourced from the plunder of other territories. Surely similar phenomena were occurring within the domains of Seine and Lorswell. Concerned about attracting further attention, Robia decided to vacate Saru Fortress. "I never anticipated that this brigand lord would prove to be such a benevolent soul," Angel remarked, glancing around to ensure no one was listening. A good person. As someone accustomed to a more advanced society, Robia was keenly aware of the underlying truth. Ultimately, it boils down to lords colluding to pilfer the grain of each other as farmers, only to feign benevolence by distributing a portion of that grain back to the farmers in their own territories, leaving them in tears of gratitude. all the while oblivious to the fact that their sustenance was, in fact, stolen. Mr. Robia, your words are quite convoluted. In any case, a lord willing to aid the destitute must be a good person, Angel replied, perplexed. So, do you intend to abandon your desire for vengeance on behalf of Haimu village? Robia, uncharacteristically, attempted to elaborate, though he found himself at a loss for words, as it was not his area of expertise. Angel cannot comprehend. If we were to slay such a benevolent lord, those poor souls would surely starve. It was rare for Angel to ponder deeply that if such good lords were to perish, then perhaps those people would not have to endure hunger. Robia thought, though he refrained from voicing it. He rubbed his stomach. Setting aside whether those individuals would starve, I am on the brink of starvation myself. Angel, if you cannot devise a means to procure me some food, I may have no choice but to resort to consuming you. Even if you are unpleasant, it would at least fill my belly. Last time, Angel toiled to find Mr. Robia some fresh delicacies, only for Mr. Robia to dismiss them as junk food. Angel retorted, displeased. The memory of the worms Angel had brought him caused Robia to feel a wave of nausea. Master Lu once stated, a sprite should heed its master's commands. What is deemed inedible must not be consumed. Humph. Angel scoffed. Were this world to be weighed on a scale, I am certain I have lost over 10 pounds since my arrival. Robia lamented, reflecting on how he had spent most of his time teetering on the brink of starvation since his arrival in this realm. Upon returning to the woods, Robia found the forest devoid of any fruits. Weary, he leaned against a tree, contemplating how he had survived the menacing creatures of the ghost mist forest, evaded the clutches of brigands like Galvin, and even triumphed over Isido's heavily armed soldiers, only to succumb to the wretched grip of hunger. Angel maintained her distance from Robia, wary of him actually seizing her to feast upon her. Meanwhile, the skeletal warriors remained stoically vigilant around them. In the death night, Gerald merely gazed into the depths of the woods. Suddenly, he found himself envious of professions like beast tamers, who might at least have the option of consuming their subordinates. In a different narrative, these skeletons and corpses might well turn upon him. Sensing something, Gerald abruptly drew his knightly sword, the green luminescence of wood magic instantly enveloping the blade, from the direction he was guarding. The sound of galloping hooves grew increasingly distinct. Mr. Robia, a rather unremarkable individual, is approaching on horseback. Angel, soaring above, alerted him that I never imagined that I, a model citizen and exemplary individual, would find myself resorting to robbery for survival. Truly, the world has grown dark, and the populace is in despair. Robia shook his head helplessly as he rose. Angel reiterated her warning, but Mr. Robia possesses wealth. Perhaps you could trade with that person that I have merely 300 dinars. At most, I could pilfer 10 loaves of bread, then offer one to a beggar, thereby branding myself a great philanthropist, Robia declared, unwilling to part with his precious dinars. Angel remained oblivious to how much 300 dinars could procure, and he was determined not to squander it here. Furthermore, he merely intended to rob. Ideally, he sought to request, albeit with a few soldiers in tow. Thus, he promptly instructed the skeletons to conceal themselves, assigning Olaf to block the stranger's escape route, while Gerald remained by his side for protection. Although Angel had claimed the individual posed little threat, Robia began to doubt the reliability of such assessments. Hidden behind the tree, Robia discerned the approaching figure, a tall, slender middle-aged man clad in a merchant's robe, riding a diminutive horse, devoid of any magical aura. It appeared he was indeed an ordinary person. Just as Robia prepared for the skeletal horde to overwhelm and intimidate the man, he suddenly reined in his horse, calling out, "Necromancer, come forth." "What?" Robia was taken aback. The man turned toward Robia's hiding spot, declaring, "Necromancer, I harbor no ill intentions. I come to propose a transaction." Robia realized that the man had likely detected him long ago and noted that even the horse he rode remained unperturbed by the skeletal presence. Could it be that he was not an ordinary individual after all? Robia had no choice but to step forward, yet he ensured that all the skeletons revealed themselves. "Why, Lord Necromancer, the thunderous growl of your belly has long since betrayed your location," the man remarked as Robia emerged, surveying the surrounding skeletal warriors without a hint of fear. Robia refrained from responding. This man was undoubtedly no ordinary individual, and caution was warranted, given his notorious ill fortune. One could never tell what sort of trouble might arise. Why, Lord Necromancer? I am a merchant. Previously, while at Sorrow Fortress, I chanced upon your presence. The man dismounted and approached Lobia. Lobia regarded him warily, an unsettling feeling growing within. He had an inkling that this man could effortlessly overpower Gerald. However, the man did not advance any closer, stopping a few meters away to display a ring upon his hand. I possess certain items that you, my lord, might find particularly desirable, he declared. Give me an irresistible reason, Lobia thought to say, yet not a single word escaped his lips. The man smiled, recognizing Lobia's apprehension, and with a flicker of magical light from the ring, a roast goose, exuding an enticing aroma, materialized in his grasp. Consider this as one of the offerings. I believe it might cater to your current appetite. It must be said, as Lobia beheld the perfectly roasted, golden brown goose, he found his mouth watering uncontrollably. Should you wish to negotiate, my lord, there is more than just this goose that I can provide, the man continued, his ring glowing once more as a wooden table appeared between them, upon which he placed the roast goose. Who are you? Lobia finally spoke. My identity is of little consequence. What matters is whether the esteemed mage wishes to engage in a transaction with me. The man replied. What transaction? Lobia refrained from moving closer, wary of the enigmatic man potentially launching a sudden attack. That I can offer you ample sustenance, as well as, the man paused, gesturing to the skeletal warriors surrounding them. It is rather naive of you to attempt such clumsy subterfuge. I possess items that can assist you in concealing your minions. And what must I offer in return? Lobia was taken aback by the man's understanding of his predicament. He had initially believed he could disguise his followers as Middle Eastern warriors, yet they ended up resembling mummies, failing even to enter Sorrow Fortress as intended. Merely 300 dinars and a promise. The man stated, seemingly aware of Luobia's financial situation. A promise? Luobia, sensing the man's uncanny knowledge of him, decided to drop his guard and stepped forward to seize the roast goose, tearing into it ravenously. At that moment, he cared little for appearances. One could not deceive such an individual with mere garb. Take this, the man said, producing a badge from his cloak, adorned with 2 crossed swords. Should this badge illuminate one day, present it to the cloaked figure in the corner of any Das tavern in any city. Luobia examined the badge with confusion, pondering if it was some sort of cult symbol. And these, the man continued, as the magical light shimmered once more, revealing 8 pure black masks upon the table, will conceal your minions' faces and mask their undead essence, preventing detection by any mages. Luobia scrutinized the man, who appeared no older than himself. Certainly not the legendary figure known as Karens from decades past. If the necromancer is willing to accept this transaction, take these masks and provide me with 300 dinars. If not, kindly return the badge and regurgitate the roast goose. The man chuckled heartily. My heavens, you certainly are bold to demand so much. You are not yet worth 80 masks. However, considering your assistance to Miss Catherine, I can grant you 2 additional masks. Catherine, did you not say you encountered me only in Sorrow Fortress? Luobia questioned, one hand grasping the mask while the other continued to tear at the goose. I indeed saw you in Sorrow Fortress, but that does not mean my subordinates have not been observing you all along. The man replied with a grin. Well then, you have received your goods, and I have accepted your dinars. This transaction concludes satisfactorily. You know, Catherine? Luobia felt a chill crawl up his spine, realizing he had been under surveillance. I hope we might become allies in the future rather than adversaries, the man stated, pocketing the bag of dinars without providing an answer. Remember, no matter who urges you to remove the skeletal mask, do not comply, especially if they are stronger than you. Until we meet again, Mr. Luobia, the mysterious figure, even knew his name. He then cast a glance at Gerald. Ah, it is rare for a necromancer to possess a death knight so early in their career, though it is unfortunate that this soul is incomplete. With that, he stored the heavy dinars within his spatial ring, mounted his horse, and began to hum a tune as he slowly departed. Luobia watched this enigmatic man, who had come and gone in such an odd manner, beginning to suspect that he might be the very mysterious force that had brought him to this world, now appearing to offer assistance as he found himself in dire straits. Yet he suddenly recognized the melody the man hummed as somewhat familiar. Can you hear the song? The angry people singing, a cry for freedom from those unwilling to be enslaved. Hear the beating of the drums and the cadence of our steps. Welcoming the dawn and the light of tomorrow. Are you willing to forsake all, allowing the red flag to fly forever? Angel suddenly transformed into human form, startling Luobia from his reverie. Angel wants to eat too. Do you recognize this badge? Angel? Luobia paused his feasting, mindful that excessive consumption when famished could be detrimental. Angel does not recognize it, but Angel knows the meat that Mr. Luobia holds. Angel began to drool, shattering the image Luobia had of Lilia in his mind. He pushed the roast goose toward Angel. Save some. I have no money left. We won't be heading to Surah Fortress for a while. If these masks prove effective, we shall immediately journey to Windy City, relying on this roast goose along the way. Angel has received it. With that, Angel began tearing into the remaining 3/4 of the goose. Luobia glanced at the badge, unable to discern anything remarkable about it, and decided to stow it away. If these masks truly possessed magical properties, he ought to establish acquaintance with this mysterious man. Luobia sensed that if this individual were not Karen's, he might very well be the author, the one who had cast him into this otherworldly realm. The masks provided by the mysterious man were made of pure black fabric. Luobia could not detect any magical traces upon them. He instructed Olaf to imitate his actions. Donning the mask and helmet, to Luobia's astonishment, the mask's eye holes, which had initially been hollow, transformed into eyes resembling those of a living person upon Olaf's donning of the mask. Though the gaze was vacant and unblinking, it was far superior to wrapping oneself in white cloth. Furthermore, this peculiar phenomenon indicated that the masks indeed possessed magical properties. He directed the other skeletal warriors to wear the masks, including Gerald. Although Gerald was adorned with a knight's visor, the aura of death he exuded could not be concealed by the helmet. If the masks were truly as the mysterious man claimed, it would be prudent for Gerald to wear one as well. After their transformation, the skeletal warriors resembled somewhat dim-witted humans. Externally, one would not guess that they were merely skeletons with a hint of decaying flesh. There were still 2 masks remaining, but without armor. Wearing just a mask would serve little purpose. All right, Angel, we are ready to depart. I can hardly wait to test whether these masks possess magical effects. Luobia felt a surge of excitement. The mysterious man unsettled him, and he began to feel as though unseen eyes were perpetually scrutinizing him. It was as if every action he took was being recorded in text, read by a multitude. Yet at the very least, the gifts bestowed upon him by the mysterious man proved to be immensely beneficial. All right, Mr. Luobia, Angel responded with satisfaction. Luobia turned back. My heavens, Angel, I did not instruct you to devour it all. How could you finish such a large roast goose? Angel is considering Mr. Luobia. If someone inquires where Mr. Luobia acquired the goose meat, how shall Mr. Luobia respond? After all, the goose meat of the entire kingdom belongs to the king. How could Mr. Luobia consume it without consequence? Luobia was left bewildered. Is there such a regulation? He was uncertain whether Angel was lying. If she were telling the truth, then the identity of that enigmatic figure would become even more elusive. Indeed, Mr. Luobia, how could you be unaware? Even every earthworm in the forest is a subject of this domain. Last time, I went to great lengths to catch earthworms for you, digging by the riverbank. Angel raised her chin and declared, Mr. Luobia never praises Angel. Then why did you wait until you finished eating to tell me? I could have had some too. Luobia observed Angel's earnest expression, which did not seem to suggest deceit. Mr. Luobia's breath is too foul. He shouldn't consume too much greasy food. Angel had devoured the bones on the table clean. If only Angel could change her appearance. Luobia would have likely dealt with her long ago. Forget it, let's set off. Luobia sighed in resignation. After he led the disguised skeletons away, an archer concealed in the trees swiftly descended, gazing in the direction Luobia had vanished. Young Luobia, I've saved you twice now. He then glanced at the table left behind by Luobia and sighed. I know you necromancers regard wealth as mere refuse. But how could you so casually abandon such a fine sandalwood table? I painstakingly acquired it from a man unseen. Commander, This is clearly a gift I presented to him, and yet he so nonchalantly offers it to others as a dining table. He concealed his tracks and bore the table toward the direction the mysterious figure had departed. Robia hurried back, suddenly recalling that he had left that rather attractive table behind, believing it could fetch a good price. Damn it! Where's the table? My table. The space was utterly bare. The table had vanished without a trace. Hurry, Mr. Robia. We still have 2 days' journey to Xiongfeng City. Don't let Mr. Robia end up rolling on the ground from hunger. The sprite-like angel circled above Robia's head. You do realize it's a 2-day journey. Robia swore that one day he would teach this little sprite a lesson about who the true master was. To test the effectiveness of his disguise, Robia decided to take the main road, though he still kept himself hidden beneath his hood to cultivate an air of mystery. Angel, keep a vigilant watch for anyone following us. Yes, Angel replied weakly. Why must sprites always work without food? Do you wish for the sprite to perish? The visible tension in Robia's forehead indicated that a single phrase occupied his mind. Taking advantage, as the sun set that day, they arrived at a fork in the road, where a grand stone statue stood that was approximately 7 or 8 meters tall, depicting a knight on horseback, sword raised towards the heavens. Angel recognizes this statue. Angel and Mage Allen have been here before. In truth, they have been wandering in this vicinity for several days. Then let us rest in the woods ahead tonight, for I am both weary and famished, Robia remarked, feeling insignificant before the statue. Angel, how much do you know about this world? Robia selected a large tree to lean against, pondering why other transmigrators found themselves in pleasant situations, such as lying in a hospital bed with an adorable sister, or as fallen nobles with no worries about food and shelter. Yet he found himself in this realm, spending most nights sleeping against trees, exposed to the chilly winds. The world? Angel knows a great deal. Indeed, a great deal, Angel responded. This world is ruled by an empire comprised of countless kingdoms, with each emperor being elected from among the kings of these realms. Robia recalled the contents of a novel from his memory. Although the story likely dated back decades, Angel at least knew of firearms, suggesting that her imprisonment in the desolate town of Kumu must have occurred after the events of the novel. Angel does not know. Sadly, Angel proved to be even more inept than he had imagined. There exists a holy sea that monopolizes the highest tier of magic, sacred light, only allowing magic academies to teach 6 elemental spells. Surely, you must know this? Angel does not know, but Angel believes that ice and water magic is the most supreme. Angel continued to shake her head. Mr. Robia promised to tell Angel about your world. Can you begin today? Angel transformed into her humanoid form, gazing at Robia with eager anticipation. Well, this is a very ancient, very lengthy story. Angel is not afraid. You can tell it before Mr. Robia starves. Robia helplessly raised his head. Is it true that this world has a moon as well? Quickly, tell it. Do you know what the universe is? Angel. Angel does not know. Both this world and the one I once inhabited are parts of the universe. The earth I lived on is but a trivial little sphere in the vast cosmos, as insignificant as a grain of sand in the ocean, yet it sustains billions of humans living together. A sphere? Angel questioned, puzzled. You live on a sphere? Doesn't that mean you must be constantly worried about falling off? This leads me to recount a tale of Newton. Once upon a time, Angel listened blankly as Robia recounted a lengthy narrative, ultimately revealing a semblance of understanding. I see. So the heavier the object, the greater the gravitational pull it exerts. The following morning, Robia gently nudged the sprite nestled in his palm awake. All right, it's time to prepare for departure. Let Angel sleep a little longer. Mr. Robia can carry Angel along the way. The sprite mumbled, still drowsy. Very well. Robia gathered the sprite in his hands. To this day, I have yet to find you useful. Angel is useless, so let her continue to sleep, the sprite murmured. Thus, they proceeded along the main road, boldly advancing toward Xiongfeng City. Occasionally, they encountered passers-by who merely regarded them with wary expressions without taking further action. They even came across 2 elegantly dressed mages, who merely cast a curious glance at Robia before departing. It seemed the masks worn by the skeletons indeed possessed magical properties. That mysterious man was not attempting to deceive him. Suddenly, he recalled what Angel had mentioned about the loyal army surrounding the Grand Mage Cairns. It was likely they were the very skeletons adorned with such disguises. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that the mysterious figure he encountered yesterday, if not Cairns himself, surely bore some connection to him. That be why noon. Angel finally awakened. But as soon as she did, she immediately implored Robia to allow her to transform. Initially, Robia had experimented with various appearances, maid, doctor, teacher, but Angel simply adored the visage of a female knight. However, after waking, she was finally able to converse, for otherwise Robia would have been left to talk to himself. With only occasional interjections from Gerald, whose words he could not comprehend without Angel's translations. Angel, didn't you say the Imperial troops were equipped with firearms? Why is it that I've only seen swords and blades? It was once again the time for Robia to inquire due to his ignorance. Or did Mr. Robia see the Imperial troops? Angel looked puzzled that, so only the Imperial troops are armed with firearms. While these lords and royal armies still rely on swords and magic, Robia suddenly realized that, of course, if everyone had firearms, chaos would ensue, and the Empire would have collapsed long ago. Angel spoke of such potentially lethal matters with remarkable nonchalance, indicating that Mage Allen was not a particularly meek individual. Why is it that people today are dissatisfied with the Empire, yet dare not voice their frustrations? Robia inquired with curiosity, as this was not depicted in the novel. Not at all. However, if every kingdom's army possessed such fearsome firearms, who would heed the Emperor's commands? Angel regarded Robia as if he were a simpleton. Doesn't Mr. Robia's Earth have firearms in every nation? Indeed, not only firearms, but even more terrifying weaponry. Robia suddenly regretted not acquiring more knowledge in his past life. If he could bring forth a technological revolution, he could have anything he desired. That Earth must be quite chaotic. Angel shook her head, a look of disappointment on her face. Mr. Robia should remain here. With the protection of the Empire and Angel, Mr. Robia will undoubtedly be safe. I don't feel that way. Every day I live here, I stand on the brink of life and death. Robia thought to himself. Throughout the journey, there were questions and answers, or perhaps chaotic responses, and gradually, Robia found himself filled with more inquiries about this world. 2 days later, famished and chilled to the bone, Robia finally staggered into the city of Xiongfeng. This time, I shall enter. It must be said that the towering, sprawling walls of the city instilled a formidable sense of awe, while the fluttering red banners atop the walls sent shivers down Robia's spine. Such an immense fortress. One could only speculate the number of formidable individuals within. Could this magical mask truly be effective? Previously, in the Saru territory, the surroundings were steeped in a medieval, dilapidated filth. Yet merely a few dozen kilometers away, Xiongfeng City presented itself as a picture of pristine newness. The guards on duty, though not brimming with vigor, maintained their posts with a semblance of diligence, swaying slightly at the entrance from a distance, peering through the city gates. One could discern a profusion of buildings, impeccably clean streets, and throngs of people. Robia took a deep breath and strode forward, resolute not to betray the slightest hint of nervousness or apprehension to the guards. Indeed, the guards merely cast a cursory glance at him, their curiosity piqued more by the nearby elf, before disregarding them and permitting their entry into the city. Oh my, I have succeeded at last. I must express my gratitude for these masks. Upon entering the city gate, to the left lay a vast square, at the center of which dangled over a dozen corpses from gallows. A short, stout man incessantly recited to the gathered crowd, "The fate of those who resist the Empire is but one, a dead end. Our magnificent, glorious, and divinely protected Supreme Emperor shines his sacred light upon every corner of the Empire, safeguarding every loyal citizen and leaving no shadow for these despicable rats to thrive." Robia's attention, however, was not on the square, for at that moment, a massive airship was arriving at the port, its colossal form casting a shadow over the surroundings. An airship could likely carry thousands. Standing before such a behemoth, Robia felt increasingly small and helpless, a visceral fear and astonishment coursing through him, inherited from his very genes. "Angel, I wish to ride one just once," Angel said with a look of envy. "Ride one? Oh, Angel, have you never been on an airship?" "No. Master Allen always treats the poor for little or no cost. Thus, We cannot even afford a carriage, let alone an airship. When was this airship invented? Robia was certain that the era depicted in the novels did not possess such contraptions that I do not know. Perhaps it existed from the time of my birth. At that moment, a squad of soldiers escorted two barely conscious prisoners into the square. Another pair of traitors from the Knights Order. Seeing this scene, more people began to gather, and the crowd swelled on either side of Robia. Great, we get to witness another hanging today. Oh, these two are so young. It's truly a pity that my uncle works in the prison. He mentioned one of them as a commander of the Knights Order, not just any commoner. The crowd buzzed with excitement, growing increasingly animated. The soldiers led the two prisoners to the gallows, thick hemp ropes fitting snugly around their necks. The prisoners seemed to realize their time was short. One remained despondent, while the other summoned his final courage in the face of death, lifting his battered head to survey the crowd with a complex expression. His gaze reflected not only anger, but also resignation and a hint of regret. A dying man lamenting for others. That I bet that guy will shout a slogan before he dies. Someone nearby chuckled. Look at him, he seems too far gone to shout anything. I wager he won't utter a word. Another speculated, how much shall we wager this time? The first man inquired. The usual, 50 dinars. It appeared they were accustomed to such executions. Robia had witnessed hangings on television. Once everything was prepared, the floor beneath the condemned would suddenly open, leaving them with no footing, ultimately choking them to death by the noose around their necks. Yet, this execution was somewhat different. After the stout man declared the sentence, he gestured for a nearby soldier to carry out the execution. The soldier began to manipulate a metal device beside him, and with the sound of gears grinding, the ropes around the prisoners' necks began to tighten slowly, lifting them gradually into the air. Power to the people. Glory to the people. Freedom to the people. Unity, the young man, lifting his head, seemed to sense the approach of death and let out a final cry. Unfortunately, he could not finish, as the rope constricted, silencing him. The resolve in his eyes gradually morphed into fear of death. How many can truly face death without fear? The moment he shouted the slogan, Robia heard a man beside him cursing vehemently. Clearly, he had wagered that the young man would not shout a slogan. Robia watched as the two young men's faces turned increasingly purple, struggling in vain before finally becoming still, merging into the stillness of their surroundings. The world would no longer have these two youths. They would merely become part of this square's unique tableau. The crowd gradually dispersed, treating the execution as a mere diversion in their monotonous lives, relishing the ability to reminisce about today's spectacle for days to come, boasting to friends and family about the tragic yet just demise of the two traitors they had witnessed. Let us go. Angel, gazing at the row of corpses, Robia felt a twinge of discomfort. Yet, even in the midst of the crowd, no one seemed to notice the peculiarities of the skeletons, indicating that their disguise remained effective. However, the skeletons were still wrapped in white cloth. If they could be clad in gloves instead, no one would suspect otherwise. But that required money, and at present he had none. Even procuring a meal was a daunting challenge. Angel, do you know of any means to make a living, something that would allow us to afford food? Robia surveyed the vast city, feeling utterly lost. Mr. Robia could use magic to help others, just as Master Allen does. I do not possess any healing magic. Would reanimating corpses count as saving them? Robia occasionally glanced back at the skeletal warriors behind him, wary of any mishaps. Earlier, Gok number 3 had accidentally knocked someone over. Yet, thankfully, the individual had refrained from protesting, intimidated by their imposing presence. Then, Mr. Robia, how about we turn back and explore another street? I recall there might be work available there. Angel suddenly urged Robia to retrace their steps, weaving a blatant lie. Robia observed the elf's unusual demeanor and gazed ahead, spotting a familiar figure approaching. That a girl in a wheelchair was being escorted by a group of soldiers. Ilona Riel, the noble girl he had rescued outside the ghost mist forest. Of course, rescuing her was never his intention. Are you afraid of Ilona, or do you fear the disabled? Robia asked, noting Angel's desire to flee. Should it not be he who felt fear, given that the girl knew of his necromancer identity? It was you who insisted on saving her. Angel does not like her, she replied haughtily. Naturally, Robia had no intention of encountering Ilona again and promptly turned to change direction. But unexpectedly, Ilona noticed him. Mr. Robia, Mr. Robia, she called out exuberantly. Miss Alona, mind your appearance, a man beside Alona quickly cautioned. This is in public, and many are watching. Slore, I do not need your reminders, Alona reprimanded sharply. With no choice, once discovered, Robia steeled himself and turned back. Oh my goodness, look who it is! Our esteemed Miss Alona Riel. How fortunate I am to encounter you here. Robia forced a smile, hoping Alona would not cause him any trouble. It truly is you. Mr. Robia, Alona exclaimed, somewhat excited. I thought I had mistaken you. After a few days, you look completely rejuvenated. Robia was uncertain whether she referred to his robe or if she meant something else entirely. He could only respond apologetically. My sincerest apologies, Miss Alona. I left abruptly last time and have yet to express my gratitude for your and your companion's assistance. Alona's face bore an expression of regret as she said, No. Moon has already informed us. After all, we were also on guard against Lord Ropia, just as he was wary of us. That is only natural. She turned to introduce the man beside her, saying, This gentleman is the esteemed necromancer who saved us in the ghost mist forest. Lord It appeared that Alona was attempting to conceal her own identity, that on behalf of the city lord, I extend my gratitude to Lord Ropia for his assistance. The man responded only with polite formality. The city lord? I fear that Lord Ropia has yet to dine, that I have just finished handling the Academy's withdrawal applications, and my father would surely like to express his gratitude to you in person. Alona warmly invited. However, Ropia noticed a fleeting look of concern on the man's face beside Alona and promptly declined, saying, I appreciate Miss Alona's kind invitation, but I have always been rather uncouth and unfamiliar with etiquette. I fear I might inadvertently cause some misunderstanding, so I must decline your generous offer to visit your residence. After a rare opportunity for a hearty meal, Ropia's spirits lifted. Perhaps he truly ought to perform good deeds. Not that he expected to save a princess in exchange for his life, but even saving a prince and being treated to a meal would suffice. He even felt that Alona appeared more attractive than before. Lord Ropia, was the Miss Cecilia you mentioned last time merely a fabrication? Alona inquired. Did Master Moon not inform you? Ropia was uncertain of how much Moon actually knew or what he had shared with the others. Alona, upon hearing Ropia mention the matter, flushed slightly, her face filled with guilt. I sincerely apologize. Moon did not intend any harm. His curiosity about necromancers led him to secretly cast a spell on you. Lord Ropia, he claimed to have heard you telling your spirit that you were deceiving us. That was all that Yes, my previous tale was indeed a fabrication. For young people like you seem to enjoy tragic love stories. In truth, I have previously mentioned that I hail from another world. The exact reason for my arrival remains unclear, but it is highly likely that it is due to the disruption of this world's balance. Ropia continued, half-truthfully. However, the magical energy in this world is quite low, severely diminishing my abilities, compelling me to remain vigilant. That I hope you can forgive me, Miss Alona. Upon hearing this, Alona, much like Angel, became intrigued. Was the world in which you lived? Lord Ropia, rich in magical energy. In our world, we did not need to prepare energy materials in advance. Magical particles were abundant in the AI. As long as we recited incantations, we could cast spells directly. Ropia feigned disappointment. Then, Lord Ropia, can you heal my legs? Alona seemed to seize upon a glimmer of hope, her eagerness palpable. That I regret to inform you, Miss Alona, that I have not studied healing magic. However, I am confident that such magical techniques will emerge one day. And it will not be long, Ropia replied helplessly. Well, thank you, Alona said, having heard such sentiments repeatedly in recent days that a fleeting hope passed, and she could only sigh in resignation. Alas, Lord Ropia, allow me to take you to the bounty hall. In Ropia's imagination, the so-called bounty hall would resemble a place where one could accept bounty tasks, perhaps with a beautiful receptionist handling registrations and a large bulletin board displaying various notices. Yet, when Alona led him to the bounty hall, Ropia was taken aback. Externally, the hall bore no distinction from a castle point 3 stories tall. Its sturdy stone walls featured few windows, exuding an air of isolation. As if prepared to close its doors and defend itself at any moment, At the entrance stood 2 guards clad in pale purple cloth armor. Though they appeared frail, the cages beside them each contained a fiery elemental spirit, indicating that the 2 were either mages or magical warriors. This was Ropia's first encounter with spirits other than angel, and it was evident that the spirits were treated poorly. Upon entering, a sense of gloom and oppression enveloped him. Contrary to Ropia's expectations, this so-called bounty hall could hardly be termed a hall. Upon entry, one was greeted by a long corridor, with all illumination provided by torches affixed to the walls. Along both sides of the corridor stood 2 rows of wooden boxes, each topped with a layer of grayish-white magical barrier. Lord Ropia, the scrolls within these boxes contain the bounty tasks from the Windward City Bounty Hall. However, please do not touch them, as they are protected by a magical barrier. Ilona cautioned Ropia. Indeed, peering through the magical layer revealed a parchment scroll inscribed with information regarding the bounty task. Bounty amount, 5 dinars. Task, locate a ginger cat with gray spots, lost near the Burl territory. Ropia could not help but frown. Such intricate magic was employed to find a mere cat. He began to believe what Angel had said, that many mages subsisted by performing magic at children's birthday parties. As they navigated the twists and turns of the corridor, both sides presented a similar sight. Ropia felt as though he were perusing a rudimentary museum, where the exhibits were not relics, but rather parchment scrolls. The cabinets were not made of glass, but rather glowed with magical light. Many boxes remained empty, indicating that the so-called bounty tasks were not plentiful. Most involved searching for cats, dogs, and people, with bounties averaging just a few dinars. A few noble youths seeking partners had set higher bounties, but alas, that was all. There were also some wanted tasks, with bounties ranging from several hundred to several thousand dinars. Occasionally, Ropia spotted 1 or 2 mercenaries or mages. Noticing that most mages lacked magical spirits. How much do spirits generally cost? Ropia curiously asked Ilona. Upon hearing this, Angel emitted a note of unease. Well, a few months ago, I purchased my spirit from the spirit market for about 50 dinars. However, water elementals are quite common. Hence, they tend to be relatively inexpensive. If Lord Ropia wishes to acquire a spirit, I could recommend a few acquaintances who would sell to you at the lowest possible price. Ilona mistakenly assumed Ropia was interested in purchasing a spirit that, "Oh, thank you, but I was merely inquiring," Ropia said. Although he was uncertain of the purchasing power of dinars, he inferred from the bounty amounts that he had thought it would require at least several hundred dinars. To be candid with you, Lord Ropia, the status of mages in this world has been declining. Decades ago, each mage could afford to have 7 or 8 spirits, but now, 50 dinars is enough to deter many mages without connections, who would rather purchase cheaper materials to carry instead. Sitting in her wheelchair, Ilona's tone turned somewhat despondent, as she herself no longer qualified to become a mage. Ropia was at a loss for how to console her and shifted the topic. How does one claim and deliver bounty tasks? You simply need to bring back materials that can serve as proof to the bounty hall. Stand by the task you wish to submit, and someone will come to you. Every action here is under the watchful eye of the overseer. Ilona quickly adjusted her mood. Ropia detested this feeling of being monitored, and his thoughts drifted back to the mysterious figure. "Well, that seems quite considerate," he remarked, though he could hardly express his disdain for the dim walls. At last, the corridor came to an end, revealing a dead end. However, Ropia noticed an intriguing bounty task at the far end. Bounty amount, 350 dinars. Task. A group of bandits attacked the Blackwood village in the same territory, killing all the villagers and stealing all the food. This task was issued by the Lord of the same territory. One must wonder whether the Lord of Sane truly remained unaware of the facts. Why couldn't they have constructed this place in a circular fashion, entering from the left and exiting from the right after a complete loop? Ropia mused, feeling somewhat frustrated, especially as he realized there was no way to ascend to another floor. He was confined to wandering the first level, ultimately having to return the way he came. Yet, as they retraced their steps, it was evident the new bounty task had just been posted, with a throng of mercenaries and mages gathered around to read the bounty details. Good heavens. Is it true? A necromancer has appeared near here. I find that hard to believe. If there were a necromancer, how could we remain unaware? The murmurs of the crowd reached Robia's ears, and he noticed Ilona discreetly glancing at him. Her expression troubled. Why would that necromancer wish to kill this nobleman? Isidore Lane. It is evident that this task was issued by Baron Bottle Lane. Galk Village. I have no recollection of IT. IT seems to be a village within the Lane territory. If a necromancer truly is responsible, it is not far from here. From the murmurs of the crowd, Robia could gather some understanding. Nevertheless, he mustered his courage to push through the throng to examine the bounty notice. Bounty amount: 50,000 dinars. Bounty content: a wretched necromancer has appeared near Galk Village, having slain young master Isidore Lane and his entourage. According to eyewitness account from villagers in Galk, this foul necromancer was summoned by a local witch, Catherine, and appears as a youth in his 20s. Not only did he resurrect all those he killed as skeletons to serve him, but he also stole the remains of all villagers' relatives from outside the village. Even more atrociously, he absconded with all the food supplies from the village, leaving only a few chickens, a cow, and 3 sheep. Should the necromancer be captured alive, the bounty poster is willing to bestow the title of nobility upon Galk Village. Infuriating, despicable, truly abhorrent. Upon reading these accusations, Robia could not contain his rage, exclaiming, "How can such shameless individuals exist in this world?" The surrounding crowd assumed Robia was merely expressing his anger towards the necromancer's deeds. An elderly mage patted Robia on the shoulder, saying, "Young man, necromancers are not to be trifled with. It would be wise to maintain your composure and avoid impulsive actions. If this necromancer truly exists, we should leave Windstorm City at once. I would rather die than become a skeleton." Some mercenaries voiced their fears. I have long maintained that those who deal with corpses daily are bound to develop twisted minds, utterly malevolent. Yet the Academy refuses to believe me, a mage declared with a sense of pride. More individuals expressed their astonishment at the generous bounty, eagerly anticipating the opportunity to track down this legendary and formidable necromancer. Robia, with a scowl, exited the bounty hall, realizing that Baron Bottle would undoubtedly seek vengeance. But he had not anticipated such a distortion of the truth, brazenly imposing guilt upon himself. "What is the matter, Lord Robia?" Ilona, who had not squeezed into the crowd to view the bounty, inquired. "Earlier, I saved a girl who attempted to end her life by jumping into the river. She wept as she confided in me that she sought to take her own life because a nobleman named Isidore Lane had violated her, claiming that this young lord had long been guilty of lewdness, assaulting, and even murdering local young women. Out of indignation, I decided to investigate the truth of this matter in the Lane territory to see if young master Isidore Lane was truly such a vile individual. When I arrived at Galk Village, I happened upon Isidore Lane preparing to violate a local girl, Catherine. I resolved to teach him a lesson. However, considering the youth of the life at stake, I refrained from taking his life, hoping he would learn from this experience." Robia gazed skyward, revealing an expression of frustration. "I never anticipated that the very next morning he would assault me with a large group, attempting to kill me. Truly, moral decay and the distortion of humanity abound. Little did I know he was the son of the Lord of the Lane territory, which is why his father is now offering a bounty on my head, unjustly burdening me with countless false charges. Miss Ilona, you witnessed it yourself. Do I appear to be a thief of chickens, a cow, and 3 sheep? I've been so starved that I could hardly have stolen the villagers' food. Alas, this world is beyond salvation. Let it be destroyed." Robia sighed heavily like a tea that moment. Gerard turned his head slowly to glance at him, leaving one to ponder what thoughts this death knight might harbor upon hearing the tale. "Baron Bottle, you say? He is a vassal of my father. I believe there must be some misunderstanding. Baron Bottle is a good man," Miss Ilona remarked thoughtfully. "Miss Ilona, I can empathize with Baron Bottle's grief over the loss of his son, which is why I initially refrained from being too harsh. Yet I was left with no choice in the end. Alas," Robia lamented, contemplating the substantial bounty of 50,000 dinars, along with the potential for a title and lands. It made him wish to capture himself, let alone what others might desire. Trouble was bound to find him. "What do you plan to do, Lord Robia?" Ilona inquired. What to do? He had initially come to see what bounty tasks were available, only to discover he had become the target of a bounty himself. Robia contemplated fleeing. If there is a misunderstanding, and I cannot explain myself, Then I must take my leave from here for the time being. I can only hope that Baron Bottle finds solace in his mourning. Then he envisioned a series of unfortunate events: being stabbed by an assassin in the restroom, choking while eating and suffering a lung perforation, ultimately being struck by a carriage in agony. No, Robia gritted his teeth or perhaps inadvertently getting caught by a carriage and being torn apart. If Lord Robia is indeed wanted, I recommend that you refrain from leaving Windstorm City for now. There are likely many mercenaries and mages searching for you, which could attract the attention of powerful figures, Ilona advised. Currently, Lord Robia is still quite weak, and given that the holy light of the church naturally counters your kind, should the church involve itself, you could be in grave danger. Ilona's words rang true. Karens had suffered immensely at the hands of the church. If Lord Robia trusts me, you may stay at my home for the time being. Are you jesting? Go to your home. That would be akin to a lamb entering a tiger's den. Robia had no faith in this girl before him. She should not assume that a mere meal would render him foolish enough to follow her. Such danger should not burden Miss Ilona. If Lord Robia does not trust me, I can recommend him to the Academy. As long as you enter the Magic Academy, neither the church nor any lord, even my father, has the authority or capability to apprehend you. There, Ilona's eyes were earnest, as if striving to assuage Robia's doubts. Lord Robia, I have a means to help you infiltrate the Dark Arts Department of Windstorm Academy, allowing you to stay there for a while. Once the tumult subsides, you can emerge. It will not take long. Entering the Academy? Perhaps that truly was a wise choice that in the Magic Academy, he could systematically deepen his understanding of magic in this world. Lord Robia, I implore you to grant me this opportunity for gratitude. Then I must trouble you, Miss Ilona. Robia contemplated. Remaining outside might indeed be unsafe. Moreover, within Windstorm City, the vastness of the city and the densely packed populace made him acutely aware of how arrogant he had been before. Even if Sir Gerard were as powerful as a golden finger, he could not guarantee that he wouldn't fall victim to an unforeseen attack. Splendid. However, Lord Robia, I have an unusual request, and I hope you can acquiesce. Ilona suddenly said, as if having anticipated this scheme all along. What is it? Surely she would not suggest he join their family. One day, when Lord Robia has regained his strength, I hope you might grant me the favor of healing my legs. In gratitude for Miss Ilona's repeated kindness and life-saving assistance, should I ever possess the ability, even if Miss Ilona does not make this request, I would still seek to heal you. Robia breathed a sigh of relief, as he had not known how to refuse someone who needed his help. Nonsense. Lord Robia is still my savior. Here's what we will do. You shall first take refuge in the tavern where we dined previously. I will return to discuss matters with my friends at the Academy, and once everything is arranged, I shall seek you out. Ilona stated, of course, if Lord Robia is concerned, I can provide you with these dinars to find a tavern of your choosing. In approximately 3 days, I will await you at the entrance of Windstorm Academy. I certainly trust Miss Ilona. Robia insisted as Ilona instructed the soldiers behind her to bring forth a small pouch of dinars, which he promptly declined. Although Robia's age qualified him for the Academy, being a 23-year-old wizard without graduation prospects was hardly promising, yet he had not intended to study magic diligently at the Academy. Believing it would not teach him necromancy, he resolved to enter the Academy, firstly to temporarily evade the wrath of the Lane territory and potential troubles, and secondly to explore and study this world more thoroughly. He had stumbled through these days without understanding much, having not transmigrated with any memories. His knowledge of this world was limited to fragmented content from novels and the insights of Angel. However, the world depicted in the novels diverged greatly from reality, lacking sufficient detail. The words uttered by that fool, Angel, are utterly devoid of credibility. However, he harbors no great trust in Ilona Riel either. After all, she is merely a chance acquaintance. Fortunately, thanks to Ilona's prior warning, he is not left hungry in this tavern. Although his daily sustenance consists merely of some unpalatable bread, beans, vegetables, and fruits, it is far preferable to the hardships of camping in the wild, where meals are scarce. Unexpectedly, on the following day, a wanted notice emerged within the city of Xiongfeng, issued by the Lord's Riel family, ordering the search for the necromancer hiding within the city. This, however, reassured Robia that Ilona had not betrayed his whereabouts to her father. He wondered if she had successfully secured a path for him to enter the academy. He was constantly anxious that a dozen soldiers from the Riel family might burst through the door at any moment. Moreover, with the issuance of the wanted notice, the entire city was now aware of the existence of a necromancer. Even if he wished to flee, it was likely too late. Surrounding the tavern were mages, mercenaries, and guards searching for him. According to Angel, the combat prowess of most of these individuals ranged from 80 to 150. Although there were two mages boasting a staggering power of 500, it seemed he had truly been a frog at the bottom of a well, foolishly believing he could conquer the Empire with the help of Sir Gerald. Unbeknownst to him, upon the dissemination of this news, two entirely different attitudes emerged within the city of Xiongfeng. The majority, upon hearing of his atrocities, were filled with deep-seated revulsion and a hint of fear, worried about the murderous maniac lurking within their midst. However, a faction of mages who either admired Karen's or revered power expressed their willingness to pledge allegiance to the great, omnipotent, immortal necromancer. Some even proclaimed this necromancer to be the reincarnation of Karen's. By the third day, the time Alona had set for their meeting, Robia had begun to devise plans for his escape should Alona fail or leak information. At noon, a rapid knocking at the door shattered Robia's composure. Upon opening it, he was greeted by Alona Riel. Yet it was not the Riel family guard accompanying her, but a thin young man clad in a dark mage's robe. "I sincerely apologize, Lord Robia," Alona began, expressing her regret. "I never anticipated matters would escalate to such severity." Once inside and having closed the door, Alona quickly continued, "The situation is rather dire. Both the territories of Lord Saru and Lord Sane have reported sightings of you, and the church has begun to take notice. Archbishop Evan has even approached my father, urging a thorough investigation into this matter." Hearing this, Robia sensed the complexity of the situation. Alona mentioned only that his presence had been detected, but it was highly likely that these lords were shifting the blame for their own misdeeds onto him. "Then do you all believe that I am not responsible for those actions?" Robia inquired, curious about Alona's unwavering trust in him. "I have faith in your character, Lord Robia. As for this Law Christopher, he is likely your devoted follower." Alona introduced the young man behind her. "Law Christopher is an apprentice of dark magic at the academy. The friend I mentioned earlier, Master Necromancer, my companions, and I look up to you as our role model. Even if you had committed those acts, they would merely symbolize your immense power," exclaimed the fervent young man named Locke, his gaze fixed on Robia, making him rather uncomfortable. It felt akin to being scrutinized by a way under the gaze of Sir Gerald. "Indeed, while we cannot facilitate your entry through standard channels at the academy, Locke assures me that they possess a means to do so," Alona continued, her concern evident. Yes, Locke interjected, explaining, "We currently have a total of apprentices in the dark magic department, but for the sake of resources, we have registered 15 individuals at the academy. Thus, we can easily add you to our roster. Furthermore, our mentor Chapman has become quite deranged and has little contact with the academy's higher-ups, so he will not mind having one more apprentice. Of course, we recognize the strength of Master Necromancer. We merely wish to ensure your safety by presenting you as an apprentice for the time being." Robia inwardly grimaced, feeling far from powerful if the church begins to intervene in the search. It would be all too easy for Lord Robia to be discovered. "The power of the Holy Light is simply overwhelming," Alona advised. "For now, the academy is your safest refuge." "And what of my servants?" Robia questioned, feeling trapped. He could not abandon the forces he had painstakingly gathered, especially the formidable yet low-maintenance Gerald, who is a rare find. "That can be arranged," Locke replied, albeit with a hint of reluctance. "As necromancers, we often conduct research on corpses. We can easily smuggle your servants into the academy under the guise of transporting experimental materials. However, we may not be able to accommodate too many." "Would 4 suffice?" he reluctantly conceded. "If it's only 4, we can give it a try. It might be a bit heavy." "Ha." Locke finally laughed. In that case, I am truly grateful to both of you." Robia ceased to protest. He had no other choice but to place his trust in the duo. In recent days, the outside world had grown increasingly perilous, as he unwittingly stirred the waters of Xiongfeng City by heroically rescuing someone and dispatching a minor noble. "No need for such modesty. It is our honor," Locke exclaimed, appearing quite flattered. Who would have thought that the identity of a necromancer would be so advantageous? Let us act swiftly, Ilona urged, however, Lord Robia, to avoid raising suspicion. I recommend that you either release or sell this elf. She gestured towards Angel beside Robia to prevent any unnecessary complications. What attention would a mage with an elf attract? Robia replied, naturally unwilling to comply. Not only had he made a promise, but without Angel, he would struggle to communicate with the people of this world. After all, Lord Robia's new identity is that of an apprentice in dark magic. Having an elemental elf by your side would easily draw the attention of others, Ilona explained. That's not a problem. I can conceal her. After all, 50 dinars is quite a sum, Robia retorted, placing Angel into his pocket. The elf complied, remaining still. Very well, Ilona conceded, furrowing her brow but saying nothing further. Locke and the others are prepared. My identity does not allow me to return to the academy. She turned to the young man behind her and instructed. Locke, take good care of Lord Robia. It is my honor. I shall take my leave now, Lord Robia. Thank you, Miss Ilona. After Ilona departed, Locke promptly handed Robia a black mage's robe. My lord, this is the attire for apprentices in our dark magic department. Please change into it. Robia donned a robe, finding it surprisingly fitting. Yet he was now faced with a painful task. He had to command Sir Gerald to slay 4 skeletons from the village of Gork. Removing the masks from the skeletons' faces revealed decayed flesh clinging to them. With a swift stroke, Sir Gerald severed the heads of the 4 skeletal warriors, extinguishing the flames in their eye sockets, their bony forms collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Once the cleanup was complete, he followed Locke out of the tavern where he had been holed up for 3 days, stepping onto the streets of the city once more. Perhaps due to the presence of a necromancer lurking in Xiongfeng, the streets were noticeably less crowded. Master Necromancer, we shall first head to a small alley behind the academy. My companions are prepared there, and we will lay your servants on a cart, disguised as corpses. Well, they essentially are corpses, Locke said cheerfully, occasionally stealing glances at Robia. Robia did not respond, merely nodding slightly. After walking a short distance, they arrived at the so-called Magic Academy. Towering stone walls, reaching heights of 7 or 8 meters, separated the expansive academy ground from the surrounding buildings, with ivy climbing the walls, signifying the institution's long history. 2 soaring spires rose behind the walls, emitting a faint glow in the air. The towers, constructed of the same brownish-green stone, were impeccably maintained, showing no signs of the passage of time. However, Locke did not lead him through the crowded areas, but instead chose a narrow path to a dim alley outside the academy. There, a cart awaited, alongside 2 other lean young men clad in dark magic apprentice robes, mirroring Locke's appearance. Upon their first glimpse of Robia, expressions of reverence adorned their faces. These 2 are Khan and Sydney, both apprentices of our dark arts. Locke introduced. We humbly greet you, Master Necromancer, the pair exclaimed, overwhelmed with excitement. Just call me Robia, he replied, slightly taken aback by the sudden influx of admirers. Indeed, for the sake of your safety, it might be best to address you by your title for now. Locke nodded. Very well, Khan. You shall return later. Sir Robia and I will assist in transporting these skeletons inside. With that, Robia ordered the skeletons and Gerard to lie upon the cart. Covered with a white cloth, Sir Robia, here is your apprentice identification badge. Upon Miss Ilona's notification, we worked through the night to prepare it. Locke respectfully presented a 2-inch wooden plaque inscribed with Robia's name. Thank you, Robia promptly accepted it. After Khan departed, the remaining trio pushed the cart towards the academy to AS Necromancers. We often remain within the base, thus most people are unaware of our existence, so you needn't worry. Sir Robia, however, for added precaution, you and Sydney should don your hoods, Locke advised. Indeed, Robia thought, maintaining an air of dignity in the presence of these individuals, for a person of stature ought not to indulge in trivialities. Sir Robia, I have heard tales of your exploits from Miss Ilona. Any news regarding Miss Cecilia? Locke, evidently not one of highborn demeanor, began to indulge in gossip. It was clear that Ilona's introduction had been a fabricated version. None. I fear it will be difficult to encounter her again. Robia mused, his thoughts drifting to the goddess Lilia. Even upon returning to Earth, such a reunion seemed unlikely. Rest assured, we shall exert every effort to assist Sir Robia in locating Miss Cecilia. Locke declared, thumping his chest. In matters of tracking, we necromancers possess unique skills. Your willingness to assist me is beyond what I can express in gratitude. Robia replied with a wry smile, aware that their efforts would likely be in vain. Nonsense. It is our honor to aid a formidable necromancer such as yourself. Moreover, someone as deeply compassionate as Sir Robia serves as an inspiring example for us all. Locke maintained his sycophantic demeanor. However, upon reaching the academy gates, Locke's expression abruptly shifted to one of icy solemnity, his eyes devoid of light as he gazed ahead. Robia thought to himself, this fellow is even better at pretense than I am. I still require my hood to conceal my expressions. At the entrance stood an elderly gentleman with wispy white hair, yet Robia's years of experience with web novels informed him that this gatekeeper was no ordinary man. He instinctively lowered his gaze to avoid attracting the attention of such a high-born figure. The old man, however, paid no heed to their presence. Robia dared not meet the elder's gaze, fearing that he might see through his facade. The imposing iron gates of the academy were only partially ajar. As soon as Robia and his companions stepped inside, they swung shut with a resounding creak. Robia wondered whether a magical or steam-driven mechanism controlled the doors. Upon entering the academy, they found themselves in a vast plaza bustling with numerous apprentice mages. Towering, slate-gray buildings flanked either side, their walls adorned with colorful stained glass windows that shimmered in the light. Yet the antiquity of the structures, reminiscent of a castle, imbued Robia with a sense of endless chill and darkness lurking behind the vibrant glass. Each building was connected to a soaring tower, visible even from the outside. Surrounding the plaza were numerous smaller structures, presumably the residences of apprentice mages and mentors. They maneuvered the cart between the two grand edifices, soon encountering another expanse the size of a sports field. Where many apprentices practiced their magical skills at it was undeniable that the academy was teeming with elves, some even maintaining their original forms, prompting Robia to see an abundance of Lilia-esque likeness. Thankfully, all were clad in garments. Yet upon further reflection, the image of their clothing vanished from his mind. Curse it, do not think of a pink elephant. Do not think of a pink elephant. Do not think of a pink elephant. Fortunately, the apprentices' robes were sufficiently loose. Nearby the open area stood several diminutive structures, all situated to the right. To the left lay a small, dark gray wooden cabin that resembled a portable restroom. Yet they were pushing the cart towards it. As they approached, Robia was enveloped by a profound aura of death that washed over him like a refreshing breeze. Upon opening the wooden door, he discovered it to be an entrance to a basement, from whence the palpable scent of death emanated. Struggling to maneuver the cart downward, they descended a spiraling stone staircase step by step. Sir Robia, there are only us few in this base. Would it be possible for your servants to rise? The armor is rather burdensome. Locke gasped, clearly winded. And one will come to the base, he assured. Robia nodded, commanding the 3 skeletal warriors and the Death Knight to stand. A glimmer of envy shone in Locke and Sidney's eyes. Sir Robia, might you teach us this spell? Sidney finally ventured, his voice tinged with trepidation. I cannot say if you will grasp it, but it is worth a try, Robia replied, skeptical that they could master necromantic spells, which he believed were special skills reserved for traversers like themselves. Otherwise, Collins would have long been renowned for his teachings. Thank you, Sir Robia, Locke exclaimed, exhilarated. Having long interacted with the deceased, they felt no fear. Who among them wouldn't wish to master the magic of commanding corpses in battle? With a loyal army of undead at their disposal, who would dare to belittle them? The empty cart became much easier to pull, and before long, Robia and his companions reached the lowest level in the past. This gloomy, terrifying basement, reeking of sulfur and decay, would have been a nightmare for him. Yet the thick scent of death now felt like a warm embrace of home. Dimly lit oil lamps hung every few meters along the walls. The basement housed approximately a dozen rooms, and after setting down the cart, Locke began to guide Robia on a tour. In here lies the lifelong work of our mentor, Sir Chapman, filled with his writings on necromantic spells. Should you have interest, Sir Robia, feel free to peruse. Locke opened a room, revealing a massive bookshelf cluttered with numerous books and scrolls. Robia was uncertain of the function of these necromantic spells, pondering whether the energy they consumed was indeed derived from the essence of death. The second door was locked tight. Sir Chapman usually conducts experiments in there, but ever since he became somewhat unhinged, he rarely visits that room. He now spends most of his time writing in his quarters. Sir Chapman is a powerful necromancer, and the Windstorm Academy's offering of dark arts is largely attributed to him. Sidney remarked with utmost respect, in stark contrast to Locke's disdain. Let it be. Once the old coot passes on, I suspect the dark arts will vanish along with him. We shall either be expelled or forced to study the elemental magic favored by the fairer sex. Locke shrugged. I shall reside here, Robia declared, as he opened the next door, only to be met with an odor far worse than decay, a stench reminiscent of someone who indeed brushed their teeth in a decade, reeking of sweat, having just crawled out of sewer while munching on foul socks. Robia couldn't help but take a step back, witnessing even a formidable necromancer falter under the foul air of their abode. Locke hastily shut the door. Rest assured, we have prepared accommodations especially for you, Sir Robia. Locke then opened a door 2 rooms away, revealing a simple space with a bed, devoid of any other occupants. I apologize for the inconvenience, Robia noted, recognizing Locke's consideration in placing several rooms between them, likely to prevent the stench from permeating his quarters. Just ahead lies Mentor Chapman's residence. He spends most of his time within and seldom emerges. Should you encounter him, a respectful greeting will suffice. He likely won't remember our names, Locke pointed ahead. Just then, a frail voice echoed from the adjoining room. Winebloom, Winebloom, bring me ink at once. Damn that Wineblum. Hurry and fetch me that cursed ink. Wineblum, why must he die just when I need him? Locke sighed in exasperation and responded loudly. Master Chapman, Wineblum has gone to participate in the trials. The Academy is organizing an assessment of the finest apprentices from all departments, preparing to venture out to combat the rebels. Have you forgotten? Damn the Academy. Why must they involve my Wineblum in this conflict against the rebels, forcing this old man to seek out ink on his own? The voice of Master Chapman echoed from within the house. Shortly thereafter, slow yet frequent footsteps could be heard approaching. Should I hide, or perhaps have my servant hide? Robia inquired. And no need, my lord Robia. Just wait and see. Locke chuckled in response. Before long, an elderly man, hunched and with a wild mane of white hair and disheveled beard, shuffled into view. He quickly spotted the 7 individuals standing in the corridor, yet continued to approach while shaking his head. You lot are far too loud. If I were 10 years younger and my hearing somewhat better, I would surely be driven mad by your youthful ruckus. He reached Robia and inquired, What is your name? Young one, Robia, the young man replied, fearing discovery for having infiltrated the gathering. Robia, Robia, Master Chapman muttered as if in thought. I remember you. Robia, you were my apprentice 13 years ago. Still not graduated after all this time? I suggest you remain here and avoid embarrassing yourself out there. Indeed, indeed, Locke quickly concurred. Master Chapman shot Robia a look of disappointment before continuing on to retrieve the ink. There will be even more amusing sights. My lord Robia, when he returns, I shall demonstrate. Locke grinned mischievously. Sidney interjected, Do refrain from teasing Sir Chapman. After all, he is our mentor. Oh, be quiet, Sidney, Locke retorted. After a short while, the old Master Chapman returned, staggering with a bottle of ink in hand. Ah, Master Chapman, do you remember me? Locke greeted with a smile. I am Father Dearest. Do not attempt to deceive me. My eyesight may be failing, but my mind remains sharp. To Locke's surprise, Sir Chapman suddenly tapped him on the head. I remember you, Locke, the apprentice of the flame element, pining after a young girl of the ice element. You publicly professed your affections despite her having a boyfriend, only to run here and hide after losing face. Now it was Locke's turn to stand there with a darkened expression. Sidney was already doubled over with laughter. Ha! Sir Chapman may forget anyone, yet he remembers your foolishness. Ha ha! Alas, Sir Chapman lamented, casting a regretful glance at them. The youth of today, each generation weaker than the last. Once you are gone, I shan't need to distill your essence. You will be nothing but skeletons. He then approached Robia. Robia, I requested you to find me some deer sorrel. Where is it? I already provided it to you. Robia, who had a penchant for exaggeration, gradually grew bolder. Previously provided, Sir Chapman mused aloud. Oh, yes, you did give it to me. 10 years ago. My memory is deteriorating by the day. He shuffled away, then suddenly turned back to Robia. Robia, go fetch me some wine, something sweet yet slightly sour, with a hint of bitterness. I remember there are cellars in those seedy taverns frequented by drunkards. Bring me some, for I shall require it tomorrow. Certainly, Master Chapman, Robia replied respectfully. Very well, Robia, but do remind your skeletons to keep quiet. They are exceedingly loud. Especially that one, the disabled one, who cries incessantly. Master Chapman can hardly sleep. Sir Chapman took his leave, walking back to his chamber. Robia was taken aback by the words of Sir Chapman. Were his skeletons truly that noisy? And the disabled one was undoubtedly referring to Gerard. The mysterious figure they had encountered earlier had also mentioned that the soul of his death knight was fractured. It seemed these necromancers were indeed intertwined with death magic, and Robia felt he was inching closer to understanding this world and its dark arts. Locke, having regained his composure, approached with a smile. See, my lord Robia, Master Chapman is in such a state. You need not worry about him. I am more concerned about that girl of the ice element. Robia remarked, feeling reminiscent of his joyful days in the university dormitory with his sons. The pretenses he had held on to began to relax. Yes, Sidney paused. Upon hearing Robia's jest, he burst into laughter once more. Ha ha, Locke. I merely warned you against teasing Master Chapman. Now even Lord Robia knows of your folly. Locke's expression darkened again as he shot a glare at Sidney. Enough, Sidney. Do you wish for me to reveal your own embarrassing secrets to Lord Robia? Sidney immediately ceased laughing, his face turning serious as he shook his head. No, it's nothing. Are you well acquainted with Ilona? Robia suddenly asked. Ha! Sidney finally lost his composure. Ha! Ilona! Robia pieced it together. Miss Ilona Riel is indeed that girl of the ice element. Locke's face flushed with embarrassment. Oh, I see. Robia said knowingly, patting Locke on the shoulder. Well, my good fellow, your promise to assist me likely stems from this, does it not? One of the reasons, indeed. We truly admire you. Lord Robia, Locke quickly clarified that moment. Another individual descended, removing his hood to reveal Karn, another apprentice necromancer. What is it? Has Master Chapman done something foolish again? Karn inquired upon seeing Sidney's laughter. Indeed. Ha! It was Locke who was played by Master Chapman. Sidney replied that it seems the Lord of Necromancy is now aware of Locke's folly. Karn chuckled. Such was the feeling. He and his sons often engage in similar banter, their camaraderie growing ever stronger. Well, Sidney, I do not wish to recount how terrified you were during your initial days here. Wetting the bed from nightmares every night. Locke began to retaliate. And you, Karn? Sidney immediately ceased his laughter. Truth be told, we all understand Locke's affections. Is that not so? Karn stated with mock seriousness, glancing at Sidney. Sidney nodded vigorously. Let us continue our tour, my Lord Robia. Locke rolled his eyes at them. The large room at the back serves as an extensive morgue, where all the corpses from our dark arts are stored. Robia could indeed sense a potent aura of death emanating from within. By the way, I just saw Wineblum leaving with a group of apprentices from other departments, led by the Vice Dean, Karn suddenly said. Oh, he actually managed to pass the trials? Locke exclaimed in astonishment. What are these trials you speak of? Robia inquired. Oh, it goes like this. Locke explained, our academy occasionally accepts bounty tasks or responds to calls from lords to undertake various missions. For this purpose, the academy gathers magic apprentices from all departments to participate in an assessment. The assessment is divided into two parts. The first is a combat prowess test, and only those meeting the criteria advance to the second part. The second part involves dueling exercises against other apprentices, for which the necessary number will be selected to partake in a mission. Wineblum is the strongest among us, yet I never anticipated he would pass the second part. Locke reflected. The last time, I was soundly defeated by an apprentice from the leaf element, leaving me bedridden for 3 days. Mainly because that apprentice from the leaf element was quite a beautiful girl. Karn added with a laugh, but suddenly remembering Locke's earlier threat, quickly amended. Locke, being chivalrous, could not bring himself to strike hard, thus suffering a crushing defeat. It seemed Karn held quite the leverage over Locke. Robia mused that in this moment, he felt as though he had been rejuvenated. How do your necromantic arts attack others? Robia asked, having never heard of this school of magic before. Our most common method is to unleash cadaveric poison. Yet such spells are deemed too brutal and cannot be utilized during dueling exercises. Instead, we often employ physical magic, such as bone spears, during combat, Locke explained. Bone spears? Robia has become increasingly intrigued by the necromantic spells. Sensing Robia's confusion, Locke continued his explanation. Just as fire magic allows one to control the elemental flames, we grind the bones of the deceased into powder, employing necromantic spells to shape this bone dust into offensive spells like bone spears or defensive spells such as bone shields, and even wielding them as bone swords to strike at our foes. That, of course, this practice is not suitable for us. Indeed, it would be splendid if we could command skeletons to fight like Lord Robia does. Sydney lamented, casting these spells exhaust your bodies? Robia inquired, curious whether these necromancers utilized the breath of death, yet he wondered why they appeared as emaciated and frail as addicts. Not at all. What we actually utilize is a special kind of energy, which we internally refer to as corpse energy. As for the specific principles behind it, we are not entirely sure, but there must be some explanation in Minter Chapman's library. Locke replied somewhat awkwardly, though we have never perused it ourselves. Then why do you appear so gaunt, as if suffering from malnutrition? Is the Academy skimping on funding for dark magic? Robia thought to himself that he must take the time to read the materials on that bookshelf. Locke and Sydney exchanged awkward glances. Well, as you know, there are no female apprentices here. We spend our days toying with corpses while maintaining a lofty demeanor, thus finding it difficult to attract any romantic partners. Our daily amusement consists of secretly engaging in activities that the church would disapprove of. Locke finally mustered the courage to explain the situation. Robia found himself momentarily at a loss for words. That room over there is our energy release chamber. But of course, Lord Robia need not concern himself with it. That I merely wanted to provide you with the information. Locke indicated toward a particular room. Robia promptly made a mental note to never set foot in that chamber. Once the introduction concluded and Locke and his companions departed, Robia finally found himself alone in the room assigned to him. He retrieved Angel from his belongings. It stinks, Angel exclaimed upon her emergence, prompting Robia to consider returning her to her previous confinement. Well, this is our temporary residence. At least for now, we needn't worry about food or clothing. Robia attempted to reach for Angel, but the sprite deftly dodged him. Are we residing in Mr. Robia's mouth? Why is it so foul? The sprite's body swayed up and down, as if trying to evade the unpleasant odor. If you continue to be insolent, I shall cast you into the adjacent room, so you may truly appreciate the quality of our current environment. Robia recalled Locke's chamber with a shiver of apprehension. All right. I shall refrain from speaking after transforming. Angel conceded, in a flash of light. The room was graced with the presence of a valiant female knight. Now that Robia had satisfied his physiological needs and ensured his temporary safety. According to Maslow's hierarchy of needs, he found himself contemplating the need for love and belonging. Thus his gaze towards Angel was tinged with complexity. Awaken, that is merely an elemental sprite. What more could it possibly do? A sliver of rationality reminded Robia, what? It would be a perfect opportunity to test the sprite's mimicry abilities. Yet a flicker of desire countered this. Such thoughts indicate an abnormal inclination. Sprites are also sentient beings. We must treat them with equality. Sprites are not human. If you fail to act, you are certainly no man. If you dare to act, then you are no longer human. Angel, noticing Robia's prolonged stare, inquired, Is something the matter? Mr. Robia, have you fallen under some mental control? No. Robia shook his head. I was simply contemplating how to train this cadre of skeleton warriors. Does Mr. Robia wish for skeletons to exhibit such lewd smiles? Angel shot him a disdainful look. Quit your prattle. Have you seen Locke's combat prowess? Robia asked, not only to change the subject, but also to ascertain the strength of Locke and his companions. If they discovered that the necromancer he admired possessed a combat effectiveness of less than 30, his image would be utterly shattered. Who is Locke? Angel appeared perplexed. The young man who accompanied Miss Alona to the tavern to find me. The one pushing a cart. Oh, I forgot and failed to pay attention. I thought he was just an inconsequential passerby. Angel shrugged. Sigh, I suppose I cannot expect you to accomplish anything. Robius sighed, redirecting his focus back to the skeletons. During his days at the tavern, aside from basic needs, he had diligently trained his skeleton warriors, particularly in simulating human movements to disguise their true nature. However, the results were far from satisfactory. The magically sustained skeletons exhibited a pronounced stiffness and unnaturalness in their movements. In stark contrast, Death Knight Gerard entered the room, promptly finding a chair to sit upon, seemingly in a state of meditation. Sigh. Others have minions. Why do I feel as though I am teaching students? Exhausted to the bone, Robia shook his head, convinced he had misunderstood something, as he was armed with nothing but a tattered notebook, while the rest of his knowledge stemmed from personal exploration, which had led to the disastrous events in Blackwood Village. Clearly, exploration without theoretical guidance is sheer folly. He must endeavor to acquire a systematic understanding of magic, which was one of the reasons for his daring journey to the academy. Mr. Robia, Angel is hungry. After exploring the room for a moment, the sprite complained. Sigh. You sprites neither eat nor expend energy. Where do your sustenance needs go? Robia gazed at Angel helplessly, but Mr. Robia promised Angel that this was her second wish. I should have thought of having the skeletons mimic my dressing instead of leaving such gaping holes. Robia silently lamented. How foolish of me. Truly, wait a moment. How am I to know where to find food? Robia replied irately. Forget it. Being idle in the room accomplishes nothing. The team might as well peruse the works of that ancient necromancer, Chapman. Perhaps it would yield some insights. Stay here and do not move. I shall attend to some matters and return shortly. Robia instructed Angel, feeling secure that the skeletons would not go awry in his absence. Mr. Robia isn't taking Angel along. Angel gazed at him with a pitiful expression. Not taking you, Robia declared, closing the door without looking back, with the sprite chattering beside him. How could he concentrate on reading? Upon entering the room with the bookshelf, Robia could barely contain his eagerness to absorb the knowledge contained within. If only he had possessed such fervor during his student years, he would not have found himself relegated to a windowless single room reading web novels. At the very least, he would be in a single room with a window. However, upon opening the pages, his expression fell. Why are all these characters written in ancient Chinese? Robia gasped, unable even to comprehend the contents of the title page. He recalled having seen a book written in ancient Chinese at the altar in the church of Deadwood Town. Yet the later characters he encountered were all in the world language. Could it be that Angel had been translating for him all along? The thought compelled him to return and summon Angel once more to test it. As fortune would have it, he encountered Locke just as he exited. The young necromancer beamed with admiration upon seeing Robia. Bonenpo Stagson. Sinjiro Dropio. Damn, I can't even understand the language now. Angel truly did not deceive me. Robia could only smile and nod before hastening back to his room. If he was correct, without Angel, his words would also be unintelligible to others. Mr. Robia, what is the matter? Frequent urges. Angel inquired, having just attempted to engage Gerard in conversation, only to be met with complete indifference. Nothing much. I merely found myself thinking of you suddenly, feeling as though I could not bear to be apart from you for even a moment in this world. Robia took Angel's hand. Come, let us read together. All right. Sir Gerard is utterly bored. Angel's spirits lifted. Indeed, upon returning to the library with Angel, the ancient Chinese characters had once again transformed into the world language. Does this mean that I am still being influenced by Angel's presence? Angel, how do you manage to enable me to comprehend the native language? Instead of guessing, it is better to interrogate. Angel merely needs to alter the sound waves produced by Mr. Robia's mouth and the sound waves that his ears are about to receive. Angel gazed at Robia as if he were illiterate. Even if Mr. Robia does not understand this, can he not grasp the principle? No wonder he must read. Mr. Robia still has much to learn. Then why can even the words I see change? Robia waved the book in his hands before Angel's eyes. Oh, Mr. Robia has returned to seek Angel's assistance simply because he cannot comprehend it himself. Angel will ignore Mr. Robia? Angel placed her hands on her hips. Quickly explain to me, are you still reading my thoughts? Of course not. Angel merely needs to change the color of the light refracted into Mr. Robia's eyes. Although initially, I accessed Mr. Robia's verbal memory to learn his language. Afterward, I declared that I would not read Mr. Robia's thoughts, and thus I do not. Did you not say you cannot read memories? Robia recalled that Angel had made this statement when discussing Mage Allen. The verbal memory is different from other memories. All right, Mr. Robia is truly a fool. Angel retorted with irritation. Robia took a deep breath, both to alleviate his astonishment at the elf's formidable abilities and to temper his rising anger. So, what I see and hear can all be altered or distorted by you? During the Second Sino-Japanese War, many Chinese women suffered due to personal grudges leading to misguided translations, resulting in numerous deaths. In theory, of course, it is possible, but that is only because Mr. Robia's mental defenses are woefully inadequate. However, Angel merely wishes to aid Mr. Robia in engaging with this world. She has not committed any wrongdoing. Angel rolled her eyes. I suspect you are lying. Robia patted Angel. Indeed, while this sensation of control was discomforting, there was little he could do about it. He had neither taken over another's body nor possessed a system. In this unfamiliar world, he felt utterly helpless. Wait, Robia suddenly pondered. Why then is the notebook in my possession written in the world language? It is certain that the author of this notebook is a traveler from another world, and it is highly likely to be Karen's. Upon this realization, Robia's interest was rekindled, and he began to peruse the tome on necromancy spells in his hands. Perhaps he could indeed uncover some clues. Yet upon opening it, he found it filled with ancient Chinese characters. Angel. Kioses, speak properly. How may I assist you? Esteemed Mr. Robia. Angel feigned a servant's demeanor. Hurry and translate. Robia urged, tapping the book in his hands. But doing so would lead Mr. Robia to believe Angel is distorting his thoughts. Angel shook her head, rolling her eyes. Kind and lovely elven goddess, great translator, guide, observer, Miss Angel. Your master comes bearing the most sincere apologies and heartfelt gratitude, seeking your forgiveness. More theatrical than an act. I, Robia, can outdo you in pretense. All right, Mr. Robia, do not take it so seriously. Angel was merely jesting. Mr. Robia is Angel's master, and a kind one at that. Naturally, Angel will assist Mr. Robia. However, the elf appeared frightened by Robia's exaggerated performance, speaking with trepidation. Alas, if only human women were so easily appeased by an apology. With the translation issue resolved, Robia could finally indulge in the tome on necromancy spells with fervor. The author was none other than Sir Chapman. In the year 356 of the Empire, the great minter Duke Angelos Valen was born. Due to the death of his father, Duke Joseph Valen, at the hands of the Black Flag Brotherhood during the Ash Rebellion. Duke Angelos was raised by his uncle, Count Jorm Valen. Robia flipped through several pages, all recounting the life of this Duke Angelos, detailing trivial matters. Isn't this supposed to be a history of necromancy spells? Why does it read more like a biography of Duke Angelos? Robia complained, suspecting that the extensive writing was merely to meet a word count. Angel, what year is it in the Empire now? Robia inquired. If most of the content was irrelevant, then the history of necromancy spells likely would not be extensive. When Angel was purchased by Mage Allen, it was the year 1950 of the Empire. Mage Allen bought Samira in 1952, which are the happiest 2 years for Angel. Angel reminisced. Robia was taken aback. Could it be that the history of necromancy spells is so ancient? He recalled Angel mentioning that the year she followed Mage Allen was when Karen's retired. This implies that the history of necromancy spells predates Karen's tale, yet he had seen no record of it in the novels. That means in the year 1960 of the Empire, Mage Allen abandoned Angel in that small town. Angel finally deduced. The elder from Blackwood Village had stated that he first encountered Angel over 60 years ago, which indicates that it must now be at least after the year 2020 of the Empire. The history of necromancy spells spans over 1,600 years. Robia resumed his earnest reading of the book, while Angel busied herself with rummaging through the bookshelf. Duke Angelos eventually found Nasal, but alas, this powerful necromancer was unwilling to meet with Duke Angelos. Wait, when did this necromancer Nasal come into play? Robia flipped back several pages. Even the Pope himself, when casting holy spells, could not revive the Duchess. At this point, Duke Angelos likely began to harbor doubts about the holy light and the church. He believed that the holy light could not possibly be the most powerful magic in the world. There must be other forms of magic capable of awakening his beloved. Thus, the Duke commenced a search for those heretical magics forbidden by the church. The first he discovered was blood magic, a type of magic that harnesses the energy of one's own or another's blood. Upon learning that records of this magic existed in the southern kingdoms, he set off southward, before exhausting his wealth. He finally encountered a blood magician named Brad, who merely informed him, "The dead are worthless. Only blood grants immortality." The Duke killed the fervent blood magician and hung his head upon his steed. The Duke's second pursuit was the mysterious sorcery of the East. He had heard of a form of sorcery that could resurrect the dead, albeit as emotionless beings that required constant draining of chi. Author's note: Eastern sorcerers believe that a certain essence within the human body, when depleted, leads to death. However, the Duke was undeterred. As long as he could see his wife stand again, what did it matter if she became an emotionless puppet? He had many servants to provide for her sustenance. Yet the Duke's journey eastward did not meet with success. The exact reasons remain unknown, but it was likely due to the rebellion of the Black Flag Brotherhood. Ultimately, the Duke set his sights on a powerful and malevolent form of magic: necromancy spells. Author's note: this is an ancient and mysterious type of spell. Throughout the over 1,000 years since the establishment of the empire, there have been fewer than 20 recorded necromancers, and it has never been the case that 2 necromancers appeared during the same era. Since the last necromancer, Karen's, vanished, there have been no reports of new necromancers. Robia finally uncovered useful information. It turns out that the history of necromancers is indeed so extensive. If there cannot be 2 necromancers appearing simultaneously, does this imply that I am the new generation of necromancer following Karen's? The thought exhilarated Robia. Would he too be inscribed in history? At the very least, if he were to die now. He would not be. In the Duke's era, there was a powerful necromancer named Nasal, whose fame spread far and wide. Many texts contain references to him. Among the most infamous accounts is his massacre of Winterhold City after being spurned by a lady from there, leaving the city in utter ruin overnight. As a result, he has been wanted by the Empire ever since. His whereabouts unknown. To find him, the Duke decided to start with Winterhold. He began to arrange his affairs and prepare everything. The following pages describe how Duke Angelos bid farewell to others. Content that bore no relevance to the book's title. Robia genuinely suggested renaming this book as the biography of Duke Angelos. More importantly, Sir Chapman's writing style is pedestrian, rendering all stories tedious and dull. Resembling a chronicle rather than a narrative, Robia felt a wave of drowsiness wash over him. Yet, the mention of the necromancer within the text compelled him to press on. The subsequent narrative recounted how Duke Angelos arrived at the now-ruined city of Wintervale, drawn by an overwhelming surge of energy, sacrificing all his attendants and soldiers, ultimately confronting the necromancer Nasal. However, the specific details of their meeting remained unchronicled, and given that over a millennium had elapsed, Robia found himself questioning the veracity of the account. Upon returning to his domain, the Duke underwent a profound transformation. Reports indicate that he frequently secluded himself with the corpse of his wife, conversing with her in solitude and occasionally erupting into fits of ghastly laughter. This peculiar behavior persisted for approximately a month, leading his son, Borin, to suspect his father had succumbed to madness, while also fretting over the potential decay of his mother's remains, which could incite disease. He felt compelled to forcibly enter the Duke's chamber, and upon doing so, he and the others discovered only the Duke within, the body of his wife mysteriously absent. When Borin confronted his father, the Duke merely chuckled and replied, "She has become one with me, in life and in death." The Duke demonstrated the spells he had learned from the necromancer, which we descendants have since designated as bone armor, the necromantic magic that enveloped the remains of the Duke's wife like a suit of armor. At this juncture, Robia was convinced. If the contents of this tome were accurate, then necromantic spells indeed originated from the dark arts. It seemed highly probable that the energy consumed by the necromancer was, in fact, the breath of death. Just as he intended to continue his reading in search of further valuable insights, Locke suddenly appeared at the door. "My Lord Robia, it is time for dinner. Will you join us?" Of course, in the bleak, subterranean chamber, devoid of light, Ropia had lost track of time. Angel had, unbeknownst to him, reverted to her elven form, and he now found it impossible to part with her. Is there a designated place for everyone to dine? Ropia inquired as he ascended the stone steps alongside Locke and the others. Indeed, the Academy boasts a cafeteria where all apprentice mages can dine free of charge point. One of the reasons many impoverished families strive to send their children to the magical academy is this very fact. Locke nodded before adding with a hint of self-deprecation. However, we practitioners of the dark arts are deemed unworthy of the cafeteria. Then, where shall we go? Ropia expressed concern about straying too far and losing control of his skeleton. To our secret cafeteria? Locke chuckled. And what of Sydney? Ropia noticed only Khan and Locke were present in our dark art tradition. It is a rule that all apprentices must not appear simultaneously at the academy. Lest the institution ascertain our numbers, Locke and Khan exchanged knowing glances. There is still a companion, my lord Ropia, whom you have yet to meet. Locke had previously mentioned that the dark arts currently had only apprentices. Ropia had encountered Locke, Khan, and Sydney, but there remained another individual he had not yet seen, a fellow named Wineblum who had passed the trials and was accompanying the academy on missions as they exited. Locke and the others promptly donned their hoods, falling silent. Ropia mimicked their actions, trailing behind them. Such pretentiousness suited him perfectly. Many apprentices from other magical disciplines, upon spotting the three cloaked figures of necromancers, refrained from expressing disdain or fear, yet none approached to engage in conversation or accompany them. Fortunately, the academy was not vast, and they soon entered a hidden small door in one of the larger buildings. Here he could still sense the presence of his skeletal warriors at my Lord Ropia. This is a secret cafeteria passed down through generations of our dark arts lineage, allowing us to avoid contact with others while preserving our mystique. Once they were alone, Locke resumed his jovial demeanor. Following a narrow path within the building, Ropia and his companions arrived at a small room. This chamber, situated in the corner of the building, faced a modest dormitory, effectively blocking sunlight from penetrating. Consequently, several oil lamps were perpetually lit, while a few candles adorned the walls, yet remained unlit. The room contained only a handful of small wooden tables and chairs, and on one wall, there was a small dark hole, the contents of which were indiscernible. This space is actually designated for dining by certain special status instructors, yet should we make a sound, the cafeteria's cook will readily provide us with food. Indifferent to our identities, Locke explained, gesturing toward the small black hole. And there is no need to worry about others intruding, Khan added. Generally, it is uncommon for anyone to come here, but occasionally, if someone does stumble upon us, they tend to discreetly withdraw, Locke remarked as he approached the black opening and knocked firmly on the wall. Sure enough, within moments, a plate of mashed potatoes was presented. Locke, resembling a sycophant, brought the dish to Ropia, grinning, my lord Ropia, though the conditions are modest. I hope for your understanding. Ropia accepted the plate without hesitation, surprised to discover that potatoes existed in this world. Soon, 2 additional plates of mashed potatoes were passed through the hole, and Khan and Locke took their seats opposite. Why, Lord Ropia, allow me to elucidate the dining regulations of our academy. Locke began as he stuffed his mouth with mashed potatoes done on Tuesdays. Thursdays, Saturdays, and the 8th day of the week, we receive mashed potatoes or pea porridge. On Mondays and the 9th day, there is meat porridge, though the meat content diminishes each time. The remaining days, we are served gravel bread, black pudding, turnips, or cabbage. The 10th day is a rest day, and the academy does not provide food. Initially, Ropia was taken aback by the mention of the 8th day and 10th day, but then recalled that this world utilized a republican calendar, where 10 days comprised a decan, leading him to conclude that they likely regarded a decan as a week. What is gravel bread? Ropia inquired with curiosity. It consists of black bread mixed with small stones, making it harder to digest, thus prolonging hunger, Locke clarified. While the academy's fare pales in comparison to home, it is at least provided free of charge, and we can dine an unlimited number of times within the allotted hours. As he spoke, Locke polished off his plate of mashed potatoes and requested another from the hole. How can such meager sustenance suffice for you to freely expend energy? Ropia chuckled. I knew my Lord Ropia would not be a stickler. Locke erupted in laughter before abruptly realizing his faux pas, quickly apologizing. Forgive me, my Lord Ropia. It was not my intention. Ropia waved his hand dismissively. After all, he was only a few years their senior. And at 23, should he really be perceived as a rigid middle-aged man? Perhaps in this world, but Ropia felt youthful. May I be so bold as to inquire, my Lord Ropia, have you and Miss Cecilia reached a certain level of intimacy? Locke wore a mischievous grin. Now that is quite presumptuous of you, Ropia replied, feeling the need to assert himself lest these youngsters overstep their bounds. Khan promptly kicked Locke, signaling him to temper his exuberance. Locke quickly retracted his grin. I apologize, my Lord Ropia. Allow me to continue introducing you to the Academy's particulars. Locke redirected the conversation. The Academy of Wind and Valor is located in the city of Wind and Valor. How redundant, Khan echoed Ropia's sentiments. The Academy encompasses 9 disciplines. The 6 traditional elemental magic schools, flame, ice and water, leaf and wood, rock and earth, thunder and lightning, and wind and air, are the largest and most powerful. The remaining 3, the mental, arcane, and our dark arts, are somewhat smaller in scale. However, it is rumored that the arcane school is the most formidable, comprising the elite selected from other magical disciplines. Arcane? Ropia mused, intrigued. He recalled that this was documented in novels as a unique magical category exclusive to the Academy. Typically reserved for only a few grand magicians, he was surprised to learn that such a category was already established at the Academy. The teaching halls for the arcane mages are located in the building opposite, and that tower over there houses the Academy's library. If you're interested, my Lord Ropia, you may present your identity badge and enter the library from that side. Additionally, in our building, the first floor comprises various dining halls. The second floor is the training hall for magical warriors, and the 3rd and 4th floors are designated for practicing and combat training in the magic halls, which appear to be storage areas. We have yet to venture up there. Furthermore, within the Academy, one can easily discern the category of a magical apprentice by the color of their robes. Locke had just finished another plate. This observation had already struck Robia on the way to the Academy in the dining hall. The apprentices, particularly those of the elemental magic lineage, donned robes that mirrored the hues of their respective magic. However, the practitioners of mental magic wear robes of gray and white, which require a discerning eye to differentiate from those of the atmospheric magic school. The arcane practitioner's purple attire is notably brighter than that of the lightning mages. For the sake of your safety, my dear Robia, it would be wise to maintain a distance from those insufferable mentalists. Locke's tone turned exceptionally irate at the mention of the mental magic school. He had encountered Moon, a mentalist, who nearly exposed his identity, reinforcing the necessity of keeping a safe distance from such enigmatic individuals. Oh, it seems you harbor some grievances against the mentalists. Alas, Locke replied, somewhat awkwardly. My Lord Robia, I was once manipulated by a mentalist named Moon, who controlled my emotions that in a moment of exhilaration, I foolishly confessed my feelings to Miss Alona, resulting in a most embarrassing situation. Moon, that same individual again. Regrettably, my mental defenses were exceedingly feeble. Otherwise, I would have ensured that Rogue faced consequences. Upon finishing his statement, Locke chewed angrily, as if mashing the potatoes were a stand-in for Moon. Mental defense? Since his first encounter with Angel in the desolate wood town, the elf had often mentioned Robia's lack of mental defenses, which allowed them to easily read his thoughts. It seemed imperative for him to seek ways to fortify his mental defenses. Upon returning to the basement, he remained in the library. Yet, as Robia suspected, the tome on necromantic spells resembled nothing more than a biography of that duke. Robia impatiently flipped through the book, the verbose text only serving to irritate him. All this trivial information. I care not for the duke's adventures. I merely wish to learn about necromantic spells and uncover any relevant information. Sighing, he decided to seek another book, Chapman's Compendium of Spells. Given that this book requires a certain familiarity with necromantic spells, it is recommended that readers first acquire my work, A History of Necromantic Spells, upon reading this printed on the title page. Robia felt an intense surge of anger. Surely, anyone who purchased that book of little worth would finish it and curse the author for being a purveyor of nonsense. This book is authored by the esteemed necromancer, Lord Chapman Shercate Man. with copyright eternally belonging to Sir Chapman and his direct descendants. Following was a table of contents, listing various spell names, all invariably prefixed with Chapman S name. For instance, Chapman S Bone Armor, Chapman S Bone Shield, Chapman S Bone Blade, Chapman S Bone Spear. Goodness, what sane individual would name spells after themselves? Yet, soon he noticed a particular chapter, Chapman S Puppetry. Puppetry, could it be akin to his own control over skeletal servants? However, both Alona and Locke had mentioned that necromantic spells could not command skeletons. He turned to that page and began to read closely. Indeed, his initial worries were unfounded. This was, in fact, a unique set of spells created by Master Chapman, designed to manipulate the bones of corpses and control them as puppets. This set of spells could even affect ordinary living beings, albeit with limited efficacy. However, the entire book failed to elucidate the principles behind necromantic spells. Robia's attempts to employ Breath of Death to cast necromantic magic met with no success. What a farce calling it necromantic magic. The book predominantly details spells that utilize bones for casting. It should be titled Bone Magic. Robia returned the book to the shelf and picked up a few scrolls to examine. These contained detailed records of the application of necromantic magic. Robia once again employed Breath of Death to sketch patterns, yet still yielded no results. Could it be that necromantic spells did not rely on Breath of Death? He then picked up a tome entitled Compendium of Heretical Spells from the ground. Robia had a premonition that it would contain pertinent information regarding necromantic spells. Indeed, it contained detailed accounts of various magical factions denounced by the Church as heretical magic, which the Academy referred to as dark magic. This included the most common spells that could communicate with the souls of the deceased and command their corpses. Blood magic, which drew power from blood to worship the blood god. The mysterious and powerful sorcery from the East. Druidic magic that opposed the holy spirits and revered plants. And shamanic magic that honored animals. The penultimate entry was precisely the necromantic spells he sought to comprehend. The origins of necromantic spells remain shrouded in mystery, and their commanding power is imperceptible to ordinary individuals. Even we necromancers, who are derived from them, possess little understanding of these spells. According to reliable historical records, the first necromancer emerged in the first year of the Empire, possessing the terrifying ability to awaken the deceased and command an army of skeletons, nearly toppling the nascent empire. The imperial troops and the Academy were utterly overwhelmed by him. That it is hard for us to imagine. However, Robia did not immediately head to the library. He needed to spend some time observing the Academy's situation. Moreover, as night had fallen, he could only retire early. Although the makeshift bedding was less comfortable than the tavern's hard-wooden bed, and the basement was damp and cold. It was an improvement from his previous nights spent in the open air. The next morning, Robia awoke early in the dimly lit basement. He had no sense of time. Upon seeing him awake, Angel approached with a tear-streaked face. What happened? This was the first time he had seen Angel so despondent. Last night, I wanted to compete with Sir Gerald to see who could remain still the longest. Angel sobbed, but I lost every single time. Robia was a loss for words. Surely Sir Gerald had paid her no mind. What normal person would engage in a game of statue with a corpse? He transformed the woeful Angel into a ball and tucked her into his pocket. After a brief exploration of the basement, aside from Sir Chapman coughing in his room, no one else seemed to be around. Donning his hood, he returned to the surface. The open area was already bustling with apprentices diligently practicing. Various spells illuminating the space. Summoning his courage, he took a stroll around. And indeed, few paid him any heed. It appeared he could successfully visit the Academy's library. During lunch, Locke finally returned to the basement, drenched in sweat, with no indication of what he had been up to that morning. Why Lord Robia? In this private setting devoid of outsiders, Locke continued to address him with respect. Would you care to join me for lunch? Preoccupied with contemplating improvements to his imitation magic, Robia nodded slightly. Regardless of the circumstances, after experiencing prior hardships and hunger, he had no desire to forego any meal. Why Lord Robia? May I be so bold as to inquire about some matters concerning necromantic spells? Locke suddenly asked during the meal. Go ahead. I noticed among your servants, one seems distinct from the other three. Their movements are not stiff, and even their attire differs. What sets them apart? Locke inquired, Robia initially expected a different line of questioning. Our servants require proper training to become increasingly adept. The one you mentioned is my earliest servant, which is why they appear more agile and, in essence, stronger. Do they all need to be personally trained? How would someone like Grand Sorcerer Karen's manage thousands of skeletons? I differ from my elder brother. Our necromancers are divided into two schools. Point one is known as the R school, like Karen's, relying on sheer numbers to compensate for the rigidity and mechanical nature of each individual. The other, known as the K school, emphasizes the strength of each skeletal servant, relying on quality. Robia found himself increasingly adept at articulating his thoughts at I see. Locke responded, enlightenment dawning upon him. It sounds akin to comparing rats and cockroaches to humans. Robia nodded in satisfaction, unable to resist the urge to remark, a teachable youth. How many social Darwinists struggle throughout their lives to comprehend the distinction between humans and rats, yet Locke grasped it so readily. Then, if that is the case, could we, like humans, train formidable skeletal servants to instruct the weaker ones? Locke suddenly proposed. Indeed, how is it that I failed to consider this matter myself? As a mere reclusive individual devoid of any combat skills, how could I possibly train a skeleton warrior? Why did I not delegate this task to the Death Knight instead? Yet he merely nodded with calm assurance. Of course, it seems you possess a remarkable aptitude for the study of necromancy. Locke, that IT is my honor. Locke exclaimed excitedly. Mr. Robia, may I have the privilege of becoming your apprentice? Very well. Starting tomorrow, if you find yourselves free, you may come to seek me. I shall ascertain whether you possess the innate sensitivity to the energies of necromancy. Robia mused, contemplating the opportunity to experiment with necromantic spells in the process. Thank you, esteemed Mentor Robia. Upon returning from dinner, Robia eagerly began to implement his ideas. Sir Gerald, could you assist me in training these three fellows in combat skills? A simple demonstration of sparring would suffice. Robia requested. In truth, he could easily command Sir Gerald, as the latter was merely a loyal servant to his Death Knight now. Sir Gerald inclined his head slightly, rose from his seat, and unsheathed his longsword. Robia's heart leaped with joy as he began to assign tasks to the remaining three skeleton warriors, having one mimic Sir Gerald while the other two launch attacks on them. With Godfrey and Baldwin wielding two-handed swords, and Olaf brandishing a long axe, Sir Gerald wisely opted to wield his sword with both hands to instruct the skeleton warriors in their maneuvers. How could I have overlooked such a method? It took an outsider to remind me. The sound of iron clashing resonated sharply in the stillness of the basement. Seated on the ground, Robia resolved to forego the library for the day, choosing instead to deeply contemplate whether there were alternative methods to expedite the training of his skeleton warriors. Thus, the hours passed until the following afternoon, during which even meal times saw the four servants training diligently within the confines of the room. Angel, what is the combat prowess of the three skeletons now? Robia inquired. The strongest among them is rated at 90, while the other two stand at 70 and 71, Angel replied, although he anticipated commendable training results. The figure she provided left Robia astounded. During their time training at the tavern, he had noted that Godfrey and Baldwin were advancing in combat prowess at a markedly faster rate than the other skeletons. Could it be that the first soldier connected to me was exceptional? Had I unwittingly squandered three valuable warriors? Had I inadvertently ruined my chances from the outset? With a mix of excitement, unease, and regret, Robia accompanied Locke and Con to the dining hall for dinner. Ever since Robia agreed to mentor them the day prior, Locke and Con exhibited enthusiasm that rivaled his own. Mentor Robia, I wonder if you might have time tomorrow. Con, Sydney, and I would all be eager to receive your guidance, Locke said with fervor. Draylin has been occupied these past few days, otherwise he would surely be here. Con added, referring to another apprentice of the dark arts. Of course, Robia nodded. Oh my, splendid news. Mentor Robia, you cannot fathom how fortunate we feel. Ever since Mentor Chapman, Locke lowered his voice, ever since Mentor Chapman became as he is now, we have merely been drifting through our studies at the academy, learning nothing. Think we now have the opportunity to learn the magnificent arts of necromancy. It is simply marvelous. At last, I have a chance to vanquish the traitors and avenge my father. Suddenly, Locke fell silent, his demeanor darkening as he slowly brought his food to his mouth. Robia, with his back to the entrance, immediately sensed that someone had entered. Indeed, two female magic apprentices strode directly toward the darkened window. Not sparing a glance at the three of them, Robia observed discreetly. One had short black hair, while the other sported long golden locks cascading down her shoulders. However, both turned their backs to him. Obscuring their features, their apprentice robes were gray, yet upon closer inspection, one could discern white vertical stripes. Mentalism? Ever since Moon had once intruded upon his thoughts, Robia harbored a strong aversion and fear towards such so-called mental spells. Yet the girl showed no interest in them, failing to heed Locke's earlier suggestion to vacate the area. Instead, they settled down beside them with plates of mashed potatoes, engaging in their own conversation. "Have you heard? Ilona from the Riel family has dropped out," one said. "Alas, it is said her leg was injured, quite the tragedy, as she had such promising magical talent," the other lamented. "Word has it her boyfriend is already with another girl. How quickly he has turned his affections," the first girl sighed, seemingly mourning the couple. "What? That Milan Musil has long been with that girl. He has already grown tired of Ilona," the black-haired girl retorted dismissively. "No way. Poor Miss Ilona. I heard she ventured into the ghost mist forest to seek adventure for Milan, only to injure her legs. How could he treat his girlfriend so?" the golden-haired girl lamented. "Girlfriend? My senior from the Wood Leaf system told me that Milan has many toys under his belt. Miss Ilona is merely one among them. Who could have imagined that gossip would flourish so early in this world?" Even more surprising was the fact that just days ago, Ilona and Milan were indulging in their affection, seemingly so deeply in love. Robia had thought him to be a man of profound sentiment. However, he turned to see Locke seething with rage, furiously stabbing his mashed potatoes with his spoon, gritting his teeth as he chewed. Khan kicked him lightly, reminding him that they were in public and should maintain decorum. The three hastily finished their meal and left. "That damned Milan is an absolute scoundrel," Locke muttered under his breath, kicking the wall in frustration. "Locke, enough that we could discuss this later." Khan pulled him back, fearing he might storm over to the Wood Leaf system to confront Milan. How could that scoundrel treat Ilona in such a manner? The trio paused, clearly recognizing that Locke's emotional state was not one to be displayed in public. Khan held Locke back, saying, "Now, Locke, this is your chance to seize the moment. You have an opportunity to be with Miss Ilona. That is of no consequence. What matters is how Milan has treated Ilona. I will not let him off easily." Locke's fury had yet to subside, but he was gradually regaining his composure, forcing his anger down. After calming down in the corridor for a while, Locke turned to Robia and apologized. "My apologies, Mr. Robia." "No worries, I understand," Robia replied, unfazed by the incident. "All right, everyone, the two of them are approaching. Let us all regain our composure," Khan whispered as the two mentalism apprentices had finished their dinner. The trio happened to be by a window, allowing them to gaze upon the open space outside. The setting sun cast its warm hues upon them, its rays filtering through the stained glass and illuminating their forms. Robia felt that three men gathering to watch the sunset seemed somewhat out of place. Yet there was no recourse. The trio could only gaze outward, appreciating the impending twilight. However, the two girls lingered behind them, and the golden-haired girl suddenly poked Robia's back with her finger. "Hello." Goodness, a girl had the audacity to greet him first? Could it be that his charm was beyond the comprehension of ordinary Muggle women? Robia, who had long felt inferior in this regard, now began to think he had underestimated himself. "Hello?" Robia stammered, apprehensive that the girl might read his thoughts. Having lacked the opportunity to observe them closely in the dining hall, he finally took in the sight of the two young ladies. Turning around, he was met with the porcelain-like, flawless visage of the golden-haired girl. Her light blue eyes resembling transparent jade, glimmering like rivers reflecting the waning sunlight. In those crystalline depths, Robia glimpsed the three most exquisite phenomena in existence: the sunset, love, and himself. "Are you an apprentice of the dark arts?" "My name is Eliza, and I'm a newly enrolled apprentice of the mental arts." The girl, noticing Robia's dazed expression, felt a faint blush rise upon her immaculate cheeks. "Greetings, I am Robia." Robia, realizing his earlier rudeness, added, "My sincerest apologies, Miss Eliza." "Mr. Robia, would you care to join me for a meal?" Upon uttering these words, Eliza's small face instantly flushed a deeper shade of her "My goodness, we just finished our meal. And what excuse has she concocted? Ahem. Robia, we are both quite full, so we shall take our leave now. Locke observed the scene and discreetly patted Khan's head before somberly addressing Robia. Well, Eliza, I too am satiated, so I shall take my leave as well, the dark-haired girl remarked with a mischievous grin. What on earth is happening? Robia's heart raced uncontrollably, and he found himself at a loss. The atmosphere and rhythm felt utterly amiss. Oh dear, until next time. Eliza, her face ablaze with embarrassment over her clumsy excuse, waved goodbye to Robia and hurriedly tugged her companion away. Scurrying off, this shift occurred far too swiftly. He had been prepared for another helping, yet here she was, shyly fleeing. Robia felt a twinge of disappointment mixed with excitement. Could it be that fortune and romance was finally gracing him? Indeed, Mr. Robia possesses an undeniable charm. Upon his arrival at the academy, he has already attracted the attention of the fairer sex. Locke leaned in closer, seemingly having forgotten his earlier irritation. Ahem, Robia was at a loss for words. The lingering scent of strawberries from the girls still hung in the air, confirming that the earlier encounter was no mere illusion. Nightfall is approaching, and we have already exerted ourselves enough today. Perhaps we should retire early for rest, Khan suggested. Hey, I saw you sneaking glances at Our Lady, Robia. Locke resumed his teasing of Khan. The two shot him a disapproving glance, and the trio returned to their aloof demeanor as they slowly exited the building. However, beneath his hood and robe, Robia's thoughts were a whirlwind. Aside from the time in elementary school when the class monitor sought him out for not submitting his homework, he had never experienced such direct attention from a girl of such beauty. Who would have thought that at his age, he could still feel the blush of youthful innocence? Upon returning to the basement, Robia flopped onto his makeshift bed, still unable to quell his racing heart. Angel's pocket, which had been squished earlier, began to protest loudly. Oh dear, Mr. Robia is squashing Angel. Realizing this, Robia hastily extracted the sprite and tossed her aside, ignoring her for the moment. His mind was consumed by the fleeting seconds of their earlier interaction, brief yet potent enough to linger in his thoughts for the entire night. Is Mr. Robia pondering over those two girls from earlier? Angel flitted about in front of him, but Robia paid her no heed. Hey, Mr. Robia, you just had a meal, but Angel hasn't eaten anything. Angel transformed in her natural form, and suddenly Lilith's image appeared before him, jolting Robia from his reverie. Oh, but you sprites do not require food, Robia replied with a resigned gaze. The beauty of Eliza was in stark contrast to that of Lilith. The latter embodied the essence of traditional Eastern femininity, exuding an air of intellect and refined classical beauty that was entirely absent from Angel's illusion. Eliza, on the other hand, struck one as a noble yet playful princess. Even clad in her gray mage's robe, she carried herself with an elegance befitting formal attire. Humph. Men are indeed fickle creatures, always chasing after the new. Angel scoffed. My goodness. Not only had he discovered a new method to strengthen the skeletons, but it seemed his romantic prospects were also blooming. It appeared that his decision to come to the academy was indeed fortuitous. The following morning, Robia awoke from a delightful dream. Alas, why does this world not offer 3 meals a day? Robia found himself yearning to visit the dining hall, though he certainly did not look forward to the cabbage or black pudding, nor the mashed potatoes. Would she be there again today? He lacked even the motivation to train the skeletons. Days felt like years. Robia tossed and turned on the ground, suddenly aware of an unpleasant odor in the room. Having spent the night there, would he carry an offensive stench to his meal? Ah, come to think of it, it had been days since he last bathed, and bathing in this world was hardly convenient. Contemplating this, he considered asking Locke for some perfume, but the thought of the odor in Locke's room made him reconsider. These necromancers hardly seemed like the type to use fragrance. Angel, do you know if there is a significant water source in this academy? Robia inquired of Angel, who was still lost in her thoughts. No, I don't know. Angel responded irritably. Mr. Robia has caused Angel to lose again. Oh dear, how troublesome. Robia sat up, feeling the need to improve his scent and wash his hair. Angel, come, let us take a stroll outside. It's all Mr. Robia's fault. This time it's a draw, Sir Gerald. Angel declared to Gerald before transforming into a sprite ball and darting into Robia's pocket. The Death Knight remained motionless, his covered eyes seemingly staring into the void. Gerald continued training them. Thankfully, Robia had not forgotten. Though they had planned to learn necromancy today, Locke and the others were absent. He donned his gear, pulling the hood over his head. Yesterday I had been hiding beneath this hood, and the other party couldn't even see my face. Perhaps upon seeing my unsightly visage, they would immediately turn and flee. Whatever. Robia stepped out of the basement, where several magic apprentices were training in the open space. Leaning against the wooden cabin's wall, he observed the unadorned magical scene before him. Some apprentices were casting spells at targets under their mentor's guidance, while others practiced independently. Soon enough, he grew weary of the clumsy and rudimentary magic being displayed, prompting him to scan his surroundings, seemingly void of any water sources. At the very least, he could stay up here and enjoy the breeze, hoping it would carry away the foul odor before lunch. Not far from Robia, a fire element magic apprentice struggled to cast spells repeatedly. The chubby boy looked up and spotted Robia, a shadowy figure observing him, which fueled his irritation. "Hey, what are you looking at? Go back to your corpses." Oh, Robia thought to himself. Had he stumbled upon a bully of the academy? Was he destined to embark on a narrative of first-year students taking on third years, second years battling sixth years, and third years challenging the headmaster? Never mind, he was not a proper academy apprentice. Making a fuss would only complicate matters. "You dare laugh?" the boy exclaimed, his imagination spiraling. "I will burn you, you stinking monster." With that, he began to trace runes with his fingertips. What? Robia was taken aback. The boy was projecting his own incompetence onto him. The fire element apprentice had a pouch filled with smoldering ashes at his waist, and flames began to gather, forming magical runes in response to his commands. Is he serious? Robia hadn't anticipated that merely standing there would invite trouble. Suddenly, the flames swirled chaotically, dissipating into ashes just before taking form. Not again. The fire element apprentice seethed with rage. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Forget it. He would find a quieter place to linger. Robia decided not to provoke the boy further and turned to leave, had he encountered such a fool 3 days prior. He might have asked Sir Gerald to cleave the boy's useless body in two. He had learned necromancy on his very first day in this world. He had mastered the art of the undead. However, the academy was small, with people constantly walking about or practicing magic. After wandering around, he found himself back outside the wooden cabin, but he refused to enter that foul place before lunch. The fire element apprentice was still struggling to cast spells, and upon seeing Robia return, he huffed in frustration and walked away. I wonder where Locke and the others have gone. Do they not train at all throughout the day? Considering Master Chapman's demeanor, he likely had little to teach them. Just as he pondered this, the glass on the third floor of a nearby building shattered, and a magic apprentice was sent flying out. The apprentices in the open space were visibly startled. Before anyone could react, the apprentice's body plummeted swiftly to the ground. A dull thud reverberated through the air, splattering a pool of flesh and blood upon the ground, staining his deep green robe crimson. The crowd immediately surged forward. Robia raised his gaze towards the upper floor. The distance was not great, and he could clearly see the shattered window, behind which stood a hoodless, terrified Locke. Quickly, summon Mentor Romanda. "We need her assistance," shouted a mentor from the wind department to the encircling throng. Instantly, several students dashed off to find her. "Everyone, please step aside," the mentor urged in an attempt to restore order. "Return to your rooms. Do not linger here." "It's Master Mylan," cried a student from the crowd. "Who could be so ruthless? Look up. It seems that dark magic apprentice is responsible." Following the direction of their gaze, all eyes fell upon the frightened Locke by the window. Robia surmised that Locke had sought vengeance against Mylan for Alona's sake. Alas, this will undoubtedly escalate matters, and trouble is bound to ensue. Robia increasingly felt as though he possessed a Conan-like attribute, where calamity followed him wherever he went. "The dark magic apprentice has committed murder," shouted an audacious student. "The dark magic apprentices have gone mad." Robia felt a throbbing headache. He was equally concerned that this incident might bring misfortune upon Locke and trouble upon himself. What transpired? The wind department mentor gestured towards Locke, who was suddenly yanked down to the ground. He threw himself out. I had no idea. Locke gazed in horror at the motionless Mylan. His eyes glazed over. It wasn't me. Ropia stepped closer, positioning himself at the periphery of the crowd. The wounds upon him bear the marks of your dark magic. The Wind Department mentor sternly interrogated. Upon closer inspection, Ropia noticed that Locke seemed ensnared by an invisible tether. This must be the work of the Wind Department's magic, he mused. Indeed, we were dueling, and I did defeat him. Yet I did not slay him, that he was simply sitting there. And then suddenly, he rushed towards the window and threw himself out. Locke's face was a mask of disbelief. I truly did not kill him. An ice magic female mentor arrived, surrounded by a throng of students, who promptly parted to make way for her. Mentor Romanda, please assess his injuries, the Wind mentor implored upon seeing her. What is the meaning of this? His injuries are far too severe, covered in shards of glass and wounds inflicted by dark magic, and the fall has caused significant trauma. I fear I may be powerless to assist. Mentor Romanda lamented, shaking her head after examining Malin's wounds. This is the eldest son of the Morsalt family, the Wind mentor reminded, emphasizing that he was no ordinary magic apprentice and that every effort must be made to save him. It is truly a dire situation. Perhaps transporting him to the cathedral may yield hope. Romanda furrowed her brow. I will first staunch his bleeding and immediately send for assistance from the cathedral. Perhaps the holy light can save him. Wait. Mentor Romanda, considering he was harmed by dark magic, the cathedral already harbors discontent towards our academy for practicing such heretical magic. If they intervene, it may provide them with an excuse to strike against us. Another mentor interjected, disregarding the throng of students surrounding them. Are you still concerned about that? Romanda shot him a disdainful glance. Saving a life is paramount. Upon hearing that the cathedral was coming, Ropia felt a surge of panic. One of the reasons he had sought refuge within the academy was his apprehension regarding the Holy Light's power, which had battled against Karens for years in the novels. Though Gerard was formidable, powerful enough that he had previously held a condescending view of others, he now increasingly felt that relying solely on a Death Knight was insufficient for his safety. Moreover, the mentors of the academy exuded an aura of strength, each capable of crushing him at any moment. Take this apprentice to the confinement chamber. I will report to the dean and inform Mentor Chapman of this incident. The Wind mentor declared with immense respect at the mention of Chapman. Now, quickly disperse the onlookers. Mentor Romanda continued to employ magic in her attempts to heal Mylan. Ropia retreated to the basement, only to find Sidney crouched on the ground, clutching his head in anguish. What happened, Sidney? Lord Ropia. Sidney looked up, his face a mask of fear and panic. Locke did not commit murder. He truly did not. At that moment, Con burst into the room, and upon seeing Sidney, angrily seized him by the collar. Sidney, what is happening outside? How did a life get taken? You useless fool. Weren't you supposed to follow him? Why did you not intervene? What on earth occurred? I apologize, Lord Ropia. Con released his grip on the sobbing Sidney upon noticing Ropia's presence. This morning, Locke suddenly declared his intention to duel Master Mylan, that I feared he might do something reckless and attempted to dissuade him. However, Locke was completely unyielding. Heaven knows what dream he had last night. In the end, he agreed to let Sidney accompany him. Con pointed at Sidney, then turned to interrogate him. So what transpired this morning? Locke did not kill him, Sidney exclaimed, tears and snot smeared across his face. Initially, both of them were quite restrained, but Master Mylan maintained the upper hand. Sidney continued through his sobs. I had no idea Locke would bring a scroll. Con frowned, shocked that Locke would bring a scroll for a duel. What magic was it? Sidney, with tear-filled eyes, locked his gaze on Con, the Bone Rain Storm technique. I have no idea how he obtained such a powerful spell. Locke seemed intent on perishing alongside Mylan. He was overcome with emotion. And you just ran away? I thought they would both die. After all, with our combat abilities, we could not withstand such a formidable magic. I could hear the terrifying sounds of tearing from outside the hall. And only when all the dreadful noises ceased and the magical fluctuations settled did I dare to enter. Oh, what happened next? Con inquired anxiously. When I entered, I saw both of them protected by wind escape technique. I never expected Master Malin's magic to withstand the Bone Rain Storm. He even cast a spell to shield Locke as well. Ropia was taken aback. How could a character like Mylan, typically portrayed as a villain, perform such a selfless act? However, it was evident that Master Mylan was also struggling. Once the spell dissipated, he collapsed. Sydney continued. Previously, when healing Miss Alona, the elf angel had mentioned that magic scrolls consumed energy already stored within them. So Ropia understood that, under such circumstances, the more vigorous Locke had undoubtedly triumphed. Locke did not take any further action. He was equally astonished, as he intended to perish together with Mylan. Yet Mylan saved them both. Therefore, he did not move, merely standing there. I swear he stood there. Sydney became increasingly agitated, but none of us anticipated that the exhausted Master Mylan would suddenly rise, as if driven mad, and charge towards the window. Crashing through the glass and leaping down that I swear, Con, Lord Ropia, Locke, and I truly did nothing. We did not even have time to react before Master Mylan jumped. Ropia was uncertain whether to believe Sydney, for it all seemed too bizarre. From his description, Mylan appeared to have no motive for suicide, that if he wished to die, why resist the storm so fiercely? He recalled seeing the puppet technique in Chapman's spellbook. Could it be that Locke had manipulated Malin's body? Then why are you hiding here? Go find the academy and speak up about this. Con seized Sydney by the collar once more. Locke has already been apprehended. Only you can prove his innocence. But do you believe me? Sydney questioned. Con fell silent, seemingly sharing Ropia's disbelief in this implausible tale. Were there any others present? Ropia inquired. No, just the three of us. The psychic mentor can ascertain that you are not lying. Revealing the truth, Con released Sydney. But what if? There are no what-ifs, Sydney. Our lives and everything we possess are afforded by Sir Mandel. Even if we perish, we must repay Sir Mandel's kindness by saving Locke. Con delivered a sharp slap. Previously, Locke had mentioned that his father seemed to have died, likely at the hands of the rebels. However, at that moment, Eliza and the others entered the cafeteria, abruptly interrupting the conversation. Sydney faltered, appearing to muster some courage. Sydney, only you can prove Locke's innocence now. If the mentor of the mental system discovers that neither you nor Locke has lied, they will surely exonerate him. Con continued to persuade. Then, Lord Robia, what should I do? Sydney suddenly asked Robia, his eyes filled with yearning. The answer he sought would likely be a decision that would impact the young man's entire life. Robia found himself a loss for what to choose, that if he did not go, Locke would likely face dire consequences. Yet if Sydney did go and became embroiled in the matter, how could he bear that burden? Ultimately, he said, Go, Sydney. The Academy does not wish for the Church to exploit this opportunity to suppress us. Therefore, you can prove that Marin's death was not the doing of the Dark System. They will accept your account as the outcome. Upon hearing this, Sydney exclaimed, Really? Then I shall immediately go to the Academy and clarify the situation. He summoned his courage. For Locke, for Bear Mandel. Con patted Sydney's shoulder with appreciation. Sydney, you can do it. Sydney wiped away the tears from his face. Affirming, rest assured, I will prove Locke's innocence. Con nodded. Meanwhile, Robia felt a subtle unease within. May it be so. Con turned and said, Lord Robia, I sincerely apologize. It seems you will have to go to the cafeteria alone today. I will accompany Sydney to the Academy. On what grounds? Locke clearly did not commit murder, and Sydney did not even lay a hand on him. How could it come to this? Con lamented silently, regretting not having stopped Locke that morning. Shifting the blame for murder onto Sydney was evidently just a means to hand over Locke, who had not committed a capital offense, to the Mulso's family for punishment. Yet, that could be even more dreadful than a swift execution. What is the influence of the Christopher family in Windjor City? Robia inquired, pondering that if there was still hope, it could only lie in praying that Locke's connections were strong enough. If it were a few years earlier, when Sir Mandel was still alive, it wouldn't have been an issue. But now, the Christopher family is at the bottom of the Windjor family hierarchy. Not to mention, they have offended the Mulso's family. Con understood Robia's implication. But I will go seek Locke's uncle. Perhaps, just perhaps, there might be an opportunity to rescue Locke and Sydney. You could seek Miss Alona, Robia reminded him. After all, Locke had sought out Marin to defend her honor. As long as the Riel family, connected to Alona, could be persuaded to assist, there might still be a glimmer of hope. Indeed, Lord Robia, Thank you so much. Locke risked his life to help Miss Alona. She will surely come to his aid, Khan exclaimed, bowing to Robia before hastily exiting to seek help. Robia watched Khan's retreating figure, realizing that Khan's statement about Locke helping Alona referred to his own actions in saving her. When he returned to the secret cafeteria, Eliza and Claire had already departed. Feeling a complex sense of loss, Robia quickly finished his dinner and returned to the Dark System's basement. It had only been 3 days since he arrived. Yet such a significant event had unfolded. His misfortune was so profound that it seemed someone was orchestrating a malevolent scheme against him from the shadows. However, after today, he also recognized his own weakness, a weakness that no amount of training could remedy. Mr. Robia, when will we leave this place? It's so boring in this wretched location. Angel fluttered out, complaining. Soon, he replied, having lost interest in further conversation with Angel, and lay back down on the cot. Mr. Robia just can't bear to part with that Eliza. Angel huffed, transforming into her human form to Robia's astonishment. Angel's current appearance was no longer Lilia, but that of Eliza clad in an apprentice robe. Had the person he missed most so quickly become Eliza? What had that dark-haired Claire said? The boy Eliza has taken a liking to. How could he be on the verge of death so soon? Was she referring to him? With that thought, a faint smile crept on Robia's lips as he gazed at the Eliza glowing with a blue luminescence before him. His chaotic mind finally found a semblance of peace. Good night. See you tomorrow. The next morning, Robia awoke early once more. Yet, he did not dream of anything related to Eliza the previous night. Instead, he dreamt of the mist shrouding Witheredwood town. He and Locke, along with Sydney, walked together on the eerily tranquil streets of Witheredwood town that a gray figure approached them, and Robia recognized it as the town's night watchman. However, before he could speak, the figure vanished in an instant that a surge of fear compelled them to turn back. Yet cries for help from Locke and Sydney echoed behind them. The cries grew fainter, but Robia dared not look back. He could only run forward, running until he awoke. Upon waking, even in the chilly, damp basement of late autumn, Robia was drenched in sweat. Has Sir Gerald perished? Otherwise, how could he remain motionless all night? Angel remarked upon seeing Robia awake, indicating that she had likely been losing in her games all night. Gerald? Robia whispered, not genuinely worried about Gerald's demise, for he could still sense him through the breath of death. Yet, this death knight seemed to be growing increasingly silent. When he first encountered Gerald's spirit, he had been a babbling madman, but upon becoming a death knight, his speech, though logical, had become fragmented. Over these past few days, the death knight had spoken even less. Robia felt concerned that perhaps his own methods were flawed, causing this death knight to weaken further. Mentor Chapman had repeatedly mentioned that his skeleton was continuously weeping. However, upon hearing Robia's call, Gerald finally turned his head. Masked visage now fixed on Robia. At least he hasn't lost his wits. Robia sighed with relief. Sir Gerald, continue your training. Lord Robia? Lord Robia? Suddenly, urgent knocking echoed from the door. It was Khan. What is the situation? Robia opened the door, and Khan's anxious and furious expression clearly indicated that the news was not favorable. That woman! That detestable woman! Khan trembled with rage. That damned woman said she would never help Locke. Not even in death. Because Locke caused the death of her beloved, she would rather kill him herself. This revelation took Robia by surprise. He had not anticipated Alona's reaction. I end this love triangle. Indeed, two infatuated souls were present. Locke's uncle is also not in Windror City. He won't be back until tomorrow. By that time, Locke may have already fallen victim to the Mulsos family's cruelty. What might the Mulsos family do? Robia felt utterly out of options that, if all goes as expected, in retaliation against Locke, they would drag him to the gallows to be hanged, leaving his corpse to dangle in the open, exposed to the elements, pecked at by birds and insects. The thought of his companion facing such a fate deepened Khan's sorrow. Are there any regulations here, such as the time at which executions take place? Robia contemplated the idea of rescuing at the gallows, though he was uncertain of his own strength or courage. Regulations? There are none, but the Mulsos family will undoubtedly torment Locke. They will surely humiliate him severely, so they will choose to execute him in broad daylight. Alas, he regretted that he could not even dare to bring his servant along. No, no, no. Khan suddenly recalled something, rejecting his earlier thought. It won't be like that. The Molsos family will bring Locke to the place where Marin died, which is the academy, and in front of everyone, they will push Locke from the top of the building to his death. According to the Molsos family's nature, it must be so. Only then will they hang Locke at the gallows. Infuriating, Robia could not help but curse such actions. Lord Robia, could you please intervene and save Locke? I know it is perilous and could expose you. However, I simply cannot bear to watch Locke and Sydney perish unjustly. I cannot bear it either, Robia thought. Yet what could he do? He feared he lacked the courage even to put on a facade before those influential figures. Should he seek out Alona? But why would she assist him? Moreover, would he not end up entangled like Sydney? After all, love tends to cloud one's judgment if Alona were to confront the very murderer who had slain her beloved in a fit of rage. She might inadvertently incriminate herself. It is imperative to remember that she is still a wanted fugitive throughout the city, that a foolproof plan must be devised. Khan, can you assure me that the Morsalt family will come here to execute Locke? I cannot guarantee that. However, 2 years ago, the Morsalt family acted in such a manner, so I deduce they might do the same this time. 2 years ago. At that time, it was the younger brother of Mylan. A magical apprentice at the academy, he was practicing above when a fire element apprentice lost control of their magic and accidentally struck Mylan's brother. Though he did not perish, the Morsalt family sought revenge against the fire apprentice, who lacked any significant background. Thus, with the academy's consent, they used magic to inflict burns upon that apprentice in the same location, ensuring that the area burned matched exactly. Khan recalled, uncertain of why Ropia was inquiring about these matters. Surely, there must be someone within the academy capable of dealing with the Morsalt family? Ropia pondered, considering the torment faced by Morsalt family members within the academy. Could it merely be coincidence? Nevertheless, that was of little consequence. Since Khan could not confidently assert that the Morsalt family would retaliate against Locke in the same manner, he could only assume they would. Khan, I will find a way to prevent the Morsalt family from entering the academy today. If they truly intend to execute Locke as you suggest, we shall have one more day. Tomorrow, you must meet with Locke's uncle. This may be our only hope. Really? That would be splendid. I shall immediately go to the Christopher family. As soon as Sir Lozen returns, I will implore him. Khan nodded fervently. Perhaps he is the only one who can save his nephew. Wait, Khan, can you procure a spell scroll that can instantly ignite a large area? The simpler, the better. Finding a spell scroll may prove challenging. They tend to be quite expensive. Khan's expression soured, as if the glimmer of hope had been extinguished once more. Spell scrolls are not mere trinkets. Theoretically, any ordinary person could cast the magic inscribed within them. Thus, Ropia had previously employed an ice water spell scroll to revive Alona. Of course, the difficulty lay in inscribing the symbols on the scroll. Consequently, such disposable magical products are beyond the means of a typical household. Raising a magician might even be more economical than purchasing several spell scrolls. Then, can we find some flammable liquid? Ropia reluctantly settled for a lesser option. That is certainly possible. The corpse oil we produce in the dark arts not only nourishes the skin, but also serves as fuel. The torches on the walls burn with corpse oil, which can sustain a flame for 3 days and nights. These two functions can be used together. Ropia felt a cold sweat break out. Very well, I will need 1 liter of... Ropia suddenly realized he was unfamiliar with the volumetric units of this world and gestured with his hands. I require approximately this much corpse oil. Additionally, I need a dark arts apprentice's robe and a body. All of that is achievable. The corpse oil and clothing are stored in the warehouse, and the white jars contain our refined corpse oil. As for the body, they are all in the morgue over there, and Lord Ropia can use any of them at will. Khan quickly replied, as if seizing the last lifeline. However, it would be best not to let Mentor Chapman see us, lest we attract trouble. Not a problem. You can now go to the Christopher family and wait. That I can only delay a bit. Whether Locke can be saved depends solely on you. Ropia patted Khan on the shoulder. Once Khan departed, Ropia immediately began to busy himself. This was his first time entering the dark arts morgue. Although he had gradually acclimated to the unnerving skeletons and the nauseating scent of death over time, Stepping into the morgue still sent chills down his spine, accompanied by a palpable sense of dread. Simultaneously, the thick aura of death brought him a peculiar sense of comfort. Within, there were approximately a dozen intact corpses, each covered by a peculiar pale, magical aura, which Ropia surmised was a necromantic preservation spell. He recalled that notes had mentioned that minions like skeleton mages and death knights required fresh corpses, particularly skeleton mages who needed intact muscle to retain the muscle memory necessary for casting spells. Thus, it was evident how invaluable this preservation spell would be for him. Yet he could not sense the corpse energy that Locke had spoken of for casting necromantic spells. Setting aside those thoughts, he selected a suitable corpse, one that matched his own height and build. Having grown increasingly adept at the resurrection spell, the bluish-green aura of death immediately connected him to the corpse. A surge of fragmented memories flooded his mind, but they were merely images that could not be described here, lacking significant meaning. Initially, he had worried that the necromantic spell covering the corpse would interfere with his resurrection spell. But at the moment of success, the muscles of the corpse began to rot away, disintegrating into particles of death essence that flowed into Ropia's being. It seemed that his own necromantic spells were indeed superior to the derivative necromantic magic. A new skeleton warrior rose, its vacant expression reminiscent of the original soldier. Alas, why did I not discover how useful the imitation spell command was back then? Otherwise, the soldier would not have sacrificed so many. Ropia's modified imitation command had become increasingly refined. Now, under Gerard's training, Godfrey and the others had significantly improved their combat prowess, but of course, the most crucial matter at hand was this freshly resurrected skeleton warrior. He commanded the skeleton to imitate him, donning the apprentice's robe and hood. He then procured gloves and cloth boots for the skeleton, and once it was fully adorned, it appeared to be just another ordinary dark arts apprentice. He retrieved 3 additional pairs of gloves and boots for Godfrey, Baldwin, and Olaf. After all, it was free to use. This was certainly more discreet than being wrapped in strips of cloth. Having completed his preparations, Ropia took a deep breath. His inaugural spark of chaos was finally about to ignite. He would finally embark on his own legendary journey in this strange world. Ian Risto had been harshly reprimanded by his mentor just the previous afternoon. Despite his diligent efforts, he could not conjure the flame arrow. Why should he endure such humiliation in front of his peers for lacking talent? Early that morning, he arrived at the Academy's open ground of practice. As the saying goes in the Empire, the impoverished do not study magic. Having spent half his family's savings over the past 2 years since enrollment, if he continued to achieve nothing, how could he ever show his face again? The open field was already filled with numerous apprentices, many merely gathered to discuss yesterday's murder incident. He chose a secluded corner to begin his practice, following the runes etched in his memory. He waved his right hand through the air, and the materials pouch at his waist responded instantly, releasing a flicker of flame element. However, in a moment of carelessness, he miswrote a symbol, causing the flame elements to dissipate into nothingness. Damn it! Damn it! The thought of his mentor's disdain, the hushed whispers of his companions, and the embarrassment of failing to teach a mocking dark arts apprentice a lesson in a fit of rage haunted him. He had to succeed. He began to draw again. Ian, you can do it. You are the strongest in Risto village. But then he spotted that dark arts apprentice. Though the peculiar figure remained cloaked, he could sense it was the same individual from yesterday. The dark arts apprentice leaned against the wall, obscured in shadow, yet it was unmistakably fixated on him. Was this person pursuing him to mock him? He could not afford to be humiliated. He continued inscribing the runes. But the arrogant laughter of that figure echoed in his mind. Another failure? No, wait. Ian suddenly realized that the derisive laughter was not merely a figment of his imagination. That individual was indeed mocking him. He turned to look, and the disdainful, nauseating laughter emanated from beneath the black hood. What's so funny, you? Ian cursed in frustration. The laughter ceased, but the figure continued to gaze at him. You little brat. If you keep causing trouble here, we will duel. What's the matter? Are you dark arts types addicted to murder? Ian stepped forward, clearly confronting someone who sought to provoke him. Fool, how did a pathetic wretch like you even pass the Academy's assessments? Did you rely on your mother's body? The adversary's words were laced with disdain. You scoundrel! Come on, let us duel and see who will plummet from the window. Ian seethed with indignation. But that is the third floor. Dear brother, with your corpulent, unwieldy, and feeble physique, do you truly believe you can ascend? I dare say it would be far less laborious for you to simply kneel. The voice from beneath the cloak was both revolting and arrogant. Enough with the prattle, whelp. Very well. I shall cease my jesting. Unexpectedly, the dark apprentice's demeanor softened. What do you mean by that? Your mother confided in me the night before last, revealing that shortly after we arose together, she became pregnant. She suspects you might actually be my progeny, which is why I have come to visit you today. Come now, let your father embrace you, you bastard. Ian conjured a fireball in his hands and hurled it at the other. Though the adversary evaded the attack, his disheveled state suggested he was not particularly formidable. The fireball had nearly struck him, missing by a hair's breadth. Is that all you are, a braggart and a worthless fool? Ian concluded. Engaging in combat in an open space is hardly in accordance with the rules, my dear son. Since you wish to duel with your father, let us ascend to the upper floors. It would also serve as an excellent opportunity for me to hone that feeble body of yours. The dark apprentice retreated clumsily, hurling insults over his shoulder. Infuriating, infuriating, infuriating. Being humiliated by a true powerhouse was one thing. Being scorned and ridiculed by such a wretch was utterly unbearable. Ian unleashed a barrage of fireballs, each one narrowly missing the target. In truth, such rudimentary fire spells would, at most, only singe one's clothing rather than inflict significant harm. Yet, even so, he could not land a single hit. Once a certain distance had been established, the dark apprentice abruptly halted, adopting a mocking posture. Ian charged after him, but the other swiftly fled into the building. What had he done to provoke this lunatic, who relentlessly mocked him like a madman? The incantation for the fireball was relatively simple, nearly instantaneous, yet Ian's projectiles always fell just short of their mark. Onlookers gazed in bewilderment as he chased the dark apprentice, bombarding him with spells, while the latter clumsily evaded capture. The embarrassment was overwhelming, but he was determined that this insufferable coward, who could do nothing but flee and insult, would learn a lesson. After the dark apprentice nimbly slipped into the building, Ian, fatigued from his relentless casting and hindered by his own bulk, found himself gasping for breath. Upon entering the stairwell, a thick gob of phlegm plummeted from above, leaving his hair sticky and unpleasant. Ian felt as if he had lost his sanity, bounding up the stairs 2 at a time, vowing that once he caught that little wretch, he would bind him to the ground and unleash a torrent of righteous energy upon him. Second floor, third floor, the scoundrel continued to ascend, occasionally spitting downwards. Ian was beginning to feel dizzy. Such abrupt and vigorous exertion was pushing his body beyond its limits. Your breathlessness mirrors that of your mother. It seems you truly are my beloved son. The mockery from above echoed down the stairwell that I curse your mother. The nonsensical insult made Ian abandon any semblance of noble decorum. Gripping the staircase, he gritted his teeth and pressed onward. That scoundrel was truly insufferable. Fourth floor. The adversary had nowhere left to flee. He paused at the stairwell entrance to catch his breath, allowing himself a brief respite. Casting spells was indeed taxing. He could not allow the other to rest while he himself grew weary. But suddenly, Kachu, another glob of thick phlegm fell, landing squarely on his nose. Its accuracy surpassed that of his fireballs. Ugh! Ian hastily wiped away the disgusting substance. You lunatic, you madman, you imbecile. He unleashed every curse he could muster. Kachu. A flurry of expletives was met with yet another spitball. This time, it was noticeably less viscous. Go die! Ian mustered all his strength and charged forward. This felt like a trap. Ian finally realized that, recalling yesterday's grim fate of another dark apprentice, his provocation today was indeed highly unusual. Yet, he spotted the dark apprentice, standing in a warehouse, making a series of insulting gestures. Humph! Do you think to trick me inside? Ian discerned the ruse. This wretch had lured him into this desolate warehouse, likely having set a trap within. But he need not step inside. Calculating the distance and trajectory in his mind, he began to inscribe runes with his right hand. Since his fireballs had failed to connect, he would unleash a volley of scattershot fireballs. The dark apprentice had indeed fallen for the ploy, still foolishly swaying in place. He completed the incantation. Ian immediately cast the spell into the warehouse. A barrage of fireballs shot forth, and given the other's clumsy demeanor, there was no way he could escape the impending barrage. The foolish Dark Apprentice appeared frozen, as if paralyzed with fear, failing to evade even a single attack. One of the fireballs struck him, igniting his grotesque black robe instantly. "Ha! Little wretch, do you comprehend the gravity of your situation now?" Ian laughed triumphantly. Yet, he quickly sensed something was amiss. The flames were behaving unusually. In an instant, they morphed into a blazing inferno, engulfing the entirety of his adversary. "Goodness," Ian gasped in shock. He had not anticipated that a mere fireball could provoke such a conflagration. "Fire! Someone extinguish the flames." Ian prepared to rush in and douse the flames consuming the other. For though he bore animosity towards the little wretch, he certainly did not wish to inadvertently kill someone. However, before he could approach, the other areas struck by his scattershot fireballs began to blaze mightily, illuminating the entire dim warehouse with growing intensity. "Help! Someone extinguish the fire!" Ian shouted towards the lower levels. The Dark Apprentice lay prostrate amidst the roaring flames. He was truly doomed. Ian was left aghast by the scene unfolding before him. Waves of heat emanating from the warehouse. How could this have escalated from a few minor fireballs to such a catastrophic blaze? Was there perhaps flammable oil stored within? It was over. Everything was ruined. His family had exhausted their resources to send him to the academy, and not only had he failed to graduate, but he had also caused a disaster of monumental proportions. Lobaya turned to see thick black smoke billowing from the windows. He had not foreseen that the so-called corpse oil could ignite such a conflagration. He could only hope that the little rotund fellow was unharmed. As Lobaya looked up, several ice mages and apprentices rushed frantically into the building. While many apprentices hastily fled from the premises, what could compel a law-abiding citizen to become an arsonist? It is life that has turned us all into this. Lobaya sighed helplessly. "Once I have committed my share of misdeeds, I shall lay down my weapon." Lobaya indulged in his own theatrics. "You had best speak the truth." In the dean's office, a group of middle-aged individuals encircled a rotund fire mage. One bald-headed middle-aged wizard sat in the dean's chair, his expression solemn as he surveyed the gathering. "I swear everything I say is true. I merely cast a scattershot fireball, just a few small fireballs. I never expected it would lead to that fellow's demise." The rotund apprentice was trembling, having nearly soiled himself from fright. "Ian, your name is Ian, correct? Can you swear that you have no acquaintance with the Dark Apprentice who perished?" The bald mage's tone was surprisingly gentle. "I swear it. Dean Caldy, I swear that scoundrel has been berating me since yesterday, and today he insulted my family. I merely lost control in an attempt to teach him a lesson." The plump apprentice's trembling hands traced a figure 8 across his chest, a gesture of reverence to the 8 holy spirits. "First, confine him to the isolation room." The dean nodded in satisfaction. After the apprentice was taken away, Dean Caldy turned to a nearby psychic instructor. "Dean, the boy was not lying. Aside from a few details, most of his account is accurate." The psychic instructor responded promptly. Yet another incident involving a Dark Apprentice. 2 significant events have occurred in recent days, both linked to the dark arts. What misfortune has befallen Sir Chapman? A fire mage expressed his unease that I know Ian well, despite his poor temperament and limited patience. He would never resort to setting fire to a warehouse. This is undoubtedly a conspiracy that we discovered some peculiar corpse oil, crafted from bodies by their dark faction, which we suspect was prepared in advance by the Dark Apprentice who was burned to death. The incident with the Morsalt family was already quite troublesome yesterday, and now the warehouse has caught fire again. Dean, I suggest we send someone to speak with Sir Chapman to understand the recent developments concerning the Dark faction. Another mentor concurred that I believe today's events may well be connected to yesterday's. That Dark Apprentice provoked Ian into burning himself, likely to prevent the Morsalt family from entering the academy, the fiery mentor exclaimed indignantly. And now my apprentice has been unjustly involved, along with the destruction of so many assets of the academy. Bruce, Matthew, you both were once apprentices of Sir Chapman, that I would like you to head over to the Dark faction and ascertain the situation with Sir Chapman. The dean nodded towards the fiery mentor and another mentor from the Leaf faction. And what about the Morsalt family? They have requested to enter the academy today to judge the murderer of Melun. Let us postpone that for a few days. We must first resolve matters within the academy. You must also manage public opinion carefully and supervise your apprentices closely, ensuring the church receives no information. Dean Carty advised. Recently, rumors about necromancers have resurfaced, the truth of which is uncertain, and Archbishop Evan is sure to exploit this situation. But if we were to encounter further complications now, it would provide the church an opportunity to interfere with the academy. Understood. The mentors quickly bowed in acknowledgement. Rabia returned to the basement. Removing his sweat-soaked shirt, still trembling at the recollections of the morning's events, he had not anticipated the swiftness with which the fiery spell could be cast, nearly being struck by fireballs multiple times. Nor had he foreseen the tremendous commotion caused by the ignited corpse oil. Yesterday, a dark apprentice committed murder, and today, an apprentice of the dark faction has been slain. It seemed inevitable that the academy would send someone to find Sir Chapman, as Khan had stated, if the academy were to learn of Sir Chapman's current state, rendering him incapable of guiding apprentices. It would likely lead to the disbandment of the dark faction. But at this moment, he was alone in confronting this intricate predicament. Damn it, I thought I could study and research peacefully within the academy. Yet trouble just keeps escalating. Rabia muttered to himself. I have a suggestion. The sprite suddenly interjected. If you propose to eliminate anyone who enters, that is unnecessary to mention. Besides translation, Rabia had little expectation of the sprite's utility. Very well then. The sprite promptly fell silent. Despite being anticipated, it left Rabia speechless. He had no means to confront the entirety of the academy directly. Some formidable presences could be felt without needing to assess their combat prowess. However, his skeleton still held some utility. Previously, Locke had mentioned that the Dark faction reported to the Academy that they had 15 apprentices. Currently, 1 was on a mission with the Academy, and 2 had been captured. Khan was with the Christopher family, while the Lanky Delian was missing. This meant that even if some apprentices were absent from base, he needed to create the illusion of at least 7 or 8 apprentices being present. He also had to prevent anyone from discovering Sir Chapman's condition. This was indeed a significant challenge. He instructed 3 skeleton warriors and Gerald to don the robes of magical apprentices. Setting up certain behaviors to masquerade as Dark faction apprentices, he also revived 3 corpses, but they moved sluggishly, and Rabia had no time to instruct them, so he could only let them lie in the room as if they were asleep. More critically, he must ensure that no one comes into contact with Sir Chapman. Thus, the first step was to ensure that Sir Chapman's side would actively refuse to meet with any visitors. This was quite simple. He knocked on Sir Chapman's door. Receiving no response, he knocked more vigorously. Who? Who is there? I can hear your heartbeat, little one. Do not hide any longer, the old Mentor Chapman called out from within. Sir Chapman, the Academy has issued a notice stating that they will be coming today to disband the Dark faction. Who are you? Rabia? Where is my wine? Rabia? How many times have I reminded you? Where is the sweet and sour liquid I requested? You still haven't remembered. What did you just say? Was this old fellow feigning madness? Rabia began to doubt. The Academy plans to disband the Dark faction. They will come to see you today. The door suddenly swung open, and a disheveled old Chapman asked, Did they mention how they intend to deal with my great works? How narcissistic. They plan to burn them all. I believe the notice stated that those books are mere meaningless, verbose drivel, and the only way to make them noteworthy is to incinerate them. Rabia said with indignation, They deemed your works worthy only as firewood. How dare they slander my creations? Tell them I refuse to see anyone. I am ill, or perhaps infectious, plague, henovirus, alcohol poisoning, or tuberculosis. Any of those, tell them I will not meet. The old Chapman waved his hands in fury. Whoever seeks to disband my Dark faction and burn my writings shall not find peace in death. Understood. As long as Sir Chapman did not make a run for it, everything would be fine. The more challenging task was to drive away the individuals sent by the Academy. Before he could ponder further, there came a knock on the wooden door above the basement. Rabia immediately understood that the Academy's representatives had indeed arrived. After all, no Dark apprentices would knock on the door. He carefully checked his skeletons. Olaf was standing in his room. Godfrey and Baldwin were dawdling in the laboratory, while the most agile, Normal Gerald was in the library. Along with the other skeletons lying down, they had nearly filled all the rooms. Except for one, the knocking grew more urgent, as if someone was about to kick the door down. Rabia reluctantly donned his hood and steeled himself to open the door. Outside stood two middle-aged men, one with gray hair clad in a fiery red robe of the Flame faction, and the other slightly younger, wearing a deep green robe of the Leaf faction. "Is Minter Chapman in?" The Flame faction Minter asked sternly, seemingly aware of the Dark Apprentice's recent actions. "The Minter is present," Rabia replied respectfully. These two mages exuded an aura that surpassed anyone he had encountered before, even exceeding that of the mysterious individual. Before such formidable presences, he dared not act arrogantly. However, after learning of the recent events, the Minter has expressed his unwillingness to meet anyone right now. "Take us in." The Flame faction mage ordered without courtesy, striding forward, "As you wish." Seeing that direct obstruction was futile, Rabia could only lead the two mages into the basement. His freshly changed shirt was once again soaked with sweat. How was he to prevent them from seeing Sir Chapman? Upon reaching the door to Locke's room, Rabia suddenly halted. He held his breath and opened the door. Indeed, even these two powerful mages, at the moment the door opened, seemed to be met with a formidable mental magic assault, causing them to lean back involuntarily. "Esteemed sirs, please wait here for a moment. I will inform Minter Chapman." Rabia said, "No need. We can stand outside for a while." The Leaf faction Minter replied more amiably, pinching his nose. "The thing is, Minter Chapman is in the final stages of completing his works and may require some time. So please step inside and wait a moment." Rabia's sycophantic demeanor mirrored that of Locke a few days prior. "Where is Minter Chapman?" The Flame faction Minter pressed impatiently. Damn, Rabia had no choice but to approach Sir Chapman's door, fearing that if Chapman suddenly began rambling, everything would be ruined. "Sir Chapman, the Academy's representatives have arrived," he knocked gently, his hand trembling uncontrollably. If the Dark faction were disbanded, his identity could very well be exposed, and the consequences would be dire. After all, he bore numerous charges, a villain responsible for arson, murder, and plunder. The Academy would surely punish him severely, wouldn't they? "Get lost. Tell them to get lost." Fortunately, Sir Chapman's first line is quite normal. "I am Sir Chapman, and I am Matthew Zealand." The Minter of the Flame Department stepped forward and forcefully pushed Ropia aside. "Matthew, I never expected you to become a lackey of the Academy. Get out of my way." Thankfully, Sir Chapman's second line is also acceptable. "Sir Chapman, we have come to address the recent events." The Minter named Matthew appeared quite respectful before Chapman. "It seems that Sir Chapman is either extraordinarily powerful or holds significant prestige. Sir Chapman, we are here to investigate the student who was burned to death today." The Minter from the Leaf Department also spoke with utmost respect. "It's over. Completely over." Ropia was drenched in sweat. He had acted recklessly, not foreseeing the consequences of this affair. "Burned. If you don't leave right now, I'll use your corpses as fuel." Fortunately, it seemed that Sir Chapman hadn't heard clearly. "Sir Chapman, we merely wish to inquire about the name of that apprentice." Listening to Matthew's tone, it seemed he sensed something was amiss with Sir Chapman's speech. Ropia had already decided to attempt Angel's plan. He began preparing to signal his servants to attack the two mentors, willing to risk it all. Perhaps by catching them off guard, he could kill the two sorcerers here and have them reincarnate as skeletal mages. "Do not disturb me any further. Matthew, if you have questions, go ask Weinblum, or young Ropia. He is a good child." Sir Chapman's words were becoming increasingly erratic. Ropia stepped forward hastily, cursing himself. If there was a way to avoid confrontation, he would. "I am Ropia. The one who was burned to death today was our companion, Bruno." Ropia had always been adept at fabricating names. The two mentors exchanged glances, uncertain whether they had detected something unusual. But both ceased their knocking. "He was good friends with Locke, who was captured yesterday." Ropia continued to explain, leading the two mentors away from Sir Chapman's room. After Locke was captured, he kept insisting that Locke could never commit murder. That Locke must be wronged, so he went out early today. "We had no idea he would actually." Matthew shot Ropia a glare, causing him to shudder. "Wasn't he burned to death by my apprentice? We discovered he had stolen a barrel of the corpse oil we refined." So he thought he might. Baropia already knew that the Academy would uncover traces, so he directly mentioned the corpse oil. Sure enough, the two mentors exchanged glances again, that Ropia's explanation largely aligned with the Academy's suspicions. Ropia invited the two to Locke's room. If the two mentors have any further questions, you may come in and sit. I will certainly tell you everything truthfully. However, they said nothing and walked straight out, occasionally glancing at the motionless dark apprentices in other rooms. Seeing that the other party was unresponsive, Ropia had no choice but to accompany them back to the ground. Wine Blum, bring me some wine. I've reminded you for days. Sir Chapman's furious roar came from behind. But the three did not turn back. Once they left the small wooden cabin, the two mentors finally sighed in relief. Our proud Sir Chapman indeed feels too embarrassed to face others. The mentor from the Leaf Department laughed heartily. There is something off about this. Especially that apprentice named Ropia. He has been behaving quite strangely. However, the Flame Department mentor Matthew was more cautious. I suspect that the one who was burned to death is not actually one of their dark apprentices. It is certainly not a case of suicide. Don't forget, they possess a sort of puppet technique to control corpses. What should we do then? The Leaf Department mentor finally reacted. The Academy merely sent us to assess the situation. Since the problem does not lie with Sir Chapman, there is no need for us to involve ourselves further. However, we should investigate that apprentice named Ropia. If he has no background, we can bring him along to the next mission and dispose of him. The Flame Department mentor spoke with a hint of worry. After sending off the two sorcerers, Ropia's legs turned to jelly, and he collapsed onto the ground. That was close, after a long while. Mr. Ropia, can we go eat now? Angel unexpectedly interjected. Is it noon already? Ropia was somewhat astonished. Following consecutive days of incidents at the Academy, apprentices from various departments have been summoned back for admonishment, and not a single figure could be seen in the courtyard at midday. Today, the sun was still high in the sky, and the autumn breeze was refreshing. The weather did not reflect any events or the moods of any individual. Ropia knocked twice at the window of the secret dining hall, one portion for himself and one for Angel. After taking a few bites, the tension that had been coiled tightly throughout the morning began to ease. Oh, Eliza, your lover takes such good care of his spirit. He truly is a kind-hearted man. Suddenly, a familiar voice came from behind. Ropia quickly turned around, relieved that he had donned his hood, concealing his panic. Approaching were the two mental department female apprentices, Eliza and her companion Claire. It appeared they hadn't just arrived in the evening. Eliza, blushing, sat across from Ropia, casting glances at the knightly figure of Angel. Oh no, Ropia thought to himself. This Angel still embodies the image of Lilia. Eliza is just worried that you didn't finish your dinner last night. So she came to check on you today at noon. Claire, the dark-haired companion, teased. Claire. Eliza shot her friend an embarrassed glare. Go eat your food. Oh. Claire wore a knowing expression, turning to knock at the entrance. Is Mr. Ropia doing well? Eliza's voice was soft and melodious. Yes, indeed, Miss Eliza. Ropia shifted uncomfortably, fearing Eliza would catch a whiff of his odor. We've met hurriedly a few times, and I haven't had the chance to introduce myself. Eliza spoke with a hint of shyness, yet also with determination. My name is Eliza Vane Closer, a newly enrolled mental department apprentice this year. Ropia cleared his throat. I am Maximilian Fran Ois Marie Isido de Ropia Yamamoto von Orlandowski. But you may call me Ropia. I am a male dark department apprentice of 10 years. Sir Ropia sounds like he belongs to some prominent family. Eliza's eyes lit up, the longer the surname. The deeper the family's heritage. Ordinary commoners often had names without surnames. Those like Eliza, who carried 2 surnames, were rare in Windward City. Yet this individual before her bore such an extensive surname, and although she had not heard of these names, it was evident that his identity was extraordinary. He could potentially be a descendant of a fallen noble house. Otherwise, why would he be in the dark department? 10 years and still not graduated. Claire, who had come over with a bowl of food, noticed another detail. Ropia felt a bit embarrassed. The reason he mentioned 10 years was partly due to Sir Chapman mistaking him for another person. The other reason was that if the dark department had new apprentices for a long time, claiming to have just arrived at the academy would easily expose him. Then Seropia must have a thorough understanding of the academy. When can you take me for a tour? Eliza snatched the food from Claire's hands, shooting her a glare to change the subject. It would be my honor, Ropia responded, feeling a bit flustered. He had only just arrived a few days ago. Mr. Ropia, do you still know any ice water spells? Eliza inquired. Oh no, this spirit is a gift from someone else, serving as my guide. Ropia understood that she was referring to Angel, although I have been in Windward City for 10 years. I am quite directionally challenged. Indeed, it was a simple explanation. So why was he being evasive? It seemed that at the time, Ilona had some concerns about this. Then can I take Seropia around Windward City in the future? Eliza's fair face was flushed with a rosy hue. It would be another honor. Ropia replied, All right, you two. Claire returned with a bowl of cabbage porridge. The weekend is just around the corner. You two can go out and explore later. Today, I'm here to gossip. What exactly happened yesterday? That person who offended the Mulso family. I heard he is from the Christopher family. Ropia found himself somewhat at a loss, unsure of how to articulate his thoughts. Oh dear, they previously claimed that you necromancers are rather cold-hearted, yet it appears that Lord Ropia is quite the opposite. Claire exclaimed eagerly, Hotel. If you share, I shall grant permission for my dear Eliza to accompany you this weekend. With a curious glint in her eye, Claire seemed utterly enthralled. Ropia glanced at Eliza, who was also gazing at him with wide, expectant eyes. After all, these two were merely fledgling magic apprentices of the mental discipline. What if they were eavesdropping like Moon? If he were to deceive Eliza and be discovered, would not the fragile emotions he had just begun to nurture shatter? Yet, considering their novice status, they likely lacked the prowess for such a feat. Thus, after a brief moment of hesitation, he began to recount the tale of Locke. That individual is Locke Christopher, as you may know, a scion of the Christopher family. His father tragically fell in battle against the rebels, a fact you are likely already aware of. Sir Mandel. So he's the child of Sir Mandel? Claire's expression was one of disbelief. Indeed, Locke is the son of Sir Mandel. Following his father's demise, Locke was utterly disheartened. Ropia sighed. Struggling to continue the narrative, I have heard that Locke once professed his feelings to Ilona Riel of the Riel family. Yes, the former beloved of Maelorn Mulser, right in front of Maelorn himself. He was rejected, and feeling utterly humiliated, he turned to the dark arts. Claire recounted the tale with remarkable detail, causing Ropia to silently commend himself for not fabricating any stories. I see. When we first encountered you here, Locke was present as well. He overheard my discussion with Eliza, and then resolved to confront Maelorn in defense of Miss Ilona Riel, resulting in an unfortunate mishap that led to Maelorn's death. Claire seemed to have pieced together a mystery that it was undeniable that these gossip-mongers possessed a remarkable ability to gather and concoct information. Goodness, I knew it. Eliza, these necromancers are certainly not as frigid as they seem. Claire shook her head in astonishment. What a tragic fate for such a passionate youth, to perish so needlessly. But what of the individual who met his end today? Who was the one slain in the warehouse? Bruno, the one who was burnt to death today, though I'm not entirely clear on the circumstances surrounding it. Claire, enough with the gossip. Focus on your meal. Eliza shot her companion a stern glance. Speaking of which, who is this enchanting spirit? She appears to resemble a seer. Claire stuck out her tongue at Eliza, redirecting her inquiry toward Ropia. This is what my mother looked like in her youth. Ropia replied, casting a glance at Angel. Now, do tell us your story. Mr. Ropia? Claire pressed eagerly, my tale begins thus. When I was 17, she too was 17. After finishing lunch, perhaps due to Eliza's presence, Ropia felt a considerable lift in his spirits, even taking a moment to revel in his own bravery and fortune from earlier that day. Upon returning to the basement, he happened upon Sir Chapman, who was stumbling out of the library. Those scoundrels have stolen my woman, and now they wish to pilfer my books. That shall not stand. Sir Chapman bellowed in frustration. My books are mine alone. Any proceeds from their sale must also belong to me. Those wretches, not a single dinar shall they claim. Ropia, young Ropia. He turned his attention back to Ropia, his tone softening. Even if I were to perish, You must ensure that those ruffians remain oblivious to my demise. You must safeguard my books. Do not let them have access. And Emily, that vile woman, seeks to drain my pockets and my wine. Understood, Sir Chapman, Ropia replied, noting the marked improvement in Sir Chapman's logical coherence compared to the morning. Good, Ropia. I haven't seen Locke in years. How is he faring now? Sir Chapman limped slightly. He made a foolish mistake that cost him dearly, unable to remain in the fire discipline, which is why he fled to our dark arts. Alas, he was a good lad. Young Ropia, should you encounter him, do remind him of the wine I requested he procure a decade ago. He still owes me for it. After finishing his remarks, Sir Chapman retreated back into the library. Ropia suddenly pondered whether the timeline in the books written by Sir Chapman might be flawed. As evening fell, the Mulser family had yet to make an appearance at the academy, regardless of whether it was due to his actions of setting the warehouse ablaze. It was certain that Locke had gained a glimmer of hope. That night, Eliza and Claire chose not to dine in the cafeteria, and after hastily finishing his meal, Ropia returned to the basement. Gerard continued training Olaf and the other 3 skeleton warriors, while the recently reanimated skeletons continued their charade as apprentices of the dark arts. The following morning, Khan returned, his face alight with excitement. Oh, it seems there is a breakthrough. Ropia felt a flicker of hope. After all, he truly wished for Locke's survival. And why, Lord Ropia, splendid news! Khan exclaimed breathlessly as he approached, after the return of Sir Lozen. He summoned me I divulged the entire truth to him, and he was overjoyed, already setting off to seek out the Mulser family. Ropia merely patted Khan on the shoulder. You have worked hard. Go rest now. He was concerned that if the Mulser family were to learn the truth, it might provoke some incident with the academy. I am fine. Saving Locke is worth any exhaustion, Khan affirmed resolutely. This is my way of repaying Sir Mandel. Rescuing his son is of utmost importance to me, regardless of my own well-being. Ropia simply patted him again. Well, if it truly was possible to save Locke with the aid of the Christopher family, then he could find solace in that. Yet, as Khan noted, the Christopher family was no longer what it once was, and he wondered if the Mulser family would even believe the so-called truth. He felt even more guilt towards Sidney, as that boy had lost his life due to his own misguided words to M.Y. Lord Ropia. Who are these individuals? Khan inquired, noticing the unexpected presence of several companions in the basement. The academy sent someone to seek out Sir Chapman yesterday morning, so I disguised my servants, Ropia explained, satisfied that the appearances were indistinguishable. Then the academy must already be aware, Khan gasped, realizing the implications. Fear not, I have sent them all away, Ropia reassured him, patting Khan once more. Now, go and rest. Very well, Khan nodded, though his excitement rendered him wide awake. Ropia ascended to the surface, feeling that he had done all he could and that further efforts would yield little. He decided to visit the academy's library for a while, hoping to learn more and avoid revealing any slips in front of Eliza. Contrary to his initial impressions upon arriving at the academy, the 2 buildings were well lit and devoid of any ominous atmosphere. After spending time in the basement, Ropia found the brightness of the buildings almost overwhelming. Each floor was clearly marked, with the first floor designated for the ice-water discipline, the second for the fire discipline, the third for the leaf and earth disciplines, while the fourth housed the lightning and air disciplines, as well as the mental arts, arcane studies, and the offices of the academy's higher-ups. According to Locke's earlier descriptions, the tower connected to this building housed the academy's library. As expected, at the end of the corridor stood a grand door, where a leaf discipline mentor was engrossed in a book. Upon noticing Ropia's entrance, his eyes lit up. It seems the dark arts practitioners have been behaving unusually of late. We even have visitors to the library. Ropia quickly presented his identification badge. And fire. No kissing the tomes or scrolls. No passing gas at the scrolls. No licking fingers while turning pages, and no using any body parts other than fingers to flip through books. You may enter. After inspecting his badge, the mentor reminded him of the rules before returning the badge to Ropia. Wait a moment. What's bulging in your pocket? The mentor suddenly grew suspicious. Oh, this is a spirit. Ropia quickly produced Angel from his pocket. You're mad. Keeping a spirit in your pocket? The mentor shot him a disapproving glance. Make sure your spirit doesn't teach you on anything as Shun Ti. Understood. I will be careful. Ropia nodded vigorously. Once inside, the Minter resumed his reading, muttering, "Indeed, the minds of those in the dark arts are quite peculiar. Not only do they pocket spirits, but they also carry around one from the ice-water discipline." However, Ropia remained oblivious to the infamy he had inadvertently acquired. He was utterly captivated by the vastness and intricacy of this library. It could be said that the entire tower was, in essence, a repository of knowledge. 4 towering bookshelves stood majestically in the heart of the tower, facing the cardinal directions that a spiral staircase wound its way upwards along the inner walls, ascending towards the heavens. With the left side adorned by shelves crammed with books on the right wall, numerous bookshelves and cabinets were also mounted, housing a plethora of scrolls. Ropia felt an irresistible urge to linger. Perhaps he could unearth a wealth of useful information here. As he ascended the staircase at a leisurely pace, he occasionally spotted several magical apprentices engrossed in their reading. Was this the sensation of a library? How lamentable was that he had not visited the library during his time at university. A dark magic user, someone remarked, noticing him. "Surely you're not here to wreak havoc, are you? A mere fireball would suffice. That Mulser fellow is utterly incompetent to Dio refrain. What if, like Ian yesterday, a tiny fireball incinerated him? You would be in dire straits. His combat prowess is barely above 20. What brings you to the library? Is there even any material on dark magic here?" "I seem to recall there isn't." Ropia caught this exchange, pondering whether such an expansive library could possibly lack the information he sought. He halted in his tracks, spotting a travel guide on the central shelf. Perhaps it was time to delve deeper into understanding this world. Other transmigrators had managed to grasp the world's details shortly after their arrival. Aside from the scant narrative fragments in his mind, he was woefully ignorant of this realm. Indeed, the first page revealed a world map. It closely resembled the narratives he remembered. This world, or rather, this known land, was governed by a formidable empire. To the north and west, vast mountain ranges stretched endlessly, with no one ever discovering what lay beyond. The east and south bordered the boundless ocean, where countless navigators had sought to venture forth, only to either be lost in the unending waves or return in defeat. The imperial capital, the imperial city, was situated at the very center of this continent, while the various regions were nominally unified under the empire. They were divided into several grand kingdoms. The Kingdom of Seen, which Ropia recalled, was located in the eastern coastal region, separated from the west by a treacherous sea of sand, making land travel exceedingly difficult. The Nord Kingdom loomed over the northern territories, a kingdom Ropia could not recollect, nor was it mentioned in the novel. The southern part of the empire was rife with kingdoms, duchies, earldoms, and free territories, rendering the map a riot of colors. Some he recognized, yet many were entirely unfamiliar. Clearly, this region underwent rapid changes. The West was home to the Hilo Alliance Republic, which Ropia had no recollection of, but presumed it was inspired by ancient Greece and Rome. The author of this novel had certainly lacked creativity. As this thought crossed his mind, Ropia hastily suppressed it. The first time he had criticized the author, he encountered the brutish Galvin. The second time, soldiers from the Rhine territory had unexpectedly besieged the Gauck estate. He continued to scrutinize the map. In the northwest, a city was marked with an octagonal cross, indicating the location of the Holy See's sacred city. For the city of Xiongfeng. Ropia discovered it was situated at the southernmost point of the southern kingdom. Jiao. At the back of the book was an introduction to the customs and culture of various kingdoms. Ropia focused on the section concerning the Kingdom of Seen, that he discovered it to be a civilization blending Japanese and Chinese cultures. According to the author's description, the royal city of Seen was paved with golden bricks. Adorned with silks and crowned with glazed tiles, he sat there for quite some time, until the angel in his pocket began to stir restlessly. "What is it?" Ropia whispered. "I'm hungry." "Speak properly. It's noon. Already." Ropia felt he had barely scratched the surface and wondered if one could take books from here. To avoid any trouble, he ultimately abandoned the notion. After lunch, he spent the entire afternoon engrossed in the travel guide. During dinner, Claire was busy gossiping, while he and Eliza scarcely exchanged a word, with the help of the guide's information. Coupled with Ropia's own improvisational skills, he managed to keep up. Claire even attempted to remove her hood, prompting Ropia to hurriedly abandon the dining table and make his escape if his appearance did not meet expectations. Eliza would surely be disappointed, and his weekend outing would likely be ruined. As night fell, Ropia returned to the underground chamber of dark magic. It seemed that Locke would live to see another day. Khan wore an excited expression. It appears Sir Rossin has succeeded. The Mulser family must have returned Locke to the Christopher family. Thus, 2 days passed without any news regarding Locke. The Mulser family had not entered the academy. As Khan had suggested, seeking vengeance for Locke's demise, the academy gradually returned to its usual tranquility, though the shattered window remained unrepaired. Perhaps, Ropia mused, Locke had already been returned to the Christopher family for recuperation. While the academy's higher-ups were currently fretting over how to explain the situation to the Mulser family, he began to believe he had accomplished something significant, saving a life, and started a daydream about spending the weekend wandering the city of Xiongfeng with Eliza. However, his greatest annoyance was that Claire persistently clamored to remove her hood during every meal. Every evening after dinner, the trio would gather in the corridor to watch the sun sink below the horizon. This had become their routine over the past few days. Back on Earth, Ropia had never savored the beauty of a sunset in such a manner. He would board the subway at 6:30 in the morning, emerging into the bright morning sun at 8, leaving the office at 8 in the evening. He would return home near midnight. His only day of rest each month was spent gaming and reading novels in his tiny room. It turned out that the sunset was indeed as delightful as poetry suggested, as picturesque as a painting. The buildings behind him glistened in the golden rays of the setting sun, their shadows stretching long across the ground. The lingering light illuminated Eliza's delicate visage, forever exuding the same elegance and beauty he had first encountered, yet now also mingled with a hint of determination and resolve. It appeared that this world was not as dreadful as he had initially perceived. By the third noon, having perused the travel guide's accounts of the Kingdom of Scene, he prepared to head to the dining hall. As he exited the building, he beheld a troop of soldiers surging through the academy gates. Leading the way were 6 individuals clad in dark red emblematic armor, emblazoned with a white leaf. Following them were 2 middle-aged nobles surrounded by numerous attendants. One of the nobles wore an expression of indignation, somewhat resembling Myron. Flanking the nobles were 2 middle-aged men dressed as mages, their expressions calm as they surveyed the curious apprentices around them. Behind them, 2 soldiers dragged a young man, none other than Locke Christopher, who had been captured days prior to this moment. Locke appeared utterly devoid of life. His body was a bloody mess, skin torn and bruised, with not a single inch of unscathed flesh visible. He was clad only in a tattered shirt. Soaked in blood, a dozen similarly armed soldiers brought up the rear. What is happening here? Ropia gasped at Locke's ghastly state. Had the Mulser family not believed Locke's uncle? Angel, what is the combat power of these individuals? Most hover around 100. The 4 in the middle are 55, 2 at 151, and 1 at an astonishing 480. Ropia's impulse was quickly quelled by Angel's response, 480. Even Gerald's unstable value fluctuated around 1200 most of the time. How could this individual possess a combat power of 480? Yet Gerald's actual combat prowess was undoubtedly no less than 200, and Ropia had yet to witness how the masters of this world unleash their abilities. At that moment, 2 academy instructors approached. Everyone disperse at once. The instructors began to usher the surrounding apprentices away. Angel, what are the combat powers of those 2 individuals? Ropia inquired hastily. Point 1 is 362, and the other is 276. Angel replied candidly. Angel, we must leave. He grimaced as he shoved Angel back into his pocket, glancing at the half-dead Locke being dragged into the building by soldiers. A mix of emotions surged within him. The open space was already teeming with a crowd, all of whom craned their necks in anticipation of the impending spectacle. It appeared that everyone was well aware of the Mercier family's methods of retribution. Ropier went to the base to summon Khan. What is the meaning of this? Khan had forgotten even to don his hood, his face a portrait of terror and panic. When Losey and Christopher excitedly resolved to confront the Mercier family to clarify the truth, he had believed he would truly succeed. But now, it seemed that his only hope had been shattered. It cannot be. Sir Losian had promised me. He swore he would approach the Mercier family to explain that it was not Locke who killed Mylan. Con saw Locke, his companion, being forced to the window by two soldiers of the Mercier family. Had he failed, had he ultimately been unable to save Locke, Ropier felt a pang of unwillingness as well. Ropier, you must save him! Con pleaded once more. Ropier, it was Locke who took the risk to bring you in. You cannot stand idly by. Ropier himself yearned to rescue him. Yet, what could he possibly do now? The disparity in strength was glaringly apparent. Locke Christopher, the middle-aged man of the Mercier family, had approached the window where Mylan had plummeted, his voice a harsh demand. Is it you who caused my son, Mylan Mercier, to perish here? Locke was also brought to the window, barely clinging to life. Yet he shook his head. Locke continued to shake his head. Does the Mercier family not possess a mental mage? Can they not discern that Locke is not lying? Con shouted, striving to make himself heard by all. Everyone turned their heads to look at Con and Ropier outside the wooden house. Pull him in. An academy instructor commanded Ropier in a threatening tone. If any of your dark mages continue to spout nonsense here, they will be regarded as accomplices in the murder of young Mylan. Can you imagine the terror my child felt as he fell from the sky, watching that hard ground draw ever closer? Can you comprehend the sorrow of a father in his 40s upon hearing the news of his son's demise? Locke Christopher, you have slain my son. You have extinguished the life of a 19-year-old youth. You have snuffed out a rising star of a mage. You have killed a pillar of the empire. The middle-aged nobleman was nearly driven to madness, his bellowing voice echoing throughout the academy that a young man with a bright future lies cold in death, while you, a filthy wretch, continue to draw breath. Is this right? It is not. The blood debt for my son can only be repaid by you. He seized the barely conscious Locke and, with the soldier's assistance, pushed Locke toward the yet-to-be-repaired window. The crowd erupted in screams, and Ropier could only close his eyes tightly. Mylan, my beloved child, father has avenged you today. Locke, Con cried out in despair. With the crowd's horrified gasps, a dull thud of flesh striking the ground soon followed. No. Con's voice tore through the air. The midday sun shone brightly upon Ropier, its warmth mingling with the cool autumn breeze. This was not the weather for such a moment. This was not the atmosphere that should prevail. When he had inhaled the first breath of fresh air that morning, he had believed it would be a splendid day. Locke was dead. The sun still shone brightly, the autumn air crisp, as if a wondrous event had transpired. Locke was dead. The crowd gasped at the violence. Yet they only gasped at the violence. The fragrance of late autumn flowers wafted through the air, but Ropier found it suffocating. He did not open his eyes, but turned and retreated into the cold, dim basement. Locke was dead, so abruptly, without prelude, without dramatic twists, and the weather offered no sign of change. Ropier collapsed onto the floor, his body trembling uncontrollably. In that instant, he realized that a story was merely a story. While reality was starkly different, he existed in a tangible world, not within the pages of a novel. And in this world, he too was a failure. The frail young man had followed Alona to the tavern to find him. At that moment, the admiration in Locke's eyes, directed toward him, intertwined with the desolation he now bore. When he arrived in this basement, it was this young man who had enthusiastically introduced him to this base. He had yearned for Ropier to teach him how to control skeleton servants. He had taken Ropier to the dining hall, explaining the academy's rules, but he was dead. Mr. Ropier, what troubles you? Angel fluttered out. Noticing Ropier's tear-filled eyes, Locke is dead, Ropier murmured, as if to himself. Many others have died before, those skeletons, and those hefty men who sought to slay Mr. Ropier, as well as the villagers of Haimu village. Mr. Ropier even had his servants slay numerous villains. Angel was perplexed, unable to grasp why Locke's death affected Ropier so deeply. Indeed, he had encountered death countless times, and the horrors of Haimu village still haunted him. Yet, whether it was the death of his servants or others, Ropier felt sorrow, guilt, and anger, but those emotions felt like mere narratives, like playing a game. They were merely plot points triggered by the story. But Locke, despite their brief acquaintance of only a few days, made Ropier feel that they were flesh and blood, living beings with their own lives. But Locke was dead. He would no longer refresh in the tavern, pushing Alona's wheelchair, nor would he refresh in the dining hall. introducing him to the meals. Locke's death, in truth, had no direct relation to him. Even if he had not come, it was likely that Locke would have still borne the blame for Mylan's death. Yet, he could not forget the adoration in Locke's eyes, nor the glimmer of hope in Khan's gaze when he saw Ropier. He had let these children down, he had failed. Once again, Angel, you should go. What is it, Mr. Ropier? Do not follow a failure. A worthless being that I cannot avenge the villagers of Haimu village. I cannot protect Sir Gerard's estate. I cannot take you to enjoy delicious food. I could not save Locke. Nor could I rescue Sydney. I cannot find Karen's, nor the way back to Earth. I could do nothing but hide in this damned basement. Ropier reflected on the days that had passed, realizing he was still, just like on Earth, a worthless being with no accomplishments. Does Mr. Ropier know what Angel sees in Mr. Ropier? What? Mr. Ropier is a self-deprecating failure. Angel has deceived Mr. Ropier. A surge of blue energy connected him to Angel, who immediately transformed into a human form, resembling a knight. Yet Ropier did not consider this at all. Mr. Ropier. In truth, spirits cannot read the thoughts of others. Ropier gazed at Angel. In fact, Mr. Ropier is a talentless individual devoid of magical aptitude, and he cannot defend against mental intrusion. Thank you. I feel much better. When Angel first encountered Mr. Ropier, fearing that he would abandon her, she also discovered that Mr. Ropier lacked mental defenses. Thus, she secretly forged a pact with him. The spirit spoke with regret. Only contracted spirits, with the owner's consent, can read their thoughts. Angel paused and memorized as expected. Thus, Angel knows Mr. Ropier, understands Mr. Ropier's past, knows everything about Mr. Ropier. She knows that whether he pretends, deceives others with grandiose tales, or indulges in self-pity and narcissism, even hiding his ugly face, it is all merely to mask the self-doubt that resides within him, or, oh, you have accessed all my memories. Angel has not. Mr. Ropier's memories are filled with chaotic fragments, including many inappropriate scenes for spirits, which Angel could not complete. Moreover, later on, when Mr. Ropier forbade Angel from reading, she obediently refrained from doing so. Furthermore, Mr. Ropier has promised to share Tales of Earth with Angel. Thus, Angel must await Mr. Ropier's own narration. However, I ultimately lack even the ability for mental defense. I am a complete failure, and it is only natural to feel inferior. Ropier remarked with self-deprecation that Mr. Ropier has rescued Angel, saved Miss Catherine, and empowered his servants. How can he claim to be a failure? Although Mr. Ropier may consider himself a failure, this inferiority complex cannot alter the fact of his existence. In fact, if Mr. Ropier were to relinquish this self-doubt, perhaps he would cease to be a failure. Perhaps. Thank you, Angel. That's the spirit. Mr. Ropier's servants are diligently training. How can Mr. Ropier indulge in self-pity here? The list of his enemies continues to grow. Solar, Ryan, the Academy, and the formidable Galvin who vanquished his own Bohemond. Yet he finds himself unable to exact vengeance on any of them, only fueling a futile rage within. Hours passed, and his mood did not lighten. He even forgot to dine with Eliza in the cafeteria. He felt he had ultimately betrayed a life that revered him. More frightening still, deep within, he knew he was powerless to grow stronger. This was not a game. One could not simply level up by slaying minor foes. What belittled him was not a mighty individual, but rather this world, an empire, a church, the nobility of Windstorm City, the Academy, and the vast magical system. It was these forces that rendered him insignificant, powerless, and helpless. Mr. Ropier. Angel observed Ropier lost in thought. What troubles you, Mr. Ropier? Your brow is increasingly furrowed. Perhaps you should express your thoughts. Angel, tell me, what should I do next? Ropier inquired. Next, Mr. Ropier should vent his frustrations and then enjoy a good night's sleep, preparing for a date with that little beauty Eliza tomorrow, Angel replied. Ropier chuckled at Angel's serious demeanor. I meant concerning the future. What should I do moving forward? Having arrived in this alternate world, he could not simply drift through life as he had on Earth, could he? Why plan for the future? No one's life aligns with their envisioned future. For you foolish humans can never predict what tomorrow will bring. Mr. Ropier cannot even dictate what he will eat tomorrow, rather than daydreaming about future paths. It would be wiser to contemplate what to say to that little beauty tomorrow in that moment. Robia found himself perceiving Angel as something akin to a motivational speaker. So, you elves can foresee tomorrow. Then, of course I can. Angel knows everything, but Angel simply chooses not to share. It's time for bed, Mr. Robia. In a sudden flurry, Angel transformed into a tiny sprite and flew into Robia's palm. Ah, Angel is already snoring. Ah, Angel has fallen asleep. Robia smiled. Indeed, why torment himself? Even if he could not return to Earth or grow stronger, he could still enjoy this unique life that, at the very least, there awaited a lovely Eliza tomorrow. Good night, Eliza. Good night, Angel. Good night, Locke. Good night, Earth. Early the next morning, Robia jolted awake from a nightmare, having dreamt of Locke, the Locke he was powerless to save. That expression of disappointment was one he had witnessed countless times on the faces of his teachers. His parents, his ex-girlfriend, his friends, and even Khan. Today, he found himself reluctant to meet Eliza. He abruptly shook the sprite awake. Angel, what did you mean by the contract you mentioned yesterday? Well, the still groggy Angel hesitated. It means the master can kill the sprite at any time. How would one kill a sprite? Angel was wrong. Mr. Robia mustn't kill Angel. I won't kill you, but you must tell me how to kill a sprite. Robia had no intention of slaying Angel. He merely sought to understand the principle. Yet he continued to squeeze the sprite, the bouncy sensation providing a form of stress relief and frustration release. Keep it down. All I know is that Mr. Robia can kill me at any time. I don't understand the principle. Fine then. Robia released Angel. After all, it was not a significant matter. Signing a contract with Angel entailed no real loss. What do you mean when you say I'm a talentless waste in magic? Angel swayed her body. Angel doesn't want to say. Why not? Afraid of hurting Mr. Robia's self-esteem. Speak freely that my combat prowess is hardly impressive. Very well. Mr. Robia's magical aptitude is nearly zero, significantly lower than that of an average person. He possesses no mental defense capabilities. Anyone with even a modicum of mental magic can read Mr. Robia's thoughts. Angel has been puzzled about how Mr. Robia controls the skeletons. To put it bluntly, Mr. Robia is a muggle. Is there any way to enhance my abilities? No. Mr. Robia should give up. So, does that mean I will forever exist as an unguarded individual, easily read by mental mages? How am I supposed to survive? I am already weak enough. Must I also lose the ability to feign strength? The sprite finally wriggled free from Robia's grasp. However, if Mr. Robia is willing, Angel can assist him. What do you mean? All Mr. Robia must do is give a command. An Angel will read Mr. Robia's thoughts to help him establish mental defenses against others' mental magic. Why do I feel increasingly dependent on you? Robia considered this a viable option. Yet something felt amiss. Not at all. In truth, it is Angel who is becoming increasingly reliant on Mr. Robia. Ever since Mr. Robia acquired Little Beauty, he seems to like Angel less. Then all I need to do is cough a couple of times. Robia squeezed the sprite once more before tossing her back into his pocket. This meant that not only did he lack the ability to establish mental defenses, but he could not even perform the simplest of spells. Yet how was he able to wield necromantic magic? The question remained unanswered. He gazed despondently at Sir Gerald and the other skeleton warriors practicing combat. Why was it that this individual could master all forms of magic, while he himself could not use any? Mr. Robia has indeed been struck by the truth? Angel fluttered out again. Sighed, I didn't feel it when you first spoke, but the more I ponder, the more disheartened I become. Robia lamented as he sank to the ground. I once thought that arriving in this world would allow me to lead a remarkable life, at least one different from my previous existence. Yet the reality is that I stumble about like a headless fly, inadvertently bringing disaster to others like a harbinger of doom. Now, I find myself utterly inept, lacking any capability, and even inferior to an ordinary person, he reflected on his panicked flight through the ghost fog forest. The tension of hiding, his helplessness before Galvin, the tragic deaths of the villagers in Blackwood, and the disappointment of Locke and others. Thus, Angel asserts that Mr. Robia is, at heart, a good person plagued by self-doubt. If I cannot even defend my mind, how can I become powerful? What capacity do I possess to be a good person? Why should Mr. Robia seek to become powerful? if Sir Gerald, Olaf, Godfrey, Baldwin, the other three failures, and countless more servants all grow stronger, would not Mr. Robia be able to rely on them to achieve his goals? The fact that Mr. Robia can command them is a testament to his own strength. Indeed, he was a necromancer, a summoning necromancer, no less. Why should he stray from his rightful path? What he ought to do was empower his servants, transforming them into his trusted allies, which Emperor's subjects were not more formidable than the Emperor himself. His task was to master the control of his subordinates. If he could not defend his mind, then he would have his servants eliminate anyone seeking to manipulate him. Thank you, Angel. Mr. Robia is merely experiencing a fleeting surge of confidence. He will soon revert to his former self. It is akin to donning a hood, a temporary disguise. Angel promptly doused his enthusiasm with cold water. I mentioned yesterday. The most crucial task for Mr. Robia is to overcome his self-doubt. Every time Mr. Robia encounters a true powerhouse or a beautiful woman, a wave of inferiority washes over him, rendering him meek and timid as a mouse since yesterday afternoon. Angel has spoken as if she has been transformed into a sprite. Robia mused, it does seem that way. This sprite truly understands me. I can't help it. It's in my nature. Perhaps you could provide me with some psychological counseling, ideally through psychoanalysis or Gestalt therapy, to see if I harbor any childhood traumas. What is that? But if Mr. Robia genuinely wishes to overcome his inferiority, he must remove his hood in front of Xiao Wu today. Mr. Robia must heed my advice. Angel has had enough of Mr. Robia's self-pity and idleness. Angel declared resolutely, must it be today? What if I appear too hideous and ruin everything? Next week, definitely. No, Mr. Robia's inferiority must be addressed immediately. Otherwise, if he faces a few more failures, he might contemplate suicide. Let's forego the hood for now. Can't we approach it from another angle? No, I am but a necromancer with no magical talents. My inferiority lies here, and I believe we should start from this point. Remove the hood. It is imperative that you do so in front of Xiao Wu today. Angel remained unyielding that I believe a more pressing issue is what to do with these skeletons if I go out. Although it felt somewhat inappropriate to be dating so soon after rescuing his companions, Robia reasoned that he could not afford to lose both his companion and his goddess. He adjusted his emotions slightly. For the sake of the date, he had to instruct Sir Gerald to eliminate the three rather sluggish skeleton warriors, leaving only the more normal Olaf, Godfrey, and Baldwin. Summoning his courage, he had the three skeletons don armor, over which they wore the robes of magic apprentices, and followed him out of the academy. Although it was somewhat risky, he had no choice for the sake of accompanying Eliza. The old gatekeeper merely glanced at them before resuming his conversation with a female apprentice. And judging by their unseemly demeanor, it seemed they were not discussing anything wholesome. Indeed, he was a recluse. Robia led them to the alley that Locke had previously shown him, instructing his servants to remove their outer robes to reveal their armor. Finally, they returned to the academy's entrance just as Eliza emerged from within. Today, she was adorned in a light blue gown that, under the sun's radiance, seemed utterly out of place among the surrounding architecture. She resembled a fairy frolicking in a woodland spring, singing alongside the birds in the warmth of the sun. Mr. Robia, I apologize for keeping you waiting. Who are these? These are my family guards. They follow me whenever I go out, as my family is quite concerned. Robia shrugged helplessly and pointed to his deaf knight. This is my knightly guardian, Gerald. Gerald gracefully performed a knightly salute for Eliza. She looked somewhat surprised and hurriedly returned the gesture. The fact that he had knights and guards accompanying him suggested that Robia's background was indeed extraordinary. She instinctively distanced herself from Robia, out of respect for their noble status. Mr. Robia, have you not stepped outside in the past 10 years? I have, but I am rather directionally challenged. I might forget the route within a fortnight. Robia still wore the dark apprentice robes, his hood obscuring his face. It seems your family's concerns are well-founded. Eliza chuckled. After a brief silence, when Robia was unsure how to continue the conversation, Eliza suddenly asked, shall we go have a meal? A meal sounds splendid. Robia eagerly nodded. There's a tavern just ahead. Shall we dine there? That sounds good. Angel stirred slightly in his pocket. Nevertheless, Robia followed Eliza into the tavern, which appeared far more opulent and distinguished than the one Alona had hosted them in, Eliza selected a private room. Robia stationed Gerald and the others at the door. Truly embodying the image of a knightly protector. One must admit that the city of Xiongfeng had shed the gloom and squalor reminiscent of medieval Europe. At least this tavern was resplendent, with clean and well-appointed facilities. However, the food was rather sparse, lacking in meat. The plump middle-aged waitress brought them mashed potatoes and toasted bread, along with 2 mugs of ale. Yet, the quality of the food mattered little. What truly counted was the company. Excluding Angel from his pocket, this was their first time alone together. However, without the gossipy Claire chattering nearby, they found themselves at a loss for words. "How old are you?" Robia ventured, feeling the silence too oppressive, but immediately regretted the rudeness of his question. Eliza paused, taken aback, but replied, "I am 17. My magical aptitude is rather mediocre, and I struggled to pass the Academy's assessments for several years." "How vexing. She is still a minor. 17 is a fine age. You are still young, with infinite possibilities ahead," Robia exclaimed. Eliza regarded Robia oddly, as if interpreting his words as sarcasm. 17 is practically an old woman. "But you are still not of age." "Why lament?" "Ah," Eliza's expression grew even more peculiar here. "We consider 14 to be of age. Is that not the case in your homeland, Sir Robia?" "Oh no." Robia nearly forgot he was in a foreign land. Yet he composed himself and began to explain, "The notion of 14 being of age is merely due to the shorter average lifespan here, necessitating early marriages and childbearing. However, physiologically and especially psychologically, women have not yet matured at that age. It is still a childhood phase." Upon hearing this, Eliza's face flushed, and she stammered, "I didn't expect Sir Robia to be so knowledgeable. I really should learn to keep my mouth shut." One must always learn, observe, read, and write. Yet he chose to continue fabricating. Only by understanding women can one better care for them. Eliza's cheeks had turned a vibrant shade of red, as she repeatedly gulped down her ale to mask her embarrassment. Just as Angel had said, donning the hood temporarily concealed his insecurities. It felt akin to flirting online, where one could be audacious with words, yet the fear of confrontation rendered him mute in person. "And how old is Sir Robia?" Eliza reciprocated the question. "Me. Alas, I am already 23, quite past my prime," Robia declared, raising his mug and downing its contents in one gulp. Tea was sour and bitter, truly unpleasant. "May I ask, Sir Robia, if you are able to remove your hood now?" Eliza inquired suddenly. "Remove the hood?" Angel stirred once more in his pocket. "I apologize, Miss Eliza. I fear that would violate Master Chapman's regulations. We are generally prohibited from removing our hoods." Robia ultimately could not muster the courage. "Where can one remove it then?" "In your heart, that cough in a secluded corner of the Academy. One could do so." "Very well then." Eliza, blushing, lowered her head to chew on her bread. "Then Sir Robia must promise me, tomorrow, during our meal, you shall allow me to see." "All right." After finishing their lunch, the plump waitress returned. "Gentlemen, your total comes to 12 dinars. How infuriating. He nearly forgot he was penniless. "What?" Robia asked, bewildered. "What do you mean?" 2 servings of toasted bread for 4 dinars, 2 servings of mashed potatoes for 2 dinars, and 2 mugs of ale for 6 dinars. The waitress explained hastily, sensing the lady's refined attire and realizing the gentleman's apprentice robes indicated he was no ordinary person, likely a noble of some sort. "I came here to eat, and I need to pay?" Robia exclaimed as if he had just heard a shocking revelation. "This," the waitress appeared troubled. "Sir, this? I apologize. I do not mean to put you in a difficult position, but I have never encountered a situation where one must pay for a meal." Robia's demeanor remained affable in my entire life. "This is the first time I've faced the notion of paying for food. Your customs are utterly bewildering. Gerald, come in." Robia let out a mighty roar, but in truth, it was a command directed at the Death Knight through the breath of death. Upon Gerard's entrance, Robia, with a visage full of fury, interrogated, "Sir Gerard, what is the meaning of this? Why must I pay for my meal while dining here?" The Death Knight, of course, did not respond, but dutifully knelt on one knee. No, Sir Gerard, there is no need for your apologies. I merely wish to understand what is truly happening here." Ropia questioned with indignation, as if he had been perpetually deceived. Gerard remained motionless. Ropia suddenly feigned enlightenment. Good heavens, Sir Gerard, could it be that my family has been deceiving me all along? When I go out to eat, it should not be the proprietor who pays me homage, but rather I who offer my dinars to the proprietor? The maid cast an awkward glance at Eliza. Young Master Ropia? Eliza simply smiled, even altering her address. Since today, I have invited you to explore Windy City. Allow me to cover the expenses. Ropia quickly turned back, offering his apologies. I sincerely apologize. I truly did not realize that purchasing items required expenditure. It's quite all right. Eliza chuckled, producing dinars from her own purse to hand to the maid. Young Master Ropia has been cherished by his family for 23 years. At 23, in this world, a son should be capable of exuding positive energy. Ropia merely bowed. Who knows if this aligns with the etiquette of this realm? Come, let me show you around Windy City. Eliza appeared unfazed, indicating that the bow held no particular significance. They exited the tavern. Ropia noted that Windy City had returned to its former vibrancy. It seemed the matters concerning the Necromancer had largely been forgotten. The southern region belongs to the church. We might not be able to go there. Let's head north. Eliza pointed to the left. Why can't we go there? The church forbids romantic relationships. They consider love to be an expression of desire, the original sin of humanity. Only after marriage and receiving the blessing of the Holy Spirit may men and women be together. Are we in a romantic relationship? Ropia's question caused Eliza's previously calm face to flush crimson once more. The church does not govern us, Ropia jested, as he was eager to distance himself from the church, especially since he was accompanied by a death knight and 3 skeletons. Eliza led Ropia through the bustling streets, where numerous pedestrians and mages passed by. Yet none paid much heed to Gerard. Windy City boasts a rich history. Existing even before the establishment of the Empire, it serves as the transportation hub of the southern kingdom in this region. Young Master Ropia must already be familiar with all this. Eliza intended to introduce Windy City, but suddenly recalled that Ropia had been here for a decade. I know a thing or two, but certainly not as much as Miss Eliza, the local. Ropia replied. Our family cannot be considered locals either. Eliza continued. My father hailed from the Close family in Gray Lake City, but he was not the eldest son. I grew up in Gray Lake City until I was 6, when war broke out between the Southern Kingdom and the Southwestern Kingdom, resulting in my father's demise. That I then came here with my mother to her homeland. Another fatherless child. I am truly sorry to hear of this. Ropia expressed his condolences. Fortunately, he had perused the travel guide and had a general understanding of these territories. It is of no consequence. I have no clear memories of my father. Eliza smiled. Ropia turned to gaze at Eliza's exquisite countenance. So, we actually arrive in Windy City around the same time. Indeed. Eliza nodded. What a coincidence. As they conversed, they arrived at the city gates, the very entrance through which Ropia had formerly entered Windy City days prior. The square was still bustling with voices, with a continuous flow of pedestrians. The man responsible for executions was still present, proclaiming the Empire's warnings to its citizens and threats to the rebels. This is Windy City's execution ground, where rebels are dealt with. Eliza explained. I have witnessed this. Haha, what do you think? Quite entertaining, isn't it? Ropia could not concur, nor did he rebut. After all, he had witnessed 2 youths perish before his eyes that day. He could not forget the helpless, yearning, angry, and hopeful gaze of one of them. He surveyed the dozens of corpses hanging from the gallows, hoping to spot Locke. According to Khan, the Morsalt family would display Locke's remains here. Indeed, he spotted the frail remains of the youth. Yet, Locke's condition was far more harrowing than he had imagined. The already ravaged body had fallen from the 3rd floor, most limbs reduced to a gruesome pulp. The left arm and leg were entirely missing. There was no way to associate him with the boy he had once known. Oh. Eliza also noticed Locke's corpse. Good heavens, young Master Ropia, let us find another place. She did not feel disgusted. Rather, she feared that Ropia's emotional state would be affected by the sight of his companion's remains. Ropia nodded. Not to mention the skeletal mage, the extent of the body's disfigurement rendered it impossible to even regenerate into a skeleton warrior. And you, young Master Ropia, Where do you hail from? Eliza attempted to shift the topic. They began walking westward along the city wall. Me? I come from the eastern realm of Scene. Although the kingdom of Scene was a vassal of the empire, its remoteness rendered it almost independent. Furthermore, in the little book, the kingdom of Scene evidently corresponded to the Asian regions of Earth. This conveniently aligned with his identity and appearance. Scene? Upon hearing this, Eliza's eyes sparkled. Young Master Ropia hails from Scene? What of it? Ropia's thoughts remained tethered to Locke's ghastly remains. I have heard that Scene is exceptionally prosperous, with even the street tiles paved in gold. Even the most impoverished of servants are clad in silk and dine from porcelain. And when it comes to weddings, the brides don grand, flowing gowns with skirts several meters long. It is not so exaggerated. Although the travel guide made similar claims, Ropia still felt skeptical. I have seen our household servants living in dire conditions, let alone dining from porcelain. Many struggle to secure their next meal. Then why do rumors persist about Scene's unparalleled prosperity, with everyone living in lavish luxury? Before coming here, I also heard that within the Empire's western territories, there is freedom and equality. Even the poor receive aid from their respective kingdoms without needing to work. Ropia chuckled. I see. Eliza nodded, somewhat regretful, clearly having held a strong yearning for the kingdom of Scene. When I was a child, we had an elderly servant from Scene who told me many tales about the kingdom. One must see it in person to truly grasp its essence. Ropia sought to divert the topic. Otherwise, they might unwittingly expose his limited knowledge, which stemmed solely from the travel guide. I have heard that your psychic magic is quite extraordinary, capable of even stealing others' thoughts. Indeed, Eliza nodded, somewhat bashfully, but I have only just begun. I am still quite inept. Young Master Ropia, why have you traveled so far to Windy City to study necromancy? I have heard that your sorcery is quite formidable. I heard there is a spell that allows a tiny bug to invade another's mind, thereby controlling them. That surely surpasses psychic magic. However, Eliza once again redirected the conversation. To meet Miss Eliza, Ethy too fell into silence. Once more at that moment, a cavalry unit galloped swiftly towards them from the front. The two hastily stepped aside, with Ropia ensuring his 3 skeletal warriors avoided the charge. The cavalrymen and their steeds donned fiery red armor, with a knightly long sword hanging from their left waist, while a similarly crimson firearm dangled from their right. This marked Ropia's first encounter with firearms in this world. The Imperial Brigade? Eliza was also quite curious. What brings the Imperial Brigade here? It seemed Angel had indeed not misled him. The Imperial Brigade was now equipped with firearms. The surrounding populace, like Eliza, exhibited great confusion over the presence of the Imperial Brigade in Windy City. Could it be that the rebels are about to launch an attack on Windy City? Alicia said with concern. Is the rebellion so rampant now? Suddenly, Ropia thought of the rebels, who were called the Spartacus Knights. Could there be a connection to Karen's? No, just a few days ago, I heard that their leader in this area was captured, and he is still hanging at the execution site. Alicia shook her head. Yet, she could not fathom, aside from the rebels, how could the Imperial forces be here? Is it because of that necromancer? Ropia shivered in fear. What necromancer? Young Master Ropia really ought to venture out more. Just days ago, there were rumors of a necromancer appearing nearby, who killed the son of the Lord of Ryan and slaughtered many surrounding villages. Alas, it seems not all necromancers are as benevolent as the great wizard Karen's. Alicia pointed to the wanted poster for the necromancer on the wall, saying anxiously, if the Imperial forces have indeed arrived, there must truly be a necromancer. If he commands a skeleton army to ravage Windy City, it would be disastrous. Ropia shook his head inwardly, thinking that the necromancer was right beside her. Though not exactly benevolent, he lacked the capability to assault Windy City. The entire afternoon, Ropia wandered about Windy City alongside Alicia. Perhaps due to shyness, or for other reasons, beyond a few simple pleasantries, the two had little to say to one another. Ropia, however, was on edge, constantly scanning the surroundings to ensure no one noticed the peculiarities of his retinue, all while avoiding collisions between the 3 skeleton warriors and others. They continued in silence until dusk approached. It's getting late. The MY family is hosting a soiree this evening. Would young Master Ropia care to join? Observing the dimming sky, Alicia seemed to have finally found a topic. Thank you for your invitation, Miss Alicia, but Master Chapman has asked me to return home tonight to bring him something. Robia naturally dared not accept. Then I shall see you tomorrow. See you tomorrow? Master Robia, you promised me you would take off your hood tomorrow. Certainly. Having his servants don their robes and hoods, Robia led them back to the base. Finally, they were safe. The tall and thin Doreen was currently replenishing the torches on the wall with corpse oil. Upon seeing Robia, he immediately bowed respectfully. Good evening, Master Robia. Good evening. Robia nodded. Upon returning to his room, he found it empty. Gerald had once again taken a seat, which had now become his designated chair. All right, Sir Gerald. You needn't rest. Continue training them for me. The encounter with the Imperial cavalry earlier had left him somewhat uneasy. If the Imperial forces had come to Windy City due to his affairs, then this place might not be safe. Master Robia still has not overcome his inferiority complex. The elf finally emerged from his pocket, panting. Can Angel transform? The water supply in this academy is too scarce. You'd best restrain yourself. Knowing that Angel could directly read his memories, Robia didn't need to imagine. She would transform directly. Angel has restrained herself, but I fear Master Robia may not be able to do the same. Angel scoffed, transforming back in her natural form. Indeed, the one he yearned for had already become Alicia. Fear not, we shall leave here soon. Robia had no intention of staying long. He originally planned to study here and wait for the storm to pass. Yet now, circumstances had changed. When? Angel asked eagerly. I've longed to leave. It's much more enjoyable to explore outside with Master Allen. It depends on the situation. Coming here hasn't been in vain. Not only have I eaten and drunk well, but I've also learned a few things. Robia rubbed his head. I'll take another stroll around the academy to see if I can find any useful information. And then we shall depart. Master Robia, will you truly part with that little one? Angel, you are becoming increasingly audacious. The academy did not provide meals on weekends, so Robia could only lie down and sleep. At that moment, Khan suddenly knocked at the door. Master Robia, you have returned? His red-rimmed eyes clearly indicated that Locke's death had struck him particularly hard. Master Robia, please, I implore you to grant me this request. Khan suddenly knelt down. Robia hurriedly helped him up. What is it? Locke admired you immensely in life. I wish for you to take him as your servant, that I believe his soul would be pleased. Tears streamed down Khan's face. I am sorry. It seemed he would disappoint these children once more, Khan. Today I saw Locke's remains. Robia truly did not know how to continue. His body was too severely damaged. I fear I am powerless to help. The notes had recorded that resurrecting skeleton warriors required relatively intact bones. Yet Locke's left arm and leg were both missing, but Khan could no longer hold back his sobs. Master Robia, Locke may have been just a passerby to you after 3 days, but to me, he was a companion of 10 years. He was only 17. His life has ended forever. Why must he suffer such an unjust death? Locke will always be my best apprentice. Robia could only comfort Khan in this way. Once again, he was about to disappoint these children. Really? Is it true? If Locke knew that Master Robia regarded him as an apprentice, he would surely find peace. Yes, 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 Master. I will go steal Locke's remains. I want him to know this. Upon hearing Robia's words, Khan suddenly became excited. Master, I will definitely retrieve his body and let him know. Indeed, this was a group of necromancers, and communicating with souls was their skill. However, stealing a body from the execution ground might be somewhat perilous. Wouldn't it? Steal? They would take you for a rebel accomplice. Doreen, who was refueling outside, promptly reminded him, most of those hanging there are the bodies of rebels. Before Locke's soul dissipates, I will surely retrieve his remains. Kant said, choking back tears. Robia did not dissuade him, but could only remind him to be cautious. The outside is becoming increasingly dangerous. I cannot provoke the Empire, the Church, or any lord. The Academy is also becoming less safe. After Khan left, Robia lay helplessly on the ground. Going out with Alicia had not been as romantic as imagined. Instead, it was somewhat dull, filled with anxiety. Master Robia is simply too self-effacing. I still prefer that brazen version of him who boasted about flattening Windy City. Angel sat on the ground, resting her chin on her hand. I still prefer the obedient and sensible Angel. There has never been such an angel. The next day, the academy had returned to complete tranquility. Even the window that had fallen on 2 people had been repaired. Apprentices were once again practicing magic in the open space. Robia was already preparing to find an opportunity to leave the academy, so he went to the library to search for any other valuable information. The training had certainly enhanced the combat abilities of the skeleton warriors, especially Godfrey and Baldwin, but their weapons had worn down rapidly, and he had no funds to procure new ones. Who else among travelers like him was such a failure? Struggling without accomplishments, a crowd had gathered by the bulletin board. However, since it was still early, there weren't many apprentices out yet, and Robia easily spotted the posted content that IT was roughly about the fire magic apprentice Ian Risto, who had accidentally killed another apprentice, resulting in a tragic death and the destruction of significant academy property, leading to his expulsion. Oh dear, he had caused yet another person's downfall. Although he had anticipated it, he still felt a twinge of guilt. Robia sighed helplessly, wondering if necromancers were destined to be solitary, malevolent beings, decisive in killing, and coldly proud. It seems that regardless of one's own virtues or vices, one only brings calamity to those around them. With a sense of self-mockery and doubt, Robia returned to the vast library of the academy. The travel guide no longer held anything of interest. As long as he grasped the information about Scene, he could largely disguise himself as a wandering Sienese, now that he had a general understanding of the world and the magical system. The next crucial step was to enhance both the quantity and quality of his skeletal minions. The expansive library mostly contained magic from other departments, yet he, being a muggle with a magical aptitude of 0, could not perceive any magical energy apart from his own. After aimlessly wandering for a while, Robia found himself back in the basement. Wasn't this reminiscent of his student days? Although the library was grand, not a single book caught his eye. It appeared he remained as much of a failure as he had been on Earth, perhaps precisely because he still harbored thoughts of being a failure. Indeed, Robia realized that he had once again begun to wallow in self-pity. Angel truly understood him. With this in mind, he summoned Angel once more. Ouch! That hurts! Angel! Oh, never mind, it's fine, let's go in, he said, pushing Angel back in his pocket. He then observed Gerald and the 3 skeletal warriors training. Their combat movements were now approaching those of normal soldiers. He summoned Angel again to Mr. Robia going mad. Angel, what are their combat capabilities now? That big one is 90. The other 2 are 85 and 84. Angel replied, somewhat displeased for being pinched. They've risen so quickly. Have I truly wasted 3 golden fingers? Robia felt a twinge of regret, blaming it on that particular incident. Never mind. Olaf had a combat power of 80 in life, and upon resurrection, it was 68. After such prolonged training, he had reached 90, but had not progressed further. Had he been able to comprehend necromancy sooner, perhaps Bohemond, Raymond, and Barian would not have met such an easy demise. Had he thought of such disguises earlier, the 4 Gork skeletons need not have been slain. Alas, he always felt foolish and slow to realize things. He was evidently not cut out for great endeavors. Once again, he began to indulge in self-pity. By 3 or 4 in the afternoon, Robia was exhausted, his back aching, and he instructed Sir Gerald to continue honing their combat skills that he returned to the surface, standing amidst the flowering shrubs. Alas, he would soon meet Eliza again, coming here daily to dispel the stench from his body. In comparison to Mr. Robia's bad breath, this slight odor is hardly worth worrying about. This is merely a manifestation of Mr. Robia's insecurities. Angel muttered softly from his pocket. A gentleman must bear with his confidant. You're still young, you wouldn't understand. Angel has existed for several decades. Mr. Robia, will you decide to remove your hood today? The little sprite inquired quietly. Robia sat down, yet his heart was filled with trepidation. What if he removed his hood and Eliza turned to leave? How embarrassing that would be. Even if she did not walk away, would she ever return? He was known noble, his appearance was unremarkable, he was penniless, and he was being hunted. What right did he have? The author seemed fond of dead heroines. Would he inadvertently bring harm to Eliza? The more he pondered, the more his heart raced, and he set down the bowl of meat porridge. What is wrong with Mr. Robia? Are you hesitating again? The sprite noticed. Angel, never mind. Why should I delay others? Why should I humiliate myself? Robia stood up. I shall no longer dine here. Mr. Robia, you cannot. You must confront your insecurities. How could one of humble means dare to enter the realm of splendor? How could one with empty sleeves dare to mislead a fair maiden? Yet Robia seemed resolute. Let us speak of insecurities another time. But Mr. Robia, haven't you dined at the tavern with nothing to your name? Let us not dwell on it. Before he could leave, Eliza and Claire arrived. Good morning, Mr. Robia. Eliza greeted him enthusiastically. Morning, Robia replied, his gaze falling upon her bashful yet charming face, feeling more self-conscious than ever. Oh, Mr. Robia, are you on a diet today? Not eating? Claire teased playfully. Are you trying to avoid our Eliza? No. Robia had no choice but to sit down again. I heard today marks Mr. Robia's unveiling ceremony. Claire winked mischievously. Ahem, it must be said, Claire's presence lightened the atmosphere considerably. Don't worry, I shall step out, allowing you two to converse candidly. Claire shot Robia a knowing glance. Claire, Eliza chided, her cheeks flushed. Angel was also bouncing around in the pocket, seemingly rallying Robia's courage. Claire stuck her tongue out at Eliza and, without serving any food, turned to leave, leaving Eliza and Robia alone in that small room. Ahem, Mr. Robia, this corner could be considered a secluded spot in the academy, Eliza said bashfully, lowering her head. Wow, I'm feeling a bit nervous. Robia was utterly flustered. Da-da. Why? Robia did not respond, and his hands remained still. Are you worried that your appearance might disappoint me, Mr. Robia? Eliza boldly stated the answer. Ah, well. Mr. Robia, Eliza suddenly lifted her head, her bright eyes fixed intently on him. You must be curious why, after just one brief encounter, I sought you out here. Indeed, Robia had long pondered this, that, Mr. Robia, you are a Sienese, so I believe you must believe in something called fate, right? He was somewhat skeptical of such notions. Do you recall what I mentioned about my father yesterday? Eliza inquired. I do. What I said about not having much impression of him was not entirely true, Eliza admitted, her gaze dropping as she focused on the wooden table before her. In truth, my father's figure often appears in my dreams. Although I can never see his face clearly, his solid shoulders and steady form always provide me with a sense of safety and happiness. Yet, that feeling vanishes upon waking, leaving only a daily sense of loss and longing. That afternoon, when I left here and saw you in the corridor, with the sunset casting its glow on your black robe, your figure illuminated the hallway, and I suddenly felt that you provided me with a familiar sense of security. Was she implying a paternal connection? Robia felt a surge of panic. Mr. Robia, forgive me, I simply. Eliza bit her lip. I just feel drawn to you as a person, not your appearance, your background, or your abilities. What I mean to say, Mr. Robia, is that I believe you are my fate. Fate. Robia's body trembled. He placed his left hand on the brim of his hood. Suddenly, Eliza grasped his right hand. Robia, I just want us to be sincere with each other from now on. He removed his hood. It had been a long, long time since he had done so in public. Eliza's hand did not let go. You're so ugly. What? You can't possibly think anyone would like you. Can you? What? Robia was taken aback. You can't genuinely believe someone would fall for you at first sight, can you? Eliza wore that shy expression, but her words were utterly unexpected. Was Angel misinterpreting again? Robia couldn't gather his thoughts when suddenly a burst of laughter echoed from the corridor that a young man entered. Robia recognized him. Moon, the same Moon he had encountered outside the misty forest, alongside Alona and Myron. Eliza withdrew her hand. Robia gazed at her, but Eliza averted her eyes, unable to meet his gaze. Following Moon was Claire. Well, our Mr. Robia turns out to be such an ugly fellow. Claire retained her characteristic playful demeanor. Oh, Ropia, our formidable necromancer, what brings you here? Moon respectfully bowed to Ropia. Dear Moon, you have won this round, that I never anticipated that our Eliza would be able to unveil our esteemed necromancer's disguise in just half a month. Claire approached Moon. I shall settle the payment shortly. You lot are incorrigible rascals. A sprite suddenly emerged, disregarding Ropia's prior agreement, and berated Moon and the others. What this, our early rising Lord Ropia, has fallen silent, reduced to letting his little sprite do the talking? Moon laughed heartily. He embraced Eliza and seated himself opposite Ropia. Weren't you cast out with your girlfriend, the priest Necros? Weren't you supposed to be on a quest for your Lady Cecilia? How have you transformed into a noble scion from Scene? And paying for your purchases, what an extravagant charade to fool whom? Is it all a trap? How infuriating. Mr. Ropia once saved you, and yet you repay kindness with malice. Angelique protested. Save me. At that time, our young Master Ropia was unconscious. It was I who rescued him. You think to play me for a fool? Lord Ropia. Moon scoffed. In this lifetime, I have only ever played others for amusement. Never has anyone dared to toy with me. He planted a kiss on Eliza's cherubic face. Little Eliza truly possesses charm, capable of ensnaring our great necromancer. Eliza, however, kept her head lowered, seemingly reluctant to deceive Ropia. Was she coerced as well? Ropia held on to hope. Oh, come now, stop the act, Eliza, Claire interjected, piercing through the ruse. Ha ha. Indeed, Eliza immediately lifted her head, beaming with delight, pointing at Ropia. Oh, I just wanted to deceive him once more. This fellow nearly displayed genuine emotion just now. Truly a little minx, Angelique scolded. Lord Ropia, I cannot be blamed. It is all part of Master Moon's scheme. Eliza mischievously glanced at Moon. This cannot be laid at my feet. Lord Ropia, you deceived me first, compelling me to return the favor. Moon hastily shook his head. I am the more innocent one. Noticing Ropia's silence and anger, Moon lowered his voice and leaned forward. Our esteemed Lord Ropia, you could hardly have anticipated that your every action is under my vigilant watch. This is solely the fault of that foolish woman Alona. She would harbor no secrets from her beloved Malan. And Malan, too, would not conceal a thing from me. From the very first day you entered the academy, I have been keenly aware of your presence, my lord. Initially, I merely intended to tease you, but I never expected that rock, that simpleton would.